Wukong, eliminate all male demons, and leave the female spirits for me. Fair maiden, allow this monk to enlighten you with my staff. Son Wukong, Master, the demons are too formidable. Your humble servant, am no match for them. Wukong, step back and let me handle this. Chapter 1, The Rogue Saint Monk. Seeking scriptures? Ah! What a farce! A monk smirked disdainfully, clad in a robe that accentuated his fair complexion, appearing to be a revered sage at first glance. Yet, one must overlook his current actions. He was squatting by the roadside, relieving himself while puffing on a cigarette, eyes squinted in bliss, with a white horse tethered to a nearby tree. Seeking scriptures? A white horse? His identity became apparent indeed. He was the illustrious monk Tang Sanzang. However, just as Tang Sanzang stepped beyond the borders of the Tang dynasty, he encountered a fearsome demon, the brain axe, whose howl struck terror into his heart, leading to his demise. He was reborn as Tang Yu. By a twist of fate, he had traversed into this world, once a fervent admirer of the journey to the West, devouring numerous novels related to it. He had been lounging at home, enjoying the air conditioning and ice cream while reading, only to witness Tang Sanzang and his companions attaining Buddhahood, realizing that the journey was merely a ruse, a means for the Buddhist and Taoist sects to vie for fortune. Enraged, he had hurled his phone in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, his phone was still connected to the charger, and due to a short circuit, he was transported into this realm. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transformed into Tang Sanzang. Accompanied by an absurd system, he was tasked with seizing fortune from the Buddhist sect in exchange for various treasures. This system was a gem, offering all manner of elixirs, magical artifacts, and even primordial purple energy, an invaluable asset for those seeking enlightenment. Yet, at present, he could only dream of such luxuries, as he found himself impoverished, lacking the requisite fortune. Fortunately, the system was benevolent, granting him a novice gift pack containing 10,000 fortune points, likely out of concern that he might starve. The cigarette in his hand had cost him 500 fortune points upon his arrival in this world. The craving for smoke had followed him. Casting aside the cigarette butt, he muttered curses under his breath, lamenting this wretched world devoid of even basic necessities like toilet paper. Though he could exchange for supplies through the system, the prices were exorbitant, and after purchasing cigarettes and some food, his funds were dwindling. He picked up 2 small sticks, gritting his teeth as he prepared to relieve himself once more. Sighing, he summoned the system's interface before him. Host, Tang Yu. Cultivation. Fortune points, 5,003. Magical artifacts. Magic tools. Still too impoverished, he gazed longingly at the myriad treasures he could not afford. To witness such splendid items yet remain unable to possess them was a torment. Now, he needed to focus on amassing fortune points. Not far ahead, a towering mountain loomed, adorned with a Buddhist inscription. This was likely Wuji Mountain, where his disciple son Wukong lay trapped, awaiting his rescue. Yet, burdened with a system focused on seizing fortune, rescue seemed a distant thought. Forget it, dear brother, you remain there for now. Tang Yu turned his head, preparing to circumvent the mountain. Upon witnessing Tang Yu's abrupt change of direction, the guardian of Sun Wukong, the 5 directions revealer, was taken aback. What was happening? Why had he turned back? From afar, Sun Wukong spotted the scripture seeker, having been informed by the bodhisattva that a scripture seeker would pass by to rescue him from the mountain and escort him westward. But now this individual was fleeing. Did this mean he would remain trapped? Master, Master, Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. Initially, the 5 directions revealer had harbored some concerns, but upon seeing the monkey call out, they were reassured such a voice was surely audible to Tang Sanzang. Yet, the path to the west had been meticulously arranged. How could such an event transpire? This left them all bewildered. As for Sun Wukong's cries, Tang Yu heard them but feigned ignorance, not even glancing back, urging his white horse to quicken its pace. Beep. The host has not rescued Sun Wukong, thus acquiring a modicum of fortune from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 100,000 fortune points. Additionally, this is the host's first completed task, granting a card for human immortal cultivation. Note, using it allows for an immediate ascent to the realm of human immortals. Tang Yu grinned with delight, feeling like a genius. He had not anticipated earning such a bounty so effortlessly, along with a valuable cultivation card. However, upon further reflection, he grasped the situation. Sun Wukong was a pivotal figure arranged by the Buddhist sect, an essential companion on the journey westward. His decision to abandon the mission altered the course of the journey to the west, impacting the sect's fortune. Thus, by a twist of fate, he had inadvertently completed the task. Saint Monk, Saint Monk. An elderly man leaning on a cane appeared before him, blocking his path. Looking at him, Tang Yu seemed to understand. Surely this was a ploy by the Buddhist sect, sending someone to compel him to rescue Sun Wukong since he had chosen not to do so. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Yu replied curtly. And why do you stare at me? Old man, keep your gaze to yourself or I shall strike you. He tightened his grip on his staff, as though genuinely prepared to swing it. The old man was taken aback. How could Tang Sanzang speak so brazenly? He bore little resemblance to a venerable monk. As Sun Wukong saw Tang Sanzang depart, he hastily urged the old man to catch up. He was eager to be rescued. He could not afford to remain trapped beneath Wuji Mountain. This glimmer of hope was not to be squandered. This Saint Monk, the old man stammered, is at Wuji Mountain. I know. Do you have something to say? If not, be gone. Tang Yu interrupted, as if I didn't know it was Wuji Mountain. It is precisely because of that I chose to detour. However, given the current circumstances, I seem unable to avoid it. After all, the journey to the west was a carefully orchestrated route, fraught with trials and tribulations. Omitting even one would be impossible. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the others were crucial figures in this saga, and leaving the monkey behind to turn back was simply out of the question. The old man was momentarily at a loss for words. How could Tang Sanzang be so unrefined? Yet as long as he could bring him back, other matters would be of no consequence. Saint Monk, at this Wuji Mountain, there lies a stone monkey trapped beneath. This monkey possesses great powers and is the great sage equal to heaven, who caused chaos in heaven 500 years ago. Due to transgressions against heavenly decrees, he has been imprisoned by the Buddha beneath the mountain for 5 centuries. As you journey westward, the road is long and fraught with peril. The Bodhisattva has indicated that you should take this monkey as your disciple, who will safeguard you on your journey. The old man rushed to explain, claiming it was the Bodhisattva's directive, and assumed Tang Sanzang would surely comply. Yet, Tang Sanzang remained unmoved, simply gazing at him. Why do you stare at this old man?
Chapter 2. Absolutely no apprentices. The term little old man struck Tang Yu as rather amusing, prompting a resigned sigh. You've mentioned it yourself. He is the great sage equal to heaven, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 5 centuries ago. If he dared to disrupt the heavens, he must be extraordinarily formidable. I, on the other hand, am utterly powerless. Provoking him could lead to my demise. He had resolutely decided against accepting Sun Wukong as his disciple. Now, armed with a card that could elevate him to the realm of a human immortal at any moment, he believed that as long as he continued to seize fortune and acquire more treasures, he could simply fight monsters or subjugate them. Was that not a form of fortune as well? Tang Yu understood that the so-called journey to the west was merely a struggle between Buddhism and Taoism, each vying to seize fortune from the other. As for the quest for scriptures, it was nothing short of a farce. The Tang dynasty had no shortage of such texts. The Buddhist sect merely utilized this journey to fulfill a cosmic calamity, competing for fortune to elevate their own standing. The land deity was left speechless, remaining silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang had mounted his horse and was preparing to depart, his small figure radiating a carefree elegance as he hummed a tune, one with rather suggestive lyrics. The 5 directions revealed were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth was happening? Upon hearing the song Tang Yu sang, their faces turned a shade of green, appalled by the lascivious lyrics, especially with the expression of carefree delight on his face. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a monk? At the great Thunder Sound Temple, Xuangui's mirror reflected Tang Yu's image, leaving the entire Buddhist realm in a state of shock. Why was Tang Sanzang behaving so peculiarly? The Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva stared in disbelief at the audacious silhouette of Tang Yu, their breaths hitching upon hearing the song he sang. The Buddha quickly began to calculate. He remained as Jin Chanzi, perhaps venturing alone and encountering some trials that led to a form of mental stimulation. His tone wavered with uncertainty. What sort of stimulation could transform someone in such a manner? Observing that audacious silhouette, swaying in the saddle, with the suggestive tune never ceasing, even the Buddha would have doubted whether this was truly Tang Sanzang, if not for the calculations confirming his identity. In the 33 heavens, an elderly man clad in a gray robe scrutinized a stone before him, his brow furrowed deeply. What was happening? Just a few days prior, the Tao stone had miraculously appeared with a slight crack, yet now it was completely intact once more. Taishang Laojun began to calculate, but he could discern nothing. This was exceedingly strange. After all, the stone before him contained the fortunes of all beings. A variable. Taishang Laojun's eyes brightened as he waved his robe, bringing Tang Yu's silhouette into view, while his fingers continued to calculate. The Tao stone emitted a faint sound, revealing another tiny crack. Taishang Laojun hastily halted, wary of proceeding further. A variable had indeed emerged. His gaze fixed intensely upon the Tao stone. But from where did this variable arise? The stone before him gradually returned to its previous state. Yet he was aware that an unforeseen variable had emerged, one that he could not anticipate. Whether this variable was beneficial or detrimental remained a mystery. What alterations it would bring to the overarching situation was also uncertain. Tang Yu resolutely refused to return or take on disciples, leaving the land in a state of helplessness. Ultimately, the imposing Jin Tu Jiedi personally intervened. Regarding him with a commanding gaze, Tang Sanzang, what are you doing? Listening to such a foolish inquiry, Tang Yu disregarded him entirely, casting a look of disdain upon him. Jin Tu Jiedi muttered in confusion, feeling a strong urge to reprimand Tang Sanzang, particularly due to that infuriating expression, as if he were gazing at a simpleton. Tang Sanzang, what are you doing? He reiterated. Am I going to play mahjong? To engage in dodiju? What am I doing? What am I doing? Do you not know? If you do, why bother asking? Tang Yu retorted vehemently, perceiving him as utterly foolish for posing such absurd questions. Jin Tu Jiedi stood there, taken aback, never having expected Tang Sanzang to respond in such a manner. His body quivered slightly, filled with indignation, longing to deliver a sharp slap. Although he was oblivious to the meanings of mahjong and dodiju, he assumed they could not be favorable terms. I am on a pilgrimage for scriptures. What else would I be doing? If it is unnecessary, I shall turn back to Chang'an at once, Tang Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. His grip tightening on the Zen staff. Had he not felt incapable of overpowering him, he might have wielded it. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly recited a few Buddhist chants, Amitabha, Amitabha. How exasperating Tang Sanzang was. With his slanted gaze and stubborn demeanor, he truly embodied the essence of an insufferable character. Jin Tu Jiedi's mood eventually settled, and he spoke. The stone monkey trapped here requires your rescue. He is your disciple, as decreed by the Buddha. Well, it seemed there was no escaping this task. The Buddha had been invoked, after all. In truth, Tang Yu had long suspected he could not evade this fate. How could the machinations of these Buddhist monks allow him to circumvent such obligations? Before he could even approach, the imprisoned monkey called out, Master, Master, with more warmth than one might feel upon seeing a long-lost father. As Tang Yu drew nearer, he scrutinized son Wukong closely. Master, I, your humble disciple, have been sent by Guanyin to escort you to the Western Paradise to obtain the scriptures. I hope you can rescue me from this mountain, son Wukong exclaimed with fervor, having awaited this moment with bated breath. How to rescue you? Tang Yu feigned ignorance, aware that in his previous life he was an avid fan of Journey to the West, having watched the television adaptation countless times. Naturally, he knew that reciting the words inscribed on the Buddhist talisman would release son Wukong. As long as you recite the words inscribed on the talisman, I shall be freed, son Wukong implored. Tang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, what are those words? The 5 divine beings above nearly toppled over upon hearing this. Son Wukong rolled his eyes in exasperation, nearly on the verge of tears. Master, I cannot see what is written while I am trapped here. Tang Yu sighed with regret, saying, you see, it is not that I do not wish to save you. Rather, I am unable to do so. Furthermore, esteemed benefactor, you have committed a grave error. It would be best for you to remain below the mountain and reflect upon your actions. Amitabha, farewell, farewell, no need to see me off. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. Observing his actions, son Wukong and several others, including the 5 Directions Revealer, stood dumbfounded. However, they could not simply allow him to leave. The 5 Directions Revealer exchanged glances, and the golden-headed Revealer recited a Buddhist mantra, causing the mantra to fly into his hands. Son Wukong suddenly felt a lightness in his body and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Old Sun is coming out. Chapter 3. The holy monk desires to feast on chicken with a thunderous roar, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. The 5-finger mountain erupted, and a pitch-black monkey somersaulted out. Oh dear! Tang Yu was nearly thrown off balance, cursing under his breath. Sun Wukong dashed towards him, calling out loudly, "Master, Master!" He knelt before Tang Yu, seeking to become his disciple. At this juncture, Tang Yu could no longer evade the situation. The Five Directions Revealer had guarded Sun Wukong for 500 years and was now preparing to return to the Spirit Mountain to report. However, Tang Yu halted them, saying, "Wait a moment." The group instinctively stopped, gazing at him midair. Tang Yu flashed them a grin, and for reasons unknown, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in their hearts. Tang Yu then addressed Sun Wukong. "Wukong, do you believe you can handle these individuals? I am the great sage equal to heaven, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. Dealing with these mere revealers is a trivial matter," Sun Wukong replied, his tone dripping with pride. "Oh, is that so?" Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Strike them, aim for their heads, and strike them down with all your might." Sun Wukong and the Five Directions Revealer stared at Tang Yu in disbelief. In particular, Sun Wukong even cupped his ears, seemingly doubting his own hearing. The Five Directions Revealer snorted and quickened their pace to leave. They had guarded Sun Wukong for 500 years, and that monkey had long been discontent. If he were to act seriously, they would indeed be no match for him. After all, this monkey had already attained the initial level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While they were merely Tai Golden Immortals, subduing them would be effortless. Tang Yu cast a surreptitious glare at Sun Wukong, pondering why the monkey did not take action. Now, with the others fleeing, there was no chance of striking them down. "Since this is the case, Wukong, let us set forth," Tang Yu urged as he mounted his horse. Those words were not unfamiliar to him. In his past life, he was an admirer of Journey to the West, and had even perused some Buddhist scriptures. Additionally, with his memories fused with those of Tang Sanzang, he naturally recognized them. However, he intentionally refrained from intervening. After all, having just seized 100,000 fortune points, what if he rescued the monkey only for the system to deem his task incomplete and reclaim them? As it stood, it was not he who saved the monkey, but the golden-headed revealer. He had not formally accepted him as a disciple, yet Sun Wukong had directly knelt in submission. How clever! Indeed, too clever. Tang Yu could not help but give himself a great thumbs up for his actions. Looking ahead, it was not long before they arrived at a humble farmhouse. Within, there resided an elderly man who, in his youth, had fed peaches to monkeys. Drawing upon his knowledge of Journey to the West, Tang Yu swiftly anticipated the impending trials. "Master, I too have pondered the same," Sun Wukong mused. "If we reach the West and obtain the true scriptures, perhaps I could attain Buddhahood." The monkey, leading the horse, appeared to be filled with longing. What had caused such a dramatic change in this simian's temperament? Had the pressure beneath the mountain rendered him foolish? The notion of achieving Buddhahood was unacceptable. Such thoughts must be altered. He must be steered back to the righteous path. "Wukong, why do you aspire to become a Buddha? Understand that Buddhahood offers little joy. One cannot indulge in meat or wine, nor partake in the pleasures of life. It is a rather dreary existence," Tang Yu advised earnestly. "Especially the pleasures of life. Prolonged abstinence can lead to physical ailments. As the scriptures state, man embodies yang, while woman embodies yin. When yin and yang harmonize, the universe becomes boundless, and they merge as water and milk, reaching the highest transcendence to enjoy the path of Buddhism." Sun Wukong stared at him in astonishment, unable to fathom such words emerging from his master. After all, he was to journey to the West for scriptures, surely to receive guidance from esteemed monks. Yet now, he found himself questioning his master, suspecting him to be a hypocrite. Moreover, the concept of yin and yang harmonizing seemed more aligned with Taoism. Before long, a modest thatched roof house came into view, accompanied by the clucking of a few chickens in the yard. Should they bypass it? Yet those chickens appeared rather plump. Tang Yu cleared his throat, eyeing the chickens with a sense of longing. "Wukong, shall we rest here for a while and prepare some food?" "Of course, master," Sun Wukong replied, assisting him down from the horse before knocking on the door. An old man opened the door, only to be startled by the sight of a monkey with a cat-like face and thunderous features. "A monster!" he exclaimed, promptly slamming the door shut. "Hey, old man," Wukong urged. "Let me handle this." Tang Yu boldly approached the door and knocked again. "Old man, open up. I am a monk on a pilgrimage for scriptures. The day has grown late, and I seek shelter and a meal for the night. Curse it, if you do not open this door. I shall have Wukong flatten your yard," he warned. The old man cracked the door open slightly, peering out cautiously, still frightened by son Wukong's presence. "Why are you so afraid, old man?" "I know you well," Wukong said, jumping forward with a smile. "I am the great sage, equal to heaven, who once stirred chaos in the heavens and was later trapped beneath the Five Fingers Mountain. You, in your youth, once tended cattle on the mountain and fed me peaches." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression softened, and he scrutinized son Wukong closely. After a moment of recognition, he exclaimed, "Indeed, you are that monkey. It is you, Venerable One." The old man's demeanor lightened, and he smiled warmly. "I remember now. Please, come in, esteemed monk." Tang Yu and son Wukong entered the modest abode, which was quite simple. Soon, the old man prepared a vegetarian meal. Observing the bland and unappetizing fare, Tang Yu frowned. "Is this truly fit for human consumption? I truly cannot fathom how those bald monks manage to consume their meals daily without fearing malnutrition. Yet, many of them appear quite plump, suggesting they might be indulging in secret feasts. Otherwise, subsisting solely on a vegetarian diet devoid of any oils or nutrients would surely leave them emaciated." "Good sir, your chickens seem rather robust," Tang Yu subtly hinted, longing for chicken rather than the unsavory fare before him. Living alone, having a few chickens would provide companionship. The elderly man chuckled heartily, seemingly oblivious to Tang Yu's intentions. It was indeed unexpected for a monk, especially a venerable saint of the Tang dynasty, to crave chicken. Reluctantly, Tang Yu reiterated, "Sir, this dish appears rather bland." The old man gazed at him in confusion. Should not a monk partake solely of vegetarian sustenance? Observing the abundance of chickens in his household, he pondered whether they remained uneaten. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him, rendering him speechless as he stared at Tang Yu. "Wukong, do you desire chicken?" Son Wukong nodded. "Indeed, I yearn for it. After 5 centuries beneath the mountain, subsisting on iron eggs and copper broth, I have long forgotten the taste of meat." At that moment, Tang Yu's words stirred his appetite. Chapter 4. "Wukong, let us end this. My disciple wishes to indulge. Might you grant this favor, good sir?" Tang Yu gestured towards son Wukong, clearly indicating that it was not his own craving, but that of his companion. The old man, feeling helpless, reluctantly fetched a knife and went out to slaughter a chicken. Having raised but 2, he was loath to consume one himself, thus offering it to another instead. However, witnessing a monk partake in meat was a sight he had never encountered before. "Ba, good sir, you are truly benevolent," Tang Yu proclaimed, uttering a Buddhist chant. Meanwhile, the 5 directions of enlightenment returned to report to Ling Mountain, finding Tang Sanzang to be quite peculiar, entirely unlike a monk. They had overseen son Wukong's imprisonment for 5 centuries, enduring alongside him in his suffering. Such was the essence of a monk's detachment. Had another endured this ordeal, madness would surely have ensued. Jin Tu of enlightenment remarked, "Buddha, son Wukong has been liberated by Tang Sanzang and now embarks on the journey westward. This is splendid news." The Buddha rejoiced. As they traversed the path, if they adhered to the prescribed route, the Buddhist community would undoubtedly flourish. Avalokiteshvara tilted her head, offering a gentle reminder. "Buddha, perhaps you should observe what Tang Sanzang is doing." The Buddha, puzzled by her suggestion, complied and waved his hand. The Xianguang mirror illuminated, revealing Tang Yu in the midst of feasting upon chicken, grease glistening on his lips. The entire Ling Mountain stood in astonishment. The pilgrim was consuming meat? Had he truly forsaken his vows? My heavens, what is this? The pilgrim is eating meat. Surely, this could not be the true pilgrim. I must be mistaken. The Buddha examined the Xianguang mirror, equally bewildered, questioning if his powers had faltered, resulting in a distortion of reality. He waved his hand again, causing the mirror to vanish, only to conjure it once more. There was no mistake. With his immense powers, he could not be wrong. The assembly of Buddhas on Ling Mountain had not erred either. Tang Sanzang was indeed consuming chicken. The countenance of the Buddha darkened abruptly, as an impulse to extinguish Tang Sanzang stirred within him. "Buddha, please indulge," he murmured contemplatively. "As long as he obediently arrives at Ling Mountain and fulfills the trials of the journey to the west, there is no need for concern. We can contemplate the means of punishment once he reaches Ling Mountain. For now, we cannot act against him. Once Tang Sanzang completes the trials, he shall be at my mercy. However, it is likely that the entire Buddhist community will suffer disgrace because of this single foul." As the expedition of the journey to the west commenced, many eyes turned towards Tang Sanzang and his companions. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor gazed at the figure of Tang Yu reflected in the Xianguang mirror, perplexity clouding his eyes. 10 lifetimes of cultivation, 10 lifetimes of virtue. And yet he has faltered at this moment. The fowl he consumed was sumptuous and delectable. Your Majesty, said the star of destiny, Tai Jingxing, his expression betraying a desire to speak, yet holding back. The Jade Emperor pondered briefly before breaking into a smile. It matters not. The trials of the journey to the West. Does Buddhism intend to harness this calamity to restore its fortunes and elevate its status? Yet, I, the Jade Emperor, am not easily trifled with. The trials cannot be thwarted. Therefore, I have already established some measure of cooperation with the Buddhist sect. Even from the moment Jin Chanzi was banished to the mortal realm to undergo tribulations, followed by the emergence of Sun Wukong, who wreaked havoc in the heavens and was subsequently imprisoned beneath the Five Elements mountain. Every step has been meticulously orchestrated by them. Should it be possible, the Jade Emperor would prefer not to see Buddhism thrive. However, lurking behind this scheme are formidable saints. Despite their temporary collaboration with Buddhism, their motives are purely self-serving and for the benefit of the heavenly court. Should Buddhism flourish, he would inexplicably gain a share of fortune. Even if Buddhism were to decline, it would not affect him in the slightest. The trials of the journey to the West, regardless of their outcome, whether completed or not, bear no detriment to him, and may even yield considerable advantages. Such is the cunning of a sovereign. The Jade Emperor has long comprehended the intricate web of interests involved. As for Tang Sanzang, as long as he does not overstep his bounds, no one shall act against him. Should danger arise, he would even be covertly protected. Of course, the calamities of the journey have been preordained. Danger? It is virtually non-existent. Tang Sanzang wiped his mouth and retrieved something from his attire, placing it between his lips, igniting it, and taking a deep, indulgent puff. Noticing the elder's eager gaze upon him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for having consumed a chicken. He promptly produced another and offered it. Elder, would you care for a smoke? The elder waved his hands repeatedly, seemingly apprehensive of the billowing smoke. Wukong, shall we rest here for the night? We can discuss matters upon awakening tomorrow. Tang Yu glanced at the chickens in the yard, licking his lips as if still yearning for more. Master, I shall heed your words, replied Wukong. The elder trembled slightly, observing that the master and disciple had clearly set their sights on his chickens. Cursed be it, what manner of monk is this? Tang Yu reclined on the bed, deep in thought. Accumulating fortune and destiny values is the true path to success. He now possessed a human immortal card, granting him access to the realm of the human immortal at any time. Yet, he hesitated. Tang Yu understood well that during this tumultuous era of the journey to the West, there were indeed numerous individuals keeping an eye on him, including some formidable beings. He realized that if he were to hastily ascend to the realm of human immortals, it would undoubtedly attract their attention. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temporarily forego the idea of using the human immortal card. After all, he believed he was not in any real danger, for the monks of the Buddhist sect would not allow him to perish so easily. As for the chaotic calamities he faced, they were merely formalities. The notion of consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh to achieve immortality was absurd. Those demons who had already attained human form would hardly concern themselves with such trivialities. Furthermore, many of them were the mounts of bodhisattvas and deities. How could they possibly meet their demise? If they were not to perish, he would find a way to ensure their downfall, allowing them to descend to the mortal realm in arrogance. Thus, it was decided, the Taoist sect could be spared, but the Buddhist sect would face severe retribution. As he indulged in these thoughts, a commotion arose outside. He quickly recalled the unfolding narrative. It was likely a band of mountain bandits. True to his expectations, a group of brigands burst in, brandishing gleaming blades and exuding an intimidating presence. Ha ha, old man. Hand over all your valuables, or I shall end your life. The bandit leader snarled at the elder, his eyes glinting with malice. At this moment, Tang Yu was contemplating how the plot would progress, pondering how to accrue fortune values, when he was abruptly interrupted, inciting his ire. You bald donkey, what are you staring at? Do you have anything of value to offer? The bandit leader noticed Tang Yu and waved his knife threateningly, the implication clear. Damn it! You think you can intimidate me? Tang Yu retorted, gesturing to Sun Wukong. Wukong, eliminate them. With that, he nonchalantly reclined on his bed, feigning indifference. Chapter 5. A monk's compassion. Sun Wukong had long been dissatisfied. Had Tang Yu not spoken, he would have already dealt a blow to the bandits. Hearing Tang Yu's command to eliminate them, he felt no compunction. With a resounding crash, The bandit leader was reduced to a mere pulp by the golden rod. In the Western paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, all the Buddhas turned their gazes towards the Buddha. This was indeed one of the calamities foretold, where Sun Wukong was supposed to take the initiative to slay the bandit, subsequently receiving a reprimand from Tang Sanzang, leading to his temporary departure and frustration. However, what was transpiring now? Tang Sanzang had seemingly permitted Sun Wukong to execute them. The Buddha began to sense an oddity regarding Tang Sanzang, yet his calculations revealed no discernible issues. Could it be that another sage had intervened? The Buddha's expression grew solemn as he addressed Guanyin. Respected Guanyin, you must find an opportunity to bestow the tightening curse upon Tang Sanzang. It is imperative that he places it upon Sun Wukong. Once adorned with the tightening curse, Sun Wukong will have no means of escape, thus irrevocably becoming a follower of the Buddhist path. While others view Sun Wukong merely as a great Luo golden immortal, he is, in fact, a remnant of the colorful stones left behind by Nua's repair of the heavens, his potential immeasurable. Such a monkey must be brought into the Buddhist realm, as it could be considered a pinnacle of its power. However, Guanyin Bodhisattva found herself in a quandary. This Tang Sanzang appeared exceedingly peculiar, deviating entirely from the expected norms. The meticulously laid plans, the carefully orchestrated tribulations, seemed to have unraveled. With a single strike, the bandit leader was reduced to a mere pulp. The remaining bandits, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. Stop, Wukong! Tang Yu interjected, halting the eager Sun Wukong, who had been ready to wield his staff once more. With hands clasped together, he uttered a Buddhist chant, Ba, forgive me, forgive me. The bystanders twitched at the corners of their mouths. You, indeed, are aware of your transgressions? As a monk, you condone the act of killing? Prepare to meet your fate in hell. Yet, upon witnessing the gruesome scene on the ground, the bandits trembled uncontrollably and knelt, pleading, spare us, holy monk. Ba. The Chu family embodies compassion. Forgive us, forgive us. Tang Yu presented himself as a sage, exuding an air of benevolence. Wukong, as monks, we ought to be filled with compassion. Sun Wukong scoffed. You weren't so magnanimous when you urged me to act just now. Why pretend to be a good Samaritan now? Ba, monks should embody compassion. You may all depart. Tang Yu waved his hand with remarkable generosity. However, his words left the bandits momentarily stunned, unsure of whether to believe him. One of them mustered the courage to take a couple of steps back, only to see that Chang Yu showed no interest, prompting him to flee swiftly. It's too terrifying, too terrifying. I'm going home to farm. I shall no longer be a bandit. The group of bandits dispersed in a tumultuous hurry, while Tang Yu resumed his repose as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, he instructed the old man to slaughter another chicken. After satisfying his hunger, he set forth with Sun Wukong once more. The trials and tribulations were only just beginning. However, it was likely that Eagle Cry Gorge lay not far ahead, the secret stronghold of the White Dragon. Tang Yu felt a degree of sympathy for the White Dragon, who, upon being cuckolded shortly after marriage, shattered the luminous pearl in a fit of rage and was subsequently exiled to suffer in Eagle Cry Gorge. In truth, wasn't this all part of the scheming of those bald-headed monks? Their aim was to fulfill the requirements of the journey to the west. Tang Yu sighed and began to ponder, System, is there any concoction that would induce the White Dragon to have a prolonged bout of diarrhea, perhaps lasting 3 to 5 years? By refraining from taking Sun Wukong as a disciple, he had inexplicably accrued 100,000 fortune points. This faintly suggested to Tang Yu a method to obtain fortune points. Thus, he considered employing the same tactic with the White Dragon, opting not to accept him as a disciple either. No, the system replied, somewhat exasperated. What sort of mind could conceive such a notion? Diarrhea is one thing, but for it to last 3 to 5 years? Even a dragon like the White Dragon would struggle with that. Tang Yu expressed his regret, then swiftly inquired, is there any sort of medicine that could ensure he remains erect for 3 to 5 years? If the duration is too short, the White Dragon would inevitably follow once he recovers. This directly grants him a span of 3 to 5 years. No one possesses the enchanting spiritual elixir, which has a validity of 3 months. The exchange cost is 30,000 fortune points. Tang Yu grimaced. He had painstakingly gathered 100,000, and now he was required to part with 30,000. Yet, upon further reflection, as long as he refrained from taking in the little White Dragon, he would still acquire another 100,000 fortune points. Overall, it was a profitable exchange. With a resolute determination, he proceeded with the transaction. Next came the pivotal task of persuading the little white dragon to consume the potion. Glancing at the white horse beneath him, Tang Yu chuckled inwardly, devising a plan. Passing by a small grove, he dismounted and found a large stone on which he settled himself. Wukong, fetch me some wild delicacies. Yes, master, son Wukong replied, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Bodhisattva Guanyin had been trailing them all along, anticipating the moment when he would distract son Wukong. At that instant, she transformed into a village maiden, approaching with a simple offering of vegetarian fare. However, upon witnessing Tang Yu's demeanor, she was taken aback. Tang Yu reclined on the stone, propping his legs up and swaying them, one arm resting behind his head, his robe half open, an unmistakable portrayal of a rogue monk. After a considerable effort to sideline son Wukong, Guanyin could not afford to hesitate. She approached him. In this desolate wilderness, why is the elder alone? I have arrived, Tang Yu thought to himself, smirking internally. He had anticipated this scenario. Swinging his legs, he did not even glance her way. This humble monk also wishes to renounce his vows and take a wife. Guanyin felt a flock of crows fly overhead, at a loss for how to respond. Elder, you jest. As a monk, you should ideally embrace the void of the four realms. At his words, Tang Yu chuckled, sitting upright, adjusting his robe, revealing a patch of leg hair. Witnessing his behavior, Guanyin's lips twitched. Lighting a cigarette, Tang Yu then inquired, "May I ask, dear benefactress, if the world were filled with monks, embodying the void of the four realms, from whence would humanity arise?" Guanyin was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a reply. To this humble monk, marrying and bearing children was a fundamental aspect of humanity, a principle of natural order. Tang Yu chuckled again. Amitba. Guanyin silently recited a Buddhist mantra, choosing not to engage further with him, and revealed her true form. Hovering in midair, regarding Tang Yu. What perplexed her was that Tang Sanzang displayed no sign of surprise, his expression remaining serene. Tang Sanzang, why do you not kneel? Guanyin inquired. Chapter 6. The ferocious little white dragon Tang Yu smirked, puffing out a cloud of smoke, regarding her with disdain. Why kneel? It's quite tiresome to look up at someone. With a swift motion, he lay back down upon the stone. Viewing her from this angle is far less exhausting. Guanyin trembled slightly, visibly agitated by Tang Yu's audacity. A monk's heart should be devoid of attachments. Yet she had long forgotten the number of years since her mind had been so stirred. Had Tang Sanzang not been the preordained seeker of the scriptures, she would have genuinely considered taking action against him. Tang Song, embarking on the arduous journey westward, hoped to set forth swiftly, for it is paramount to seek one's true heart. Guanyin Bodhisattva gently reminded him, implying that he must not forget his own affairs lest he delay the grand mission of acquiring the scriptures. However, upon hearing the phrase seek one's true heart, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. My true heart is that I do not wish to go. Amitba. Guanyin Bodhisattva silently chanted a Buddhist mantra, suppressing her impulse to eliminate him. With a wave of her hand, a golden cap fell into Tang Yu's grasp. This was the tightening spell meant for son Wukong, whose mischievous nature remained unabated. Once this object was placed upon his head, he would no longer dare to defy or disregard orders. A cold smirk crept across Tang Yu's face. This was clearly a means to control the monkey. How shameless these people are, branding him as mischievous and obstinate. I find Wukong exceedingly obedient. For instance, last night when I encountered bandits, I commanded him to eliminate them, and without a moment's hesitation, he did so with a single blow, truly obedient. Tang Sing. Guanyin Bodhisattva thundered. The force of her voice reverberated in Tang Yu's head, causing his vision to blur. How dare they attempt to coerce me through force? Do not forget, you are a monk, and a monk ought to embody compassion. Just look at you. There is nothing monk-like about your demeanor. Guanyin Bodhisattva took a deep breath and calmly stated, the tightening spell is entrusted to you. I shall teach you an incantation. Tang Yu seemed still lost in confusion, yet miraculously complied with her words. By the time he regained his senses, Guanyin Bodhisattva had already departed. He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, just wait. It is merely because I lack magical power that you take advantage of me. One day, I shall repay you. With a cold laugh, he regarded the golden cap in his hand. Place it upon son Wukong? That is utterly impossible. He was currently vying for fate, and they would inevitably notice. If utilized wisely, son Wukong could potentially be his ally. Yet, should this item be donned, Wukong would belong to the Buddhist realm, and there would be no turning back. Although Guanyin Bodhisattva had imparted the incantation to him, who could ascertain whether it could be altered? If he truly employed this item to control Sun Wukong, his fate would be sealed. He tucked away the tightening spell, undecided on how to proceed. In any case, he would never place it upon Sun Wukong. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, clutching 2 wild rabbits. After roasting them over the volcanic heat and satisfying their hunger, they resumed their journey. Not far ahead lay the Eagle Cry Gorge. At this moment, Tang Yu found himself eagerly anticipating the swift appearance of the white dragon. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted in alarm, pulling him several meters away. "Master, be cautious." A long white dragon, approximately dozens of meters in length, leapt from the water, opening its massive jaws to swallow the white horse whole. This was Tang Yu's first encounter with a dragon, and curiosity bubbled within him. After ensuring safety, Sun Wukong roared in fury, "Monster, come forth and return my steed." This creature was indeed formidable, brazenly devouring the white horse before his very eyes. "Monsters, emerge and return my white steed." Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, called out fiercely. The white dragon seemed to sense Wukong's formidable presence, yet regardless of his shouts, it remained hidden. After a while, Wukong appeared to be somewhat disheartened. Despite his immense strength, he found himself limited in the water, unable to fully exert his prowess. Thus, the prospect of confronting the white dragon in a duel made him feel somewhat apprehensive. "What is happening?" Tang Yu inquired, secretly amused. "Master, it's a malevolent dragon that has devoured the white horse," Sun Wukong replied. "This creature is exceedingly cunning. No matter how loudly I call, it refuses to reveal itself. Without the white horse, how shall we proceed to the west?" Tang Yu lamented, his expression one of deep sorrow. "To hell with it. If I could, I would turn back immediately." Alas, he was a pivotal piece on the chessboard, bound by fate. Moreover, he needed to seize the fortune from this journey. Not only was retreat not an option for him, but the monks of the Buddha would certainly not allow him to withdraw. Amitabha. From the heavens, Guanyin Bodhisattva reappeared, having been silently observing Tang Sanzang, intent on aiding him through this calamity. "Bodhisattva, that malevolent dragon has consumed the white horse, and I am powerless to rectify it," Sun Wukong stated plainly. "Do not fret, young monkey. This dragon is the son of the Dragon King of the West Sea. For violating celestial decrees, he has been cast down to endure suffering. I initially intended for him to transform into the white horse, to test his strength, and once we reach the west, reward him with a position among the Buddhas. Allow me to summon him," Guanyin Bodhisattva called down. "White dragon." Yet, there was no response, not even a ripple in the water. Unbeknownst to them, the white dragon was currently enduring intense torment. Since consuming the white horse, he felt waves of heat surging through his body. And no matter how he attempted to suppress it with his powers, he could not. "White dragon," Guanyin called out again. The river flowed serenely, devoid of any disturbance. Growing impatient, Guanyin Bodhisattva utilized her powers to summon the white dragon. At that moment, the white dragon was still under the influence of the herbs, his rationality not yet regained. However, judging by his state, it seemed he could not hold on much longer. "This cannot continue. You must go and pay your respects to your master," Guanyin commanded sharply, waving her hand. In an instant, the white dragon transformed into a white horse. Yet, this horse was filled with restless energy, its veins visibly pulsating. It appeared agitated, neighing incessantly. Tang Yu was taken aback, wondering if the potion's effect was truly that potent. Looking at the white dragon, he found the sight somewhat alarming. At that moment, the white dragon felt as though he was losing control, howling like a wolf in distress. Thundering hooves echoed as the white horse galloped past the onlookers, charging toward a nearby tree. With a crash, the great tree toppled. "No, the tree is too thin." At that instant, the white dragon completely lost its reason, eyes ablaze, acting like a mad creature. Trees fell continuously in its wake. Chapter 7. The Multicolored Stone. As the white dragon passed, trees collapsed with loud cracks, recklessly charging into the massive trunks. Tang Yu was taken aback, astonished by the potency of the medicine. Observing the little white dragon's demeanor, it was evident that it had completely lost its sanity, howling uncontrollably, its vital energy surging in a rather alarming manner. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared equally bewildered, perplexed by the situation. Hastily calculating, her expression turned ashen. What was happening? Sun Wukong scratched his head, displaying a look of confusion. "Is it horse madness? Yet, I've only heard of sheep madness." Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed a chuckle, remarking, Bodhisattva. It seems this horse is somewhat, shall we say, in heat. Ahem, perhaps we should find a mare for breeding? However, breeding is not a matter to be resolved in haste. The system had mentioned that the effects would last 3 months. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely meet their demise within days. Nevertheless, as a dragon, the little white dragon should be fine. Ba, such a transgression. Tang Yu silently recited a Buddhist chant without an ounce of remorse. Breeding? But the little white dragon is a dragon, not a horse. Guanyin Bodhisattva's countenance darkened as she waved her hand, attempting to summon the little white dragon's true form. Yet under the influence of the medicine, it seemed impossible to revert. With no other choice, she cast a binding spell to restrain the little white dragon. Ba. Guanyin Bodhisattva intoned a Buddhist chant. Please wait here for a moment while I return to Mount Ling and report to the Buddha. In truth, there was no need for her to inform him, for the Tathagata had already been made aware of the unfolding events. Yet, he found himself unable to deduce the circumstances, as if shrouded in an unseen veil of fate. Was it the work of some unpredictable variable? The Buddha mused, is it a variable, or has a sage intervened? Regardless, he needed to consult the sage behind him. As an unfavorable situation for the journey to the west had emerged, it was imperative to devise a timely solution. Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva has returned, the Tathagata declared. There is no need for further words. I am already aware of everything. After a brief pause, the Buddha continued, Guanyin, I must trouble you to visit the heavenly court and temporarily borrow Zhang Guolao's donkey. We cannot afford to delay the quest for scriptures. Events were unfolding increasingly unpredictably. What was once a straightforward journey to the west now seemed to be influenced by unseen forces. Guanyin Bodhisattva proceeded to the heavenly court, while the Tathagata ventured to the primordial wilderness. Salutations, sage. No need for further words. I am already aware of everything, Zhuan-Ti remarked. The journey to the west has encountered variables requiring your attention. May I inquire, sage, whether this variable is of human origin or a consequence of fate? I do not know. Zhuan-Ti continued to calculate. We cannot discern the cause, but it is likely human-made. In the 33 heavens, Taishang Laojun gazed intently at the heavenly Tao stone, incessantly calculating. Moments later, he murmured, another variable? Fixating on the heavenly Tao stone, his gaze was piercing. Unable to discern the outcome, everything seemed obscured. Raising his eyes to Tang Yu and his companions, Taishang Laojun hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. At this moment, only Tang Yu remained, accompanied by a single white horse that had been immobilized. As for son Wukong, he had ventured out in search of wild game. During this time, the monkey had feasted alongside Tang Yu, gaining several pounds. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Tang Yu glanced to the side and saw an elder clad in azure robes who had appeared unnoticed. His gaze was profound, as if swirling with chaos. And at this moment, he was intently observing Tang Yu. Great sage. Tang Sanzang bowed respectfully to the sage, and Tang Yu hastily returned the gesture. However, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he inadvertently exposed himself? If that were the case, it would indeed pose a troublesome predicament. Upon reflection, he realized that perhaps his actions had been somewhat excessive, likely raising suspicions in anyone. Yet, he had felt emboldened by the knowledge that the Buddhist sect would not dare take action against him. However, the appearance of the great sage stirred an ominous feeling within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yu gritted his teeth and spoke candidly. Might I inquire, sage, is the course of the journey to the west immutable? The great sage's eyes narrowed, and he soon broke into a light-hearted laugh. The course is indeed unchangeable. But what of the smaller currents? Perhaps, Tang Yu responded. The great sage fixed his gaze upon him and declared, it is indeed you. Your predetermined fate has transformed into a variable. He suddenly erupted into laughter. How amusing. As a vital component of the Buddhist sect, even should they discover your status as a variable, they would remain powerless to alter it. How intriguing. If it were possible, I would not wish for such circumstances. Yet being ensnared within this web makes it difficult to extricate oneself. Tang Yu offered a wry smile, lamenting that no one truly desired to undertake the arduous journey to retrieve the scriptures, traversing mountains and rivers. If it were for the benefit of the world, he might endure it. However, it was merely a means, a strategy in the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, ensnaring him with no hope of retreat. Sanzang, now that you are ensnared, it is necessary for you to find a way to extricate yourself. The great sage, with one hand behind his back, spoke somewhat sorrowfully. You, Sun Wukong, Marshal Tianpeng, and General of the Rolling Curtain, who among you is not ensnared within this web? He cast a glance at the immobilized white dragon nearby, adding, originally, he too was ensnared, but it seems he has managed to break free. I once believed Sun Wukong had the greatest chance of escaping this web, yet unexpectedly, it is you who has emerged. The great sage remarked contemplatively, his azure robes billowing. Hearing this, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Recalling how Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, enduring 49 days of refinement in the great sage's 8 trigrams furnace. Rather than perishing, he had instead gained the fiery eyes of truth. Now, it dawned upon Tang Yu that this might have been a deliberate act by the great sage. Despite Sun Wukong's origin as a stone monkey, beneath the sage's influence, he remained but an insignificant being. How could he not be slain? In this calamity of the journey to the west, it appeared that certain sages had already orchestrated their schemes from behind the scenes. With a swift motion, the great sage waved his hand, conjuring a radiant, multicolored stone that materialized in Tang Yu's palm. What is this? Tang Yu inquired, perplexed. A multicolored stone. The great sage responded. However, did not Nuwa leave behind only a single piece of multicolored stone when she mended the heavens? Tang Yu asked. It is a well-known tale that during the ancient times, when Nuwa mended the heavens, a piece of colorful stone fell from her hand. This stone is none other than the legendary Sun Wukong. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun chuckled softly, noting that while many fragments were scattered, only Sun Wukong emerged as an anomaly. Take good care of this stone. It shall prove invaluable to both you and Sun Wukong in the future. From the Supreme Lord's words, it was clear that numerous colorful stones had been left behind, yet only Sun Wukong had successfully cultivated himself into a being of significance. He opened his mouth to inquire further, but the Supreme Lord interjected, "This is a tale from long ago. It is better left unsaid, for in due time you shall uncover the truth." Chapter 8. I am your father. The implication of possibly was unmistakable. It suggested that Tang Yu would only grasp the entirety of the matter once he stepped beyond the confines of his current predicament. Thank you, sage, Tang Sanzang said as he tucked the colorful stone away. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun cast a profound glance at Tang Yu, letting out a hearty laugh. Ah, how amusing. The predetermined fate becomes a variable. With that, he vanished from sight. At that moment, Sun Wukong returned with his catch. He found it rather peculiar. To him, the bald monk had clearly been present, yet he could no longer sense his presence. Unbeknownst to him, the Supreme Lord had previously sealed off this realm. With his departure, it was no longer necessary to obscure the heavenly secrets. Sun Wukong quickly spotted Tang Yu, yet Tang Yu was consumed by concern. The reason he had dared to reveal his identity to the Supreme Lord was the belief that those of the Taoist sect would not wish to see the Buddhist order flourish. By disclosing himself as a variable, he had inadvertently signaled his intent to offer covert assistance. Although the ensuing conversation did not explicitly convey this notion, the Supreme Lord's intentions were abundantly clear. He was scheming behind the scenes regarding the trials of the journey to the west. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, holding the identity of Tang Sanzang served as a form of immunity. Tang Yu sighed, concluding that overthinking was futile. He would take each step as it came. In the heavenly court, Guanyin Bodhisattva articulated her purpose, and shortly thereafter, Zhonghua Lao emerged leading his donkey, which he entrusted to Guanyin. With the donkey borrowed, Guanyin quickly took her leave, for Tang Sanzang awaited her return. The Jade Emperor observed her retreating figure with a subtle smile, well aware of the emerging variables. It appeared that someone was covertly targeting the Buddhist order, though he could not ascertain whether it was the influence of the revered sages behind the scenes. Guiding the donkey, Guanyin swiftly returned to Eagle Cry Gorge. However, upon witnessing the antics of Tang Yu and Sun Wukong, she nearly tumbled from the clouds in disbelief. Tang Yu, with a chicken in hand, was greedily devouring it. Tang Sanzang, Guanyin Bodhisattva called out sharply. Tang Yu glanced up at her and waved. Care for a bite? Guanyin inhaled deeply, quickly reciting a few Buddhist verses to quell her impulse to strike down Tang Yu. With a wave of her hand, Zhonghua Lao's donkey descended. Before Guanyin could speak, Tang Yu broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Thank you, Bodhisattva, heavenly dragon meat, and earthly donkey meat. I have yet to taste such delicacies." Amitba. The black donkey shuddered, sensing that Tang Yu's intentions were decidedly ominous. In a pitiful manner, It called out to Avalokiteshvara, its meaning unmistakable, hastily come to its rescue. Hadn't son Wukong already transformed his weapon into a blade? It was evident that the creature was destined for slaughter, regardless of how virtuous a monk Tang Sanzang might be. At this moment, even Avalokiteshvara was visibly perturbed. She managed to regain her composure and remarked, "This is Zhang Guolao's donkey, for now. I shall lend you some of its strength." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the little white dragon and departed, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Cursed be it, how had her temperament deteriorated so? Such trivial matters should not have the power to disturb her peace of mind. This was a troubling sign. Should such disturbances persist, a fissure might form in her tranquility, making future ascensions in her spiritual practice exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, Tang Sanzang was indeed infuriating. Tang Yu's gaze was keenly fixed upon the black donkey, realizing it was not intended as his meal after all. Had the Buddhist sect ever been so benevolent? Offering him a donkey to ride, he patted the donkey's rear and mounted it, finding the situation somewhat amusing. The Buddhist order had indeed provided him with a donkey to ride, indicating that, at present, the quest for scriptures was of paramount importance to them. "Wukong, let us be on our way," he declared, setting forth. However, this donkey was oddly walking backward. What is the meaning of this? He pondered. Zhang Guolao riding backward on a donkey? Ah, now he comprehended. Initially, he had thought Zhang Guolao was simply running into walls. Now he realized the donkey was indeed walking in reverse. How curious. As he rode, he wondered if this backward journey might lead him back to Chang'an. He adjusted himself, now riding backward atop the donkey. Yet, how was this creature to navigate? With its rear, perhaps? Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the course of the journey to the west. Seizing fortune from the Buddhist sect. Reward, 100,000 fortune points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the course of the journey to the west. Seizing fortune from the Taoist sect. Reward, 100,000 fortune points. Why was there such a bounty? Tang Yu quickly deduced that by incapacitating the little white dragon and riding Zhang Guolao's donkey, he had garnered fortune points from both the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Observing his fortune points swell to over 300,000, Tang Yu chuckled with delight. "Dog system, come forth," he exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Is there something that can obscure heavenly secrets, allowing others to remain oblivious to my cultivation level?" Obscuring heavenly secrets array. Exchange, 50,000 fortune points. If you want it. Fine. If not, then so be it. The system's temperament was quite imposing, yet Tang Yu proceeded with the exchange. He understood that his exposure was inevitable. But for the time being, he sought to delay it. Most importantly, he yearned to transcend into the realm of human immortals. Meanwhile, Avalokiteshvara returned to the Western paradise with the little white dragon. Upon witnessing its peculiar appearance, the assembly of Buddhas was rendered speechless. After some contemplation, the Tathagata instructed Avalokiteshvara to return the little white dragon to the West Sea and present it to its father. How they resolved the matter was of no concern to him. Regardless, Tang Sanzang has already embarked on his journey. Although riding a donkey may lack elegance, the completion of the journey to the West is paramount. Even if he were to ride a turtle to the Western paradise, it would matter not. The Dragon King of the West Sea gazed upon his son, now transformed in such a manner, and it would be a lie to claim he felt no sorrow. In haste, he summoned 2 female dragons. However, at this moment, the little white dragon had taken the form of a white horse, unable to revert to his true self. The dragon and the horse were neither comparable nor complementary. The Dragon King urgently dispatched his subjects to the mortal realm to procure some mares. The cries of the little white dragon mingled with the neighs of the mares. One mare perished, so another was brought forth. Alas, this one too succumbed. The replacements continued until there were none left. 100 mares had been lost. Continue seeking. Forget the mares. Bring me stallions, oxen, donkeys, anything that resembles a steed. Thus, within several hundred miles of the West Sea, all horses, cattle, and donkeys vanished. "My son, I am your father," lamented the Dragon King of the West Sea. Yet, at this moment, the little white dragon was under the influence of the potion, unable to recognize anyone, merely crying out in distress, the white horse bellowing, hooves striking the heavens. As for the fate of the little white dragon, Tang Yu was utterly indifferent. He rode the donkey, yet found it most uncomfortable. He awaited the opportune moment to rid himself of it, relishing the idea of a meal. Though he had exchanged for the concealment array, Chang Yu refrained from utilizing the human immortal talisman to ascend to that realm, intending instead to discreetly break through at a more suitable and quieter moment. He resolved to bide his time. Lost in such thoughts, he encountered a temple ahead. The temple was resplendently adorned, gleaming with gold, especially the plaque bearing the words Guanyin Zen Temple, which appeared to be crafted from pure gold. Arriving at the Guanyin Zen Temple, he mused that the storyline indeed led to this point. The old bald monk had meddled with his robe and even set afire. With a cold chuckle, Tang Yu thought, "You better behave. Otherwise, I shall place the tightening curse upon you to bring you pain." Yet, pondering such an approach against an old monk seemed somewhat excessive. "Wukong, let us seek shelter here for the night," declared Tang Yu as he dismounted the donkey. Sun Wukong promptly knocked on the door, which was flung open by a monk, who exclaimed, "A monster." The door was swiftly slammed shut. "Step aside, let me handle this," Tang Yu proclaimed, knocking with a flourish. "I am a monk wandering to the Western Paradise. Open the door." A monk wandering to the Western Paradise? The words sounded strange to those within the temple. The old abbot, with a solemn Amitabha, inquired what had transpired, then opened the door. "Amitabha, I am the abbot of Guanyin Zen Temple, Jinshi. Please, come in." Feeling somewhat perplexed, he wondered if this truly was a monk. A scruffy-faced rascal with a donkey. Yet the one who had knocked, this fair-skinned monk, seemed more agreeable, though he bore no semblance of a renunciant. "Quite well." Tang Yu tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Give me something to eat, meat preferably, and later I shall reward you with something valuable." He was ready to part with the cassock entirely, deeming it useless. Why not exchange this worthless item for a delectable meal? What to eat? Meat? Jin Shi, the holy monk, and the other monks below were left in disbelief, motionless. Seeing their hesitation, Tang Yu promptly produced the cassock. Instantly, Elder Jin Shi's eyes sparkled, though he possessed several precious cassocks. None could compare to the one in Tang Yu's hands. There was a stark contrast. "Holy monk, this is mine," Elder Jin Shi stammered. Tang Yu collected it back. "If you desire it, provide me with some food, meat, pork knuckles, chicken, anything substantial." Elder Jin Shi remained still, skeptical of the proposition. A meal in exchange for a cassock? After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and instructed his disciples to procure provisions from the foot of the mountain. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the assembled Buddhas were utterly astonished by Tang Yu's audacity, including the Buddha himself. Their plan had anticipated that Jin Shi would covet Tang Yu's cassock, leading to the burning of the Guanyin Zen Temple. This challenge would thus be fulfilled. However, no one expected Tang Yu to voluntarily present the cassock merely for a meal. This suggested that their challenge was destined for failure. It appeared that this was not the only challenge at stake. Subsequent issues were arising, creating a chain reaction. By directly relinquishing the cassock, it seemed the upcoming Buddhist robes conference could not proceed as planned. What on earth was happening? The Tathagata exclaimed, only to realize the impropriety of his words. How could he utter such profanity? He quickly recited a mantra, Amitabha, Amitabha. To whom was he directing this inquiry? The assembly of Buddhas was collectively bewildered. If the Buddha himself was uncertain, what could be expected from his disciples? Bodhisattva Guanyin trembled slightly. She didn't need to consult the Xian Guang mirror. Just a mere flicker of thought revealed Tang Yu's actions. After all, the Guanyin Zen Temple belonged to her, and she acutely sensed everything that transpired. At that moment, Jin Shi had laid out a feast of sumptuous meats. Like an eager attendant, he stood by, awaiting Tang Yu's pleasure. Observing Jin Shi's anxious demeanor, Tang Yu tossed the cassock to him, saying, take it, take it." Jin Shi was incredulous. Did he truly receive such a precious cassock in exchange for a mere meal? Cradling the valuable cassock, he hurriedly exited, fearful that Tang Yu might change his mind. Back in his meditation chamber, he tried it on, reveling in his newfound possession. Bodhisattva Guanyin felt a tremor. The precious cassock she had gifted was so casually discarded for a mere feast. "Buddha, may we consider eliminating the seeker of truth and starting anew?" she suggested. "I sense this Tang Sanzang is seriously flawed." The Tathagata shot her a disapproving glance. The journey to the west was already underway, and it was the final incarnation. Killing Tang Sanzang was no jest. Under no circumstances could he perish now. As for Guanyin's suspicion regarding Tang Sanzang, the Tathagata had noticed it as well. Could it be that the variable was indeed Tang Sanzang? It is implausible. If it were a variable, it would undoubtedly conceal itself, rather than making such a grand display. It appears the variable remains hidden in the shadows. As for the matter of Tang Sanzang, it is evident that a variable has altered him. It is also possible that someone has deliberately presented him to create the illusion that he is the variable, as the Buddha might conjecture, believing himself to be quite astute. Fortunately, Tang Yu is oblivious to his thoughts, otherwise he would surely burst into laughter. Truly, as the leader of the Western paradise, he has effectively eliminated the target. However, Buddha, how shall we proceed with the impending calamities of the burning of Guanyin Zen Temple and the Buddhist Robe Conference? Guanyin inquired. Tang Sanzang has directly bestowed the Kasaya upon Jin Shi surely. Jin Shi is not so idle as to burn his own temple, is he? This predicament has left the Buddha in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha finally stated, "It would be best if the calamity can proceed. If not, we shall compensate for it later. After all, there are many calamities yet to come. At that time, we can easily add another trial to make up for it, thus rendering this minor issue inconsequential. As for the upcoming Buddhist Robe Conference, it shall continue as planned, though it will require the diligent efforts of the Venerable Guanyin." The Buddha remarked, "Continue with it? How shall we proceed?" Guanyin Bodhisattva furrowed her brow, for the Buddhist robes are now in Jin Shi's possession. Nevertheless, she must make another trip, as the black bear spirit needs to be returned to the Nanhai Luojia mountain. At that moment, the assembled Buddhas lifted their gazes toward the Shuangguang mirror. Where there is food, how can there be no wine? Tang Yu expended 50 points of fortune to exchange for a bottle of wine with the system. Thus, everyone beheld him produce a glass bottle filled with liquid, emblazoned with 5 prominent characters, Hongxing Erguo 2. Chapter 10. Has the pilgrim passed away? It is not only the Buddhas of the Western paradise who are fixated on Tang Yu and his companions. Even the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court and some saints are observing closely, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Some wish for the journey to the West to reach its conclusion swiftly, while others deem it preferable for it to remain unfulfilled. Thus, this is a conspiracy, a clash between Buddhism and Taoism. Behind the scenes, even saints are engaged in a game of chess, deep within the primordial chaos. Tong Tian laughed heartily. This Tang Sanzang is rather intriguing. His gaze is sharp, like a sword. With a flick of his fingers, he began to calculate, but alas, no matter how he computed, the outcome remained elusive. He naturally understands that a variable has emerged in the journey to the West. It seems quite likely that others have intervened in this ordeal. From the calamity of the investiture of the gods, where Jie Jiao suffered defeat and his disciples incurred numerous casualties, Tong Tian, in a fit of rage, established the extermination of a mortal's sword array, standing against the 4 great saints. Unfortunately, in the end, Hong Jun intervened, leading to his defeat and warning him not to leave the primordial chaos. As for his disciples, most have been converted by Buddhism. Even the current Buddha, Rulai, is among his greatest disciples. If one were to inquire which saint most desires the eradication of Buddhism, without a doubt, it would be Tong Tian. Alas, he cannot escape the primordial chaos. Otherwise, he would certainly lend his assistance to Tang Yu. Avalokiteshvara descended towards the mortal realm, pondering how to ensure the continuation of the Buddhist robe assembly. Tang Yu's recent antics had left them utterly bewildered. She indeed harbored intentions to eliminate Tang Yu, but she was well aware that such thoughts were merely fleeting. In this precarious existence, anyone could perish, yet Tang Sanzang was not among them. The previous 9 lifetimes had paid him no heed, resulting in Tang Sanzang's untimely demise at the banks of the river of sand, struck down by the sand monk, and ultimately consumed. Even the skulls had been strung into a necklace, proudly worn around his neck. All their schemes and machinations hinged upon this lifetime. Should Tang Sanzang meet his end, all their endeavors would be rendered futile. Upon arriving at the lair of the black bear spirit, Avalokiteshvara hesitated briefly before transforming into a serpent spirit. This serpent had a close alliance with the black bear, the two referring to each other as brothers. "Brother Black Bear, your humble junior has come to pay a visit." Soon, the lair resounded with hearty laughter. "Your arrival brings great honor to this humble abode, dear brother." In the Avalokiteshvara monastery, Tang Yu had already begun to indulge, pouring a cup of erguotu for Sun Wukong. After taking a sip, Sun Wukong's simian face flushed crimson as he exclaimed with a flick of his tongue, "Oh, Wukong, you still do not grasp the essence of this fine spirit. It is truly excellent." Tang Yu sipped again, squinting his eyes in sheer enjoyment. "Drink, drink deeply. Forget your home. Come, Wukong, allow me to toast you." "Master, I truly cannot acclimate to this beverage," Sun Wukong remarked, casually inquiring, "Master, You are a holy monk from the great Tang, entrusted with the sacred mission of seeking scriptures. How can you indulge so? He had long sensed something amiss, but had not found the opportunity to inquire further. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu cast the concealment of heavenly secrets array to shield their conversation. Wukong, may I ask you, what is Buddha? Tang Yu resolved to seize this opportunity for an honest discussion with Sun Wukong. This monkey, unaware that he had already stepped into a grand scheme, was oblivious to the unfolding game. Alas, they all say monkeys are astute, yet he failed to perceive the truth. Not far away, there awaited a simpleton in Gao Lao village, and another fool at the river of sand. Wukong, the simpleton, the fool, this was rather burdensome. A king could hardly bear the weight of 3 bronzes. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Master, I do not comprehend these matters. Indeed, you are but a fool. Tang Yu muttered under his breath. Then let me ask you, how could you, in your former state of powerlessness, traverse the eastern sea and reach Qingjing Mountain to find Patriarch Bodhi? This left Sun Wukong in a state of perplexity. He distinctly remembered, as a little monkey, braving the eastern sea, believing he had perished multiple times. Yet, miraculously, he survived each ordeal, as if destiny had orchestrated his journey to Qingjing Mountain, where he encountered Patriarch Bodhi and became his disciple. And when you caused havoc in the heavenly palace, did you truly believe the Jade Emperor was powerless? Tang Yu continued. Of the celestial elixirs you pilfered from the Supreme Lord Laozi, how many were of the finest quality? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong too felt a sense of intrigue. As it appeared, those elixirs had been prepared specifically for him. As for the exalted elixirs, such as the 9 transformations rebirth pill or the infinite creation pill, they are utterly absent. Observing the pensive expression on Sun Wukong's face, Tang Yu couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Sometimes, speaking too much can be counterproductive. It's better to let him ponder and gradually comprehend the truth on his own. Furthermore, this is the tightening spell. Tang Yu produced the tightening spell. This is a gift from the Bodhisattva for you. Once it embeds itself in your flesh, you shall never remove it. Should you silently recite the incantation, you will be beset by excruciating headaches, suffering far worse than death. Sun Wukong glanced at the tightening spell. Master, I do not fully understand. In due time, you will, Tang Yu replied, lifting his wine cup. Let us drink to our heart's content, and forget our homes. Bewildered, Sun Wukong raised his cup and began to drink alongside him, unknowingly finishing one cup after another. Suddenly, with a howl, Sun Wukong's entire being erupted in a tempestuous rage. His monkey visage flushed crimson, his eyes glazed yet tinged with madness. The golden cudgel materialized in his grasp, and with a resounding crash, the Guanyin Zen monastery crumbled into ruins. Fortunately, the monks had been attending to matters in the main hall and were far enough away to escape. What has transpired? How could this happen? An earthquake? Elder Jin Shi was in his meditation chamber, adjusting his robe when the thunderous crash buried him beneath the debris. His disciples quickly rushed to his aid, but by the time they unearthed him, he was gasping for breath, rolling his eyes and coughing incessantly, as if on the verge of passing away. As for Tang Yu, he bore the brunt of it. Wukong, you bluster, he thought. You buried me before you could finish your boasting. This monkey had drunk too much. His tolerance was abysmal. Little did he know, the liquor of the Tang dynasty was but a few degrees, inferior even to modern beer, while the Red Star Erguo was a potent 52 degrees. In the West Heaven, all the Buddhas stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they witnessed. After a prolonged silence, they awakened as if from a dream. My heavens, what have I witnessed? The seeker of the scriptures has perished? All the Buddhas turned to look at Tathagata, who was equally bewildered. In the 33 heavens, Taishang Laojun clicked his tongue. This is rather extreme. He has even played himself to death. Yet, he knows that the Buddhist realm would never allow Tang Yu to perish. They would certainly come to him for elixirs. It seems an opportunity to extort a considerable sum from the Buddhist sect has arisen. Chapter 11. Resurrection. All eyes were fixed on Tang Sanzang, buried beneath the rubble, leaving everyone speechless. Was this the result of Sun Wukong drinking too much and burying himself in the process? Many in the West Heaven began to suspect that Tang Yu was indeed the variable. However, at this moment, Tang Yu's self-imposed demise completely absolved him of any suspicion. For even if he were a variable, it was unthinkable to play with one's life. The Buddha, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "What shall we do now? The seeker of the scriptures is dead. What hope is there for obtaining the scriptures?" After a moment of contemplation, the Tathagata spoke. "Puxian, please proceed to the Buddhist treasury and select some treasures to exchange for 2 9-turn golden elixirs from Lao Jun. Then, I must trouble you to resurrect Tang Sanzang. If we delay further, his soul will descend into the underworld. Of course, should one wish for resurrection, even if he has been reincarnated, we can summon him back. This was indeed a dramatic turn of events. Amidst the arduous journey to obtain the scriptures, he had nearly met his end. As you wish, honored Buddha, Puxian replied, hastily ascending towards the heavenly palace. The moment the events concerning Tang Yu unfolded, Guanyin Bodhisattva was immediately aware. A trace of secret delight flickered within her heart, revealing just how infuriated she had been by Tang Yu's actions. However, his demise was well-deserved. The tightening curse was meant to restrain that monkey. Yet, he had chosen not to do so, which was tantamount to courting disaster. Now, the monkey had gone berserk and had caused his death. Upon arriving at the Guanyin Zen temple, she beheld the rampaging son Wukong and uttered a Buddhist incantation, Amitabha. Yet, Wukong remained undeterred. Without the tightening curse, she found it somewhat challenging to subdue this monkey. In that moment, son Wukong felt an intense surge of bloodlust, as if he yearned to charge to the west and confront the Tathagata to avenge grievances from 5 centuries prior. Indeed, it had been proven that excessive drinking leads to reckless behavior. The monkey, having overindulged, sought to confront the Tathagata. Spotting Guanyin, he shouted, "Guanyin, receive this blow from your humble servant." With that, he swung his golden staff towards her. Guanyin was taken aback, never expecting this monkey to dare strike first. In midair, she dodged his onslaught. "Wukong," she admonished, as the jade pure bottle emitted a radiant light, blocking his attack. The Guanyin Zen temple, which had once retained a couple of rooms, was now utterly destroyed. The monks, initially prepared to kneel before the Bodhisattva, were left bewildered as this monkey seemed to have lost its mind, charging at Guanyin. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, who could believe such an occurrence? Ordinarily, deities and bodhisattvas reside on high pedestals. Not only do they refrain from physical altercations, but even disrespectful words are seldom uttered in their presence. Yet, at this moment, a brazen monkey dared to engage in combat with the Bodhisattva. This left the monks in utter confusion. Were not the deities omnipotent? How could they struggle against a mere monkey? Wukong, cease this madness. Puxian Bodhisattva arrived just in time, and together with Guanyin, they managed to subdue son Wukong. Overall, both Wukong and Guanyin were of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet Wukong possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Neither could gain the upper hand until Puxian intervened, thus compelling Wukong to halt. He had indeed overindulged, losing control of his emotions, but he anticipated this would lead to Tang Yu's plight. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent to Tang Yu's life or death. He could always return to Flower Fruit Mountain, a place he had not visited in many years. "Wukong, are you seeking rebellion?" Guanyin's voice thundered with fury. All of this was Tang Sanzang's fault. Had he only placed the tightening curse on the monkey, there would have been no need for such complications. A mere utterance of the curse would have sufficed to inflict pain upon him. With a chuckle, son Wukong remarked that he had indulged too much. "Bodhisattva, it seems that the pilgrim has met his demise at my hands, and now I find myself unable to venture westward. Perhaps it would be better for me to return to Flower Fruit Mountain." "Amitabha, Wukong, do not let your frivolity take hold," admonished Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, waving his hand. Beneath the rubble, Tang Yu lay in a serene slumber, his lips slightly parted as if seeking help or perhaps cursing son Wukong. Not even a hint of emotion graced his lips, indicating that the moment had swiftly passed. There was no pain. He departed in tranquility. Indeed, it was a harrowing moment when the beam fell, striking him squarely on the head. Had he known such peril awaited, he would have thought twice before sharing drinks with the monkey. Fortunately, the Buddhist order had granted him resurrection. Had they not, his fate would have been dire. After reviving, Tang Yu sat up, casting a mournful glance at son Wukong. In that instant, he comprehended the significance of his identity as Tang Sanzang. It was his lifeline. Otherwise, indulging in vices like smoking and drinking would have surely led to dire consequences. Yet the Buddhist order had shown him no malice. Their sole concern was for him to expedite the completion of the journey to the west, indifferent to his actions along the way. "Wukong, you must not succumb to laziness. Guard your master diligently as we travel westward," warned Samantabhadra Bodhisattva before uttering a prayer and departing on a cloud. With the task fulfilled, he was bound to return to the west to report back. While he could depart, Guanyin Bodhisattva remained, as the trials ahead required her orchestration. including the retrieval of the black bear spirit to Nanhai Luojiao Mountain. Guanyin shot a piercing glare at Tang Yu, as if to say, were it not for your meddling, we would not have to exert such effort. The monks of Guanyin's temple, regaining their senses, fell to their knees in reverence, exclaiming, we bow to the Bodhisattva. Elder Jinshi trembled as he knelt, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed to behold the very deity he revered. How could he not be moved? Guanyin cast a glance at Tang Yu, clearly indicating her displeasure. Look at the others in awe of me, and then look at you. Where is your respect? The surrounding temple lay in ruins. With a wave of her hand, Guanyin gradually restored it to its former glory. Tang Sanzang, the journey to the west is long. I implore you to set forth without delay. Tang Yu smirked, recognizing the underlying conspiracy at play. The machinations of the Buddhist order likely concealed even greater tribulations ahead. According to the so-called narrative, the Buddhist robe conference should have been next. However, having bestowed his robe upon Jinshi, he was curious to see how they would navigate this turn of events. Moreover, Tang Yu was now utterly unconcerned, even intrigued, eager to witness the schemes of the Buddhist order unfold. As for the black bear spirit, it would be prudent for him to behave. Otherwise, Tang Yu would not hesitate to find a way to vanquish him. Should he be taken back to the South Sea, bolstering the Buddhist order's influence, it would be preferable to send him to his demise to thwart their plans. Wukong, let us be on our way, Tang Yu called out. Mounting his donkey and leading the charge, Guanyin quietly nodded, recognizing how rare it was to find such an obedient Tang Sanzang. During this period, the anger inflicted by Tang Yu had caused a slight fracture in her state of mind. If this continued, she would find it exceedingly difficult to transcend her current level of cultivation. Observing the figures of the master and disciple, Guanyin's silhouette flickered and vanished from sight. Very well. It would be intriguing to see how she would proceed. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the black bear spirit would undoubtedly triumph over this challenge. Chapter 12. Call me Father Wukong. What is the matter with you? Tang Yu began to chide son Wukong. Your tolerance for alcohol is abysmal. One drink and you've gone completely mad? What nonsense is this? Master, I must admit that I was indeed intoxicated at the time and lost control of my vital energy. Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. By the time the Bodhisattva arrived, I had already regained my senses. Tang Yu regarded son Wukong with a penetrating gaze, realizing the truth. It appeared that this monkey had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Buddhist sect, albeit without expressing it until now. Perhaps her words from the previous day had sparked some enlightenment within him. This audacious monkey had even dared to brandish his golden staff at the Bodhisattva. For Tang Yu, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. As long as son Wukong could grasp a few concepts, guiding them would become considerably less burdensome. As for the dim-witted fellows from Gao Lao Zhuang and the foolish one from Lusha River, they could carry on as they pleased. If an opportunity arose to extract fortune from them, it would be ideal to incite them to stir up trouble for the Buddhist sect or at the very least, vex them. Yesterday, the master spoke of matters that I, son Wukong, did not fully comprehend. Yet I did grasp one crucial point. The tightening spell bestowed by the master is intended to restrain me. Heh, son Wukong scoffed. I am the great sage equal to heaven, who stirred chaos in the heavens 5 centuries ago. How could I be controlled by anyone? Still calling yourself the great sage? Spare me the delusions. It is merely that certain figures have chosen not to intervene. They are orchestrating events behind the scenes. Do you truly believe you have attained such heights? Wukong, your acknowledgement of this truth brings me great comfort. Tang Yu felt a flicker of reassurance, affirming that her words had not been in vain. Moreover, with son Wukong's burgeoning discontent towards the Buddhist sect, it was not impossible to gradually steer him into becoming her ally. She held the multicolored stone in her hand, pondering its significance. The old lord had stated it would prove invaluable for both herself and son Wukong in the future. Clearly, he possessed knowledge beyond her understanding, perhaps even foresight of some kind. Tang Yu had no doubt regarding the words of the supreme old lord. He was indeed a sage. Yet, what purpose could this small stone serve? Furthermore, he had mentioned that during Nuwa's restoration of the heavens, countless fragments of multicolored stones were scattered. Yet only son Wukong emerged as an anomaly. There seemed to be deeper implications at play. Was son Wukong's emergence a mere accident, or was it a predetermined occurrence? Was it a product of chance or the result of manipulation? If it was indeed orchestrated, it would indicate that some individuals had been plotting for a long time. However, the timeline of this journey to the West Calamity suggested that their scheming had been ongoing for quite some time. setting aside other matters. The existence of the Tang monk across 9 lifetimes alone spanned several centuries. Thus, everything was ultimately a contest for fortune in the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism. Master. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Sun Wukong's face, and his expression became rather peculiar. Tang Yu discerned Sun Wukong's unusual demeanor. Do you recognize this stone? After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong shook his head and chuckled softly. I, the old monkey, was once merely a stone, born from it, nurtured by nature. However, his expression turned bewildered once more. It seems I have forgotten something. I cannot recall clearly. Perhaps I was too young back then. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sniffed the air, and the golden staff materialized in his hand. There is demonic energy. A small demon peeked out from the nearby woods, promptly taking flight. Demon, where do you think you're running? Sun Wukong shouted, giving chase. At that moment, Tang Yu began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ahead, a massive black bear demon appeared in view, laughing heartily. I have heard from my brother that a seeker of scriptures passes this way, possessing treasures. Hurry and hand over the treasures, and I shall spare your life. Tang Yu felt somewhat speechless. There was no need for further words. This was clearly the arrangement of the Buddhist realm. His suspicions had been correct. This was Guanyin's scheme, to intercept Tang Yu or capture him. Thus, this trial could be deemed effortlessly accomplished. As for the Buddhist robe conference, the script could be entirely disregarded, continuing instead along the path laid out by Guanyin. As long as this trial was completed, she would find a way to report to the Buddha. At the opportune moment, she would appear to take the black bear demon back to the South Sea's Luojiao Mountain. In Guanyin's view, this plan was utterly flawless. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, this trial would undoubtedly succeed. Tang Yu observed and cleared his throat. Brother Black Bear, indeed I possess treasures, and not merely one. Yet is it appropriate to reveal them here? His implication was clear. Even if he were to present the treasures, it would require a safe location for him to discreetly show them. However, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking of how he would outmaneuver this creature. The black bear demon's eyes brightened. Could it be that there truly were treasures? Moreover, Tang Yu was being considerate, acknowledging the danger of revealing treasures in such a place. Given your perceptiveness, I shall spare your life. Humph, just ahead lies my lair. If you cannot produce the treasures I desire, do not blame me for devouring you. There must be treasures. Let us go to your lair for a while. Tang Yu boldly offered to visit the demon's dwelling. Guanyin, concealed in the shadows, suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. This was entirely different from her expectations. She had envisioned Tang Yu denying the existence of treasures, leading the black bear demon to seize him in anger, prompting Sun Wukong to come to the rescue, followed by her intervention to subdue the demon. Oh, then this trial would have been complete. However, Tang Yu's audacious maneuver had caught her off guard. She hastily revealed herself. This black bear demon was not part of the Buddhist arrangement. Should it act in rage and truly slay Tang Yu, it would be a significant loss. Sun Wukong, still in pursuit of the demon, returned without noticing Tang Yu's absence. Wukong, your master has been captured by a demon. Hurry and come with me to rescue him. Guanyin Bodhisattva proclaimed. Yes. Sun Wukong felt a sense of bewilderment. How timely was the manifestation. Moreover, you were right here, watching helplessly as that bald donkey was taken away. With your capabilities, rescuing Master would be a mere trifle, so why wait for me? Arriving at the lair of the black bear spirit, Sun Wukong shouted, Monster, come forth. Monster, emerge. Yet, there was not a single sound from within. Just as he prepared to call out again, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the cave. Ah! It was the voice of the black bear spirit, filled with a torment worse than death. Kneel before me, commanded Tang Yu, his voice resonating with authority. There was a thud. Without a doubt, the black bear spirit had indeed knelt. Call me father, Tang Yu proclaimed with arrogance. Father, father, father. The black bear spirit cried out, its voice a cacophony of anguish. Outside the cave, Guanyin could clearly hear their exchange, her eyes flickering with confusion. What is happening? Surely, there cannot be yet another twist? Chapter 13. Who wears the tightening spell? Guanyin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that events were taking an unexpected turn once more. But how did Tang Sanzang manage this? The black bear spirit had already attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, with a tough hide and formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary being. Yet here it was, wailing and bowing in anguish, continuously addressing Tang Yu as father, a clear indication of its total submission. With this question lingering, Guanyin instantly appeared within the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, she was nearly overcome with rage, her composure shaken. The tightening spell originally prepared for Sun Wukong was now ensnaring the head of the black bear spirit, while Tang Yu continued to recite the incantation. Sun Wukong gazed at the tormented black bear spirit, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. If that spell were to be placed upon his own head, it would undoubtedly be he, rolling on the ground in desperation, seeking mercy at this moment. Truly, the Buddhist realm is insidious, attempting to control him in such a manner. Fortunately, Tang Sanzang could not bear to see such suffering and had spoken the truth. At that moment, Sun Wukong began to accept the reality that Tang Yu was indeed his master. Ba, Bodhisattva, this black bear spirit, under the influence of my profound Buddhist teachings, has resolved to turn back from its misguided path. The Buddhist path is one of compassion. A practitioner should harbor kindness. Perhaps, Bodhisattva, you might spare its life. Tang Yu clasped his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist phrase, embodying the demeanor of a compassionate monk, while inwardly reveling in his own brilliance. As for how the tightening spell had come to adorn the black bear spirit's head, it was hardly a matter of concern. The creature had come willingly, after all. Moreover, the golden cap shone resplendently, unmistakably a treasure. Thus, it was evident that the black bear spirit had placed it upon itself. A smirk crept upon Guanyin's lips, her features twitching slightly. You speak of profound Buddhist teachings and the compassion of a monk? Yet, when you urged Sun Wukong to slay, there was no mercy shown. However, it seems that the tightening spell has unexpectedly found its way onto the head of the black bear spirit, which presents quite a predicament. Originally, this spell was meant for Sun Wukong. The 3 spells entrusted to her by the Tathagata were all crafted by the sage himself: the tightening spell, the forbidden spell, and the golden spell. She found herself utterly incapable of removing it from the black bear spirit's head. What could she possibly do? The sense of powerlessness within her grew increasingly potent. She had initially believed that this challenge would be easily resolved. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tang Yu would deviate entirely from the expected course, disrupting the plan completely? What's happening, Tang Sanzang? Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed sharply. Tang Yu pointed at the black bear spirit. The monk is subduing the demon. Oh dear. Guanyin Bodhisattva nearly succumbed to dizziness. Taking a deep breath, she felt her composure shatter further. What I meant to inquire was how the tightening spell ended up on his head. He chose to wear it himself, Tang Yu replied. The truth was that the black bear spirit had willingly donned it. Thus he spoke honestly. Ask him if he put it on himself. Tang Yu gestured toward the black bear spirit. With tears and snot streaming down his face, the black bear's spirit admitted, yes, it was my decision to wear it. He regretted it immensely. How could such a tormenting thing end up on his head? His head throbbed, and he felt as though he were in a living hell. Seeing Guanyin Bodhisattva, he continuously bowed and pleaded, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. I implore you, please remove this spell. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed. This is a treasure forged by the sage. I, too, am powerless against it. However, having observed your lack of malevolence over the years and your amicable relations with the Guanyin Zen temple, I require a guardian for the Nanhai Luojia Mountain. You shall accompany me back to the Nanhai to serve as its protector. This challenge had reached an impasse, and the situation was utterly hopeless. Nevertheless, she still intended to bring the black bear spirit back, salvaging a modicum of her significant loss. You wish to take him away? That simply cannot be. While she sought to take him, Tang Yu would certainly not acquiesce. After all, he had painstakingly subdued the black bear spirit and could not let the Buddhist realm benefit from it. Tang Yu intended to recite a Buddhist chant, but inadvertently mispronounced it. Uttering the tightening spell instead, the black bear spirit let out a howl, rolling in pain, calling out for his father repeatedly, begging for mercy. Oh, my apologies for the mispronunciation, Tang Yu said, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment as he cheerfully recited, Ba? Mispronounced? The black bear spirit was overwhelmed with a desire to perish, his tears flowing freely as he looked imploringly at Guanyin Bodhisattva, silently pleading for her to intervene and stop Tang Yu from reciting nonsensical incantations. This pain is unbearable. Bodhisattva, I believe this is inappropriate. The black bear spirit is a manifestation of a demon, and the aura of malevolence surrounding him is too strong. Clearly, bringing such a being into the Buddhist fold would tarnish its reputation, Tang Yu asserted with righteous indignation, feigning concern for the Buddhist realm. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression hardened as she retorted, Tang Sanzang. This matter is mine to resolve. Your only concern should be your journey to the west. There is no need for you to meddle in other affairs. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu patted the black bear spirit's shoulder, seemingly unaware that he had inadvertently affixed something to him. I deem it entirely unnecessary. What if this black bear were to commit some grievous act in the future? He said earnestly. That is of no concern to you, replied the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Can a mere black bear spirit truly cause such upheaval? Besides, the tightening spell is still in place. Dealing with him should not pose a challenge. Very well, Tang Yu shrugged his shoulders, and since that is the case, I shall refrain from further comment. He then turned to the black bear spirit, instructing, you must diligently study Buddhist teachings and cultivate your practice under the Bodhisattva's guidance. Naturally, the black bear spirit nodded in agreement, showing great deference. Bear, you ought to express your gratitude to me. Were it not for my intervention, what would you be but a mere mountain guardian? Tang Yu patted his shoulder. Gratitude? What nonsense. The black bear spirit seethed in silence, thinking that if it weren't for this foolish monk, he would not have this burden upon him. Indeed, thank you, holy monk. The black bear spirit replied with a forced smile, while internally cursing. Seeing that the matter was settled and could not be altered, Guanyin prepared to escort the black bear spirit back to Mount Luojia before returning to the spiritual mountain to report to the Buddha. The burning of Guanyin Zen Temple. The Buddha's robe conference. Both tasks had been left unaccomplished. More frustratingly, the tightening spell remained affixed to the black bear spirit. Though seemingly trivial, it could potentially alter the course of events significantly. The immediate priority was to return to the spiritual mountain and discuss the next steps with the Buddha. As for the two unfinished tasks, it was best to devise a solution afterward. She hoped that no further mishaps would arise. Guanyin felt a sense of exhaustion weighing upon her. The great endeavor of the journey to the west had always been her silent concern and observation. She was grateful to the Buddha for entrusting her with this mission, for upon its completion, she would surely reap considerable rewards. Yet at this moment, a tinge of regret crept into her thoughts, as if all circumstances had become unpredictably elusive. Chapter 14. The Powerlessness of the Buddhist Realm. Guanyin instructed Tang Yu, Tang Sanzang. You and your companions must continue your journey without delay. Do not jeopardize the great mission of acquiring the scriptures. With that, she soared into the sky with the black bear spirit, scarcely glancing back at Tang Yu. What has come over me? Why has my composure become increasingly unstable of late? Observing their departure, a subtle, cold smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips. At a crucial moment, let us see how I can outmaneuver you. Just moments ago, he had devised a clever trick and discreetly affixed it to the black bear spirit. What it was? It may prove useful in a pivotal moment. Master, what did you just attach to the bear spirit? Guanyin had not seen, but son Wukong had noticed something being placed upon the black bear spirit before it vanished. Thus, he inquired. To his surprise, the monkey's keen eyes were indeed perceptive. He had caught a glimpse of the act. Of course, the primary reason Tang Yu did not conceal it was that he truly believed that the Bodhisattva Guanyin, as a mortal, would not discern his actions. The reason she did not notice was that, in that instant, he had activated the concealment of heavenly secrets array. In the depths of the mystical realm, Tang Yu imparted a cryptic message to son Wukong. As for what lies ahead, you shall come to know in due time. I shall merely tell you this. Follow your master, and there will be sustenance. Son Wukong sensed that his master was scheming something extraordinary within the Buddhist domain. However, he found it peculiar that this seemingly frail monk, incapable of even harming a chicken, could orchestrate any significant events. A mere celestial being could extinguish him with a single breath. Yet, Tang Yu wore an expression brimming with confidence. Upon exiting the lair of the black bear spirit, the system's notification echoed twice in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of the Buddhist path in the journey to the west, extracting fortune from the Buddhists. Reward, 200,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of the Buddhist path in the journey to the west, extracting fortune from the Buddhists. Reward, 200,000 fortune points. What a remarkable bounty. Tang Yu mused, realizing that these recent alterations had amassed a total of 400,000 fortune points. He understood that his previous modifications during the group formation had yielded a reward of 100,000 points each time. However, these latest changes marked the true beginning of trials and tribulations, hence the more substantial rewards. With a gleeful smile, Tang Yu reveled in his newfound fortune. reflecting on how he had previously felt impoverished, only to experience a resurgence of prosperity. The complexities set by the Buddhist had been effortlessly unraveled by his deft maneuvers, with even Sun Wukong hardly exerting himself. At that moment, in the serene halls of Lingshan and the great Thunder Sound Temple, an air of silence enveloped the atmosphere. The Buddha, Sakyamuni, sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. He had witnessed Guanyin Bodhisattva's adaptability in manipulating the narrative, persuading the Black Bear spirit to abduct Tang Sanzang. Even he could not help but admire her cleverness, pondering her profound wisdom. Casting a glance at the assembly of Buddhas, he sighed softly, conveying a clear message. If only any of you possessed even half the wit of Guanyin Bodhisattva, I would not need to worry about every trivial matter. The ensuing narrative could only be described as a dramatic turn of events, particularly favoring Tang Yu. They observed Tang Sanzang willingly entering the lair of the Black Bear spirit, who, upon donning the tightening headband, beseeched him as Father for mercy. The assembly of Buddhas felt as if they had been struck by an unexpected blow, leaving their minds in a daze. Even the Buddha rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Guanyin Bodhisattva has returned, the Buddha stated, needing no further words, for he comprehended everything. With no reproach from him, Guanyin silently exhaled in relief. I suspect that Tang Sanzang may indeed be the variable, she mused, her disdain for him growing with each disturbance of her tranquility. She felt her composure wavering, realizing the perilous nature of the situation. Further turmoil might hinder her path to enlightenment. If Tang Sanzang truly was the variable, could he ultimately lead to her own demise? Contemplating the Buddha's words, Guanyin fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, even if he were a variable, it was unwise to gamble with one's very life. One can only hope that the next calamity will not bring forth any further issues, with the Buddha uttering words that carry a tone of prayer. Even he seems somewhat uncertain, which illustrates that this journey to the West is no longer within his control. It is indeed peculiar. Not long ago, Tang Sanzang departed from the Tang dynasty, brimming with confidence and fervor. Upon the completion of their pilgrimage, they believed the Buddhist sect would firmly establish itself. Yet, before long, a series of unexpected events transpired. It felt as though each incident was a resounding slap, repeatedly striking the face of Buddhism, leaving them collectively bewildered. Even more disconcerting is the fact that they remain oblivious to the source of these blows, which is undeniably vexing. The unpredictable lurks just behind, and one cannot foretell when it might suddenly emerge to wreak havoc upon the Buddhist community. Could it be Sun Wukong? That rebellious monkey has always been untamed. Guanyin Bodhisattva has begun to suspect Sun Wukong. His audacity has grown to the extent of daring to lay hands upon her. Especially now, with the cessation of the tightening spell, he is beyond her control. Should this monkey truly grow powerful, he would undoubtedly dare to ascend to the West. The Buddha, after careful consideration, found no immediate anomalies, yet everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Anyone could be a suspect. It is plausible that the true variable lies not within the pilgrimage team, but rather hidden in the shadows, orchestrating the entire affair, and that is indeed frightening. It should not be Sun Wukong. The Buddha mused uncertainly, deciding to temporarily disregard this monkey. He is unlikely to cause significant turmoil, and later he would devise a means of subtle control. Sun Wukong's potential is boundless and must remain under the auspices of Buddhism. In the 33rd heaven, Taishang Laojun observed Tang Yu's maneuvers, and a faint smile crept across his lips. He had even discreetly intervened to assist Tang Yu in obscuring the heavenly secrets. Tang Yu's actions were advantageous to him as well, so it was only natural that he would lend support. The unfolding events are becoming increasingly intriguing, and he eagerly anticipates the forthcoming journey to the West. However, he is even more curious about the moment when the Buddha discovers Tang Yu's true identity as a variable, yet refrains from eliminating him. One wonders what expression will grace the Buddha's face at that moment. Additionally, the two Western saints, after years of scheming the pilgrimage's tribulations, find that the central figure has transformed into a variable, clandestinely undermining Buddhism. Now that is truly fascinating. At this moment, Tang Yu remains completely oblivious to the machinations at play. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. He rides backward on a donkey, contemplating the next calamity. The upcoming trial is none other than the foolish second disciple. Not far ahead lies Gao Lao Zhuang, where his second disciple, the simpleton, awaits his arrival. Chapter 15. The monkey who caused chaos in heaven twice. Will this trial also be circumvented? When rescuing Sun Wukong, such a strategy has already been employed. Must one resort to the same tactics again? No, it is imperative to take the initiative. In that moment, Tang Yu resolved to confront the challenge head-on, to strike first and catch Buddhism entirely off guard. Western Paradise. Great Thunder Sound Temple. The assembly of Buddhas observed Tang Yu as he proceeded toward Gao Lao Zhuang, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As things stand, there should be no further complications. Especially the Tathagata, fearing the emergence of any issues, dispatched the silver-headed Jeti to secretly follow Tang Yu, advising him to remain astute and adaptable to unforeseen circumstances. Surely, there should be no problems, right? The Tathagata's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. The journey to the west has now seemingly transcended his control. The originally well-laid plans have been thoroughly disrupted. In the 33 heavens, the Supreme Lao Jun observed the figures of Tang Yu and his companions, his brow slightly furrowed before relaxing. With a single step, he appeared outside the cloud cavern. Inside, Zhu Beiji was indulging in a feast. Suddenly, he set down his food and materialized outside the cave. Heavenly Pig greets the sage, Zhu Beiji proclaimed, kneeling on the ground. Since his banishment to the mortal realm, he had spent considerable time here. It must be said that he felt quite wronged. He had not even laid eyes on Chang'e before being accused of the crime of teasing her. What crime cannot be fabricated? Ultimately, he was cast down to the mortal world, mistakenly reborn into the form of a pig. Tianpeng, it seems you have been banished for some time now, the Supreme Lao Jun remarked. In this calamity of the journey to the west, they were merely victims. Indeed, it has been a while. Yet Tianpeng remains oblivious to where he has erred. He has always been diligent and faithful, yet unwittingly suffered this unwarranted misfortune of banishment, Zhu Beiji pondered. However, he vaguely sensed that there was a divine plan at play, and they had unknowingly fallen into a trap, or perhaps they were merely pawns chosen for this game. You shall know in due time. I have heard that Guanyin Bodhisattva recently passed by here, the Supreme Lao Jun casually inquired, his hand resting behind him. Yes. The Bodhisattva informed Tianpeng that there are pilgrims passing through here and instructed him to escort them westward, Zhu Beiji replied earnestly. Moreover, such trivial matters could hardly escape the notice of the sage. With just a thought, they are aware of everything. They are nearing their destination. And they were once familiar figures to you. Familiar figures? Zhu Beiji looked at the Supreme Lao Jun in confusion. After a brief hesitation, the Supreme Lao Jun slowly spoke. A certain monkey. A sudden spark of recognition flashed in Zhu Beiji's eyes. It was he. He recalled the monkey who had caused chaos in heaven twice. The first time, that monkey had nearly had his primordial spirit obliterated, with only a faint trace of consciousness escaping, falling into the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and transforming back into a mere stone. The second time, he emerged from the stone once more, crossing the Eastern Sea in search of enlightenment, proclaiming himself the great sage equal to heaven, only to once again wreak havoc in heaven, ultimately being suppressed under the 5 elements mountain by the Tathagata. However, he seemed to have forgotten his first life, or perhaps it was as if someone had meddled with it. That monkey has escaped? Zhu Beiji inquired. He is the elder disciple of the pilgrim, the Supreme Lao Jun replied. And what of the monkey's woman? The Supreme Lao Jun's gaze sharpened, and Zhu Beiji knelt in silence, recognizing he had spoken out of turn. Some matters ought not to be questioned. Certain things have already passed. Sometimes forgetting is a form of happiness, much like that monkey. The Supreme Lao Jun remarked with profound significance. Yes, Tianpeng understood. Zhu Beiji replied respectfully. Taishang Lao Jun let out a hearty laugh as he passed by and stopped to take a look. As he spoke, his entire figure began to fade, eventually vanishing from sight. At Gao Lao Zhuang, Sun Wukong had already knocked on the door. The steward who opened it was taken aback by the sight of a monkey with a face resembling that of a thunder deity, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "A monster!" With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut. Tang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, wondering why the same line was always uttered. Should he have Sun Wukong transform into a more handsome appearance? It would save him, as the master, from having to personally handle such trivial matters. Gao Taigong was already filled with anxiety. Who could have imagined that the son-in-law they had invited would turn out to be a monster? He had locked their daughter, Gao Tsolan, in the attic, preventing them from seeing her for 3 years. During this time, Gao Taigong had sought countless highly skilled masters to subdue the monster. Yet that pig demon was incredibly powerful and eluded capture. Taigong, Taigong. A steward rushed in, flustered, 2 masters have arrived outside, claiming they can subdue the demon. Gao Taigong's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim once more. He sighed deeply, acknowledging that the pig demon's powers were formidable. Many masters had fallen at its hands. To avoid further casualties, he decided to let the 2 masters go forth. Despite the gravity of the situation, he remained a kind-hearted man. Having witnessed the fate of numerous masters at the hands of the pig demon, and he did not wish to cause further harm to the innocent. As for his daughter, Gao Zuelan, he resigned himself to fate. It was not that he did not wish to save her, but rather that he felt powerless to do so. The masters were indeed capable. The steward, filled with excitement, recalled how Sun Wukong had just demonstrated several transformation techniques, nearly blinding him with their brilliance. Quick, quick, please. Gao Taigong urged. No, I will personally go out to welcome them, he declared, rushing outside, though he began to harbor some doubts. A monkey with a thunder deity's face and a delicate-looking monk appeared rather frail. Could they truly subdue a demon? You must be Gao Taigong, they said. We have come regarding the pig demon. Please prepare a meal, and ensure there is plenty of meat. Tang Yu led Sun Wukong straight inside. Behind them, Gao Taigong and the others stood in stunned silence. Meat? Could this monk be a hypocrite? Nonetheless, Gao Taigong was known for his generosity. Even if they were merely here for a meal, he would treat them well. He instructed the steward to prepare food, and then entered the inner hall to accompany his guests. A high monk from the eastern Tang. Upon learning of Tang Yu's identity, Gao Taigong immediately held him in high esteem. As for the request for meat, it was possible that the monks from the Tang were different from those in his region. Being sent to the west to seek scriptures was clearly indicative of a high monk with profound Buddhist knowledge. Ba, Tang Yu chanted a Buddhist invocation. I have heard that there are demons causing havoc here. To speak candidly, my esteemed disciple possesses certain skills. Sun Wukong leaned in closer, smiling. Old man, whatever the matter, feel free to tell me. I am the great sage equal to heaven, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. No matter the monster. Upon hearing my name, they will flee in fear. What a boast. Tang Yu disdainfully curled his lip. Why did he look down upon this monkey's self-aggrandizement? The so-called great sage equal to heaven. Did he not know his own worth? Chapter 16. Do not cry, fair maiden. The poor monk has arrived certainly. Gao Taigong was oblivious to the true nature of the great sage, yet it sounded rather formidable. After sipping his tea, Gao Taigong slowly began to speak. As for that monster, he has indeed bestowed some kindness upon us. What he recounted was largely known to Tang Yu. Gao Zuelan, possessing great beauty, had been abducted by bandits, and it was the chance intervention of Zhu Beiji that led her to the Gao household. Recognizing Zhu Beiji's honest and capable demeanor, Gao Taigong conferred with his wife and arranged for Gao Zuelan to be betrothed to him. However, after indulging in too much wine, Zhu Beiji inadvertently revealed his true form. Despite Zhu Beiji's honest and good-natured character, Gao Taigong could not possibly marry off his daughter to a monster. Zhu Beiji felt quite wronged. After all, he had heroically rescued their young lady and worked tirelessly for their family over the past 2 years. Yet, due to his unseemly appearance, he was branded as a monster that everyone sought to condemn. It was not his desire to be in such a predicament. In his glory days as the marshal of the heavenly court, he had commanded the river's 10,000 water troops, earning respect and reverence from all who beheld him. Yet, he now found himself in this dismal state, having been cast down to the mortal realm and miscast into a pig's womb, resulting in his current grotesque form. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, nearly moved to tears. In a fit of anger, he had abducted Gao Zuelan and used magic to confine her within a cabinet. It seems this monster is not entirely malevolent, in my humble opinion. Perhaps the young lady might as well submit to him. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Gao Taigong interjected, Do not jest. My Zuelan is a paragon of beauty. How could she possibly marry a monster? Monster? Tang Yu scoffed. He was once the marshal of the heavenly court, commanding the 10,000 water troops. It seems your Gao family has overreached. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Beiji, a once great marshal now reduced to such a state. All due to this so-called journey to the west. How tragic. Gao Taigong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the monster had once been a celestial being. Yet, how had he come to this sorry state? Let us eat first. After the meal, I shall devise a way to subdue him. Tang Yu, feeling famished, noted that the food had been served for quite some time, and Gao Taigong had yet to extend an invitation to eat. Old man, You truly lack social grace. Do you not realize that the meat will become unappetizing once it cools? In the West, the Buddhas observed Tang Yu devouring meat with impassive expressions, seemingly accustomed to such behavior. Indeed, if Tang Yu were to cease eating meat at that moment, they might even question it. However, Tang Yu had already entered Gao Laozhuang, and events were unfolding as they had planned. It appeared that this time, success was assured. After satisfying his hunger, he followed Gao Taigong and others up to the three-story pavilion. Gao Zuilan was locked away within. Observing the padlock on the door, Tang Yu called out to Wukong, "Open it." With a single breath from Sun Wukong, the lock on the door fell to the ground, and the door swung open with a resounding creak. A faint sound of a woman sobbing echoed from within the room. "Ba, dear lady, please do not weep, for I have arrived," Tang Yu said as he approached, feeling as though his very soul might take flight. Before him sat a woman on the bed, her tears flowing like a gentle stream, evoking a profound sense of pity. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her hair flowed like ink. With a waist as delicate as a willow branch, her figure was a perfect blend of curves. Her brows arched gracefully, and her nose stood proud. Her eyes sparkled with crystalline tears, truly evoking feelings of compassion. "Ah, Zhu Beiji, your taste is commendable," thought Tang Yu, momentarily startled. Such exquisite beauty could not possibly be left untouched, could it? Even if he were fond of her, he could not indulge in another's leftovers, especially those belonging to his designated disciple. Suddenly, a delicate monk entered, staring blankly at her, his expression shifting between various emotions. Gao Zilan was about to speak when a familiar voice called from behind, "Zilan, my dear." In disbelief, she turned to see her parents, and she rushed into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Zilan, you have suffered," Mrs. Gao said, tears glistening in her eyes. "Do not cry, for this is the monk your father has sought to subdue the demon plaguing you, hailing from the eastern land of Tang." As he wrestled with thoughts of whether Gao Zuilan had been compromised, Tang Yu quickly regained his composure. "I have come from the eastern land of Tang. Fear not, dear lady, for I shall vanquish this demon," he declared, adopting the demeanor of a sage. "Is it truly you?" thought Sun Wukong, stifling a laugh. A monk so pristine, yet lacking even the strength to catch a chicken, claiming to subdue demons? He found the notion rather amusing. However, Tang Yu's next words caused Sun Wukong to pause for a moment. "Wukong, wait here for that dimwit, and tell him that I am a monk journeying to the west to seek the scriptures," instructing him to come and kneel before me. Tang Yu smiled at Gao Zuilan. "Dear lady, once that monster returns, let us depart swiftly." "Indeed, Zuilan, let us make haste," Mr. Gao added. "Dear lady, allow me to assist you," Tang Yu offered, carefully guiding Gao Zuilan. "Be cautious, step carefully." Having a monk support her felt strangely discomforting to Gao Zuilan, yet she soon rationalized it, recognizing him as a revered monk from the Tang dynasty. "Thank you, master," she replied with a slight smile, gratitude evident in her voice. This smile left Tang Yu utterly entranced. "Oh, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me Tang," he replied, helping her descend the steps. Her hand felt remarkably soft, a sensation that was almost intoxicating. He found himself reluctant to relinquish his hold. Mr. Gao observed Tang Yu and sensed something amiss. What is with this monk's demeanor? Does he harbor intentions towards my daughter? How perplexing. A monk consuming meat is beyond my comprehension. Can he truly transgress the bounds of renunciation? Did they not claim that those who renounce worldly ties are free from all desires? Holy monk, do you truly believe your disciple can subdue that monstrous being? Hai Taigong inquired with evident concern. Tang Yu was completely captivated by Gao Zuilan, and he nonchalantly replied, "No need to worry. Let it live or perish. Whose child is it anyway? Dealing with a Zhu Beiji is a mere trifle for Sun Wukong. Besides, I didn't ask Sun Wukong to confront him. I merely instructed that monkey to announce my name. I am confident that upon learning I am a monk journeying to the Western paradise for scriptures, he will undoubtedly kneel. The machinations of the Buddhist sect have long been laid out. If he does not kneel, it matters not. I can simply abandon this pig, for to me, he is nothing but a fool, even more troublesome than Wukong. The recent indoctrination of Wukong has rendered him less troublesome, though he still lacks full understanding. He has begun to sense the undercurrents of the Buddhist intrigues." Chapter 17. Reluctance to seek the scriptures. As for this fool, Tang Yu had no intention of taking him in. However, he merely pondered. The schemers of the Buddhist sect, having toiled for so long, would not easily abandon their plans. Regarding the journey to the west, the 98 trials had all been orchestrated in advance. Supporting Gao Zuolan, he made his way to the inner cabinet. Hai Taigong incessantly expressed gratitude towards Tang Yu for Zuolan, yet he offered no tea to the holy monk. "Holy monk, please have some tea," Gao Zuolan said, casting a discreet glance at Tang Yu, her cheeks flushing. The dim lighting had concealed his appearance earlier, but now, it was evident that this monk was quite handsome, alas. He was a man of the cloth. Thank you, fair benefactor. I have mentioned before, just call me Little Tang." The title of holy monk is truly too formal, Tang Yu replied as he accepted the tea, casually brushing his fingers against Gao Zuolan's hand, causing her face to turn a deeper shade of red. So smooth, so soft, he mused inwardly, wishing he could touch other places as well. How could this monk be so disrespectful? Yet, Gao Zuolan found no disdain in her heart. After all, Tang Yu was quite handsome. In any era, good looks were always a boon. His actions did not escape Hai Taigong's discerning eyes. With a glimmer in his gaze, Hai Taigong chuckled, "Holy monk, the journey to the west is fraught with peril. What compels you to undertake such a long and arduous path?" This question left Tang Yu momentarily speechless. Indeed, what was he doing? Was it not because of those bald-headed monks? Otherwise, did he truly wish to go? It was a matter of necessity. To speak candidly, I too do not wish to embark on this journey, Tang Yu confessed, his expression conflicted as he inadvertently glanced at Gao Zuolan. It was clear from Hai Taigong's demeanor that he intended to betroth Gao Zuolan to him. If that were indeed the case, should he consent or refuse? What a predicament! "I am Hai Taigong of Gao family village. We possess some enterprises. My daughter, Zuolan, is a rare beauty, yet unfortunately, despite her age, she remains unwed." Hai Taigong regarded Tang Yu, this fair-skinned, youthful monk, who appeared quite capable, exuding confidence that he could handle the demon without needing assistance. If such a person were to remain in Gaojia village, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Gao family. Moreover, Gao Zuolan is indeed somewhat advanced in age, and it is well known that she was once abducted by a demon. Though she possesses exceptional beauty, her reputation has suffered, making it challenging for her to find a husband. This is precisely why the elder Gao has contemplated this arrangement. As for the estate, Tang Yu was suddenly overwhelmed with exasperation, dismissing the notion entirely. Yet, despite his thoughts, he realized that declining was not an option. "Amitba, there is no need for further discussion, for I am but a monk, and all is transient." Tang Yu felt a pang of regret. Gao Zuolan was indeed quite lovely, and such a substantial dowry would be most appealing. He found himself tempted to acquiesce. "Father-in-law," he exclaimed in a moment of excitement, quickly correcting himself. No, this matter is absolutely out of the question. What are you saying?" Gao Zuolan blushed deeply at his words. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Tang Yu's heart raced. My goodness, this girl is something extraordinary, a true beauty capable of causing turmoil. "Dear lady, I believe your father speaks with sound reasoning. After all, marriage is a significant concern for parents," Tang Yu asserted with righteous conviction. He did not outright refuse, but pondered whether he should first win over Gao Zuolan before embarking on his journey westward. Although he yearned to stay, he regrettably found it impossible. Hearing that Tang Yu had not directly declined, Elder Gao rejoiced. "In that case, let us extend your stay here for a while longer, so I may fulfill my duties as a host." Although he could not remain indefinitely, a few extra days would certainly be permissible. "Let us first wait until Wukong captures that demon," Tang Yu suggested after some contemplation. Son Wukong, observing from the loft, suddenly had an idea and transformed into Gao Zuolan's likeness. Fortunately, Tang Yu was unaware, otherwise he would have been incensed. "You foolish monkey. Did I not tell you that simply mentioning my name would suffice? Why would you transform into Gao Zuolan? This only serves to further the Buddhist cause. Useless. Just a Wukong." In the Western paradise, the celestial beings observed this scene, nodding in agreement. Even the Buddha displayed a hint of amusement. It seemed that no issues would arise. Wait. The eyes of the heavenly beings brightened, and they collectively gasped, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Guanyin Bodhisattva turned her head away, unwilling to look further, though her body trembled slightly. The Buddha rubbed his eyes, seemingly doubting the reality before him. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Tang Sanzang took Gao Zuolan's hand, caressing it with a radiant smile. However, to the eyes of the celestial beings, that smile appeared quite inappropriate. Gao Zuolan, feigning modesty, allowed him to touch her hand. What is Tang Sanzang up to? The Buddha was infuriated, expletives escaping his lips. The assembly of celestial beings was left speechless. Not only was the scripture seeker indulging in food and drink, but would he also shatter the bounds of propriety? The Buddha, deeply inhaling, revealed his displeasure towards Tang Yu. It was apparent that the thought of eliminating him crossed his mind, for there was an overwhelming urge to strike down Tang Sanzang. The entire reputation of the Buddhist order was tarnished by his actions. Nevertheless, it was best to let him be. For as long as he fulfilled the trials of the journey to the west, these matters could be set aside, much to the Buddha's resignation. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled at Gao Old Village, causing the venerable Gao Taigong to tense with anxiety at the arrival of the monster. Tang Yu, meanwhile, was reluctant to release Gao Zuelan's delicate hand. He casually acknowledged the impending arrival, exuding a nonchalant confidence that eased Gao Taigong's worries. Observing his steadfast demeanor, the elder felt reassured. As Gao Zuelan shyly withdrew her hand, she mentioned that she would return to her room. Tang Yu lingered on the lingering sensation of her gentle touch, as if it had tickled his palm thrice. What could that signify? Just then, a gust of wind announced Zhu Beiji's entrance into the chamber. Sun Wukong suppressed a chuckle, mimicking Gao Zuelan's accent as he teased, "You dimwit. You actually came." Zhu Beiji, taken aback, recalled how Gao Zuelan had previously pleaded for him to spare her. This was the first time she spoke to him in such a manner, filling him with joy. "My lady, do you not hold me in disdain?" he exclaimed. "Though I may not be the most handsome, I assure you, I am a warm-hearted pig who treats his wife with utmost kindness." Sun Wukong, stifling laughter, beckoned Zhu Beiji closer. "Come here, then. What did you say? You want me to come over?" Zhu Beiji asked, bewildered. Sun Wukong, with a coy demeanor, urged, "Yes, come hither." Chapter 18, My Lady, the humble monk has arrived. Zhu Beiji hurried over and sat beside Sun Wukong, casting glances at him with a silly grin. "My lady, I know I'm not the most pleasant to look at," he admitted, "but years ago, I was the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River, commanding a vast water army. So, this fool was once a figure of significance." Sun Wukong had encountered him when he was bestowed the title of Baima I. Yet, how had he fallen to such a state? "What led to your current appearance?" Sun Wukong inquired, prompting Zhu Beiji to sigh. "It was due to a breach of heavenly law, resulting in my banishment to the mortal realm, where I inadvertently found myself in a pig's form." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Grand Marshal, do you not recognize who I am?" He revealed his true form, startling Zhu Beiji so much that he collapsed to the ground. "Cursed Baima I, you wretched monkey." Zhu Beiji's expression shifted, a mix of recognition and turmoil washing over him. He abruptly took flight. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Sun Wukong pursued him. Outside the cloud cave, a solitary pig gazed at the sky, his expression a tumultuous blend of rage and helplessness. "You fool, why do you not flee?" Sun Wukong called out, laughing heartily as he chased after Zhu Beiji. "Baima I, since you are present, the monks seeking scriptures from the west must surely be here as well," Pigsy inquired directly. Noticing Pigsy's lack of intent to engage in conflict, Sun Wukong sheathed his golden staff. "You are aware of the monk journeying to the west?" "Of course," Pigsy replied succinctly, recounting that it was the Bodhisattva's suggestion for him to await the scripture seeker here. After listening, Sun Wukong fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly drawing connections. Although Tang Yu had not explicitly conveyed his thoughts, he had subtly hinted that the so-called pilgrimage was merely a scheme of the Buddhist sect. He had been directed by the Bodhisattva, who claimed that the scripture seeker would deliver him from his plight, tasking him with escorting the seeker on his journey westward. How foolish this imbecile was. What was the true intention behind the Buddhist sect orchestrating such affairs? Hai Taigong received a report from his servant, informing him that the monk had vanished. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. This was eerily reminiscent of past encounters with monks who had inexplicably disappeared while subduing demons. Just as Hai Taigong was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by Tang Yu. "Do not worry." Yet, internally, he began to ponder the situation. What was this troublesome monkey up to? Had he not instructed him to inform Pigsy that he was the monk in question, urging him to come and pay his respects? How could he have vanished? However, holy monk, your disciple is indeed missing. This mirrors the fate of previous monks. Hai Taigong expressed his concern. If we are unable to subdue this pig demon and he returns, the consequences would be dire. There is no need for concern. My eldest disciple possesses formidable powers. Dealing with a mere demon is a trivial matter, Tang Yu reassured him, unwavering in his belief that Sun Wukong would encounter no peril. Setting aside the fact that they were all arranged by the Buddhist sect, it was clear that that pig was no match for the monkey. Thus, Tang Yu remained unperturbed, his mind preoccupied with another matter entirely. That was the young lady, Gao Zuolan. What did her 3 scratches on his palm signify? Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was well known that in the past, Patriarch Bodhi had tapped Sun Wukong 3 times, instructing him to seek him out at the 3rd watch to impart his teachings. Had Sun Wukong failed to grasp this at the time, he would undoubtedly have missed a significant opportunity. Could it be that Gao Zuolan intended the same, urging him to visit her at the 3rd watch? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. Yet, as a monk, what was he to do? Accompanied by Hai Tai Gong, Tang Yu savored 2 pig's trotters, feasted on a large pork knuckle, and drank some wine. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he returned to the room Hai Tai Gong had prepared for him to rest. In his chamber, he was restless. Should he visit her at the 3rd watch? Clearly, that young lady sought to entice him. Ba, he mused. Though I am a monk, I am still a normal man. Wait for me, fair lady. Sun Wukong and Pigsy stood in silence for a prolonged period, each seemingly lost in thought. Turning his head towards Sun Wukong, Pigsy felt a twinge of pity. What are you contemplating? Nothing, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Everything seemed increasingly like a conspiracy of the Buddhist sect. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji spoke. In the early morning, the golden dawn graces the sky, while in the evening, the crimson twilight enchants the horizon. It was said that even at noon, there existed a beautiful purple haze. At this juncture, he cast a glance at Sun Wukong. The latter, momentarily taken aback, appeared to be enveloped in a fleeting confusion, and as if compelled, he uttered, "What of the purple haze now? The world knows only of the dawn and dusk. The noon's purple haze is but a myth." Upon voicing this, Sun Wukong felt a peculiar sensation, questioning why such words escaped his lips. He hastily shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Yet, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Zhu Beiji's mouth, remaining silent thereafter. Sun Wukong stood motionless, sensing an inexplicable void within him, unable to grasp what it was. It was indeed strange. He distinctly recalled emerging from a stone, all memories intact, yet an unsettling feeling of incompleteness lingered. In the West, the assembled Buddhas exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. It seemed that no unexpected occurrences were afoot. Even the Buddha, Sakyamuni, revealed a hint of a smile, affirming the absence of surprises. The Buddha is indeed wise. The assembly of Buddhas lauded in unison, their flattery resonating in the air. Nodding with a smile, Sakyamuni appreciated their compliments. I propose that once Zhu Beiji rejoins us, we should promptly resume our journey, Avalokiteshvara suggested, casting a glance at the Xianguang mirror before diverting her gaze. Why is that, Avalokiteshvara? Sakyamuni inquired, puzzled, pointing at the mirror. Avalokiteshvara indicated that the Buddha should take a look. Upon doing so, Sakyamuni's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, in a state of urgency, flung open his door at the stroke of midnight, eager to venture forth. But where does Gao Zuolan reside? He pondered, momentarily pausing before beckoning a servant nearby. Ba, may I inquire where Miss Gao resides? I wish to engage in a profound discourse with her. It was indeed curious to seek a lady's dwelling at such an hour. Had he not been a monk, the servant might have suspected him of being a rogue. However, given the monk's esteemed status from the Tang dynasty, even the servant showed utmost respect. Mrs. Room is the second one down the corridor, the servant replied with honesty. Ba, thank you, kind sir. Approaching the doorstep of Gao Zuolan's chamber, he stealthily surveyed his surroundings. No one was in sight. He knocked gently on the door. Dear lady, this humble monk has arrived. Chapter 19. I am now a part of Little Tang. As Tang Yu spoke, he pushed the door open. It was unlatched. Ba. It seems the lady's subtle gesture indeed conveyed her intent, inviting me at this hour. Behold, the door had been conveniently left ajar. Tang Yu's heart raced with excitement as he cautiously entered the room, securing the door behind him. Dear lady, this humble monk is here. The thought of Gao Zuolan's visage and the sensation of her soft hand lingered in his mind, causing him to gulp nervously. To hell with the Western scriptures. Let me first indulge in her presence. Dear lady, why is it so silent? Could she be asleep? Tang Yu, feeling his way in the dark, climbed into bed. As he reached out, he was enveloped by a soft fragrance. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced through the stillness, startling Tang Yu. He quickly covered her mouth. Dear benefactor, it's me, Xiao Tang. In the dim light of the moon, Gao Zuolan finally recognized Tang Yu's face. After a few muffled sounds, she signaled that he could let go. Tang Yu released his grasp, grinning. "Dear benefactor, you scratched my palm 3 times, signaling me to come at the 3rd watch. The humble monk has arrived. Why do you have to be so theatrical?" Gao Zuolan replied, somewhat speechless. "Just 3 scratches on your palm mean I should summon you at the 3rd watch? If I scratch 5 times, does that mean you'll come at dawn?" It was because Tang Yu held her hand tightly that she inadvertently brushed against his palm while trying to escape. However, she never expected that a monk would visit her room at such an hour. Did she truly possess such allure? Gao Zuolan felt a tinge of shyness. She was quite fond of this handsome monk. Yet, having him arrive at her chamber in the dead of night was undeniably embarrassing. "Dear benefactor, don't be shy. Allow the humble monk to guide you," Tang Yu said, pulling Gao Zuolan closer, who responded with a mix of resistance and acquiescence. And thus, oh yes, heave-ho, to the west. The eyes of the Buddhas turned green with envy, especially that of Tathagata, whose expression was icy, his chest heaving violently, as though on the brink of exploding with anger. As a pilgrim, they could turn a blind eye to indulgences in food and drink. But to break the vows of celibacy was entirely unacceptable. The dignity of the Buddhist faith had been utterly compromised. Guanyin Bodhisattva glanced over, her face slightly flushed, quickly averting her gaze, silently reciting the Heart Sutra to calm her tumultuous emotions. "Bodhisattva Guanyin, you should pay him a visit later," Tathagata urged. Fearing that Tang Yu might become too enamored with the pleasures of the flesh and forget his sacred mission, he wanted Guanyin to remind him when the time was right. What had transpired between Tang Yu and Gao Zuolan could not be undone. Guanyin felt apprehensive about this task. She harbored serious misgivings about Tang Yu and had often wished to take action against him. Yet, she could not defy the will of the Buddha, in accordance with the Buddha's decree. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the primordial wilderness, the saints Jiejing and Zhuanti were also calculating the situation. What was happening? Who was secretly intervening in all of this? Unfortunately, no matter how they calculated, they could not arrive at an answer. The only reason they couldn't discern it was if another saint was involved. Taishang Laojun, their elder brother, was unfathomable. If he was involved, it would indeed be troublesome. However, in their view, there was no reason for their elder brother to intervene in the journey to the west. Tong Tian was still imprisoned in the primordial wilderness, so he could be ruled out. This left only one possibility: Yuanshi Tianzuan. Jiejing and Zhuanti exchanged glances, each harboring doubts about the other. The object of their suspicion was, naturally, Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had done nothing but found himself burdened with this troublesome situation. If he were to find out, it was likely he would be furious enough to spit blood. At this moment, the entire Buddhist sect of the West was rendered pale, and the 2 saints were left utterly bewildered by the root cause of this upheaval, who remained ensconced in a tender embrace. What an exquisite sensation it was! Tang Yu felt as if his very bones were melting with pleasure. The gentle realm, the hero's tomb, this sentiment was undeniably true. After a night of diligent labor, Gao Zuolan appeared even more radiant than before. Gao Taigong, being a man of experience, could not fail to perceive the changes unfolding in his daughter. Tang Yu, unabashed, boldly took her hand and strode out with confidence. "Ah, my dear son-in-law," Gao Taigong exclaimed with delight, initially troubled by his daughter's marital prospects, but now, by a twist of fate, it seemed all was well. As a renowned wealthy man in Gao Old Village, with hundreds of acres to his name and various other enterprises, he thought to himself that given the circumstances, this son-in-law was surely destined to remain. Tang Yu, however, wished to stay but found himself unable to do so. "Father-in-law, this matter is of utmost importance. I am burdened with the great responsibility of seeking scriptures from the West, a noble endeavor to benefit all of humanity. How could I allow personal feelings to overshadow the welfare of the world?" He adopted a demeanor of profound compassion, with his fair and handsome appearance. His earnest expression resembled that of an enlightened monk. Gao Zuolan gazed at Tang Yu with admiration, realizing that the monk she had chosen was indeed no ordinary man, harboring thoughts for the greater good. "What do you mean by that?" Gao Taigong's countenance darkened, as he pondered whether Tang Yu intended to abandon his daughter without acknowledgement. He would not tolerate anyone taking advantage of his daughter and leaving without consequences. "Are you threatening me?" Tang Yu chuckled coldly. "You think you can intimidate me? Do you not believe I could have my disciples dismantle this Gao Old Village?" It was not that he wished to abandon such a beautiful bride. Had he the choice? He would have stayed without a second thought, forsaking his quest for scriptures. Yet, he found himself ensnared in circumstances beyond his control. Unexpectedly, Gao Taigong had forgotten this crucial detail. However, a wave of concern washed over him. Where had that sorcerer and that demon vanished till after a night's absence? Would they return? Father, I am already with Xiao Tang, Gao Zuolan said shyly. In life, he is mine. In death, he is my spirit. I understand that Xiao Tang bears a heavy burden, dedicated to the welfare of all, and thus I have no regrets. I shall wait for him to return with the scriptures. Such devotion was profoundly moving. Lan Lan, you are truly remarkable, Tang Yu replied, touched by her words. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Upon my return from the journey, I shall marry you. I will wait for you. Observing this heartfelt exchange, Gao Taigong sighed helplessly, realizing that a daughter could not be kept forever. At that moment, two figures appeared stealthily in the courtyard. It was none other than Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Sun Wukong grasped Zhu Beiji's ear, chuckling. You fool, why don't you hurry and accompany me to pay respects to our master? Upon their return, Tang Yu was not the least bit surprised. Chapter 20. Is it possible to avoid the journey to the western heavens? Gao Taigong and the others immediately rose, gazing at Zhu Beiji with trepidation. They harbored a deep-seated fear of Zhu Beiji, the very creature who had caused turmoil here and had imprisoned Gao Zuolan for 3 long years. Gao Zuolan anxiously clasped Tang Yu's hand. Do not fear. I shall make him kneel before you shortly, Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Observing the intimacy between the two, Zhu Beiji was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the wife he had married had now fallen into the hands of this monk? The signs were unmistakable. With Zhu Beiji's prowess, it was evident that Gao Zuolan was no longer a maiden. Yet, was he not a monk? What are you gawking at, you fool? Go on and pay your respects to our master, Sun Wukong chided as he kicked Zhu Beiji, who stood there in a daze. Disciple Zhu Wuning, enlightened by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, awaits the arrival of the seeker of scriptures and is willing to accompany the master on his journey westward, Zhu Beiji declared. Witnessing the closeness between his wife and the master stirred discomfort within him. He had known he could not escape this fate. According to Tang Yu's expectations, it would be best not to accept Zhu Wuning. However, that was evidently impossible. The monks had schemed for so long. How could he easily disrupt their plans? Given the circumstances, Tang Yu resignedly stated, You shall be called Zhu Beiji. He had initially considered naming him Days, but that name was unappealing and might not be accepted by Zhu Beiji. Thus he adhered to the original script. Thank you, Master, Zhu Beiji rose. This is Lan Lan. She shall be your mistress henceforth. Tang Yu gestured towards Gao Zuolan, making his intentions clear. She was now his woman, and Zhu Beiji should cease any lewd thoughts he harbored. Zhu Beiji looked at Tang Yu in astonishment, sensing that this seeker of scriptures was rather peculiar. He bore no resemblance to a monk, having breached the precept of celibacy. Could it be that a monk could marry? Yes, Master, Zhu Beiji replied respectfully, though he held no fondness for this monk, wishing he would meet an untimely end. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. This was the seeker of scriptures appointed by the Buddhist order. How could he possibly perish so easily? Saint Monk, what is going on? Gao Taigong and the others gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What does this mean? Is this pig demon now a disciple of this Saint Monk? Whatever the case, he is also my disciple. Quickly prepare a feast to welcome him, Tang Yu said, casting a disapproving glance at Gao Taigong. Old man, can't you handle this? You are utterly useless. Gao Taigong remained in a state of confusion, sensing that the situation was becoming dire. Initially, it was only Zhu Beiji enjoying food and drink at his home, but at least Zhu Beiji was industrious and capable. Now, it seemed they had 3 freeloaders, with no one left to work, and even worse, his daughter was entangled in it all. In haste, she instructed her servants to prepare a feast. Observing the lavish spread of fish and meat upon the table, the serene visage of Guanyin remained unperturbed, her expression tranquil. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. Having accepted the presence of Zhu Beiji, albeit with some minor discrepancies, she felt a sense of relief, for there were no significant complications. In her estimation, Tang Sung should be ready to embark on his journey. However, after the meal, Tang Sung took the hand of Gao Zuolan and retreated to his chamber. Upon witnessing this, Guanyin nearly lost her footing from the clouds. This incorrigible Tang Sung had succumbed once more to the allure of comfort. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to chastise him severely. Steeling her resolve, she refrained from looking further, deciding to appear and urge them onward once Tang Sung had concluded his indulgence. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Tang Yu and Gao Zilan enter the inner chamber. It was no surprise to him. After all, his master thrived on indulgence. Sun Wukong had long since grown accustomed to such antics. When Tang Yu finally emerged the following morning, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes. He cast a fleeting glance at Guanyin before approaching the dining table to partake in breakfast, disregarding her presence entirely. "Why do you not bow before me, Tang Sung?" Guanyin inquired, a hint of anger lacing her voice. This was the first occasion she had been so brazenly overlooked. Typically, when encountered, all showed her the utmost respect. "Ah, my apologies, Guanyin," Tang Yu mumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg without sparing her a glance. Cold sweat trickled down the brows of Gao Taigong and the others. Indeed, the holy monk from the Tang dynasty was audacious, even dismissing Guanyin herself. "Tang Sung, as a monk, how can you behave in such a manner?" Guanyin exclaimed, her voice resonating with power, sending a reverberating hum through Tang Yu's mind. At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward with a piercing shout, and Tang Yu's disoriented state quickly normalized. "Well done, Wukong. Your master's affection for you has not been in vain. Should there be any female demons, I shall undoubtedly leave them for you," he jested. "Wukong, do you wish to confront me?" Guanyin's frustration reached its zenith. Not only had she been disregarded by Tang Yu, but now this monkey dared to flaunt his bravado before her. The thought ignited her ire further. If only she could place the tightening spell upon Sun Wukong, the matter would be resolved without such exertion. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies for the time being. Sun Wukong chuckled, for he was a protector of his master. He sensed that Tang Yu might indeed be scheming something profound within the Buddhist realm. Though devoid of physical prowess, Wukong harbored an inexplicable faith in Tang Yu, as if this bald monk were capable of executing unforeseen feats. Amitabha, Guanyin Bodhisattva recited a verse of the Buddha's name, addressing Tang Sung, and pondered why he had not swiftly set forth on his journey. If Tang Sung were to embark without delay, she would be able to return to the spiritual realm and report back. The atmosphere here was exceedingly vexatious, and the tension could easily lead to a cerebral hemorrhage. Most importantly, every encounter with Tang Yu left Guanyin unable to maintain her composure, destabilizing her inner peace further. If this continued, any hope of a breakthrough in her cultivation would be lost. "Let us discuss this again in a few days," Tang Yu casually remarked. "Here, we have ample food and drink, not to mention my wife, who would wish to depart. Besides, we have yet to indulge in tender moments together. Do not forget, you are a monk," Guanyin admonished sharply, her body trembling slightly, revealing her agitation towards Tang Yu. "A monk? Do you think I wish to be this monk?" Tang Yu replied earnestly, looking directly at her. Chapter 21. Go fetch some meat for my master, not go to seek the scriptures? That is unacceptable. If Tang Sung does not proceed, who will fulfill the great journey to the west? At this juncture, all matters of the Buddhist realm can be set aside. The journey undertaken by Tang Sung and his companions is of utmost importance. If they were to abandon their mission, it would spell disaster. Tang Sung, though faced with challenges and obstacles on this journey to the west, must not surrender due to minor setbacks. Guanyin's expression softened, as if genuinely fearing that Tang Yu might abandon the quest. Once this freedom concludes, you shall all be revered as benefactors of the Buddhist order. Easily attaining the status of Buddha, she began to appeal to his emotions and reason. Though infuriated by Tang Yu, she understood the necessity of patience. The Buddhist realm could not afford to lose him. Yet, witnessing Tang Sung's nonchalant demeanor ignited within her an urge to take decisive action against him. However, once he accomplished the great journey, she would relish the opportunity to confront him without restraint. Contemplating this, Guanyin felt an overwhelming desire for their swift arrival in the West. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu smirked dismissively at the notion of becoming a Buddha, displaying no interest. The likes of Gao Taigong and others gasped in astonishment. The holy monk from the Tang dynasty was truly extraordinary. He was indifferent to the pursuit of Buddhahood, a dream cherished by many practitioners. What is the purpose of cultivation if not to attain Buddhahood? Tang Sung, your journey to the West must not be delayed. I have spoken all that I can. The rest is up to you, Guanyin concluded before vanishing from their sight. She feared that lingering any longer would compel her to act against him. As Guanyin departed, Tang Yu scoffed lightly, leisurely finishing his breakfast before taking Gao Zilan back to their room. A little post-meal exercise is beneficial for the body. Guanyin, not far off. nearly turned back in a fit of rage upon witnessing the scene. Zhu Beiji and son Wukong exchanged glances, with Zhu Beiji chuckling, "Brother monkey, how does our master dare to confront even Guanyin Bodhisattva? Just follow the master closely and refrain from unnecessary chatter," came the reply. The monkey gazed up at the midday sun, reminiscing about the most beautiful moments of the past, moments that seemed to radiate with the sun's brilliance. Yet now, that splendor appeared to have vanished. It seemed that this seeker of truth had also aligned with the Buddhist path. A subtle smile graced the lips of Zhu Beiji. Barely perceptible, though he often appeared simple-minded, he had once been Marshal Tianpeng, leading a vast army of water spirits in the heavenly river. How could such a seemingly naive demeanor have earned him the rank of marshal? And how could he command the respect of his subordinates? Zhu Beiji was far from foolish. In fact, there were matters of which he was more aware than son Wukong. This simpleton had learned to adapt. No matter how deeply Tang Yu indulged in his romantic escapades, he could not remain in such a state indefinitely. Most importantly, his body had begun to weaken over the past few days. Feeling feeble, he bid farewell to Gao Taigong and hastily departed on his donkey. Gao Zuelon watched him leave, tears welling in her eyes, standing like a stone statue waiting for her husband's return. As Tang Yu finally set forth, the entire Buddhist realm breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly the Buddha, whose countenance had grown increasingly grim due to Tang Yu's nightly indulgence in romance. The dignity of the Buddhist order had already been tarnished. Were it not for Tang Yu's crucial mission, the Buddha might have personally intervened to send him into reincarnation. "In tu Jiedi, you shall go and bring Gao Zuelon back," the Buddha commanded, for Tang Sanzang was becoming increasingly unruly, even daring to contradict the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The situation was spiraling out of control. Yet, it was imperative to keep Tang Sanzang within reach to ensure the completion of the pilgrimage. Bringing Gao Zuelon back was a contingency plan, perhaps useful in a critical moment. "Your wish is my command," Intu Jiedi replied, descending to the mortal realm. Gao Zuelon, watching Tang Yu's departure, wished to keep him by her side, but she understood that her man bore the weight of the world. A man of such ambition was hard to find. Thus, she could not hinder him. All she could do was wait for his return. In a flash of light, Intu Jiedi appeared. Gao Taigong, having lived a lifetime without encountering deities, was astonished by the sudden appearance of these so-called immortals. "I am Intu Jiedi from the Great Thunder Sound Temple of the Western Paradise." After introducing himself, he explained his purpose. "The Buddha has observed that Gao Zuelon possesses a virtuous nature and has specially sent me to escort her to the West for a period of cultivation in the supreme Buddhist teachings." Intu Jiedi articulated this with great wisdom, directly stating that Gao Zuelon had a connection to Buddhism and was to be taken for spiritual training. This not only showcased the compassion of the Buddhist order, but also aligned with the Buddha's intent to guide all sentient beings. Through their extensive promotion, others would come to recognize the benevolence of Buddhism. "As long as one possesses a sincere heart and diligently practices, we shall guide you." Upon hearing Intu Jiedi's words, the Buddha in the Western Paradise nodded in approval. This clever fellow had a way with words. It seemed there would be opportunities for further cultivation and greater responsibilities in the future. Gao Zuelon, momentarily taken aback, had not fully grasped the implications. However, Gao Taigong perceived this as a fortuitous event. How many longed for such an opportunity? "Thank you, Bodhisattva," he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Gao Zuelon, do you not wish to go?" Upon noticing her silence, Intu Jiedi uttered a sharp reprimand. It was only then that Gao Zuelon regained her senses. The others had ventured to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the West to seek enlightenment. If she joined them, she would have the opportunity to reunite with Xiao Tang. Contemplating this, Gao Zuelon readily acquiesced, expressing her willingness to accompany the Bodhisattva. She then knelt before her parents, pleading for their forgiveness for her filial neglect. Having been abducted by Zhu Beiji for 3 years, she had been unable to fulfill her duties as a daughter. Now, she had intended to honor her parents and ensure their peaceful twilight years. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself presented with such an extraordinary opportunity. Though she had considered declining, thoughts of Xiao Tang extinguished her resolve to refuse. "My daughter, go forth. This is your destiny. Do not worry about us." Her father, Gao Taigong, wept. Such an opportunity was the aspiration of countless souls. How could it possibly be rejected? With a wave of his hand, Intu Jiedi led Gao Zuelon away. This remarkable chance was likely bestowed upon her due to Tang Yu's influence, and Gao Taigong began to boast about it to others. proclaiming that a monk from the Tang dynasty, burdened with a significant mission, was journeying to the west to seek the scriptures, and that this monk indulged in meat and wine. Naturally, the most fervently shared tale was that of his daughter, Gaozulan, who had a connection to the Buddha and had been taken by the Bodhisattva. The news of the Tang monk consuming meat and drinking spread like wildfire throughout Gao's village. In a temple nestled within Gao's village, an octogenarian abbot, whose eyes had once been clouded, now sparkled with newfound clarity. Trembling, he instructed his disciple to descend the mountain and procure some meat, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall partake in flesh." Chapter 22. Stepping into the realm of mortals and immortals from childhood, he had devoted himself to Buddhism, diligently practicing the teachings and adhering to the 5 precepts and 3 rules. He had once believed that as long as he remained sincere, he would eventually encounter the Buddha. Yet, after so many years of cultivation, that moment had eluded him. A monk who consumed meat and drank alcohol had been entrusted with a significant duty to travel to the west for the scriptures. This deeply unsettled his faith, leading him to question whether his path of practice was indeed flawed. "Master, what did you say? You wish to eat meat?" The disciple, astonished, sought clarification. The abbot was renowned as a venerable monk, having entered the monastic life in his youth, embodying sincerity akin to the Buddha, and having never acted against Buddhist principles. What had transpired that led him to desire meat? "Did you not hear? A monk who indulges in meat and wine is being sent to the west to seek the true scriptures, while I, devoted to the Buddha my entire life, have not even caught a glimpse of his visage. So, in light of this, why should I adhere to the precepts any longer?" The old abbot appeared to age several decades in an instant, his expression tinged with self-mockery. "Yes, master," the disciple replied, hastily descending the mountain to procure meat. He was well aware that meat without wine would not suffice. Thus, he also purchased several jars of wine. The old abbot and the temple disciples indulged, their faces flushed with drink. "Jesse, assist me. I hear there is a brothel at the foot of the mountain." The old abbot, slightly intoxicated, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the effects of alcohol. With each sip, he felt the collapse of his faith more acutely. Consuming meat and breaking his vows. This one is broken, and so is that one. There is little distinction between the two. Thus, preparations are underway to descend the mountain in search of women. The elderly abbot, who entered the monastic life in his youth, is now over 80 yet remains oblivious to the pleasures of femininity. This time, he must indulge. His disciples, having imbibed too much, are predominantly vigorous young monks, and upon hearing their master's intentions, they too are eager to partake in the experience. Consequently, a sizable procession of monks makes its way toward the brothel. The aged abbot, unable to walk, is carried down by his disciples. One particularly astute disciple, recognizing his master's frailty, takes the initiative to greet the madam and procure some medicinal aid for his master. The following morning, a shrill scream pierces the air, emanating from a courtesan. When the others rush to the room, they discover the abbot has peacefully passed away, a smile gracing his lips. The news of monks consuming meat spreads like wildfire. If the monks traveling to the Western paradise indulge in such excess, what holds us back? Thus, the consumption of meat and visits to brothels become increasingly common among the monks. Initially, there was astonishment, but soon it became a commonplace occurrence. The mastermind behind this upheaval is Tang Yu, who is now leisurely departing from Gao Laozhuang, riding backwards on a donkey. However, not long after his departure, a system notification chimes in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of the Buddhist journey and plundering fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward: 500,000 fortune points. What is this? Is it due to Gaozulan? Have I broken my vow of chastity? Yet, why such a substantial reward this time? Little does he realize that his actions have incited chaos among the monks, leading to a complete disregard for their vows. The faith of Buddhist followers begins to waver, thus amplifying the rewards. After pondering for a while, Tang Yu remains perplexed. However, he is not one to dwell on complexities. Since he now possesses a human immortal cultivation card, it is time to ascend to the realm of human immortals. With the concealment array in place, he feels secure from detection. Using the human immortal cultivation card, Tang Yu communicates with the system. Host is using the human immortal cultivation card to ascend to the human immortal realm. Confirm? Cancel? Confirm. Upon confirmation, he experiences an instantaneous surge of power coursing through his being, a force incomprehensible to mere mortals. Although the human immortal realm is the most rudimentary level, one cannot fathom the disparity until they transcend. Tang Yu feels an urge to confront the Tathagata Buddha, but it remains merely a fleeting thought. Despite having entered the realm of human immortals, he recognizes that he is still far inferior to the Buddha, who effortlessly subdued even the likes of Sun Wukong. The great sage. Abandoning this suicidal impulse, Tang Yu reinforces the concealment array around himself, ensuring that no one perceives his breakthrough at this moment. He has indeed attained the cultivation of a human immortal, having transcended to the realm of celestial beings. Tang Yu felt as though his vision had expanded and his hearing had sharpened. Indeed, power is a remarkable asset. Suddenly, an ethereal aura enveloped Tang Yu, prompting both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to sense something peculiar, particularly Sun Wukong, who employed his fiery eyes to scrutinize Tang Yu. Yet he remained merely an ordinary mortal, seemingly powerless. But from whence did this sensation originate? Master, let us rest for a moment, Zhu Beiji, in his typical foolishness, exclaimed, feeling fatigued. They had scarcely walked a short distance when this simpleton declared his exhaustion. Truly, he resembled a pig, seemingly incapable of anything beyond eating and sleeping. In contrast, Sun Wukong appeared vibrant and full of life. Tang Yu patted the donkey's rear, signaling for a break. Beiji, your stamina is lacking. You require more exercise, remarked Tang Yu, with a cigarette perched between his lips. It was the first time Zhu Beiji had encountered such a smoky contraption. Taking a puff, Tang Yu manifested a look of sheer enjoyment, which piqued Zhu Beiji's curiosity. Master, what is this? He inquired. This is a marvelous item that alleviates fatigue, Tang Yu replied, producing another cigarette. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhu Beiji took one, mimicking Tang Yu's actions, and began to smoke. Thus, the trio, master and disciples, each indulged in their cigarettes. From a distance, they appeared as a trio of scoundrels. Beiji, I understand you are feeling down due to the matter concerning your wife. Fear not. I shall make it up to you at our next stop, Tang Yu reassured. Zhu Beiji repeatedly insisted he dared not refuse, though inwardly he felt quite disheartened that his wife had become his master. Along the way, there are bound to be numerous establishments of pleasure. I shall take you to indulge, Tang Yu chuckled. Zhu Beiji's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he soon became troubled. Master, we are monks, destined to journey to the west for scriptures. Is this appropriate? He pondered. The thought of visiting such establishments stirred some excitement within him, albeit he needed to contemplate the implications of his monastic vows. With me here, you need not worry. As for financial matters, consider it my compensation to you. A small consolation, Tang Yu proposed, contemplating pawning his golden alms bowl and staff to procure funds for such indulgences. If Guanyin Bodhisattva were to know of his current intentions, one wonders whether she would faint from shock. The audacity of Tang Yu, seemingly dismissing the Buddhist teachings, was indeed remarkable. Zhu Beiji chuckled foolishly. I, old pig, will follow the master's lead. Chapter 23. The drunken king of the yellow wind. The very notion of a scripture seeker leading them to such establishments seemed absurd to Zhu Beiji. Throughout their time together, he had come to realize that Tang Yu was essentially a pretender of a monk, indulging in all manner of pleasures, with a penchant for food, drink, gambling, and smoking. He was rapidly approaching the quintessence of vice. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji found himself anticipating the expressions of the Buddhist practitioners at the sight of their chosen scripture seeker devolving into such debauchery. Yet, he also found it curious. Who could forget that Tang Sanzang was the reincarnation of the golden cicada, wholly devoted to the path of Buddhism? The 9 saints embarked upon the journey westward, and though they perished along the way, their devotion to the Buddha remained unwavering. Yet in this lifetime, the once revered holy monk has succumbed to such moral decay. After a brief respite, the master and his disciples set forth once more. Hidden in the shadows, Guanyin subtly nodded. The next calamity had already been orchestrated. It would be the notorious king of the yellow wind. Do not be deceived by this demon's seemingly modest powers. The wind he conjures is the fabled Samadhi divine wind, capable of shrouding the heavens and making even deities weep. With a mere wave of her hand, Guanyin conjured a humble farmhouse and simultaneously transformed into an elderly woman. In this trial, Sun Wukong would sustain an injury to his eyes, seeking refuge with her, and ultimately, with the help of Lingji Bodhisattva's wind-settling pearl, he would capture this fiend. Thus, this trial would be surmounted. At this moment, Tang Yu reveled in his newfound prowess after transcending to the realm of celestial beings, blissfully unaware that another trial loomed ominously close. However, even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. He would simply respond to whatever arose as it came. The rudimentary tricks of the Buddhist sect were all too familiar to him. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, causing Tang Yu to squint against the wind. What was happening? There was a presence of demonic energy. Sun Wukong seized his golden staff and struck out to the side, but the demon, being rather astute, turned and fled, prompting Sun Wukong to pursue. Just as he departed, a horde of demons emerged, and Zhu Beiji brandished his nine-toothed rake, engaging them in battle. The demons, whether intentionally or not, retreated strategically, drawing Zhu Beiji aside, executing a clever diversion. Seeing this unfold, Tang Yu smirked with a hint of disdain. A powerful gust swept him away, propelling him towards a distant cave. Was this what it felt like to ride the clouds? Quite exhilarating. He began to relish the sensation, but his enjoyment was short-lived as he found himself within the lair of the demons. Surrounding him were lesser demons, brandishing weapons and howling fervently. I have heard that consuming the flesh of a Tang monk grants immortality. King of the Yellow Wind bellowed with laughter. Immortality, indeed? Such nonsense. This is mere fabrication from the feeble-minded Buddhist sect, contriving misfortunes for themselves. Tang Yu stood up at a leisurely pace, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Instantly, the laughter of the King of the Yellow Wind ceased. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Tang Yu. He had just declared his intent to devour him, yet the monk showed no fear, casually inquiring about food. Yes, stammered the king, his instinctive response betraying his intent. Realizing the absurdity of his words, he scolded himself inwardly. How could he allow Tang Yu to dine in his presence? Are you not afraid I shall consume you? It is said that eating the flesh of a monk from the Tang dynasty grants immortality. The King of the Yellow Wind assumed a menacing countenance. To others, this demeanor might appear terrifying, but to Tang Yu, it was of no consequence. He regarded the demon with a gaze akin to that of an imbecile, nonchalantly seating himself upon the throne of the king, lighting a cigarette. He looked down upon the king with an air of superiority. This created an illusion for the King of Yellow Wind, as if he were a subordinate of Tang Yu. However, what was that smoking thing he was indulging in, especially given the monk's expression of sheer enjoyment? What are you smoking, monk from the Tang dynasty? Care to share? Tang Yu exchanged a package of enhanced cigarettes with the system and tossed it to the King of Yellow Wind. The King of Yellow Wind fumbled with the package, opened it, and took out one to place between his lips, mimicking Tang Yu's actions as he lit it. Upon taking his first puff, his eyes instantly lit up, reveling in the sensation that enveloped him, as if he were floating in bliss. He continued to smoke, each drag eliciting exclamations of delight. Observing his behavior, which resembled that of a heavy smoker, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, these were enhanced cigarettes. The Buddha must try this fine smoke. Good things are meant to be shared, he mused. The King of Yellow Wind, genuinely impressed, lit up another cigarette. Where did you procure this? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. Tang Yu glanced at him and replied, I am hungry. Quickly, prepare some vegetarian dishes. The King of Yellow Wind hastily instructed the little demons behind him. Meat, I want meat. Tang Yu reminded him that he had already ascended to a higher realm, so he wouldn't actually feel hunger, but he still craved the taste. The holy monk desires meat? The King of Yellow Wind paused, but his fascination with the cigarettes distracted him from pondering further, and he ordered his subordinates to prepare a feast. Shortly thereafter, a lavish spread of meat was laid out. Understanding that Tang Yu, being a mortal, wouldn't indulge in raw meat, the king ordered his minions to cook it thoroughly. Under the King of Yellow Wind's hospitality, Tang Yu took his seat and produced a bottle of erguo too. After downing a couple of cups, the King of Yellow Wind patted Tang Yu's shoulder and declared, Brother, rest assured, in my domain of Yellow Wind Ridge, this is my territory. Should any trouble arise, just let me know, and I shall have my little brothers deal with it. At this moment, the King of Yellow Wind resembled a ruffian, his chest thumping as he assured Tang Yu, Brother, your words are all I need. Tang Yu willingly offered him a cigarette. Thus, the two of them, one human and one demon, smoked and drank, exchanging cups in joyous revelry, addressing each other as brother and little brother. Little brother, what brings you to the Western Paradise? Why not stay here in my Yellow Wind cave? We could revel in meat and wine together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Proposed the King of Yellow Wind. In truth, his desire was primarily for the cigarettes, which became increasingly satisfying with each puff, especially when paired with a bit of alcohol, an absolute indulgence. Brother, if I may speak frankly, I too wish to remain here. It is not by choice that I am compelled to go. If I could stay and enjoy freedom alongside you, I would be more than willing. Tang Yu's expression reflected a mix of bitterness and helplessness. Noticing his newly acknowledged little brother's apparent troubles, and fueled by alcohol, the king of Yellow Wind exploded with indignation. Who dares to coerce my little brother? Tell me who it is, and I shall blow them away. His face flushed crimson, ready to summon his minions to exact vengeance. It is that Guanyin Bodhisattva. Tang Yu cast a glance at the king of Yellow Wind, suppressing a chuckle within. Chapter 24. A confrontation with the Bodhisattva. Upon hearing the name of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the king of Yellow Wind's expression turned troubled. He sipped a cup of wine in frustration. As the wine slid down his throat, a sudden surge of confidence enveloped him. He felt invincible. Wasn't it just Guanyin Bodhisattva? Fear not, my brother. If I discover her whereabouts, I shall confront her without hesitation. Apart from the wind-settling pearl of Lingji Bodhisattva, the king of Yellow Wind feared nothing. Fueled by the wine, he impulsively decided to challenge the Bodhisattva. Brother, this endeavor is fraught with peril. Guanyin Bodhisattva is a renowned figure in the Western paradise, with the entirety of the Buddhist sect behind her. I am aware of your extraordinary abilities, yet how can one contend with the Buddhist order? If my actions bring you trouble, I could never forgive myself. Tang Yu feigned concern for the king of Yellow Wind. In truth, he secretly wished for the king to hasten his quest to confront the Bodhisattva. This sentiment warmed the heart of the king of Yellow Wind. He felt his choice of brotherhood was not in vain. Initially hesitant upon hearing Guanyin Bodhisattva's name, he now felt compelled to act, spurred on by his brother's concern. Fear not, my brother. With me by your side, simply tell me where she is. The king of Yellow Wind adopted the demeanor of a modern-day ruffian, ready to defend his underlings. Communication system. Does the system possess a means to reveal locations? Geographic location display talisman. Exchange for 50,000 luck points. 50,000. That seems rather steep. However, upon further reflection, he realized that sending the king of Yellow Wind to confront Guanyin Bodhisattva could yield a significant bounty of luck for himself. Thus, Tang Yu proceeded with the exchange. Through the display of the geographic location talisman, Tang Yu discovered that Guanyin Bodhisattva was nearby, transformed into an elderly woman, seemingly awaiting something. It appeared she was anticipating Wukong and Beiji's arrival. Indeed, the Buddhist order had meticulously orchestrated their plans. Yet, they could never have anticipated that a box of cigarettes and a round of drinks would sway the king of Yellow Wind to confront the Bodhisattva. Brother, I do know her whereabouts, but I worry for your safety. If my actions endanger you, brother, our bond is built on trust. How could I turn my back when you are in distress? The king of Yellow Wind interrupted Tang Yu before he could finish. Hearing these words, Tang Yu felt a twinge of emotion and guilt. Was he being too cruel by sending such an honorable creature to face peril? Such a principled and loyal demon was a rarity indeed. However, he could not impede his own ascent. It would be preferable if Guanyin Bodhisattva were defeated. To speak frankly, Guanyin Bodhisattva is indeed nearby, and she may have come for your sake. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. It would be wise for you to retreat with your brethren to safety. Tang Yu utilized the geographic location talisman to reveal Guanyin Bodhisattva's position. Brother, what do you mean by that? The king of Yellow Wind chuckled coldly, realizing that she had indeed come for him. I had yet to seek retribution for my younger brother, and she dared to approach me first. The sudden appearance of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was enough to provoke his thoughts. Furthermore, in the vast expanse of Yellow Wind Ridge, spanning hundreds of miles, he was the sole demon. Surely, she had come to stealthily reclaim her territory. Watch how I vanquish her in your name, dear brother, and of course, for my own sake as well. My brother, without further ado, from this day forth, you shall be as my own kin. Raise your glass, and let us toast to the journey ahead. Tang Yu lifted his cup, gazing at him with profound emotion. The notion of a journey, in this context, could very well signify a passage into the cycle of reincarnation. The king of Yellow Wind failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Tang Yu's words. Now, it was too late for him to reconsider. He had already made his boast. How could he retract it? Moreover, this younger brother had truly won his favor. With the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara indeed present in Yellow Wind Ridge, and coupled with Tang Yu's words, he naturally associated her intentions with his own plight. Downing his drink in one gulp, the king of Yellow Wind stood up, slightly dazed, and called out, "You all, gather around." Instantly, the cave filled with demons. "Dear brother, Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Before departing, the King of Yellow Wind felt compelled to impart this message to Tang Yu. Travel safely. Amitabha, forgive my transgressions. My friend, do not be so reckless in your next life. However, as a demon, perhaps an early demise leads to an early rebirth. Pondering this, Tang Yu promptly rose and made his way outside. Sun Wukong pursued not far before vanquishing the small demon and hurried back. Yet, Tang Yu and Zhu Beiji were nowhere to be found. Only the donkey remained, standing still, and upon seeing Sun Wukong return, it let out a few low brays. At that moment, Zhu Beiji, having dealt with the small demon, returned from the side. What folly have you been up to? Where's master? Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. Brother monkey, after you chased the demon, a swarm of smaller demons appeared, and I, foolishly, pursued them far away. Master was right here at that time. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. It was a clear ploy to draw them away, leaving Tang Yu vulnerable. The two hurriedly began to search. Upon reaching the Yellow Wind Cave, just as Sun Wukong was about to shout, he spotted Tang Yu stumbling out from within. His face was flushed, and his eyes were squinting with a smile, evidence of his indulgence in drink. What transpired? Where's the demon? Could it be that he shared a drink with Tang Yu and then released him? Both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji stared at him, momentarily frozen in place. Oh, Tang Yu belched, you have arrived. After considerable effort, he finally managed to clamber atop the donkey, gesturing for their departure. He nestled against the donkey's neck and fell asleep. While the donkey ambled backward, its rear end facing forward, legs moving in reverse. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. However, given that Tang Yu had succumbed to intoxication and drifted into slumber, it was hardly the opportune moment to inquire. A few individuals had no choice but to embark on their journey once more. It is said that the King of the Yellow Wind, accompanied by a band of minor demons, swiftly located the humble abode transformed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The Bodhisattva felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, Sun Wukong and his companions should have arrived by now. She had intended to treat his injured eyes, and once healed, he would have successfully completed one trial. Subsequently, she would guide him to the Bodhisattva Lingji to obtain the wind-controlling pearl and subdue the demons, thus concluding the second trial. However, as she waited in vain, a sudden crash interrupted her thoughts. The wall outside the courtyard was kicked down with a resounding bang. Leading the charge was none other than the King of the Yellow Wind, resembling a ruffian, his cigarette dangling from his lips, eyes glazed. He pointed at her and asked, Are you the Bodhisattva Guanyin? Chapter 25. A fool's errand. The unexpected appearance of the King of the Yellow Wind left the Bodhisattva momentarily bewildered. Instead of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, it was this demon who had arrived. Furthermore, how did he know her true identity? A sense of foreboding washed over Guanyin, as it appeared that events had taken an unforeseen turn. As the revered Bodhisattva of Buddhism, she found herself confronted and questioned by a demon, causing her countenance to darken as her true form emerged. How audacious! You dare to recognize me. Bow down at once. Under ordinary circumstances, the King of the Yellow Wind would have prostrated himself before the Bodhisattva, let alone dare to confront her. However, having indulged in drink, he felt invincible, as though he ruled the three realms. I've sought you out, Bodhisattva, he bellowed, laughing heartily, radiating a brash confidence. Minions, seize her life. The lesser demons, howling, charged forward. In an instant, a fierce gale arose, sending dust and stones swirling. The King of the Yellow Wind became a tempest himself. This is dire, Guanyin thought, startled. Although her realm surpassed that of the King of the Yellow Wind by far, his gale was the Samadhi wind, which mere gods could scarcely withstand. Apart from the wind-controlling pearl of the Bodhisattva Lingji, there seemed to be no means to counter it. Guanyin never anticipated that the King of the Yellow Wind would launch an assault on her so suddenly, and with such precision in finding her transformed dwelling. Her mind swirled with questions, yet there was no time for contemplation. Addressing the imminent crisis was paramount. However, the Samadhi wind was far from something an ordinary being could endure. Guanyin felt dizzy, realizing she had been caught off guard. Behold, I shall blow you away. The King of the Yellow Wind, witnessing Guanyin falter beneath his Samadhi wind, erupted in laughter, filled with a sense of triumph, feeling invulnerable. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the assembled Buddhas were taken aback by the scene. How could the King of the Yellow Wind suddenly turn against the Bodhisattva Guanyin? The face of the Buddha Tathagata darkened with concern. If his surmise was correct, it was undoubtedly the result of an unforeseen variable's intervention. Yet, he could not fathom how this variable had managed to manipulate the foolhardy king of the Yellow Wind into embarking on his nefarious path. At this moment, one dares to confront even the Bodhisattva. Lingji, the king of Yellow Wind, excels in the art of the three mystical winds. Apart from your wind-controlling pearl, he has no nemesis. Go and lend your support to the esteemed Guanyin and subdue this monstrous being. Thus spoke the Buddha. Have you not seen how Guanyin is struggling to withstand it? If Lingji does not intervene, we may find ourselves bereft of a bodhisattva within the Buddhist faith. Currently, Buddhism is not yet flourishing and its followers are few. Losing even one bodhisattva would be an irreparable loss. As commanded by the Buddha, Lingji Bodhisattva accepted the edict and hastened downwards. In the heavenly court, the deities watched in disbelief, for the calamity originally intended for the Buddhist realm had unexpectedly turned upon itself. What audacity had seized the king of Yellow Wind to act in such a reckless manner? The Jade Emperor maintained a calm demeanor, though a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. How intriguing! He suddenly felt as though the Buddhist sect had inadvertently brought misfortune upon themselves. For years, they had prepared for this journey of trials, all for the purpose of elevating Buddhism. Yet, scarcely had they embarked when unforeseen events began to unfold. The calamities they had meticulously arranged were few and far between in their completion. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor found amusement in witnessing the challenges faced by the Buddhist order. In the 33 heavens, Laozi observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This should provide ample headache for the Buddhist sect. The trajectory of the journey to the west seemed unchangeable, an inevitability. Yet who could have anticipated the emergence of such a variable as Tang Yu? Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Buddhist order faced significant challenges in accomplishing their quest and achieving their aspirations. On the mortal realm, the king of Yellow Wind howled fiercely, while Guanyin Bodhisattva, having sustained some injuries, appeared somewhat disheveled, her white garments now sullied with dust and grime. The wind gradually subsided, eventually fading away. What is happening? The king of Yellow Wind forced a couple of gusts, producing a feeble breeze, akin to a mere puff. He gasped for breath, feeling a bit dizzy, as if stars were dancing before his eyes. He was running low on oxygen. Indeed, boasting and blowing wind both demanded considerable effort. From the side, Guanyin Bodhisattva emerged, looking quite disordered. Spitting out the sand that had entered her mouth, she shouted furiously, "You audacious beast! How dare you lay a hand upon me? Haha, I was merely blowing." His laughter abruptly ceased as the king of Yellow Wind turned to glance beside Guanyin. To his astonishment, a shaven monk had appeared, holding a gleaming pearl and grinning at him. Lingji Bodhisattva, the wind-controlling pearl. This spells disaster. Cold sweat streamed down the king of Yellow Wind's forehead, and in his terror, he became completely sober, recalling all that he had done. He felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Oh my goodness, what have I done? I am in a conflict with a bodhisattva. Cursed be this. I have been deceived by that monk. As the effects of the wine subsided, the king of the Yellow Wind suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the newly acquainted younger brother. However, it was too late to beg for mercy now. The king of the Yellow Wind turned tail and fled. But where could he escape? Guanyin Bodhisattva uttered a sharp command, and with a sudden movement, the king of the Yellow Wind released a foul fart, filling the air with a noxious stench that caused Guanyin to roll her eyes in disgust. Seizing the opportunity, the king of the Yellow Wind sprinted away, neglecting his followers behind him. Though he ran swiftly, the little demons lagged far behind. With a wave of her hand, Guanyin Bodhisattva reduced them all to ashes, venting her anger on these minor creatures. As for the king of the Yellow Wind, he was not to be spared either. The outcome was inevitable. Before he could reach his lair, he was found by the two bodhisattvas. With the assistance of the wind-controlling pearl from Lingji Bodhisattva, dealing with the king of the Yellow Wind was a trivial task. He was soon sent into a state of utter disarray by Guanyin Bodhisattva's might. It was a humiliating defeat, made all the more exasperating by the fact that he had been so thoroughly embarrassed by a mere demon. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a profound sense of shame before the Buddhas of the Western paradise. With a darkened expression, she returned directly to Mount Lojia in the South Sea. Lingji Bodhisattva also prepared to return to the Spirit Mountain to report, but at the sight of the king of the Yellow Wind's demise, he discovered a pack of cigarettes quietly lying there. With a wave of his hand, the cigarettes flew into his grasp. He was no stranger to this item. having often seen Tang Sanzang smoking it with an expression of sheer enjoyment. After a moment's hesitation, he took one, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and took a puff. Chapter 26. The Decline of the Demon Kingdom. Immediately, Lingji Bodhisattva felt as if he were floating in a realm of bliss. The sensation was utterly delightful. This particular cigarette was infused with a special blend, something Tang Yu had never dared to smoke. Originally, he had planned to offer one to the Buddha, but unexpectedly, Lingji Bodhisattva indulged first. What a joy! It was simply exquisite. In just a few puffs, he finished one cigarette and hurriedly lit another. As he gazed at the remaining cigarettes, he found himself in a quandary. Such a splendid treasure should be savored in secret. Yet, if the Buddha discovered his enjoyment without offering him any, he risked falling into disgrace. Thus, Lingji Bodhisattva took several more from the pack, noting that there seemed to be an abundance, and decided to keep a few for himself while preparing to bring the last 3 back as a tribute to the Buddha, intending to indulge in secret enjoyment. Having made up his mind, he held the cigarette and started his journey back to the west. Buddha, I have returned, Guanyin announced as she reached Mount Luojia. Lingji Bodhisattva soon arrived in the west and began to report to the Buddha. He reflected on Guanyin Bodhisattva's recent trials, having been thoroughly rebuffed by Tang Yu and nearly losing her life at the hands of the King of the Yellow Wind, culminating in that embarrassing incident. It was indeed wise for her to return to Mount Luojia to recuperate her spirit, especially since the journey to the west still required her vigilant oversight. Surely, more challenges awaited her in the future, and the Buddha understood this well. A number of arhats exchanged glances, secretly reveling in a sense of schadenfreude. They were acutely aware that involving themselves in the trials of the journey to the west would ultimately yield significant merit once the tribulations concluded. Each of them vied fervently for this opportunity, eagerly presenting themselves as candidates, practically itching for a chance to engage in a fierce contest. Their anxiety was palpable. They fidgeted restlessly, yearning for this task, to the point that some were losing their hair in their impatience. However, the opportunity inexplicably fell to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, leaving them feeling a profound sense of injustice. Was it merely because she was a woman that the Buddha showed her such favoritism? Nevertheless, the decision had been made. The Buddha was the supreme authority in the Western paradise, and his arrangements were beyond reproach. Who would dare utter a word of dissent? Did they wish to jeopardize their standing in the Western paradise? Yet, deep down, envy and resentment festered within them. Now, witnessing Guanyin facing adversity, they could not help but stifle their laughter. It seemed this task was far from simple. Had it fallen to them, they might have been the ones suffering misfortune. After the demise of the King of the Yellow Wind, I made a discovery. The Bodhisattva Lingji, akin to presenting a treasure, produced a fragrant cigarette. Was this not the very item that Tang Sanzang often held between his lips? This was indeed a precious artifact, ignited by fire and savored with each puff, a true delight. As Lingji contemplated indulging in it, he hesitated, mindful of the presence of others and fearful of theft. Casting a glance at Lingji, the Buddha took one, placing it between his lips and lighting it. With each inhalation, he felt exhilarated, his mind cleared, and his comprehension of the Dharma deepened in an almost ethereal manner. What a remarkable treasure! Lingji had indeed not misjudged this lad. He had the foresight to present such a fine offering to me. Lingji's earlier remark hinted that he had clandestinely indulged in it himself. No wonder he had a distinct aroma of smoke about him when conversing with me. The Buddha regarded Lingji with a knowing gaze, realizing that the old fellow was employing a clever ruse. However, given the splendid offering before him, it would be inappropriate to confront him directly at this moment. Lingji had conferred great merit upon our Buddhist order. What? Such merit was acknowledged, and the assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances of surprise. Yet, since you are the leader, your word is law. The Buddha, in his wisdom, nodded with a smile and took another drag. Ah, delightful. This was nothing short of indulgence. Why did the King of the Yellow Wind suddenly dare to act against a bodhisattva? Could it be that the denizens of the demon kingdom were meddling? It seemed necessary to issue a warning to those vile creatures. For reasons unknown, after taking a couple of puffs, the Buddha felt his mind sharpen, his ability to contemplate matters becoming remarkably comprehensive. Indeed, it was a fine item. Originally, Tang Yu had intended to partake in it himself, but fate had twisted the situation, leading the Buddha to claim it instead. If Tang Yu were to learn of this, he would surely burst into laughter. Moreover, Tang Sanzang and his companions are nearing the flowing sand river, where Sha Wujing awaits them. In an effort to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, the Buddha cast a discerning gaze upon the bodhisattva Samantabhadra. He subsequently instructed Samantabhadra to embark on a visit to the kingdom of all demons to issue a warning to the creatures therein. Furthermore, he requested a detour to the Nanhai Luojiao mountain to ensure that the revered Guanyin would accompany Tang Sanzang and his entourage through this tribulation. Upon receiving the Buddha's decree, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra descended to the kingdom of all demons. Once a realm of grandeur, the kingdom now lay in desolation, with crumbling walls and an air of despondency. Only a few aged demons and a handful of newly born creatures remained. Following the defeat of the previous demon king, the kingdom had long since fallen into decay. In that fateful battle, the demon king led his forces with reckless abandon against the heavenly court. But the intervention of the Buddhist order resulted in a catastrophic defeat, shattering not only the demon king's spirit, but also the kingdom's very essence. In the aftermath, many once renowned demon kings, such as the Blue Lion and the White Elephant, were redeemed by the Buddhist order and became mounts for the bodhisattvas, forsaking their past. The great sage, Neo-Mo Wang, narrowly escaped due to clandestine connections with the heavenly court, yet he dared not provoke further wrath. Those demons who survived the onslaught returned to the kingdom, enduring a life of humiliation amidst the pressures of the heavens and the Buddhist realm. "Grandfather, what happened next?" inquired a newly transformed little demon, her skin as white as snow and her eyes sparkling with mischief, embodying an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Her grandfather, now frail and etched with deep wrinkles, coughed softly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering within his murky gaze, reminiscent of bygone glories. Alas, in the wake of the massacre, the demons faced slaughter, with only a handful managing to return to this kingdom, struggling to survive. And what of the demon king? The little one pressed further. At this, the old demon's eyes suddenly brightened, as though he were transported back to the days of valiant battles alongside the demon king. Yet, as tears welled up and spilled from his clouded eyes, he continued, ultimately, the Tathagata Buddha, wielding sacred relics, vanquished the demon king. Yet, the king fought valiantly, wielding his iron staff until his last breath, refusing to relinquish his weapon even as he was struck down and transformed into stone, cast down to the mortal realm. The old demon's voice trembled with emotion. Chapter 27. Embodying virtue, the memories of that great battle remain vivid, as if it transpired but yesterday. The demon king, iron staff in hand, stood defiantly amidst the chaos, his sight lost yet blood streaming ceaselessly from his wounds. His body, charred and broken, bore the marks of his defiance as he continued to whirl the iron staff, a madman caught in the throes of desperation. "Do you dare to face me in battle, Tathagata?" roared the demon king, his voice a mixture of rage and resolve as he swung his staff with fervor. Ultimately, he collapsed, resembling a battered reef. The loss of the demon king plunged the myriad demons into chaos, resulting in slaughter and carnage. The kingdom of 10,000 demons was stripped of its former glory, descending into utter decline. Later, it was said that the demon king had reverted to his original form, transforming into a stone that fell to the mortal realm. "What? The demon king is dead," a young demon exclaimed in shock. Coughing, the elder demon was hastily patted on the back by the younger one. "Dead? Perhaps," the elder replied, a hint of sorrow glistening in his eyes. Tang Yu, slightly inebriated, realized that as he sobered up, the donkey carrying him had already ventured far. "Oh, one must not indulge in excess. Too much drink leads to discomfort." He pondered whether the king of Yellow Wind, his dear elder brother, had departed peacefully. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. "Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of Buddhism's journey to the West, thereby seizing fortune. Reward, 200,000 fortune points." Another notification followed suit. "Congratulations, host, for altering the trajectory of Buddhism's journey to the West, thereby seizing fortune. Reward, 200,000 fortune points." A grin spread across Tang Yu's face. Indeed, instigating a conflict between his beloved elder brother and the Bodhisattva had proven to be quite lucrative. Although he had utilized a location manifestation talisman costing 50,000 fortune points, he had gained significantly. Wait, why is it 40,000? Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, under the machinations of the Buddhist order, son Wukong had sustained an eye injury and sought the healing of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who subsequently directed him to Lingji Bodhisattva, to acquire the wind-controlling pearl. This predicament naturally yielded 2 notifications, culminating in a total of 400,000 fortune points. He decided not to dwell on the confusion. However, a twinge of guilt stirred within him at the thought of his elder brother. "Master, what exactly happened?" Sun Wukong inquired eagerly upon seeing Tang Yu awake. He was somewhat bewildered. Before he could offer assistance, Tang Yu swaggered out of the demon's lair, clearly under the influence of alcohol. Could it be that he got drunk with the demon and seized the opportunity to escape? Tang Yu turned from the donkey, yawning, having shared some drinks with the demon and formed a brotherly bond. His 2 disciples stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of his actions. Is that even a possibility? Drinking with a demon and forming a bond? Zhu Beiji remarked, struggling to suppress a laugh. Naturally, he was aware of the journey westward, and the tribulations were orchestrated by the Buddhist order. Yet, he believed that the Buddhist figures could never have anticipated his master's audacious maneuver. Nonsense. I am your master. If you do not submit to me, to whom shall you bow? Tang Yu lit a cigarette. Sun Wukong, unperturbed by the implications, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Master." At this moment, I can only imagine the expressions of those in the Buddhist order. It must be utterly delightful. How bold this monkey was, daring to voice anything. Had he not employed the concealing heavenly mechanism, it would have been easy for eavesdroppers to overhear. After indulging in drink, his head throbbed slightly. As the magical energy coursed through his body, Tang Yu suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Riding on a donkey, he idly inquired of the simpleton beside him, "Is Chang'e truly as beautiful as they say?" It is said that Chang'e is the most stunning beauty in the 3 realms. And curiosity sparked within Tang Yu. Upon hearing Tang Yu broach such a topic, Zhu Beiji's expression flickered with a hint of pain before he managed a resigned smile. "You see, I was quite inebriated at the time and was subsequently accused of teasing Chang'e, which led to my banishment to the mortal realm." In this tumultuous journey to the west, both the Buddhist and celestial realms had been preparing for far too long, and this simpleton was merely a pawn in their game. Tang Yu cast a sympathetic glance at him. "Drunk? That seems unlikely," he mused, suspecting that the simpleton had been drugged and unjustly accused. "Have you, as Marshal Tianpeng, never laid eyes on Chang'e?" Tang Yu asked, somewhat incredulous. "Though I am indeed Marshal Tianpeng, my duties have kept me predominantly in the heavenly river, while Chang'e remains secluded in her lunar palace, making it exceedingly difficult for me to behold her," Zhu Beiji explained. "Even her dances are performed in secret for the Jade Emperor, inaccessible to others." Zhu Beiji's words revealed a clear dissatisfaction with the heavenly court. It was only natural. After all, he was once a high-ranking marshal, reduced to his current state. Who could maintain their composure under such circumstances? "Oh, simpleton, I do feel for you," Tang Yu said, offering him a cigarette. "Yet, I cannot fathom why they would choose you." He gestured skyward. Zhu Beiji hesitated, observing Tang Yu's enigmatic smile. Whatever he had to say, it seemed, would go unheard. This notion surprised both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. For beings of their caliber, if the Buddha wished to discern their fates, it would be a trivial task. Yet, they could not comprehend the source of Tang Yu's confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Beiji slowly replied, "Master, I too possess a measure of merit." This statement momentarily stunned Tang Yu, who then realized the implications. Tang Sanzang was the reincarnation of the golden cicada, inherently endowed with great virtue. Sun Wukong, being a remnant of the 5-colored stones used by Nuwa to mend the sky, also bore immense merit. As for Zhu Beiji, as the Grand Marshal Tianpeng, he too had accrued considerable merit. Once this group completed their journey to the west, should they attain Buddhahood, their merits would naturally belong to the Buddhist realm. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder this group was so meticulously selected, Tang Yu observed, gesturing westward. This, of course, I am aware of, yet I never imagined I would be forsaken by the Jade Emperor. Ah, quite understandable, Tang Yu chuckled. In his view, the celestial court and the western paradise were inextricably linked. The journey to the west was an inevitable trend, unchangeable. It was likely that the heavenly court also sought to partake in the ensuing benefits. Thus, sacrificing 2 inconsequential figures for the sake of immense merit would be a proposition the Jade Emperor would not refuse. Even if the journey were to fail, the disfavor of the Buddhist realm would likely be welcomed by the Jade Emperor, as he had merely sacrificed 2 insignificant individuals. These mischievous little rascals, each more cunning than the last, engaged in a dialogue that left Sun Wukong bewildered and perplexed. Observing his confused demeanor, Zhu Beiji sighed, "Brother monkey. Perhaps forgetting certain things is for the best. At least it spares us from suffering." Chapter 28. No more smoke. Suddenly hearing such words from Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong was taken aback. What did he mean? What does it imply that forgetting could be better? Could it be that I, the great sage, have indeed forgotten something? Perhaps. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness. Tang Yu cast a deep gaze at Zhu Beiji. This simpleton seemed to possess more understanding than Wukong. "What nonsense are you babbling?" Sun Wukong inquired. Zhu Beiji shook his head, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. It appeared that this fool harbored some dissatisfaction towards the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. An opportunity to exploit this might arise, Tang Yu mused inwardly. Ahead lay a vast river, its waters tumultuous and endless. Not far away stood a stone tablet, the river of flowing sand. 800 miles of flowing sand. 3,000 depths of weak waters. Goose feathers cannot float, and the reeds sink to the bottom. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the river of flowing sand, where the three simpletons resided. Speaking of the three simpletons, they were merely victims of the rivalry between Buddhism and Taoism, cast down to this desolate place. Originally a marshal of the curtain, he served the Jade Emperor by drawing back the curtain. One should not underestimate this position. It is akin to being a favored eunuch beside the emperor. However, due to a momentary lapse that shattered a glazed lamp, he was banished to the mortal realm. Ultimately, he was but a sacrificial pawn. Glancing at Wukong and then at the simpleton, Tang Yu thought, "Let us eliminate this three simpleton. Wukong, Beiji, let us rest here for a moment," he declared as he dismounted his donkey. Sun Wukong looked at the stone tablet, deeply concerned. "Master, how shall we cross the river? One must tread carefully to journey to the west. This river stretches 800 miles, and with the feathers unable to float, it will not be easy to cross." "Can't you fly?" Tang Yu retorted with irritation. "Why can't Wukong think outside the box? If we can cross, we shall. If not, we will camp here and rest." Tang Yu spread his cassock on the ground and lay down. It was the Buddhist monks who would be anxious. "Master speaks wisely," Zhu Beiji remarked as he tossed aside his rake and sat on the ground. The monkey, his eyes darting, soon grasped the situation. "Hee, I understand now, master." "You understand nothing." Tang Yu sat up and said, "I must inform you both that a monster resides in this river of flowing sand." At once, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff with vigilance, yet he felt perplexed. He sensed no demonic aura nor sighted any monster. How could Tang Yu be aware of this? "Enough. Come here. I have something to whisper," Tang Yu instructed, leaning closer to the two. After imparting his knowledge, he inquired, "Do you comprehend?" Yes. Both nodded vigorously. This brought a sense of relief to Tang Yu, who couldn't help but reflect on his own dwindling capacity to lead. "Master, rest assured, I, Sun Wukong, know precisely what to do." With a mischievous grin, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, embodying the quintessential monkey spirit. After stepping a couple of paces away from the riverbank, Tang Yu instructed Wukong to procure some food, recalling the sight of wild rabbits in the small grove they had just passed. Tang Yu was particularly attentive to matters of sustenance, ever vigilant and mindful. While he was not in danger of hunger, the allure of delicious food was irresistible. For eating is indeed a pleasure. Sun Wukong acknowledged the command and vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile, the celestial beings in the west observed the troop as they approached the river of sand. Once they secured the sand monk, their party would be complete. Though there was a lingering hope that no further mishaps would occur, the series of unexpected events had begun to fray the patience of the Buddha. This won't do. I need to contemplate the forthcoming challenges." He reached for his cigarettes, only to find the pack empty, save for an abandoned box. The more one is deprived of smoking, the more the urge intensifies, a universal truth. He scrutinized the empty box, shaking it in hope of extracting a stray cigarette, but only a few fragmented tobacco leaves tumbled out. After a moment's thought, the Buddha gathered the remnants and chewed on them, swallowing with a slight gulp. It offered no satisfaction. Clearly, he needed a proper smoke. Yet, with no cigarettes at hand, what was to be done? Tang Sanzang. Yes, I shall seek out Tang Sanzang. The assembly of Buddhas looked on, somewhat bewildered by their leader's sudden distraction. Was it not imperative to remain focused on the journey to the west? Yet here was the Buddha, fiddling with an empty cigarette box. As the Buddha surveyed the group, they straightened in anticipation of his command. After a thorough inspection, he sensed something was amiss. "Where is the Bodhisattva Lingji?" he inquired. "Reporting to you, O Buddha," The Bodhisattva Lingji mentioned feeling unwell today, answered Manjushri Bodhisattva. Unwell? Nonsense. A bodhisattva should not suffer discomfort. The Buddha calculated silently, his expression shifting slightly. Meanwhile, in a secluded meditation chamber, the Bodhisattva Lingji, clad only in modest shorts, reveled in a moment of indulgence. One hand gripping his foot while the other held a cigarette. Ah, delightful. He exhaled, grateful for his cleverness in concealing some cigarettes for personal enjoyment. However, the thought of offering 3 to the Buddha caused him some regret, for his own provisions were scant. How audacious you are, Bodhisattva Lingji. A booming voice suddenly echoed through the room. Startled, Lingji dropped the cigarette from his hand and hastily knelt, bowing in reverence. I am at your service, O Buddha. Alas, he had been discovered indulging in his vice. Yet the Buddha did not express anger. Instead, he calmly inquired, where are the cigarettes? Lingji, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and presented the last 2 cigarettes. A pained expression etched upon his face. The Buddha, with keen insight, noticed that only 2 cigarettes remained. His eyes sparkled with delight as he picked one up, poised to light it, when he caught sight of the half-burnt cigarette that had fallen from Lingji Bodhisattva's grasp. He promptly set aside the one he held and picked up the fallen half, taking a deep drag. Instantly, he felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Initially, he had felt a twinge of reproach towards Lingji Bodhisattva, but with that inhalation, tranquility enveloped him. Fear not, for I hold no grievance against you, he reassured. Lingji Bodhisattva, trembling, rose to his feet, his gaze cast downward, too timid to meet the Buddha's eyes. There are important matters I must entrust to you, the Buddha continued. This meager supply of cigarettes is insufficient for a day's indulgence, hence I wish for you to procure some from Tang Sanzang. As you command. Lingji Bodhisattva replied with utmost respect. You are a valued servant and one in whom I place my trust. These words nearly brought tears to Lingji Bodhisattva's eyes. I have decided that you shall seek out Tang Sanzang to exchange for more cigarettes and inquire about their origin. Chapter 29. Ascending to heaven on an iron staff, Lingji Bodhisattva felt somewhat dazed, never expecting such a task. However, it aligned perfectly with his own needs. As he too was out of cigarettes and could conveniently acquire some from Tang Sanzang. I shall obey your command, he affirmed, hastily donning his cassock before rushing down to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the Buddha, having enjoyed a couple of puffs, returned to his throne on Mount Ling and resumed his watch over the journey to the west. At the flowing sand river, the water shimmered gently. Tang Yu smirked inwardly, while Zhu Beiji shot a glance in his direction. Where's that monkey? Why hasn't he returned? Tang Yu remarked, half-heartedly. Perhaps Monkey Brother has ventured quite far. Zhu Beiji suggested, tightening his grip on the rake. At that moment, Tang Yu stood up, declaring, let us deal with him. Zhu Beiji, already prepared, plunged his rake into the river. Concealed beneath the surface, Sha Wujing was taken aback, bewildered as to how he had been discovered. Having been exiled to Flowing Sand River for many years, he had encountered a monk seeking scriptures every few decades, allowing him to feast. He had devoured every passing monk, experimenting with various culinary techniques. This time, he contemplated whether to steam or braise his next meal. After musing, he decided on half-steamed, half-roasted, garnished with garlic. The thought made his mouth water. Yet, he realized this time, his quarry had come prepared, accompanied by a bodyguard, a monkey, and a pig. Fortunately, the monk had sent the monkey to forage for food. Eat. Soon, I shall be feasting upon you, he thought, stealthily moving in. Before he could make his move, the pig, wielding the rake, struck. He quickly brandished his weapon in defense. With a loud crash, Sha Wujing felt a tremendous force. He inwardly lamented. This pig demon is quite formidable. Just as he considered retreating to the water to find another opportunity to eliminate the monk, his plans were thwarted. Suddenly, an iron rod shot up beneath him, propelling him skyward. What on earth was happening? He found himself seated atop Sun Wukong's golden staff, feeling somewhat bewildered. If this ascent continued, he would soon reach the celestial realm. Yet, visiting the heavens might be advantageous. He could reunite with old friends. With this thought, Sha Wujing steadied himself atop the staff. After so many years away, he wondered how his old companions were faring. Did they still remember him, the one who guarded the curtain? In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor was in the midst of his morning audience. Just as he was about to speak, an iron rod unexpectedly struck the table before him, sending fruits and delicacies tumbling to the floor, startling the Jade Emperor into a shudder. Perched upon the rod was a figure that appeared to be human. The celestial beings froze, astonished and unable to believe their eyes. "Greetings, everyone." Sha Wujing waved to the assembly, but the staff continued its ascent, carrying him upward. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother was in her palace, trying on garments. She wondered where that old rascal, the Jade Emperor, had procured such outfits, feeling slightly embarrassed. With a faint blush, she stood before the bronze mirror, admiring the lovely attire. No wonder the Jade Emperor insisted she wear them. He was such a lecher. Suddenly, the iron rod burst forth, causing the Queen Mother to gasp in alarm. Sha Wujing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What was happening? Ascending to the heavens should not preclude him from reminiscing with old friends. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This rod wouldn't send him to the 33 heavens, would it? At that moment, a scream pierced the air, and instinctively, he reached out and embraced the Queen Mother as they ascended together. She had yet to process the intrusion into her private quarters. "Who are you? Release me at once," she exclaimed, startled to find herself in the embrace of a bearded stranger. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong leapt from the flowing sand river. He had returned long ago, but had hidden in the river, unbeknownst to anyone, waiting to catch the demon off guard as instructed by Tang Yu. Observing the golden staff still rising, he burst into laughter. In an instant, the staff appeared in his grasp, and he gazed heavenward. "Well done, Wujing," Tang Yu praised. Having lost the staff, Sha Wujing continued to ascend for a few more meters due to inertia, but soon began to plummet, still holding the Queen Mother, who was dressed rather provocatively. In the heavenly court, the onlookers seemed still stunned by the spectacle. Was that not Sun Wukong's staff? What was unfolding here? Surely this monkey was not about to wreak havoc in the heavens once more. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, the golden staff vanished, and the bearded figure tumbled down. Still clutching someone, a figure that resembled the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor's expression turned ashen. He instantly recognized his wife, the Queen Mother, clad in garments he had meticulously chosen for her. Such attire was meant to be worn in the privacy of their chambers, shared in secret admiration. Yet now it lay exposed for all to see. The Jade Emperor felt the sting of betrayal, as though he had been publicly humiliated, adorned with a metaphorical green hat by countless onlookers. Who, pray tell, was that bearded man? Could it be that the Queen Mother had taken a lover? Was her heart stolen by a man with a beard, destined to ride in with an iron staff to claim her? Cursed be it. I demand to know who this man is. Fury ignited within the Jade Emperor at the audacity of this individual daring to embrace his Queen Mother. "Report to me," he commanded. "It appears to be the one known as the Curtain Roller," spoke the star of the Northern Dipper, Tai-Bai Jinxing. Despite the Curtain Roller's current state, some still recognized him at a glance. "Li Jing," thundered the Jade Emperor. "Your servant is here," Li Jing responded. "I decree that you take 50,000 heavenly soldiers and capture the Curtain Roller. No, eliminate him outright." The Jade Emperor bellowed. "Yet, wait," he pondered. The Queen Mother's revealing attire could lead to further disgrace if more eyes beheld her. "Gather 200,000 heavenly soldiers. I shall descend to the mortal realm with you." The Jade Emperor was desperate, his anger boiling over, as he descended swiftly with the Queen Mother in his embrace. Sha Wujing prepared to wield his powers to stabilize himself. Suddenly, a streak of golden light appeared, and a monkey brandishing an iron staff swung towards his head. Sha Wujing's brain burst, and he fell lifelessly. Sun Wukong, without a glance back, emerged by the river of sand, gathering wild rabbits to roast and feast upon. As the rabbits cooked to a tender state, a small black that appeared in the high heavens, gradually growing larger. With a plop, Sha Wujing's lifeless body sank into the river of sand, floating to the surface after a time, gently swaying with the current, drifting away into the distance. Chapter 30. The Jade Emperor's humiliation. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu could not suppress a chuckle. "Well done, Wukong. I commend your efforts." Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes, for it seemed there was a woman on the river's surface, cradled in the arms of the foolish one, crying out for help. What was happening? Had the fool, in his clumsiness, brought his family along? With his keen eyes, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "That appears to be the Queen Mother." Indeed, the Queen Mother, Tang Yu realized. The fool had inadvertently pulled the Queen Mother down to the mortal realm. "Wukong, quickly retrieve her." No, save her," Tang Yu corrected himself, urging Sun Wukong to rescue her. In an instant, the golden rod elongated, reaching toward the Queen Mother. "Your Highness, grasp my iron staff tightly." The words sounded somewhat inappropriate, making Tang Yu cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong. Having pulled the Queen Mother to safety, Tang Yu could not help but murmur, Surely she and the Jade Emperor were not engaged in intimate matters? Feeling Tang Yu's gaze, the Queen Mother's cheeks flushed. Greetings, Your Highness, Pigsy, also known as Tianpeng. Bowed respectfully. Though the situation was awkward, the Queen Mother, being of noble stature, maintained her composure and replied, Tianpeng, rise. Tang Yu adeptly presented his robe to the Queen Mother, suggesting that she drape herself in the monk's garment as the weather turned slightly cool. This act drew an appreciative glance from the Queen Mother, acknowledging that this Tang Sanzang was quite skilled in handling affairs and possessed a silver tongue. In the West, witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Sha Wujing had met his demise, struck down by a single blow from son Wukong, leaving him lifeless. They could only watch as Sha Wujing ascended to the heavens atop son Wukong's golden staff, before they could even process the shock. Sha Wujing soon descended with the Queen Mother in his embrace. All the Buddhas turned their gaze toward the Tathagata, who maintained a serene expression, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Puxian, do you still possess a 9-turn golden elixir? Revive Sha Wujing, the Tathagata instructed, lighting a cigarette as he organized the situation. Just as the journeying team was about to finalize their assembly, one of their own had perished. It was essential to note that Sha Wujing was an indispensable member of this pilgrimage. Who would have anticipated that he would be slain by son Wukong's staff? By the Buddha's decree, Puxian Bodhisattva hastily descended to the mortal realm. As she approached the flowing sands of the river, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to hasten her pace. Upon arrival, she beheld Sha Wujing's lifeless body drifting further away in the river. Dizziness gripped her, nearly causing her to tumble in after him. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his companions appeared utterly unfazed, gathered together, feasting on wild hare. Tang Sanzang, Guanyin Bodhisattva called out sharply, waving her hand, causing Sha Wujing's body to soar ashore. The sight was grim. His head had been reduced to a fragmented state. Tang Yu merely adjusted his ears, dismissing her presence as he continued to gnaw on a rabbit leg. Tang Sanzang, how did he meet his end? Guanyin Bodhisattva demanded, her fury ignited. The death of Sha Wujing was a dire predicament. Bodhisattva, it transpired thus. I accidentally discovered this demon, and, to prevent further malevolence, I instructed Wukong to slay him. Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. Tang Sanzang, you must comprehend that all beings are equal, and as one devoted to the Buddha, you ought to embody compassion, Guanyin Bodhisattva admonished. This statement elicited a faint smile from Tang Yu. Equality among beings? Pray tell, Bodhisattva, what transgression have I committed in vanquishing demons? Guanyin Bodhisattva found herself at a loss for words, pausing thoughtfully before responding. Tang Sanzang, you must understand that those who renounce worldly ties should harbor compassion. Tang Yu interrupted her, his tone laden with meaning. Is it the Bodhisattva's implication that all beings are equal, including demons, and that one must not resort to violence unless absolutely necessary? His words seemed devoid of fault. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded, acknowledging the truth in his assertion. Tang Yu, with an enigmatic smile, understood. He then addressed son Wukong. Wukong, dig a grave for this brother. Additionally, I deeply regret this incident and will recite the Sutra of Rebirth 1,000 times, hoping for his soul's peace. Guanyin Bodhisattva, momentarily dazed, pondered her own words. Why was there a need to bury Sha Wujing? This simply could not be allowed. Stop! Stop! 2 urgent cries echoed. One from Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other from the approaching Puxian Bodhisattva. Amitba. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra uttered the name of the Buddha, referring to Tang Sanzang, who is indeed your 3rd disciple. Samantabhadra spoke directly and truthfully to him. I was unaware that this was my 3rd disciple, and that it had all been orchestrated by you. As expected, there was no escaping this fate. Tang Yu believed that eliminating Sha Wujing would thwart the journey for scriptures, thereby seizing some fortune from the Buddhist realm. However, it appears he was mistaken. Before he could utter a word, Samantabhadra had already resurrected Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing opened his eyes in confusion, still in a daze. After a while, he recalled what had transpired. Upon seeing the monkey beside him, he involuntarily shivered in fear. Rolling the curtain, attending to the Queen Mother, and accompanying the 2 bodhisattvas, he thought, as cold sweat poured down his forehead. What had he done? Not only had he seen the Queen Mother change her attire, but he had also embraced her as she descended to the mortal realm. Why do you not pay your respects to your master? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva asked. Glancing at Tang Yu, Sha Wujing replied, I will not. That monkey is exceedingly formidable. I shall forego this master. Impudent! Avalokiteshvara thundered. Reluctantly, Sha Wujing knelt at Tang Yu's feet, yet he cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong, still fearful from the blow he had received. Upon accepting Sha Wujing, both Avalokiteshvara and Samantabhadra silently breathed a sigh of relief. The group for the scripture quest was finally assembled, just as they were about to escort the master and disciple across the river. The sound of war drums suddenly echoed from the heavens. Celestial soldiers, dense as a swarm, filled every corner of the sky in an instant. The Jade Emperor appeared, his face ashen. With a wave of his hand, the Queen Mother flew to his side, and he pointed at Sha Wujing, commanding, "Seize him." Hold! Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, already aware of all that had transpired, interjected. Sha Wujing understood as well. If the heavens were to intervene, why would they reach down and involve the Queen Mother? More alarmingly, she was still clad in her garments, cradled in the arms of the Jade Emperor, a sight that no man could bear, least of all the sovereign of the three realms. "Your Majesty, may I speak?" Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva inquired. "Whatever it is, I will deal with it after I have dealt with the curtain roller. Seize him." The Jade Emperor was truly enraged. To say he felt cuckolded was an understatement. Suddenly thrust into such chaos, Tang Yu found himself bewildered. Observing the celestial soldiers descending, he signaled to Wukong and Erdaizi to retreat and protect the innocent. Moving back with his master. Chapter 31. He has arrived. He has arrived. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji heeded Tang Yu's words, simultaneously retreating to the side, watching their newly appointed junior disciple. Only Sha Wujing remained in the center, casting a pitiful glance at his newly acquired master before looking toward the bodhisattvas. In a short span, the celestial soldiers had descended upon him, surrounding Sha Wujing completely. The scene was reminiscent of the chaos Sun Wukong had caused in the heavenly palace in his day. Observing the multitude of celestial soldiers, Sun Wukong remarked, "I wonder what this fool has done to provoke the Queen Mother's descent, inciting the Jade Emperor to mobilize half of the heavenly army." Tang Yu glanced at the Queen Mother, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Could it be that this fellow had inadvertently witnessed the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother engaged in intimate activities, and in a daze, had drawn upon the Queen Mother? The Jade Emperor, with a fierce thrust, had struck the bed. Observing the Jade Emperor's grim visage, this seemed quite plausible. One must admit, Tang Yu possessed a remarkably vivid imagination. However, regarding Sha Wujing, he originally had no intention of accepting him. It would be better if he were to meet his demise. Even Tang Yu did not foresee that such a series of unfortunate events would unfold. Sha Wujing dared not confront the celestial soldiers, instead kneeling and admitting his error, pleading for the Jade Emperor's mercy. "You have embraced my Queen Mother and allowed her to be displayed in such attire before the public. Can a mere admission of guilt suffice for me to spare your life?" The Jade Emperor's voice was a low growl, his body trembling with rage. "Your Majesty, please allow me a word," Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva interjected. Though she spoke rather brusquely to Tang Sanzang and his disciples, she dared not be disrespectful to the Jade Emperor. For his cultivation far surpassed hers, and he was the sovereign of the three realms. This Sha Wujing cannot perish. He is essential for the trials of the journey to the west, she remarked meaningfully. The Jade Emperor, already in a foul mood, became even more incensed by Avalokiteshvara's repeated defiance. He realized that she did not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Am I not aware that Sha Wujing cannot be allowed to die? Yet, if I do not take decisive action amidst such a tumult, will I still be able to maintain my authority in the heavens? First, eliminate Sha Wujing to preserve my dignity, and then you may resurrect him. It will not hinder the quest for the scriptures." He retorted sharply, his patience wearing thin as he sought to avoid further trivial discourse with this foolish bodhisattva. Sha Wujing offered no resistance, for he dared not oppose. Thus, he was promptly captured by the celestial soldiers. With a pitiful gaze, he looked towards Avalokiteshvara, hoping for salvation. Having embraced the Queen Mother and drawn her down to the mortal realm, it was clear that the Jade Emperor was intent on ensuring his demise. "Very well. I shall ask the Jade Emperor to wait a moment. I will return to summon the Buddha to adjudicate this matter," Pushian Bodhisattva stated, casting a discreet glance at Avalokiteshvara. The meaning clear. Keep an eye on this situation. Do not allow the Jade Emperor to truly end his life. With that, Pushian Bodhisattva promptly returned to the Spirit Mountain to seek their leader. Otherwise, neither he nor Avalokiteshvara could contain the turmoil here. Internally cursing Sha Wujing for his folly, he pondered why he would embrace the Queen Mother. Such actions could easily provoke a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Sha Wujing was certainly not meant to perish. Yet the Jade Emperor's demeanor suggested he would not let this matter rest easily. Humph! The Jade Emperor scoffed, standing with arms crossed high in the heavens, his garments billowing around him. This display of defiance elicited a sigh of admiration from Tang Yu. Truly, he was the sovereign of the three realms, exuding an air of authority that commanded the respect of countless subordinates, ready to strike down anyone who dared to cross him. The three disciples stood not far away, with Tang Yu pulling out a cigarette and putting it between his lips, appearing to be an amused spectator. Observing Tang Yu's arrogance, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression immediately turned frosty. While his smoking and drinking habits were already common knowledge, could he not maintain a semblance of decorum in public? The reputation of the Buddhist faith had been thoroughly tarnished by Tang Sanzang's behavior. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched as he burst into laughter. Guanyin, your choice of this pilgrim is indeed extraordinary, quite remarkable. This illustrates the unique vision of your Buddhist sect. This so-called pilgrim resembles nothing more than a rogue. One cannot fathom how the once devout Jin Chanzi has devolved into such a state. Guanyin's face was slightly grim as she forced a smile. Amit Ba? Perhaps the trials along the journey have altered him somewhat. Such changes are to be expected. The Jade Emperor need not dwell on it. Curse it, Tang Yu thought, casting a discontented glance at the Jade Emperor, regretting his decision not to drape the robe over the Queen Mother. However, on reflection, the Jade Emperor was rather flamboyant. The old fellow certainly knew how to enjoy himself. The garments of the Queen Mother might be worth letting Gao Zuolan try on as well. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Tang Yu, stirring an impulse to have son Wukong carry him back to Gao Laozhuang. Though he longed to return, he suspected that the Buddhist monks would vehemently oppose such a notion. Sha Wujing was firmly restrained by two celestial soldiers, his head bowed in silence, aware that life and death hung in the balance. The heavenly court had long since discarded him. Pondering this, Sha Wujing felt a wave of grievance wash over him. After serving the Jade Emperor for so long, he found it absurd that he was cast down to the mortal realm over a mere glass lamp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved, and tears began to stream down his face. His weeping drew the attention of all present. A fearsome figure with a bushy beard and 9 skulls hanging around his neck, now in tears, appeared rather bizarre. Jade Emperor, I assure you that my fall from grace was never intentional. For all these years, I have remained steadfastly loyal to you. Not only have I been banished, but you also seek my demise. The Jade Emperor quietly snorted. You have embraced my Queen Mother. Were it not for your connection to the journey to the west, I would have ensured your spirit was scattered. Jade Emperor, this Grand Marshal of the Curtain has also been unwaveringly loyal. Why unleash your wrath over such a trivial matter? Guanyin Bodhisattva interjected. The Jade Emperor turned his gaze towards her, his expression deepening. Pray tell, Bodhisattva, how did the Curtain Marshal fall so low? Do you not know? At this, Guanyin found herself at a loss for words. Both Tianpeng Marshal and the Curtain Marshal had sacrificed for the Buddhist cause, to fulfill the trials of the journey to the west. However, their collaboration with the heavenly court was also significant. The downfall of the Curtain Marshal, while influenced by the Buddhist sect, would not have occurred had the Jade Emperor not permitted it. Ultimately, was it not true that you too wished to partake in the spoils of this journey? At that moment, a voice resonated through the void. Jade Emperor, I have arrived. He came, smoking a cigarette and wrapped in a robe, stumbling forward. Upon sighting the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor's expression froze in astonishment. What an unusual appearance. How very societal it seems. Chapter 32. Are you not bringing back some local specialties? Gazing at the Buddha, who was casually smoking a cigarette, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although he had always desired for the Buddha to give it a try, this was rather too fortuitous. The Buddha had taken it upon himself. The cigarette was clearly from the box belonging to the King of Yellow Wind. Guanyin, turning her head, had initially felt a sense of disgrace for Tang Yu smoking, yet witnessing the Buddha himself smoking openly while resolving matters was simply peculiar. How had the Buddha's realm become so oddly characterized? Today, I intend to eliminate the curtain-lifting general, declared the Jade Emperor with utmost directness. The implication was clear. I shall dispose of him, and then you can resurrect him, thus not delaying the quest for the scriptures and preserving my honor. The Buddha's expression turned slightly cold. Flicking off the ash, he tilted his head and, with a stiffened neck, asked, What did you say? To kill him? He is to be part of our Buddhist community. Naturally, We must protect him. Moreover, Sha Wujing is an indispensable figure in the journey to the West. Can you simply declare his demise? If you do not wish for our Buddhist order to flourish, just say so. The Jade Emperor took a breath, perplexed by how the Buddha could be so obtuse, failing to grasp the essence of his words. Buddha, he embraced my Queen Mother. Where shall I place my dignity? You cannot kill the curtain-lifting general. You must comprehend his significance. As for the embrace of your Queen Mother, it was purely accidental. Besides, you are aware that the journey to the West has encountered unforeseen variables, are you not? The Jade Emperor was indeed cognizant of the changes, yet they bore no consequence for him. Even if the quest for the scriptures remained unfulfilled, it was Buddhism that would suffer the loss. I do not know. The Jade Emperor replied, his expression darkening. You cannot possibly be unaware. This is nonsense. The Buddha's lips twitched slightly as he mused. I suspect that this matter may very well be influenced by unforeseen variables, with the curtain-lifting general merely a scapegoat. Even if he is a victim, he undoubtedly embraced the Queen Mother, and with such fanfare, accompanied by numerous others. If no action is taken, it would appear as though we fear the Buddha. What does this have to do with me? I have come solely for the curtain-lifting general. The Jade Emperor commanded the heavenly soldiers below, instructing them to eliminate him. The Buddha's expression turned frigid. How dare you? With a wave of his hand, the heavenly soldiers were instantly propelled away, plummeting into the river of sand. The Jade Emperor's aura surged dramatically. Quasi-saint. He shared the same level of cultivation as the Buddha. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the Jade Emperor, pondering why. Despite being equally powerful, he had sought the Buddha's assistance during his tumultuous uprising in heaven. With the Jade Emperor's capabilities, subduing him would also be effortless. In that moment, Sun Wukong genuinely sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy. Observing the standoff between the Jade Emperor and the Buddha in the heavens, one a sovereign of the three realms, the other a prominent figure of the Western paradise, it was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. Frankly, even Tang Yu had not anticipated that the mere involvement of Sha Wujing could provoke such a confrontation between Buddhism and Taoism. How remarkable! An unintentional act could yield such profound consequences. However, he understood that even if they were to engage, it would merely be a formality. It was implausible for the two to exert themselves fiercely. Furthermore, it was certain that there were enlightened beings overseeing all matters. Should the situation spiral out of control, a sage would undoubtedly intervene. Nonetheless, witnessing such a scene was a rarity. He tugged at the simple-minded Wu and retreated a few steps to avoid collateral damage. In the 33 heavens, Taishang Lao Jun slightly shook his head, deeming the antics excessive. With a single step, he found himself at the river of quicksand. Disperse, he uttered lightly. We pay our respects, old lord. The Jade Emperor and Buddha Tathagata hurriedly bowed. Disperse, he reiterated, but the Jade Emperor found himself in a quandary. With a wave of his hand, Taishang Lao Jun instantly erased the memories of all present, particularly those concerning the Queen Mother. Only the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, Tathagata, Tang Yu, and a select few retained their original recollections. Some heavenly soldiers were bewildered, unsure how they had ended up in this situation. Yet the presence of the Jade Emperor rendered any questions unwise. How shall we proceed? Taishang Lao Jun inquired nonchalantly. Despite his reluctance, the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss for words. With a pallid countenance, he commanded a retreat, return to the heavens. The sky was filled with the dark mass of heavenly soldiers, who swiftly withdrew. Observing this, Tang Yu let out a silent sigh, pondering why they hadn't engaged in battle. They had merely slunk away in defeat. Thank you, old lord, Tathagata expressed with reverence. Taishang Lao Jun offered a gentle smile before vanishing from sight. Yet it felt as though he cast a glance at Tang Yu, a sensation that resonated distinctly within him. What did that glance signify? A warning? Was it due to his entanglement with the celestial court, or perhaps a caution to temper his actions? As Taishang Lao Jun departed, Tathagata straightened his posture. Addressing Tang Sanzang, though the journey to the West is fraught with challenges, one must never forget their true purpose. Seizing the moment, he intended to admonish Tang Sanzang. Lately, Tang Sanzang had been behaving increasingly recklessly, indulging in meat and wine, even breaking his vows of celibacy. His appearance bore none of the demeanor of a monk. His robe was cinched at the waist, resembling trousers that had been haphazardly pulled to his thighs. Such a state of affairs incited within Buddha Tathagata an impulse to strike him down. No wonder he had provoked Kuan Yin Bodhisattva so thoroughly. Initially, He believed her cultivation was lacking and her temperament unstable. Yet witnessing his disheveled state ignited Tathagata's ire. True purpose? Tang Yu's true desire was to avoid the journey to the west. Understood, Tang Yu replied curtly. The smoke must be nearly finished, and it was infused with potent ingredients. Should I allow Tathagata to take some back? It seems feasible. Secretly, he exchanged for more smoke with the system, infused with even stronger enhancements than what he had provided to the king of the Yellow Wind. With that settled, may you all hasten your journey, reaching the west swiftly and attaining Buddhahood. The Buddha, Tathagata, was directly tempted. As he prepared to leave and return to the great Thunderclap Monastery, he hesitated slightly at the thought of the missing cigarettes. Perhaps it would be best to leave such matters to the Bodhisattva Lingji. It would not be appropriate for him to intervene personally. Buddha, he shuddered slightly. What a distant title it was. It seemed like ages since he had heard it. Yet, he reminded himself that he was no longer the Taoist of many treasures. He was now the Tathagata, the supreme figure of the Western paradise. Who would dare to call him Buddha again? That would be courting death. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji stared in astonishment at Tang Yu. Their master was indeed audacious, daring to refer to the Tathagata as Buddha. The Tathagata's expression turned cold as he gazed at Tang Yu. Are you not bringing back any specialties? Tang Yu chuckled, revealing 2 packets of cigarettes in his hand. In that moment, the Tathagata's eyes sparkled with interest. He had been about to broach the subject himself, but as a Buddha, it was unbecoming to ask someone for cigarettes. Unexpectedly, Tang Sanzang had taken the initiative to present them. Not wishing to dwell on Tang Sanzang's casual address of him, the Tathagata waved his hand, and the 2 boxes of cigarettes landed in his grasp, igniting an immediate desire to light one up. He had spent a considerable sum to acquire these. If he were to request more in the future, well, you understand. Tang Yu smirked, signaling that next time, a trade would be necessary for the cigarettes. The Tathagata snorted and departed. Upon entering the primordial wilderness, he eagerly lit one. This cigarette tasted even better than those brought back by the Bodhisattva Lingji. It seemed that Tang Sanzang had a keen sense of propriety, knowing how to honor him with such fine offerings. Inhale, exhale, bliss. How remarkable that his master would voluntarily offer cigarettes to the Tathagata. This prompted Sun Wukong to cast a curious glance at him. He was well aware of his master's covert dealings with the Buddhist sect and wondered at this unexpected kindness. As the Buddha departed, Guanyin Bodhisattva waved her hand, summoning a massive gourd to ferry the master and his disciples across the river of sand. Sha Wujing felt a twinge of fear towards Sun Wukong. Although he had forgotten the matter of the Queen Mother of the West, he vividly recalled the incident where Sun Wukong had struck him with a staff. After crossing the river of sand, Tang Yu rode backwards on a donkey and opened the system interface. A plethora of valuable items lay before him, yet he could not afford them. The multitude of zeros made him dizzy. With just over 1 million fortune points, he could hardly claim wealth. Now that he had attained the status of a celestial being, should he not acquire something to advance to the realm of earth immortals? However, the immediate priority was to earn money. With wealth, everything else would fall into place. In the depths of the primordial wilderness, the 2 saints, Jiejing and Junti, observed their disciples and nearly instigated a conflict with the heavenly court, all because of Sha Wujing, who had unwittingly sparked the potential for a war between Buddhism and Taoism. Undoubtedly, there were unseen hands at work behind the scenes. The journey to the west has unexpectedly encountered a series of unforeseen events, and if this continues, it appears that this grand adventure may come to naught. No one is aware of the years of preparation that 2 individuals have devoted to this endeavor. As they originally sought to attain sanctity through merit, Dao brother, one implored, considering the challenges we have faced over these years and our unwavering dedication to you, might we borrow some merit to become sanctified ourselves? The heavenly Tao pondered for a moment, deeming the proposal feasible. Thus, the 2 brothers were granted the opportunity to attain sanctity first, with a promise to repay double in due time. Absolutely, we shall repay you thrice if need be, they eagerly affirmed, for nothing was more paramount than achieving sanctity. However, upon attaining their divine status, they found themselves in a desolate expanse, with only the western realm remaining, an empty and barren land. Despair enveloped them, and their hair fell out in clumps. What shall we do now, in this forsaken place? It seemed impossible to enact any plans. Empty. A spark of inspiration ignited within them, leading to the creation of the profound concept of emptiness, which aligns with the Buddhist principle of the 4 all empties. Yet, they realized that even with this newfound understanding, The absence of beings rendered their efforts futile. Not long after the conclusion of the divine calamity, when Tang Tian had been exiled by Hong Jun to the depths of the primordial wilderness, and his disciples were scattered, the two devised another scheme. With no one here, let us cultivate our brothers. They promptly sought out the Taoist of many treasures. After much persuasion, they said, "Look, your sect has met its demise. Your master, Tang Tian, has been banished. Come join us, and you could become a Buddha." Faced with the choice between a master and a disciple, the Taoist of many treasures donned the robes of a monk, transforming into the Tathagata of the Western paradise. With the leader secured, convincing the others became a simpler task. Even the revered Guanyin Bodhisattva of their sect was originally from the Chan teaching. Both the Chan and the Jie sects had frequently sought to recruit members from one another, leading to the dissatisfaction of the primordial supreme. As the journey to the west faced unforeseen complications, the two naturally suspected the primordial supreme's involvement. They felt a sense of injustice. After all, they had only just found a way to accrue merit to alleviate their plight, so why should they be obstructed? Exchanging glances, they stood in unison. For these saints, the vast distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was merely a fleeting moment. Yushu Palace. The primordial supreme sensed the presence of the two saints and was puzzled by their sudden arrival. Just as he prepared to greet them, an overwhelming force enveloped the palace. Alarmed, the primordial supreme quickly summoned his powers to shield Yushu Palace, but the outer realms were still affected, turning to ash. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, his face ashen as he gazed upon the two saints, bewildered by the sudden hostility. You are well in the primordial realm, focusing on your quest for scriptures, while I, too, am diligently cultivating in Yushu Palace. Is this not ideal? Why resort to violence? Do you not understand, Jiejing? One of them sneered. What do I not know? The primordial supreme was left in a state of utter confusion. You arrived here and immediately resorted to violence, causing significant destruction to the Jade Void Palace, and then inquired if I was aware of the situation. Of course, I knew you were engaging in conflict. Junior brother, why waste words with him? Zhuan Ti has already taken action. The trials of the journey to the west, planned meticulously over many years, cannot be allowed to be undone by the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign. This is also an opportunity to issue a warning to others. The three combatants clashed fiercely. Naturally, their battle took place deep within the primordial chaos. Otherwise, with the might of these saints, the three realms could be shattered. From the depths of the primordial chaos, Tang Tian observed this spectacle and erupted in laughter. He was puzzled as to why they had begun fighting, but he harbored enmity towards these saints. Let them fight. The fewer there are, the better. Primordial, you old rascal, what have you been doing all these years? Have you been cultivating in the form of a dog? As Tang Tian watched the unfolding drama, he offered commentary on the lack of progress over the years. Moreover, to the two Western saints, have you fulfilled your debts to the heavenly Tao? Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the three saints couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. A gentle force emanated, compelling all three to take a step back. From the depths of the primordial chaos, a soft aura began to spread. A black vortex formed in the sky, and a figure gradually emerged from within. It was a diminutive old man, his skin rosy and his eyes seemingly swirling with countless stars. As he appeared, the saints were momentarily taken aback. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun also arrived, respectfully bowing to greet his master. Tang Tian and the others likewise paid their respects. The identity of the newcomer became evident. The legendary figure who embodied the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun. Chapter 34. The origin of the scar. The battle among the saints had unexpectedly summoned Hong Jun. With his arrival, all hostilities ceased. I was aware of the changes in the journey to the west, yet no saints intervened. Hong Jun directed his gaze towards Tang Tian, who had spent many years in this primordial chaos. You may depart now. Tang Tian, overjoyed, respectfully bowed and expressed his gratitude. With that, Hong Jun vanished from sight. What was initially perceived as a cataclysmic battle among saints was effortlessly resolved with Hong Jun's appearance. Upon returning to the Bio Palace, Tang Tian felt as though he had traversed through time. I pay my respects to the master. The disciples hurriedly knelt in reverence. Observing them, Tang Tian sighed. Many once promising disciples had been transformed into Buddhas by the Western paradise, including some of his most favored, such as the Taoist of treasures and the long-eared enlightened light. However, the Chan teachings had also been significantly affected, and reflecting on this brought Tang Tian a sense of balance within. Changes in the journey to the west have arisen. You all must diligently investigate these anomalies. Tang Tian issued a command. Understood. The two saints, Jane and Zhuan-Ti, felt utterly bewildered. Initially, they believed that the primordial heavenly sovereign had secretly intervened, but with Hong Jun's declaration that no saints had meddled, they found themselves perplexed. If no saints were involved, then from whence did these changes originate? The two brothers fell into contemplation. Tang Yu lay on the donkey, teetering on the brink of slumber. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the fortune from the Taoist sect. Reward, 5 million fortune points. The sound jolted Tang Yu awake. What was happening? Why was the reward so substantial, a direct 5 million? System, what is the meaning of this? Ding! Due to the host's arrangements, the Saint War has commenced, and Hong Jun has made his appearance, granting freedom to Tang Tian. This message was indeed succinct and to the point. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu grasped its significance. He had been fretting over financial matters, and now, it seemed, fortune had smiled upon him. However, the amount still fell short of the fortune points he needed for his desired exchange. The 99 Heaven skill. He had long since set his sights on this technique. Cultivated by the great Pangu, what is now widely known as the 99 mystical arts or the 89 mystical arts are merely fragments of the 99 Heaven skill. Sun Wukong's 72 transformations belong to the 89 mystical arts, which he and Yang Jian practiced simultaneously, albeit with different interpretations. As Su Puti and Jade Ding Zhenren possessed disparate fragments. Even the remnants of the 89 mystical arts endowed both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian with formidable prowess. Even more daunting is the fact that the 89 mystical arts are but remnants of the 99 Heaven skill, illustrating the dominance of this technique. Thus, Tang Yu had already resolved to exchange for it. Although his current funds were insufficient, he believed that with diligence, hope would prevail. He wondered how much fortune points he might accumulate by vanquishing two bodhisattvas. Surely, it would be considerable. With this thought, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. Observing his devious grin, both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji shivered in unison. This monk was far from the innocuous facade he presented. He possessed a cunning nature. Sensing the scrutiny of his disciples, Tang Yu cleared his throat and awkwardly initiated conversation. Wukong, Daisy, what are you discussing? Master, Old Pig and I were recounting some amusing anecdotes from before the Tathagata Buddha attained enlightenment, Sun Wukong replied, clapping his hands in mirth. Upon hearing tales of the Tathagata's past, Tang Yu's interest piqued. What stories? Do share them with your master. Zhu Beiji chuckled sheepishly, hesitating before saying, Master, do you know about the bump on the Tathagata's head? Isn't that a scar from the Buddhist sect? Why did this fool suddenly bring up such a topic? Could there be some hidden truth? I am unaware. Pray, do enlighten me. Zhu Beiji cleared his throat and began. The Buddha was once the disciple of Tang Tian, known as Daobao Taoist. As Zhu Beiji recounted the tale, Tang Yu began to understand the situation. It turned out that after becoming the Buddha, Daobao Taoist, in his arrogance, approached Lao Jun only to be met with indifference. Time and again, Lao Jun ignored him, but even a clay figure retained some stubbornness. Moreover, Taishang Lao Jun was no exception. Ignoring you once or twice was merely a courtesy, a desire not to engage in petty squabbles. Eventually, when Daobao Taoist continued to flaunt himself before Lao Jun, the latter finally lost his temper, seized him by the collar, and delivered a resounding blow to his head. Thus, the Buddha, having acquired a protruding bump, initially intended to seek assistance from the two saints of the West to remedy it. However, upon reflection, he found this additional bump rather endearing, perfectly aligning with the Buddhist principle of compassion. Consequently, the Buddha decided to retain it and decreed that all followers should bear their own scars. Henceforth, the Buddhist scars came into existence. Understanding this, Tang Yu erupted into hearty laughter. He had always found the concept of scars peculiar, and now it all made sense. 6 bumps indicated an ordinary monk, 9 bumps signified an abbot, while a head full of bumps represented the Buddha himself. The greater the number of bumps, the higher the status. It was unexpected that the Buddha harbored such a history. Tang Yu thought with amusement that he would surely ridicule him the next time they met. Sun Wukong laughed exuberantly. Should you dare to mock the Buddha, do you not fear his retribution? He, too, has endured a bump from Taishang Lao Jun and could certainly bestow one upon you. Scanning the surroundings, Tang Yu playfully tapped the donkey's rear, signaling it to halt and rest for a moment, allowing him to contemplate the pressing matter ahead. If his intuition served him correctly, The next trial would involve the four saints testing their Zen resolve. Did he truly wish to eliminate two bodhisattvas? To be honest, he felt a surge of temptation. However, the execution of such a scheme without detection seemed daunting. Meanwhile, the Western Buddha pondered as well, feeling a bit disoriented. This would not do. He needed to clear his mind. Taking a puff from a cigarette, clarity washed over him. Guanyin and the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Your efforts will be required for the upcoming trial. Thus, I implore you to journey to Mount Li and summon the Mother of Mount Li. The thought of the Mother of Mount Li made the Buddha somewhat uneasy, as she had once been his senior when he was known as the Taoist Master Dubao. By the Buddha's decree, the three bodhisattvas acknowledged, promptly setting forth to Mount Li. The Buddha murmured a wish for no unforeseen events to transpire this time. Unexpected occurrences had plagued the journey to the west, and even the Buddha now felt uncertain. At Mount Li, the mother was tending to her garden when she suddenly looked up at the sky. Three figures appeared, bowing in unison. We pay our respects to the Mother of Mount Li. As a peer of the Buddha, she was entitled to this reverence, especially since they sought her assistance. Chapter 35. Is there profit in the brothel? The Mother of Mount Li was well aware of their intentions. However, she had always held a disdain for Buddhism, disliking their hypocritical demeanor, especially that of her junior, the Taoist Master Dubao, who donned a cassock and transformed into the Buddha. Noticing the Mother of Mount Li's silence and her apparent disregard for their presence as she continued her gardening, the bodhisattvas felt a twinge of awkwardness. Manjushri and Samantabhadra exchanged glances with Guanyin, the implication clear. As the leader of their westward journey, it was her turn to speak. For they were of no use in this matter. Surely the mother is aware of our purpose in coming here, and we hope she will lend her support. Guanyin Bodhisattva stated. The venerable Mother Lishan was engaged in her horticultural pursuits when she casually inquired about the four saints' meditative resolve, a matter that seemed entirely unnecessary from my perspective. What does this imply? Is she reluctant to undertake her duties? I then overheard Mother Lishan continuing. Remarking on Tang Sanzang's indulgences in wine and meat, even having breached the precepts of sensuality. Do you believe he possesses any true meditative spirit? Upon hearing this, the three bodhisattvas shifted uncomfortably, acutely aware of how Tang Sanzang had tarnished the reputation of the Buddhist order. Yet, could they abandon the preordained tribulations over such trivial matters? Thus, it became evident that Mother Lishan's intervention was indispensable. Moreover, son Wukong, who was utterly obedient to Tang Sanzang, and Zhu Beiji, a gluttonous and lecherous character, alongside Sha Wujing, who appeared meek and fearful of both Tang Sanzang and son Wukong. Could such individuals be said to embody a meditative heart? Mother Lishan observed them with a bemused expression. Regardless, we must proceed with this trial, declared the Bodhisattva Guanyin. If they were to be dissuaded by mere words, it would leave the Buddha Tathagata without resolution. As for the success of their quest, that would be of no consequence to them. The journey to acquire the scriptures had been fraught with consecutive misfortunes, leaving them bereft of confidence. After a moment's contemplation, Mother Lishan acquiesced. Very well. I shall accompany you. The group arrived at a grove, where a grand courtyard materialized at her gesture. The three bodhisattvas exchanged glances and transformed into three enchanting young maidens. Mother Lishan assumed the guise of an elderly matron, thus becoming the mother of the trio. Mother! The three maidens exclaimed in playful unison. They settled in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the scripture-seeking party. In the Western paradise, the Buddha Tathagata observed with relief as Mother Lishan had consented. He was acutely aware of her discerning nature and had even prepared for the worst, contemplating whether he would need to personally extend an invitation should the bodhisattvas fail to persuade her. Regardless, the trials of the journey to the west must continue. As Tang Yu gazed at the courtyard before him, a smirk crept upon his lips, fully aware that it was the result of the bodhisattva's transformations. Master, there is but one household nearby. Let us rest here for the night, son Wukong stated, peering inside with his keen eyes and detecting not a trace of malevolence, but rather an aura of peace characteristic of the Buddhist realm. How peculiar. Yet, there is certainly no sign of any demonic presence. Master, Monkey Brother speaks truth. Let us take a moment to rest, Zhu Beiji grumbled, patting his ample belly, his dissatisfaction evident. I, old pig, am famished. You're not truly hungry. You've attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Spare me your nonsense. Just admit you're merely craving food. However, Tang Yu had no intention of diverting from his plans, as he had prepared to confront the bodhisattvas. Let us see how effectively I can ensnare you, he mused. Yet, he needed to act swiftly. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, Wukong, Beiji, Wujing, look at this household nestled within the woods. Do you not sense an air of strangeness permeating the surroundings? In the eyes of my master, it is highly likely that there are malevolent spirits present. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong peered deeper into the surroundings, and observing the serene atmosphere, he felt no trace of demonic energy. With a profound glance at Sun Wukong, Tang Yu remarked meaningfully, Wukong, are you certain this place is suffused with a peaceful aura, devoid of any malevolent essence? Just as he was about to nod in affirmation, the intensity of Tang Yu's gaze made him reconsider. Master, it is possible that I have misjudged, he conceded. Ah, a teachable spirit indeed. The two simpletons, upon witnessing their master and senior brother's discourse, felt it prudent to remain silent. Particularly the third simpleton, who had enjoyed a sumptuous lifestyle alongside Tang Yu of late. Even if he were struck, he would not dare return to the flowing sands of the river. He set down his offering and plopped down, removing the 9 skulls from his head and arranging them meticulously. The skulls gleamed under his careful arrangement. Tang Yu smiled subtly, fully aware that these 9 skulls belonged to Tang Sanzang, the monk whose 9 lives had all been consumed. Even his cranial remained strung into a necklace. Given the circumstances, let us rest here for the night, Tang Yu suggested, casting a glance at the courtyard, a sardonic grin forming within. The bodhisattva was in the courtyard since the arrival of Tang Sanzang and his companions, but they lingered outside, hesitating to enter. Upon casting a spell to assess the situation, they were momentarily taken aback to find several individuals setting up camp not far from the entrance, roasting wild rabbits and chickens over a fire. What on earth is happening? Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva pondered, bewildered by the sight of them loitering at the threshold. Had they grown accustomed to the hardships of the wild and found it difficult to dwell in the spacious courtyard? Who are you inquiring about? Manjushri and Samantabhadra remained silent. In that brief interval, Tang Yu and his companions were already indulging in their feast. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over the onlookers, prompting them to glance towards the mother of Li Mountain, whose expression remained placid, albeit a slight smirk of derision graced her lips. She cast a glance at the 3 bodhisattvas, then slowly made her way outside, opening the grand door. Tang Yu and his companions, savoring their meal, were oblivious to the change. Witnessing their behavior, the mother of Li Mountain felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Esteemed masters, in this desolate wilderness, why not come inside and spend the night? Allow me to prepare some offerings, she hastily amended. I shall prepare a meal to host the masters. The 3 bodhisattvas followed suit. The second simpleton stood transfixed, mouth agape, morsels tumbling from his lips as his gaze remained glued to the 3 maidens, unwilling to look away. What a fool. This simpleton is utterly incapable, entranced by beauty. No wonder the term breeding bore exists. Mother, who are they? The maiden, transformed by Avalokiteshvara, giggled shyly. One must admit, the maidens conjured by the bodhisattvas were quite enchanting. Yet, the thought of 2 males still inside sent a shiver down Tang Yu's spine. Is there a profit to be made in a brothel here? He mused, swallowing the last piece of meat. Chapter 36. Call me father-in-law. Upon uttering those words, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Tang Yu. The 3 bodhisattvas trembled slightly, their agitation palpable, as they harbored a strong desire to strike down Tang Sanzang immediately. They hastily recited a few verses of the Buddha's name, managing to regain their composure. With Sun Wukong's keen eyes, he immediately discerned the true forms of the bodhisattvas, yet the old woman remained shrouded in an obscure aura that eluded his perception. Sensing Sun Wukong's gaze, Lady Lishan cast him a knowing glance, half smiling, before letting out a soft sigh, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Saint, you are mistaken. This is merely a residence. Far from the filthy place you envision, Lady Lishan addressed Tang Yu, her curiosity piqued. It was common knowledge that the journey to the west had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Tang Tian had commanded an investigation into these anomalies. Could it be Tang Sanzang? He, the reincarnation of the golden cicada, had devoted 9 lifetimes to Buddhism, thus he should not be the cause of any disruption. It seemed the monk had been misled. Tang Yu, in turn, was deep in contemplation. Lady Lishan was one of the 4 esteemed disciples of Tang Tian, and he held a favorable view of the Jiejiao. Much of this sentiment stemmed from Tang Tian himself, who was both compassionate and loyal. Nevertheless, he also appreciated the teachings of Jiajiao, which advocated seizing life's fleeting opportunities. Should he confide in her? Saint, in this desolate wilderness, why do you once again find yourself exposed to the elements? Daughters, please attend to our guests, she called out. As the three maidens responded and opened the door, Zhu Beiji, drooling, followed them inside. Noticing that the two simpletons had entered, Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before bringing Wukong and the other two along with him. Unbeknownst to Lady Li Shan, whether by design or coincidence, she had indeed prepared a lavish feast to entertain the master and his disciples. The aroma of the steaming pork knuckle wafted through the air, enticing the senses. Manjushri and Samantabhadra could not help but swallow hard, turning their heads away, unwilling to gaze any longer, yet the enticing scent lingered persistently. Why does it smell so delicious? They pondered. However, since their entrance into the Buddhist realm, they had abstained from indulging in meat. Reminiscing about the days of feasting and revelry, they felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Noticing their unusual reactions, Guanyin Bodhisattva discreetly cleared her throat, subtly reminding them, "You are now disciples of Buddhism." After finishing the meal, Tang Yu wiped his mouth and expressed his gratitude for the hospitality. "As long as the saint is satisfied," Lady Li Shan replied. "I have one more humble request, which I hope the saint will grant." Tang Yu feigned ignorance. What request might that be? "My three daughters are no longer young, yet they remain in my abode," she explained. "Thus, I wish to invite a few esteemed saints to stay. Moreover, the journey to the Western paradise is long and fraught with peril. Why not enjoy familial bliss in my humble residence instead? Would that not be preferable?" At her words, the three daughters blushed shyly. However, Tang Yu could not help but smirk inwardly. "Saint, my estate spans hundreds of acres, and I possess countless properties. Would it not be far better for them to remain here than to journey to the west?" Lady Li Shan continued to entice him. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of distress, clearly indicating that he was moved. The three celestial maidens transformed from bodhisattvas grew slightly anxious, fearing that Tang Sanzang might acquiesce. Should he agree? It would be a tremendous embarrassment. Deep within, Li Shan Laomu chuckled quietly, pondering how this seeker of enlightenment possessed not an ounce of Buddhist compassion. It was perplexing how the Buddhist realm could select such a character. Yet, this was precisely what Li Shan Laomu wished to witness. While the Buddhist sect aspired to liberate beings, their designated pilgrim had devolved into this character. How intriguing. "You possess only 3 daughters, and our quartet is insufficient to share," Tang Yu declared astonishingly. An aura of authority briefly emanated from him, only to dissipate almost instantly. Guanyin Bodhisattva struggled to contain her emotions, inadvertently revealing a hint of her aura, but she quickly reined it back in. Sun Wukong cast a penetrating glance at Guanyin, for this monkey, endowed with fiery eyes, could discern everything, and the 3 bodhisattvas were well aware of this. Li Shan Laomu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Tang Sanzang's remarks. "There is no need for the holy monk to take offense. One woman can serve 2 husbands," Li Shan Laomu began, only to be interrupted by Tang Yu, who exhibited an expression of undeniable excitement. Suppressing the urge to obliterate him, the 3 bodhisattvas recited the Heart Sutra in unison. Initially, upon witnessing Guanyin's exasperation, Wenshu and Puxian had presumed her cultivation was insufficient. Yet now, facing Tang Sanzang, they comprehended the depths of her torment. This Tang Sanzang was exceedingly infuriating. Were it not for his unique status, they would have relished the opportunity to vanquish him. "The holy monk has misunderstood. I can indeed betroth all 3 of these women to one man," Li Shan Laomu said with a forced laugh. "Betroth one man?" Tang Yu waved his hand at his disciples. "Come forth, for my back is not well." "You are aware of your own back troubles?" retorted his disciples, rolling their eyes in unison. "Throughout this journey of feasting and revelry, while frolicking with Gao Zuolan, you did not mention your back troubles." Sun Wukong, having already discerned the identities of the others, waved his hands dismissively, expressing his disinterest in romantic entanglements. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, senior brother," the simple-minded disciple exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward. "It is clear that master and senior brother care for me. I shall not claim any for myself. Even if Sha Wujing desires one, as the second disciple, I shall naturally shoulder more of the burden, allowing the 3rd simpleton to have one." Imagining 2 beautiful maidens lying beside him, Zhu Beiji's gaze became dreamy, and suddenly he shivered, realizing that his trousers were damp. Everyone present, except for the 3rd simpleton, clearly sensed Zhu Beiji's change in demeanor and understood the implications. Perhaps I have some kidney issues, he thought, but you are in a completely wrecked state. Tang Yu secretly derided the simpleton. I still have a pair of unwashed trousers. You may use them in the meantime. He then turned to Li Shan Laomu, grinning. I did not mean it that way. This left Li Shan Laomu utterly bewildered. Before she could react, Tang Yu stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. You have only 3 daughters, so there is no way to share them. As a humble monk, it is only natural for me to show deference. Thus I shall take them all under my wing. And as for you, Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly. Despite your advanced years, I suppose one must make do. At least you are a woman. The expression on the face of the mother of Mount Li darkened immediately. Although she is known as the mother of Mount Li, she was in no way aged. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was as beautiful as a flower, captivating enough to sway an entire nation. Now, how could Tang Yu openly declare her age? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Tang Yu turned to his disciples and instructed them to refrain from calling him master from now on. Instead, refer to me as father-in-law. Chapter 37. Please enjoy a good show. Call me your exalted father-in-law. This proclamation left the 3 bodhisattvas momentarily perplexed. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Yu boldly strode out with the mother of Mount Li in tow. This is troubling. What if the mother of Mount Li were to unleash her wrath and eliminate Tang Sanzang? The youthful form of Guanyin Bodhisattva was about to pursue them when Zhu Beiji inadvertently positioned himself in her way, grinning mischievously. Master and senior brother truly care for me. Sun Wukong scoffed and followed Tang Yu outside. Sha Wujing remained unfazed by the commotion. Were these women edible, he might have taken a keen interest. Thus, he left Zhu Beiji alone in the chamber. Lady Benefactor, my back is quite sore, Zhu Beiji said with a bashful smile. Do you have any sisters, or the like? The mother of Mount Li, accompanying Tang Yu, was indeed incensed and genuinely contemplated his demise. Never had anyone dared to be so audacious in her presence. Even the Tathagata would show her the utmost respect. Apart from her formidable cultivation, she also possessed the celestial sword of supreme transcendence. With her already nearing the status of a quasi-saint, coupled with the sword, even a quasi-saint would not stand a chance against her. However, the moment Tang Yu embraced her shoulders, she distinctly sensed a subtle ripple of spiritual power emanating from his hand. A human celestial. With her prowess, the mother of Mount Li easily discerned Tang Yu's cultivation level. The seeker of scriptures had actually attained human celestial status. She seemed to grasp the implications, which led her to follow him outside. I beg your pardon for my offense. Tang Yu offered a slight bow. To think it would be you. The mother of Mount Li regarded Tang Yu with a profound gaze. At this moment, she understood that he was the variable. Yet, how could this seeker of scriptures become the variable? The thought of the Tathagata's chosen seeker transforming from a fixed fate into a variable caused her lips to twitch slightly. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for the Buddhist sect. They had planned for many years, relying on this journey to the west to flourish. Now, it appeared to be a difficult endeavor. The key figures in the journey to the west had become unpredictable. The earlier chaos, without a doubt, was orchestrated by Tang Sanzang. Tang Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. You summoned me for a purpose? The mother of Mount Li now restored her true self. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. With elegantly arched brows and eyes that sparkled like stars, her charming lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a youthful innocence. Tang Yu was momentarily entranced. He recognized that the title of Li Mountain's old mother was merely a moniker. He had not anticipated her beauty and allure. Quickly regaining his composure, Tang Yu smiled gently. Please, old mother, allow me to present a splendid spectacle shortly. Li Mountain's old mother raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing emerged from the room. Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended why his fiery eyes could not penetrate her essence. It was thus. Meanwhile, the slow-witted one appeared momentarily dazed, only to swiftly recover and bow in unison with Sun Wukong. We pay our respects, old mother. Li Mountain's old mother cast her gaze upon Sun Wukong, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Do you remember me? She inquired. Of course I know you. Sun Wukong replied. You are Li Mountain's old mother, one of the 4 great disciples under the celestial saint. He performed a somersault, feigning nonchalance. Sha Wujing lowered his head, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. After observing him for a moment, Li Mountain's old mother suddenly laughed, her smile tinged with sorrow. Indeed. I am Li Mountain's old mother. Perhaps her words were lost on them, but Tang Yu understood the implication behind her question. Do you remember me? It suggested a prior acquaintance between the two. Yet, Sun Wukong's response indicated he did not recognize her, only that he was aware of her existence. Could it be that the monkey, trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain, had forgotten some parts of his past? Moreover, the flicker of insight he had observed in the slow-witted one did not escape Tang Yu's notice. At that moment, Tang Yu felt a stirring realization. Despite the monkey's apparent strength among their group, he might possess the least knowledge. The slow-witted one and the dim-witted one clearly held some hidden truths. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to extract information from the dim-witted and the slow-witted. Tang Yu realized he had underestimated their intelligence. One had once been the marshal of heavenly pigs. It was implausible that someone so simple-minded could have attained such a rank. As for the slow-witted one, he was the curtain-lifting general, a favored figure before the Jade Emperor, akin to a trusted eunuch beside an emperor. Undoubtedly adept at reading the room and harboring his own schemes. In this moment, Tang Yu discerned that only Sun Wukong remained genuinely innocent. Li Mountain's old mother extended her hand, revealing a piece of purple silk that materialized within her grasp. This item is a serendipitous find. I present it to you. Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable joy and hurriedly accepted it, draping it over himself. As he caressed the silk, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his face. What is this? The purple silk had been refined from the midday violet mist. Violet mist? Sun Wukong murmured, his expression deepening in perplexity. Why did this name evoke a sense of familiarity? It felt as though he had heard it somewhere before, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Wukong, you have not yet satisfied your hunger. Go fetch some game for your master. Sanlungzi, you tend to the donkey. Tang Yu dismissed them, reflecting on how he had yet to satiate his appetite. Akin to the gluttonous pig. Although Sun Wukong harbored doubts, he proceeded with the task. As for Sanlungzi, he appeared somewhat dazed and went out to feed the donkey. Tang Yu produced a pink elixir in his hand, crushed it, and tossed the remnants into the room. A flicker of surprise danced in the eyes of the mother of Li Mountain. Hadn't this artifact long since been lost to time? How could Tang Yu possess it? Yet, everyone harbors secrets, and she naturally refrained from probing further. Are you acquainted with Wukong? Tang Yu inquired, gazing at her. The mother of Li Mountain paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Who does not know the great sage equal to heaven? Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. I once knew a demon king, the king of all demons, she sighed, her eyes drifting toward the room, clearly reluctant to divulge more. Within the chamber, the powder of the elixir slowly dispersed, rapidly permeating every corner. Guanyin Bodhisattva inhaled sharply, her expression suddenly alarmed. This is not good. With the utmost urgency, she vanished from the scene. Inside the room, the two bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, were left bewildered, unsure why Guanyin had departed so abruptly. Pigsy, in that moment, caught a glimpse of the bodhisattva's figure. Could it be that they too had transformed into bodhisattvas? A cold sweat broke out upon him. Oh my goodness! I, old pig, spoke such nonsensical words in front of the bodhisattva. It was clear that these two were also of the Buddhist order. Just as he was about to atone for his words, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Simultaneously, the expressions of the two bodhisattvas also turned vacant, their demeanor becoming foolishly dazed. The three of them looked at one another, slowly and involuntarily drawing closer together. Despite the feminine transformations of Manjushri and Samantabhadra, their essence remained masculine. Thus, Chapter 38. What is the name of Father's father? Observing the scene within the room, Tang Yu chuckled mischievously. Initially, he intended to discreetly summon Air Days, but upon reflection, he decided to let him remain. After all, he had chosen not to follow his master. The two bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, along with Air Days, gathered together. Air Days threw a punch at Manjushri, knocking him down and climbing atop him, tugging at his ear while asking, what is the name of Father's father? Father's father is called grandfather. Manjushri shook his head, appearing dazed and bewildered. Ride the horse. Pigsy, with a childlike innocence, struck a pose as if riding a horse and playfully patted Manjushri's backside, exclaiming, Giddy up, I want milk, I want milk. Samantabhadra removed Pigsy's clothing. Ow! Pigsy let out a loud wail. Seeing the chaos within the room, Tang Yu burst into laughter. The 9-color charming flower stamen, round and pink, could ensnare a person in illusion for an entire month. Yet, it had long been extinct. For Tang Yu, however, it was hardly a concern. He expended 50,000 fortune points to directly exchange for it from the system. He understood that this maneuver would undoubtedly yield a considerable amount of fortune points in return. Originally, he intended to eliminate the two bodhisattvas, but after contemplation, he dismissed that thought. The venerable Lady Lishan widened her eyes in astonishment. She had long heard of the terrifying nature of the nine-colored enchantment flower, yet she had not anticipated that even the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra would fall victim to it. Observing the scene within the room, her lips involuntarily twitched. Tang Yu dispelled the concealment of heavenly mechanisms array. In an instant, the spectacle unfolded across the three realms. Many were left rubbing their eyes, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before them. "I want milk. I want milk," exclaimed Samantabhadra, akin to a child, as he dashed about. Two little bees flitted into a flower patch, buzzing joyfully. He burst forth from the room, embracing a nearby tree and gnawing upon it, as if nursing. Giddy up, cried Zhu Beiji, suddenly kicking Manjushri aside, knocking out two of his front teeth in the process. With a surge of confidence, Zhu Beiji proclaimed, "I am the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy." At the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west, the multitude of Buddhas wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Even the Buddha rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Manjushri was being ridden like a steed, while Samantabhadra gnawed at a tree. Had anyone not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? One might have thought that Tang Sanzang's behavior was embarrassing enough, as he had yet to attain Buddhahood and clung to worldly trivialities, which could be understood. However, at this moment, it was Manjushri who truly faced utter humiliation. Where is Avalokiteshvara? The Buddha's gaze turned solemn. Could she be the variable? Was she covertly observing the journey to the West team? If it were indeed her, executing some clandestine scheme would be a mere trifle. No, my mind is becoming muddled. I need to clear my thoughts. Lighting a cigarette, the Buddha took a deep puff, instantly feeling a sense of clarity return. Lingji Bodhisattva, go fetch these two disgraceful beings at once. I shall personally administer a reprimand, the Buddha commanded. His expression dark as thunderclouds. Lingji's eyes brightened. He was to descend and find Tang Sanzang? Perfect. His supply of cigarettes had long since run dry, and now, the Buddha was flaunting one right before him, tantalizingly. However, he could not dare to ask the Buddha for a cigarette. Previously, the Buddha had instructed him to seek out Tang Sanzang for a trade, yet having witnessed the near clash between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court, he had refrained from showing himself. Once back in Ling Mountain, the Buddha had not broached the subject again. Now that there was a chance, the Buddha was no longer in a rush. As you command, Lingji Bodhisattva replied, hastening towards the mortal realm, quickening his pace at the thought of finally having a cigarette to smoke. At the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Supreme being silently rejoiced at this unfolding drama. Thankfully, these two were salvaged by the Buddhist community, otherwise, he would have lost his own followers. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, Samantabhadra was still gnawing on the great tree, chewing on a splinter of wood, grinning widely. Zhu Beiji and Manjushri were engaged in a wrestling match. By the time Lingji Bodhisattva arrived, that was the scene he beheld. He waved his hand, immobilizing all three. He prepared to take Manjushri and Samantabhadra back to present them before the Buddha for a personal reprimand. But what to do about Zhu Beiji? Having fallen under the enchantment of the nine-colored charm flower's pollen, one finds oneself in a state of slumber for an entire month. Nevertheless, let it be. Love can flourish or wither as it pleases. Observing Tang Sanzang, one could discern an expression of hesitation upon his countenance. Tang Yu, intrigued, pondered the peculiar behavior. Clearly, there was something amiss. Master Tang Sanzang, I wish to propose a transaction, the Lingji Bodhisattva uttered, compelled by the allure of tobacco. Forgive my confusion, Tang Yu replied, bewildered. Do you not possess enough of the Tathagata's smoke? I provided you with 2 packets. That should suffice for several days. Realizing the Bodhisattva's yearning gaze, Tang Yu comprehended the unspoken desire. How much do you require? He inquired, secretly hoping for the entire Buddhist realm to succumb to this indulgence. With a flourish, Lingji Bodhisattva conjured forth a collection of rare treasures before Tang Yu's eyes. Though these items bore little significance to the Bodhisattva, they were indeed extraordinary artifacts. Lishan Laomu regarded Tang Yu with perplexity, unable to fathom the peculiar circumstances that led Lingji Bodhisattva to present him with gifts. 3 packets will suffice. Take them, Tang Yu declared, tossing 3 packets of cigarettes towards Lingji Bodhisattva. Upon receiving the goods, the Bodhisattva waved his hand and summoned the 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, before turning to depart. As he vanished, his magical powers waned, and Zhu Beiji sprang back to life, exuberantly clapping his hands. I'm flying. I'm flying. He truly ascended, eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hands joyfully, soaring ever higher until he became a mere speck in the sky. Tang Yu looked upwards, but the tiny figure had vanished from sight. Whither had he flown? Lishan Laomu smiled faintly before taking her leave. She needed to consult her master about the unpredictable nature of Tang Sanzang. With her departure, the transformed courtyard faded into nothingness. Upon returning from a hunt, Sun Wukong gazed at the vanished courtyard, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Where's Beiji? He has flown away, Tang Yu replied, glancing skyward, yet seeing nothing. With impatience, Lingji Bodhisattva ignited a cigarette, savoring a deep inhalation. This is the flavor, he exclaimed, exhilarated. Unbeknownst to him, the restraints upon Manjushri and Samantabhadra had been unwittingly lifted. The 2 bodhisattvas embraced, laughing merrily as they plummeted towards the ground, their descent swift and exhilarating. Engulfed in the euphoria brought forth by the smoke, Lingji Bodhisattva remained oblivious to the impending calamity. Chapter 39. Zhu Beiji meets his demise as Manjushri and Samantabhadra descended. They landed with a resounding thud, crashing down the mountainside until they struck the earth. Though somewhat dazed, their formidable cultivation as great Luo golden immortals rendered their physical forms remarkably resilient. Any ordinary being would have been reduced to a mere pulp. From the mountain's peak, a human-shaped imprint emerged, while the stones that fell buried the 2 figures where they lay. After indulging in a refreshing cigarette, Lingji Bodhisattva turned around only to discover that the people he had been with had vanished. Where had they gone? Lao Pu, Lao Wen, what are you 2 up to? Lingji Bodhisattva exclaimed anxiously. This was a calamity. In the brief moment he had taken to smoke, they had disappeared. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he frantically searched for them. The loss of a bodhisattva was no trivial matter. In the 33 heavens, witnessing this scene, Taishang Laojuan's lips curled slightly as he mused, let them search for a while longer. With a wave of his hand, he restored the earthly peaks to their original state and obscured the heavenly secrets. Lingji Bodhisattva felt the cold sweat trickling down, and no matter how he calculated, he could not discern their whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Tathagata awaited his return to Lingshan with the 2 bodhisattvas. What was he to do? At that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva regretted choosing to smoke at such a critical time. Yet, he resolved to light another. Taking a puff, his anxious emotions began to settle. He soared through the heavens, continuously calling out, Lao Wen, Lao Pu, where have you 2 gone? Don't scare me like this. He was on the verge of tears. The bodhisattva was lost, and returning to Lingshan without answers was not an option. In the west, the Tathagata's expression darkened ominously. This Lingji Bodhisattva could not even handle such a minor affair. What use are you to me? He quickly began to calculate, but his countenance grew increasingly grim. The reason for this predicament could only stem from 2 possibilities, an unforeseen variable or the intervention of a sage. After the battle between the Western 2 saints and the Primordial Supreme, Hongjun had made it explicitly clear. If no sage had interfered, then it must be a variable. 18 arhats, 5 directions revealers, descend at once and locate the whereabouts of the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Bring them back to Lingshan. Yes, with the departure of the 18 arhats, the 5 directions revealers, and the 4 bodhisattvas, Lingshan was suddenly left desolate. Tang Yu occasionally glanced up at the sky, wondering where those 2 foolish ones had flown off to. As for the heavenly treasures Lingji Bodhisattva had bestowed upon him, he had long since stored them away, discovering that they could even be exchanged for fortune points. This revelation filled him with immense joy. It seemed he could exploit the Buddhist realm to his advantage in the future. Master, do you think Zhu Beiji is in any danger? Sun Wukong asked, casting a worried glance at the sky. There's no need to worry. He'll come down when the time is right, Tang Yu replied, leaning against a large tree. Appearing utterly unconcerned, he was indifferent to the whereabouts of the 2 foolish ones, confident that the Buddhist realm would return them in due time. With those incompetent individuals lurking in the background, he felt no apprehension at all. Tang Yu finally roused his 2 disciples to continue their journey by midday. As for the 2 foolish ones still in the sky, their location remained a mystery. Observing the trio resuming their path, the Tathagata found himself with a throbbing headache. What was to be done? The 4 bodhisattvas of Lingshan were all present, and when Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva sensed impending trouble during her descent to the mortal realm, she swiftly retreated to the sacred Mount Luojia in the South Sea. 2 bodhisattvas were still missing, and Lingji Bodhisattva dared not return to Lingshan without locating them. Meanwhile, the trio of master and disciples had already descended to Baiguling, the domain of the white-boned spirit. At this moment, Zhu Beiji had lost his sanity. It is important to note that during this tribulation, Zhu Beiji's contributions were significant. After 3 attempts to subdue the white-boned spirit, Tang Sanzang, in a fit of anger, expelled Sun Wukong. Of course, this followed their original script. However, it seemed that this trial was destined for disaster. Not to mention anything else, Tang Yu was still relying on Sun Wukong for hunting. Furthermore, the current Tang Sanzang displayed no compassion, making it evidently impossible for him to dismiss Sun Wukong over such trivial matters. Taking a puff from a smoke, he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, the Buddha realized he had no one to rely on. Reluctantly, he exerted great magical power and sent a message to In Tu Jiedi, instructing him to delay Tang Sanzang and his party for a month. They had to wait for Zhu Beiji to return before proceeding. As soon as he thought of Zhu Beiji, the Tathagata Buddha hurriedly began to calculate. Upon doing so, his expression turned pale. Reporting to the Buddha, there is a problem. A breach has occurred in the Buddhist treasury, resulting in the loss of several treasures. The Tathagata Buddha took a deep breath, but before he could speak, the situation took a turn. Amusingly, Zhu Beiji, looking disheveled and covered in dust, entered the scene. Nearby, a monk reached out and touched his bald head. Attached to him was a treasure of the Buddhist realm. By a twist of fate, he had flown to the Western paradise and inadvertently plunged into the Buddhist treasury. The items adorning him were evidently taken out of sheer curiosity. Observing this, the assembly of Buddhas instinctively took 2 steps back, for he bore several powerful magical artifacts. Should he wield them, even the ordinary Buddhas would not withstand their might. Zhu Beiji, the Tathagata Buddha, gritted his teeth in frustration. He has come to Lingshan, stolen from the treasury, and taken some exceedingly important treasures. Were it not for the knowledge that he was trapped in an illusion, the Buddha might have wished to strike him down. Zhu Beiji then produced a sword from his person. Put that down, the Buddha exclaimed in alarm. This sword had been forged before the saint became a Buddha, and for the now enlightened Jin, it had long lost its value and was discarded. Nonetheless, it remained a quasi-sacred artifact. If it were to be brandished, it could potentially devastate half of Lingshan. Zhu Beiji chuckled and began to wave it around. Instantly, a dazzling array of sword lights filled the sky, resembling thousands of swords cascading all at once. The Buddhas of Lingshan swiftly retreated to avoid injury, and the Tathagata Buddha reached out. The myriad sword lights dissipated, yet under such pressure, the great Lane temple felt a tremor, and faint cracks appeared on the walls. Some of the Buddha's lotus thrones were utterly destroyed. Impudent, the Tathagata Buddha fumed. But upon looking closer, he was left speechless. Where was Zhu Beiji? The sacred treasures that once adorned Zhu Beiji's form lay scattered upon the ground. In the very spot where he stood, there lay a tattered shoe, its toe exposed. Upon observing his own hand, the Buddha was struck with astonishment. Alas, it seemed he had miscalculated his strength, and in a single strike, he had accidentally taken Zhu Beiji's life. The other Buddhas of Mount Lingshan were rendered speechless. Zhu Beiji had perished, slain by the Buddha himself. Chapter 40. The loss of 2 bodhisattvas. The Buddha gazed at his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that this strike had sent his soul into disarray? He quickly calculated and breathed a sigh of relief. Though his physical form was gone, as long as his spirit remained, all would be well. Yet, his soul continued to wander in madness. The 9-colored enchantment flower was known to ensnare souls directly. Perhaps it was best to allow Zhu Beiji to linger in the underworld for a month, until he regained his senses, before resurrecting him. The Buddha felt wearied by the relentless turn of events. Zhu Beiji had pilfered numerous treasures from the Buddhist treasury, and indeed, those treasures lay undisturbed on the ground. However, some scriptures had also been set ablaze. What to do now? Ananda and Kasyapa, the Buddha commanded, our scriptures have diminished. You shall fabricate some in their stead. After all, the world knows not the difference between true and false, and we may deceive them accordingly. As they complied, not far from their departure, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your actions have triggered a significant event within the Buddhist realm, garnering 300,000 units of fortune. What a substantial sum this time. Inquiring further with the system, Tang Yu grasped the reason behind it. He could hardly contain his laughter, astonished that his recent maneuvers had caused such a ripple. At this moment, he was one step closer to redeeming the coveted 9-9 heavenly skill, draped in purple satin. Sun Wukong fondled the fabric, feeling an uncanny familiarity, though the specifics eluded him. Yet, he sensed that this item had once belonged to him long ago. What troubles you, Wukong? Tang Yu asked with concern, noticing the monkey's distracted demeanor. Nothing, master. This satin seems to suit you rather well, Tang Yu remarked with a glance. I feel the same way, Sun Wukong replied, leaping onto a large stone to survey the horizon. High above, the silver-headed deity found himself in a quandary, pondering how to delay their journey. After a moment's contemplation, he descended swiftly. Seeing the sudden appearance of the silver-headed deity, Tang Yu chuckled quietly, realizing that the Buddhist disciples were stirring once more. Yet, he wondered about the purpose of his arrival. Should circumstances permit, he would not hesitate to let Wukong eliminate him. Tang Sanzang. The silver-headed deity's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the purple satin draped over Sun Wukong, causing him to take a step back. However, the monkey remained unfazed. One should not have any lingering thoughts. The Buddha is wise, allowing you to await the return of Zhu Beiji before embarking on your journey. Why is this so? The quest for scriptures is a noble endeavor aimed at guiding lost souls, bestowing upon them the faith of the Buddha, a matter of utmost importance that cannot be delayed even for a moment. How curious. I have never seen you display such enthusiasm before. Silver-headed deity. Do not be rendered speechless. It cannot be conveyed that this mission to acquire scriptures requires the collaboration of your fellowship. Tang Sanzang. This is a command from the Buddha. Moreover, Zhu Beiji is your disciple. Now that he has fallen victim to the allure of the 9-colored enchantment flower, do you not harbor any concern? With individuals such as you within the Buddhist order, should I be worried? Tang Yu regarded him with a smirk. He was fully aware that not far ahead lay the treacherous White Bone Ridge, the domain of the bone spirit. What does that imply? It sounds as if Tang Sanzang is privy to certain knowledge. Silver-headed deity snorted. This is a command from the Buddha. I hope you proceed wisely. He had no desire to engage in further trivialities with Tang Sanzang. With that, he vanished abruptly. Bah! What nonsense is this? Tang Yu spat, muttering to himself. Yet, he had not yet devised a plan to confront the bone spirit. Initially prepared to face the challenge head-on, it seemed prudent now to ponder the matter more thoroughly. However, in this desolate wilderness, there appeared to be no suitable place to set up camp. Tang Yu was yearning to reach a few kingdoms, enjoying the finer pleasures of life. And of course, seeking out brothels. Since departing from Gaolao village, he had not indulged at all. Last night, he dreamt fitfully, and it left him in quite a state. If this continued, he might very well fall ill from his restraint. One could only wonder how those monks of the Buddhist order managed their own desires. Male companionship, a hand on each side. Wukong, Sanlungzi. Let us take a brief respite here. He glanced toward the distant White Bone Ridge. Oddly, a magnificent purple glow enveloped the surroundings. Sun Wukong too was perplexed, murmuring, "This glow, I feel as though I have encountered it before." At that moment, Tang Yu noticed the similarity between this radiant hue and the purple satin draped upon him. While Sun Wukong went off to fetch water, Tang Yu turned to Sanlungzi. "Sanlungzi, do you perhaps know something?" He had an inkling that this Sanlungzi was certainly aware of something significant. From the moment the mother of Li Mountain had presented the purple satin to Sun Wukong, Sanlungzi's eyes had flickered, indicating recognition of the fabric. Sanlungzi furrowed his brow, instinctively removing the 9 skulls from around his neck. "Master, there are matters that I cannot disclose. They involve too many complexities and weighty implications." Observing Sanlungzi's demeanor, it was evident that he possessed knowledge but hesitated to share. "Sanlungzi, allow me to pose a single question. Do you recognize that purple satin? Did it not once belong to Wukong?" "Indeed," Sanlungzi replied. "It was undoubtedly once the property of Sun Wukong. Yet, it seemed that Sun Wukong had no recollection of it now. Could it be that the Buddhist order had meddled with his memories? This seemed a distinct possibility. As it stands, apart from the Buddhist realm, no one would undertake such actions with ulterior motives. Sun Wukong is an indispensable member of the pilgrimage for scriptures. It is worth noting that even Subhuti is an incarnation of the Bodhisattva of ultimate purity. Thus, it is evident how long the Buddhist sect has prepared for this journey to the West. Presently, Sun Wukong seems to have forgotten certain matters, which clearly indicates that his memory has been cleansed by the Buddhist order, a possibility not to be dismissed, all to ensure his embarkation on the quest for the scriptures. The tightening spell bestowed by the Bodhisattva was intended to restrain Sun Wukong. Once donned, he would never be able to free himself again. Has he forgotten? Indeed, he has. The simple-minded Shah sighed, saying, "Master, there are certain matters I cannot elaborate on." After speaking, he sealed his lips, appearing reluctant to say more. At that moment, Sun Wukong returned with water and remarked, "Master, I have observed that in the distance lies the white bone ridge, suffused with radiant light, seemingly devoid of any monstrous presence." In this instance, Sun Wukong appeared earnest, almost adorably foolish. A stark contrast to the audacious Monkey King who dared to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace when at odds with Tang Yu. Well then, let us await the return of the foolish one before we set forth, Tang Yu mused, sipping water and lost in thought. How should they navigate this ordeal? Meanwhile, the West was eerily quiet, for many had been dispatched to search for the two missing bodhisattvas. Sakyamuni Buddha tirelessly calculated, yet yielded no results. What a disgrace it was to have lost two bodhisattvas, particularly such pivotal figures, and still be unable to locate them. Chapter 41. The White-Boned Spirit observing the flurry of disciples scurrying through the three realms. Neither Manjushri nor Samantabhadra could have anticipated the magnitude of the chaos that would ensue from their absence. It nearly threw the Buddhist realm into disarray. As for the two individuals, they remained buried underground, inadvertently employing the art of earth escape, emerging directly from beneath the mountain. The moment they surfaced, others sensed their presence. The Lingji Bodhisattva, the 18 Arhats, and the 5 directions of revelation hastened from various quarters. Under the cover of night, at a graveyard, a man sat despondently before a tomb, drinking in solitude. Suddenly, the grave split open, and 2 disheveled figures emerged, one of whom was a man clutching a somewhat decayed corpse. "Ah, a ghost! Help!" the man cried, drenched in cold sweat as he turned to flee. The 2 grimy figures were none other than Xiao Wen and Lao Pu. At this moment, the Lingji Bodhisattva arrived. Observing the two, though they were somewhat disheveled, they remained intact. Had anything gone awry, Sakyamuni Buddha would have faced dire consequences. With a wave of his hand, he immobilized the two, their comical appearance heightened by their struggle to hold the decaying body. There was no time to ponder further. Bringing them back was of utmost importance. This time, the Lingji Bodhisattva exercised extreme caution, fearful of losing them once more. Returning to Lingshan, the Bodhisattva Lingji prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for forgiveness from the Buddha. The Tathagata, with a stern visage, remarked, "Lingji Bodhisattva, you possess remarkable audacity. Seeking forgiveness? You kneel in utter humility. One must acknowledge their wrongs and endure the consequences. Humph. Can such a grave matter be resolved with mere words of atonement?" The Tathagata snorted and continued, "What will you surrender?" Confounded, Lingji Bodhisattva hesitated, uncertain of what was being demanded of him. However, upon observing the Tathagata's expression, he quickly grasped the situation. Wincing slightly, he produced a packet of cigarettes and respectfully presented it. The Tathagata haughtily scoffed, "At least you know the proper protocol." As for the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, they were to be kept in suspense. Otherwise, there was no other recourse. They had already brought enough shame upon themselves. Days later, the 9-colored enchantment flower's efficacy waned. The Tathagata personally intervened, administering a sound reprimand to the 2 bodhisattvas, alongside an admonishment for Lingji Bodhisattva, delivering a notable slap. The 2 bodhisattvas, acutely aware of the circumstances, felt their cheeks burn with embarrassment. The shame they bore was profound, eclipsing the realms themselves. Yet, they remained bewildered as to how they had fallen into such a predicament. Only recalling that Guanyin Bodhisattva had cried out in alarm and fled, leaving them in dire straits, forsaking their plight. This deepened their discontent towards Guanyin Bodhisattva. After delivering a few stern words, the Tathagata shook his hand, feeling slightly numb. Xiaowen ventured to Nanhai Luojia Mountain and ascertained the well-being of Guanyin. Guanyin had fled swiftly and had yet to return to Lingshan for several days. The Tathagata intended for Manjushri Bodhisattva to investigate. If all was well, she would need to maintain her vigilance over the journey to the west. As for old Pu, he was tasked with visiting the underworld to retrieve the soul of Zhu Beiji and restore him to life. Seated on the lotus throne, the Tathagata held a cigarette, the smoke swirling upwards, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. At that moment, he exuded an air of inscrutable profundity. This is the edict of the Buddha. The two who received the Buddha's command hurriedly departed. At Nanhai Luojia Mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva had indeed fled with great speed. Yet she had been affected and occasionally found herself ensnared in illusions from which she could not extricate herself. However, being on her home turf, she assumed there would be little scrutiny over her actions. With the disappearance of the nine-colored enchantment flower, Guanyin sensed impending doom. Her mental state had deteriorated significantly, and if left unresolved, she feared she would remain stagnant, with no hope of transcending to the great Luo golden immortal realm. To untie the knot, one must rely on the one who tied it. The only one capable of resolving this predicament was, of course, Tang Sanzang. As the light of the heavens flashed, Manjushri and Samantabhadra appeared, their demeanor towards Guanyin Bodhisattva far from amiable. The Buddha had remarked that if she had no issues, she should continue to oversee the journey to the west. Guanyin, acutely aware of the underlying resentment in their words, felt helpless. It was a feat in itself that she had managed to escape. If two individuals were to greet one another, Avalokiteshvara would undoubtedly believe that she must join them in their madness. Ah, this much I comprehend, Avalokiteshvara acknowledged, feeling a tinge of trepidation towards the group on their pilgrimage for scriptures. Initially, she had thought that being entrusted with such an esteemed mission was a privilege. However, it appears that her expectations were misplaced, and she is now engulfed by a desire to resign. Having already embarked on the journey westward, it would be impossible for her to abandon her post now. The Buddha would certainly not acquiesce to such a notion. Additionally, there are matters concerning her own state of mind that require resolution. Otherwise, she would find herself in utter ruin. After delivering the news, Manjushri emitted a huff and departed, unwilling to linger any longer. Samantabhadra revived Zhu Beiji without uttering a word, sending him directly back to Tang Yu's side. In truth, the Tathagata also harbored a desire to admonish Zhu Beiji, yet he was not yet a Buddha, nor was he one of his disciples, making it inappropriate to strike him at will. Nevertheless, the Tathagata noted this down. Just wait until you reach the spiritual mountain and attain Buddhahood, and then see if I don't reprimand you. Tang Yu and his companions remained stationary, awaiting Zhu Beiji's return. Upon seeing the long-missed fool return, they hurriedly inquired about his well-being. Are you all right, you simpleton? Zhu Beiji, with a smug grin, boasted. I, the old pig, soared to the western paradise, breached the treasury of the spiritual mountain, and even had a grand tussle with the Tathagata. He began to boast, and if one were not aware of the truth, it would be easy to be deceived by his words. However, Tang Yu had already learned the details from the system. His claims were indeed not entirely unfounded. He did have a confrontation with the Tathagata, but it was a mere slap that had sent him to his demise. Yet he shamelessly bragged about it. As for Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing, they regarded his words as nothing more than utter nonsense. What a joke! Sun Wukong, the strongest here, was effortlessly subdued beneath the five elements mountain by the Tathagata. And you, Zhu Beiji, dared to claim you had a scuffle with the Buddha? Spare me the laughter. Within the White Bone Ridge, in the White Bone Cave, a naturally formed cavern that was once desolate, there now lingered a number of demons. The White Bone Spirit, also known as Bai Jingjing, found herself perplexed by her presence here, sensing that her memories were beginning to surface, as though she had always belonged to this place. There was an inexplicable feeling deep within her, a sense of loss for something, although she could not identify what it was. Chapter 42. Only the heart must die. First, from the moment Tang Yu and his companions were on the verge of entering the White Bone Ridge, she felt their approach. Strangely, however, they had remained stationary for over a month. It is said that consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh grants one the gift of immortality, and naturally, Bai Jingjing's interest was piqued. Yet, beside him stood Sun Wukong, the monkey who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly realm, a formidable foe indeed. It appears that feasting upon Tang Sanzang would not be an easy endeavor after all. Meanwhile, the lesser demons were also pondering, and at that moment, one of them had a spark of inspiration and whispered something into her ear. This elicited a subtle nod from Bai Jingjing, her lips curving into a delicate smile that radiated a youthful innocence. A few male demons were instantly captivated by her beauty. Their sovereign, resplendent in her ethereal white gown, appeared immaculate. Her long, inky hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her skin, though snow-white, bore a pallor that suggested fragility. A hint of sorrow lingered in her brows, evoking an instinctual pity in those who beheld her. Draped over her shoulders was a golden satin cloth, which she often caressed, a testament to her deep affection for it. The little demons below understood the preciousness of this fabric, daring not to touch it. Some audacious ones had once inquired about its origins, but Bai Jingjing could only respond with uncertainty, saying, "I do not know. Perhaps it has been with me since my birth." She stood gracefully in the air, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Eventually, she transformed into a humble village girl. After a brief moment of contemplation, she waved her hand, conjuring a basket filled with steaming buns. Her laughter, bright and clear, rang out like silver bells as she slowly ventured into the white bone ridge. Here, there was not a trace of demonic aura, only the swirling violet rays of light adorning the sky. Had one not known of the white bone spirit's presence, even Tang Yu might have felt he had entered a realm of immortals. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exchanged furtive glances, whispering amongst themselves. "Is it her?" Zhu Beiji mused, gazing at the radiant light, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "It cannot be," replied San Lingzi softly. "She is already dead." Yet, the ethereal light and aura left Zhu Beiji shaking his head. "It must not be her. Everyone knows she has indeed perished." Ahead, Sun Wukong somersaulted, striding far ahead, oblivious to their conversation. As for Tang Yu's celestial cultivation, he too remained unaware. Upon reaching the depths of the white bone ridge, Tang Yu dismounted. "Let us rest here for a while," he suggested, primarily to await the white bone spirit. In the distance, the village girl, transformed from the white bone spirit, observed cautiously. However, with Sun Wukong present, she dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the purple satin draped over Sun Wukong, and her mind buzzed with recognition. What is that? Why does it seem so familiar? And then she beheld the monkey. At that moment, Bai Jingjing stared at Sun Wukong, her eyes wide and unblinking. His clever, radiant eyes seemed to resonate with a distant memory. A pang of pain throbbed in her heart. Logically, as a spirit formed from bones, she should not possess a heart, having drawn her essence from the deathly aura of the surrounding area. Yet, inexplicably, she had a heart, which puzzled her. Furthermore, there was a tiny hole at the heart's center, as if something had gradually worn into it. With heaven and earth as witness, the sun and moon as witnesses, and mountains and rivers as offerings, would it be agreeable to stand alongside me, the sage equal to heaven? Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed within her mind, causing her heart to twitch with a sharp pain, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this peculiar sensation? With the departure of Sun Wukong, an emptiness engulfed her heart. In an instant, she vanished from sight, retreating to her lair of bones in a state of frantic escape. Tang Yu found it peculiar that the bone spirit had yet to reveal herself. He had deliberately sent Sun Wukong away on an errand for water. In the Western paradise, the Buddhas were ever watchful over the journey of the disciples traversing Bone Ridge. The tale of the 3 confrontations with the bone spirit seemed to unfold as scripted. Naturally, her emergence would not elude their notice. Some of the enlightened Buddhas turned their gaze toward the Buddha, their eyes filled with inquiry. She had not perished, indeed. She had met her demise long ago, yet her heart remained eternal, having fallen to the mortal realm and attached itself to a skeletal form. As the Buddha spoke, the assembly of Buddhas gradually comprehended the truth. Thus, she had transformed into the present bone spirit. Nothing in this world could obliterate that heart, rendering her immortal, existing alongside heaven and earth. Yet, there existed one force capable of ending her existence. The Tathagata, observing the figures of Zhuang Guangjing and his disciples, remarked softly, "This time, perhaps, we can finally resolve her, ensuring she never reincarnates, utterly scattering her essence beyond the realms." "May I inquire, Buddha, is this being Sun Wukong?" Manjushri Bodhisattva posed a question. The Tathagata smiled enigmatically. "Is not the spiritual connection of the colorful stone also due to her? And the means to vanquish that monkey is similarly rooted in making the heart perish first. Even the Buddha could not slay that monkey. Indeed, even the sages cannot entirely extinguish him. I can revert him to his original form or seal him away, yet I cannot truly kill him. He is born of the colorful stone, a harmonious entity both within and without. In this world, the sole method to bring about his demise is to first extinguish his heart. In the future, I shall devise a plan for the 6-eared macaque to take his place. The 6-eared macaque transcends the 3 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements, a spirit monkey of the cosmos. Perhaps through the matter of Bai Jingjing, his heart shall ultimately perish, allowing me to eliminate him, or I may seal him forever in the abyss of darkness. The Tathagata, puffing on his pipe, exuded an air of confidence, as if holding dominion over all creation. This smoke is truly a remarkable thing. With a single puff, it inspires such profound thoughts. The reverent gazes of the Buddhas below only served to amplify the Buddha's pride, lifting his spirits. Initially, he had intended to control Sun Wukong through the tightening spell, drawing him fully into the fold of Buddhism. Yet, by a twist of fate, the spell had ended up upon the head of the black bear spirit. He had contemplated other means to guide Sun Wukong towards enlightenment, but the monkey was obstinate and unruly. The six-eared macaque, however, was obedient and responsive to direction. The Buddha is indeed wise, the Buddhas below lauded. Enjoying the flattery of his disciples while savoring the smoke, the Buddha reveled in the delightful sensation it brought. Chapter 43. The dilemma of smoking in the Buddhist realm. Observing the Buddha enjoying a cloud of smoke with a look of pure ecstasy, many bodhisattvas felt an irresistible curiosity to experience the taste of this mysterious cigarette. If the Buddha indulged in it, it must surely be a delightful treasure. Additionally, one could not overlook the fact that Bodhisattva Lingji was also partaking in the act of smoking. After work, in the meditation chamber of Bodhisattva Lingji, a gathering of bodhisattvas had convened, their intentions unmistakably clear. They had come for the smoke. It is often said that a clever mind does not grow hair, and indeed, Lingji's head was completely bare. With a slight shift of his gaze, he produced a cigarette, expressing his dissatisfaction with the notion that such a delightful item should be underappreciated. "Just look at the Buddha, and you will see its worth," he proclaimed. This was evident. The Buddha's expression of enjoyment was unmistakable. "I do not possess much of this, but let us share this one cigarette, allowing each of you to savor a taste." Lingji lit the cigarette and took the first puff before passing it to Manjushri Bodhisattva. The lingering memory of their previous grievances regarding the smoking incident had left both of them somewhat discontented. In this esteemed gathering, where the identities of Manjushri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas stood paramount, it was only fitting that they should be afforded the first opportunity to indulge in such a fine item. Upon taking a puff, Manjushri's eyes immediately lit up, affirming the cigarette's exceptional quality. No wonder the Buddha often kept one in his mouth. He then handed it to Samantabhadra, who also took a puff. Only a select few had the privilege to taste this cigarette, igniting an even greater eagerness among those who had yet to try it. Consequently, a suggestion arose. It was hoped that when Lingji next encountered Tang Sanzang, he might bring back a pack of cigarettes for them all. Naturally, Lingji cheerfully acquiesced, aware that the Buddha seldom ventured from the spiritual mountain and relied on him to procure such indulgences. He had already calculated the price of the cigarettes in his mind. Considering the treasures he had brought, Tang Sanzang had only provided him with 3 boxes, although he publicly claimed to have received 2. After all, he deserved to make a profit, did he not? While some regarded the price as steep, the value of such a rare treasure was undeniable. Manjushri Bodhisattva found this suggestion somewhat inappropriate, as it would be unjust for Lingji to run errands without any benefit. Therefore, he slightly raised the price, allowing Samantabhadra, the intermediary, to receive a commission. Lingji was elated and exclaimed a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha, and urged, "In that case, please present your treasures quickly. I shall descend to the mortal realm shortly to exchange them with Tang Sanzang for some cigarettes, so that everyone may partake in this delight." With the treasures prepared by the other bodhisattvas in hand, Samantabhadra hurriedly descended to the earthly realm. However, instead of encountering the white-boned demon, they awaited Lingji. Tangyu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Cigarettes," Lingji replied succinctly, directly revealing his purpose. "Have you already run out so soon? That old fellow seems rather stingy with his supply," Tangyu commented. "Whatever you need, I shall procure it all," Lingji declared confidently, for he was well equipped with treasures. Bolstering his resolve, "I fear only that you may not be able to afford it." For Tangyu, the acquisition of cigarettes was a trivial matter, merely requiring an exchange with the system. With a wave of his hand, the Bodhisattva Lingji conjured a plethora of treasures before Tangyu, among which were several exquisite items that the Bodhisattva had discreetly kept for himself. The 3 disciples stood before their master, bewildered, uncertain about the unfolding events. Why had the Bodhisattva traveled all the way from Mount Ling just to procure some cigarettes? In that moment, they felt a sense of privilege. Fortunate to be by Tangyu's side, enjoying a steady supply of cigarettes without any cost. Previously, The treasures brought by the Bodhisattva had yielded nearly 200,000 fortune points. Tang Yu communicated with the system, inquiring about the worth of the treasures before him. 130,000, the system replied. This sum, combined with his existing fortune points, was precisely sufficient to exchange for the elusive 99 heavenly skill. The last time, 200,000 fortune points had earned him 3 packs of cigarettes, while his own exchange merely cost 50 points per pack. It was an undeniable profit. This time, Tang Yu directly exchanged for 19 packs, handing them over to the Bodhisattva. You should have received 18 packs, but I'm giving you an extra one, Tang Yu remarked. The Bodhisattva, upon receiving the cigarettes, was elated yet maintained an air of haughtiness, for he was indeed a Bodhisattva and must uphold his pride. He rolled a cigarette and turned to depart. In the west, the assembly of Buddhas gathered once again in the Bodhisattva Lingji's meditation chamber, eagerly awaiting his return. With another wave of his hand, 13 packs of cigarettes materialized. As for the remaining 6 packs, they were his to keep. Tang Yu had profited immensely. Acquiring 6 packs without contributing a single treasure and discreetly stashing away 2 exquisite items. According to the ratio of treasures offered, the distribution commenced in meticulous detail. Some, who had contributed less, received only 3 cigarettes. Naturally, the Bodhisattva oversaw this allocation. Meanwhile, some astute individuals capitalized on price differences. Brother, would you like a smoke? I have one here. How many treasures for an exchange? Can't afford a whole box? No worries, you can buy a single one. Thus, a commercial model for the acquisition of treasures through cigarettes rapidly spread throughout the West. Unsurprisingly, the greatest profits were reaped by the Bodhisattva Lingji. The Tathagata Buddha was fully aware of the goings-on below and chose not to intervene, for his own supply of cigarettes had vanished, and he had claimed them from the others without hesitation. This situation, therefore, was beneficial for the Buddha, observing the entourage of travelers from the shadows. Bodhisattva Guanyin contemplated how to prolong their arduous journey. Yet, her greater concern lay with her own state of mind, which was becoming increasingly difficult to mend. Though not without solutions, the turmoil stemmed from Tang Sanzang. Eliminating him could resolve many issues. However, such a course of action was impractical. It seemed that she would have to devise a more gradual approach. In the Whitebone Cave, Bai Jingjing had not made any further moves. Since that fateful day, her confusion had only deepened. She often caressed the golden satin draping her form, and suddenly realized how closely it resembled the golden fur of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. After a while, she transformed back into the guise of a village maiden, preparing to set her plans into motion once more. Tang Yu occasionally sent Sun Wukong away, biding his time for the arrival of the white-bone demon. Observing a village maiden approaching with a basket in the distance, he smiled inwardly. Here she comes. The sudden appearance of this village maiden inevitably aroused suspicion in Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Who are you? This humble girl is called Bai Jingjing, residing at the foot of the mountain. I noticed you esteemed elders have lingered here for some time, so I have brought some offerings of rice. Hoping you will not despise them, Bai Jingjing said, lifting the basket to reveal several large white buns. Chapter 44. A Fright to the White-Bone Demon. Please, eat. Once they partake, I shall be able to abduct Tang Sanzang. Tang Yu suppressed a cold laugh, fully aware of her true identity. In the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva also watched with growing concern. Master, she is not a demon, merely a village maiden delivering food. Zhu Beiji regarded Bai Jingjing with a lecherous gaze. How could such a beautiful maiden be a villain? Thank you, kind maiden. Zhu Beiji accepted the basket. Tang Yu stood up, scrutinizing Bai Jingjing closely. For some reason, this made her feel a pang of anxiety. How old are you, maiden? Are you betrothed? The question left Bai Jingjing momentarily stunned. Is he truly a monk? To inquire about such matters right away, and this monk on a pilgrimage dares to eye her so lecherously. A shiver ran down her spine. This humble girl is 18, yet unbetrothed. Bai Jingjing forced herself to continue. Then, what do you think of this poor monk? Tang Yu removed his hat and touched his bald head. Holy monk. You jest. As a monk, how could you entertain thoughts of romance? What kind of monk is he? Wasn't he supposed to be a renowned holy man from the Tang dynasty? Is this the character of those from the Tang? Besides, I already have someone in my heart. Bai Jingjing blurted out, my beloved is a great hero. Upon saying this, she felt a strange sensation. How could she utter such words? Nevertheless, she hoped to deceive them enough to pass. Is that so? Tang Yu sighed regretfully. San Lungzi, have you not always told me you wish to feast on humans? Why not eat her? Her taste must be exquisite, given her delicate skin and tender flesh. but do refrain from eating in my presence. It may spoil my appetite for future meals. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Is this truly a monk? Encouraging his disciple to kill and consume flesh? The first to react was Sha Wujing, who conjured a large iron pot from thin air, brandishing a substantial cutting board and wielding a knife. Sharpening it against a nearby stone, sparks flying. Thank you, master. With the knife in hand, Sha Wujing advanced towards the white-boned demon. Seeing his demeanor, it truly seems he intends to slaughter by Jingjing for her flesh. At this juncture, there is no longer a way to conceal the truth. The white-boned spirit transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Erdays and San Lanes finally realized the truth. The youthful woman before them had, in fact, morphed from a demon. Simultaneously, the steamed buns in the basket had turned to stone. What a demon! Exclaimed Zhu Beiji. Incorrect. She is a fairy, Tang Yu corrected him. This left the two disciples perplexed. Is there truly a difference? A demon is male, fierce and brutish, lurking in the shadows. A fairy is female. Ah, I see. There is such a distinction. However, Zhu Beiji found it peculiar. It was evident that their master had already discerned that the woman was transformed from a fairy. When he suggested to San Lanes that they should eat meat, it was merely to frighten the female demon. Master, did you already know she was a fairy? Of course. In these desolate wilds, a lone woman would not feel fear. Moreover, seeing your two appearances, any normal person would have long since screamed. Yet she did not, which made it clear to me that she is not human. What a ridiculous analysis. It is not as if he did not know the plot from the very beginning. Of course, such remarks were meant for his two disciples, as well as for those hidden in the shadows, unseen. Avalokitesvara was somewhat bewildered by Tang Yu's performance. Upon hearing his words, she muttered to herself. When did Tang Sanzang become so astute? In the west, at Lingshan, the atmosphere felt peculiar, smoke wafted, creating a dreamlike and ethereal ambience. The Buddha, at that moment, appeared to have a stick of incense in hand. Incense had become a symbol of status at Lingshan. To be unable to afford it would invite scorn. Only by personally indulging in it could one appreciate its benefits and subtle uses. No wonder even the Buddha was deeply ensnared by it. Such an exquisite item. How had it gone unnoticed until now? It felt as though one had lived like a dog all this time. Occasionally lighting a stick truly brought a sense of satisfaction. However, the walls of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were visibly turning yellow at an alarming rate. At this moment, everyone was focused on the Xianguang mirror. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. It greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Without the need for Sun Wukong's intervention, Tang Sanzang had scared away the white-boned spirit by himself. As for Sun Wukong, it was clear he had ventured out in search of wild game. During this time, the wildlife near Whitebone Ridge had been nearly exhausted, prompting him to venture further than usual. Had he returned earlier, with a single strike, he could have at least managed to bend the narrative into a minor victory. The first battle against the white-boned spirit had ended in outright failure, and her true identity had been revealed. It would likely prove difficult for her to approach anyone in the future. And now, Tang Sanzang had grown remarkably clever. One must admit his analysis was astute. In these wild mountains, what respectable young woman would wander aimlessly? Otherwise, it would be all too easy to find oneself in a predicament. It was chaotic. A stick must be lit. With a mere wave of his hand, the Buddha summoned a nearby bodhisattva, rummaging through his belongings until he finally unearthed a half-pack of cigarettes. He lit one up, nonchalantly tucking the remainder into his robe. The venerable Hufulu, wearied by the situation, silently bore the indignity, unable to express his grievances. These cigarettes had cost him dearly when exchanged from the bodhisattva Lingji, and he scarcely indulged in them himself. It was only when the urge became unbearable that he would light one, and even then, he would only smoke half. Little did he anticipate that the Buddha would benefit from his indulgence. Upon smoking, a sudden inspiration struck the Buddha. With another wave of his hand, a few wild rabbits and pheasants appeared in the Bone Mountain below, ensuring that Sun Wukong would not stray too far and would have ample time to return. The silver-headed jetty, still covertly following the pilgrims alongside Guanyin, was entrusted to convey the Buddha's decree. One of the three trials must be fulfilled, regardless of the circumstances. The Buddha, with a cigarette in his mouth, felt a twinge of exasperation. Since the journey began, the number of trials completed was scant, and it was possible that they could not be compensated for later. Hence, the urgency to accomplish at least one trial weighed heavily on him. Complying with the Buddha's will, the silver-headed Jedi descended to the mortal realm. Upon returning from his hunt, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss. Why were there so many wild chickens and rabbits? In a mere moment, the Bone Mountain had been reduced to a barren patch, with the wild creatures voraciously devouring the landscape at an alarming rate. Chapter 45. The frightening encounter with the Bone Demon. The terrified Beijingjing stumbled back to her lair, shaken and unable to comprehend the behavior of the holy monk from the Tang dynasty. Yet, surrendering was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, she caressed the golden satin in her hands. This time, she resolved that if all else failed, she would take matters into her own hands. Provided that the monkey was absent, otherwise, she would stand no chance. This golden satin was no ordinary fabric. It was a magical artifact that had saved her from peril countless times before, granting her the confidence that even in Sun Wukong's grasp, she could escape. However, the origins of this artifact remained a mystery to her, as if it had inexplicably appeared in her possession. She could only recall that she had possessed it since her earliest memories. The silver-headed Jedi conveyed the Buddha's intent to Guanyin, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Complete one trial? I wish I could. If it were possible, I would hope to see all trials completed. Yet, what could she do? The trials encountered on the journey thus far were few and far between, and it would not be easy to make up for them later. Observing the current situation, the prospect of the next trial seemed grim. It was implausible that Tang Yu could drive away Sun Wukong. With this thought, Guanyin felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. After you left, the monkey was visited by a demon, said Zhu Beiji, his mouth full of wild delicacies. What demon? As Sun Wukong twirled the iron staff in his hand, his fiery golden eyes scanned the surroundings. Yet, he sensed no trace of demonic energy. Only the ethereal aura of violet clouds enveloping the sky. A female demon had merely been frightened off by his master's discerning gaze. With me, the great sage, in attendance, it is unlikely that she would dare to return, Sun Wukong proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In the heavenly realm, the deities observed Tang Sanzang and his companions arrive at Whitebone Ridge, where they also noticed the striking figure of Beijingjing. Several celestial beings immediately recognized her. The bright star of Venus inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, which woman this white-boned spirit once was?" The Jade Emperor nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is she." Instantly, a commotion ensued among the heavenly hosts, as many recalled a long-ago battle ignited by a woman, a cataclysmic conflict between the celestial realm and the demon clan. Though ages have passed, the memories remain vivid, as if they occurred merely yesterday. To have her perish at the hands of that monkey, one cannot deny the ruthlessness of the Buddhist sect, the Jade Emperor remarked with a slight squint and a chuckle. Through her, perhaps Sun Wukong could be completely eliminated. Was not the original purpose of the tightening spell to restrain this monkey? Now, through a twist of fate, it resided upon the head of the Black Bear spirit, rendering the Buddhist sect temporarily incapable of controlling him. Sun Wukong grew increasingly unruly, difficult to manage. Though some past memories had been erased, they would inevitably resurface. Should he truly recall them, it was likely that this monkey would wreak havoc in the West. Within the Buddhist plan, the predicament of the false and true Monkey King was already anticipated. Perhaps the Buddhist sect's arrangement intended to replace Sun Wukong. Many were aware of her identity. By eliminating her through Sun Wukong, they could also extinguish his spirit. This, perhaps, was the Buddhist sect's true intention. As the favored confidant of the Jade Emperor, the bright star of Venus possessed considerable acumen, swiftly deducing the Buddhist scheme. The Jade Emperor smiled, observing the master and his disciples in silence. Riding backwards on a donkey, Tang Yu engaged the system to exchange for the 9-9 heavenly skill. Would the host like to exchange for the 9-9 heavenly skill? Confirm or cancel? After some difficulty, Tang Yu confirmed, noticing his fortune value dwindling to nearly zero. A pang of regret struck him. However, with the presence of those inept beings from the Buddhist sect, he felt reassured that he would surely recover his losses. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for the 9-9 heavenly skill. The successful exchange flooded Tang Yu's mind with a cascade of text. As the words settled, he began his cultivation. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his meridians, enveloping his entire being. In that moment, Tang Yu transitioned directly from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm, leaving him somewhat astonished at the rapidity of his advancement. Yet, upon reflection, this was the very technique once practiced by the great Pangu, inherently formidable. He smiled contentedly, feeling invigorated. In the distance, the white-boned spirit observed their every move. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand, summoning a humble farmhouse nearby, transforming herself into an old woman. Humph, transforming into a village girl, declaring that one desires to feast upon me. This time, I shall adopt a more mature guise. After walking a short distance, I beheld a farmhouse ahead. The chimney was still emitting smoke, suggesting that the inhabitants were engaged in cooking. Master, there lies a farmhouse ahead. Shall we take a moment to rest and await Monkey Brother? Proposed Pigsy, upon hearing of a spirit, son Wukong, brimming with excitement, brandished his golden staff and began to frolic about in the white-bone ridge. Tang Yu inwardly chuckled, well aware that this was yet another transformation by the bone spirit. In that case, let us rest here, he decided, dismounting from his donkey. An elderly woman, leaning on her cane, unsteadily emerged from the courtyard. Her vision appeared somewhat impaired as she inquired, "Who goes there?" "Dear lady, we are monks journeying to the west to seek scriptures. We humbly request a brief respite." Pigsy replied. "Oh, then do come in," the old woman responded, taking her time to open the courtyard gate to allow the group entry. The absence of son Wukong seemed to be a stroke of fortune for Tang Yu. "Simpleton," Tang Yu called out to Pigsy, who was about to step inside. "Master," Pigsy replied. Tang Yu cleared his throat. "Last night, I heard your heavy breathing." This elicited an embarrassed chuckle from Pigsy. In this desolate place, finding an inn would be quite a challenge. Tang Yu suggested, "This elderly woman, though aged, is still a woman. It's certainly preferable to your crude methods." Pigsy was taken aback, staring incredulously at his master. Did his master imply that he should pursue the elderly woman? "What do you mean?" "Although she is somewhat older." "I suppose I can manage," Pigsy conceded. Tang Yu patted Pigsy on the shoulder. "Simpleton, I have faith in you. I shall keep watch with 3 fool." The bone spirit listened intently, albeit perplexed by their words. After a brief silence, Pigsy grinned foolishly. "All right then, master." Tang Yu's smile took on a mischievous air. 3 fool. Turn around and return in 5 seconds. At that moment, the bone spirit understood their intentions and felt a wave of dread wash over her. Meanwhile, Pigsy was already leering at her with an amused expression, sending chills down her spine. "Ba, dear lady, the monk approaches," Pigsy said, narrowing his eyes as he advanced slowly. At that moment, the bone spirit could no longer maintain her composure. Raising her cane, she swung it at Pigsy's head, exclaiming, "I'll smash you, you pig." The impact left Pigsy's head ringing, stars dancing before his eyes. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail old woman possessed such formidable strength. Undoubtedly, the bone spirit had failed once again, dissipating into a wisp of smoke as she fled. At this moment, son Wukong returned, his fiery eyes immediately discerning the true form of the bone demon. "Where do you think you're going, monster?" he exclaimed, but it was too late. Bai Jingjing had already fled. Zhu Beiji, dazed and starstruck, took a while to regain his senses, only to find that the courtyard had transformed into an empty expanse. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This too was a trick of the demon. "Damn that sprite. She sure knows how to make a swift escape," son Wukong muttered, gripping his golden staff. Above, Guanyin Bodhisattva, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Why did Tang Sanzang always deviate from the expected path? Hadn't he the Buddha instructed that at least one trial must be completed? Yet, even that seemed a formidable challenge now. In the Western Paradise, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, where once floated auspicious clouds and ethereal mists, now there was only the chaos of smoke and turmoil. Observing the scene below, the Buddha pondered, what is happening? Can Tang Sanzang truly operate in such a manner? Especially for the Tathagata, regret began to creep in. He recalled the initial transgressions of Tang Yu and wished he had intervened. Had he done so, perhaps none of this would have come to pass. Yet, it was too late for that now. Moreover, Tang Sanzang found himself in a difficult predicament. Were he not the designated seeker of scriptures, the Buddha might have been tempted to end his existence with a mere flick of his hand. In truth, the notion of completing a trial had already become a daunting task in the Buddha's eyes. As for the fate of Bai Jingjing, he chose not to dwell on it any longer, for the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Honored Buddha, I have informed Guanyin Bodhisattva and urged her to find a way to fulfill the trial, reported Intu Jeti upon his return. Let us hope for the best. The Tathagata's voice was laced with emptiness, his gaze devoid of spirit. He had exerted every effort to trace the variables at play, yet no news emerged. With the presence of uncertainty, The journey to the west seemed increasingly arduous. The only solution appeared to be the elimination of the variable. But without even knowing what it was, that notion felt futile and exhausting. Returning to the bone cave, Bai Jingjing was not one to surrender easily. She paced back and forth, deep in thought. Must I truly resort to direct action? That would be a last resort. Otherwise, I would hesitate. After all, that monkey, Sun Wukong, is no trifling adversary. A smile danced upon her lips, innocent and radiant, revealing her pearly white teeth. I refuse to believe that you have no intentions towards men. With that, she transformed into the guise of an old man, adorned with golden silk ribbons. Should unforeseen circumstances arise again, she would not hesitate to capture Tang Sanzang directly. Master, I believe that demon will return, Zhu Beiji remarked. Having come twice already, it would be unwise to give up now. Tang Yu, riding backwards on his donkey, replied, If I am not afraid, why should you be concerned? Besides, she is merely a female demon. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Perhaps we should have Sun Wukong immobilize her first, and then I can engage her myself. Although he had never beheld the true visage of Bai Jingjing, was there truly an ugly fairy? It was evidently impossible. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared ahead, leaning on a cane. Here we go again. It seemed that thoughts manifested into reality, yet this time it had transformed into an old man. Soon, I shall have Wukong restrain you. With this thought, Tang Yu felt a surge of warmth within him. However, Wukong, wielding the golden staff, had wandered off in search of the fairy and should be returning shortly. Old man, what brings you here? Encountering fairies one after another naturally put Zhu Beiji on guard, and he scrutinized the old man closely. Lacking Sun Wukong's discerning eyes, he could perceive nothing of substance. I am from a farming family below the mountain. Lost my way while climbing, the old man, transformed by the white-boned spirit, replied. Zhu Beiji glanced at Tang Yu, inquiring whether they should assist this elder. After all, in such desolate mountains, an old man of advanced years would struggle to navigate. San Lungzi cast a disinterested glance. He was entirely unconcerned with such matters. If this individual could be consumed, perhaps he could study him further. Just as Tang Yu was about to speak, a flash of golden light caught his eye. Impudent fairy, how dare you deceive my master? Prepare to face the consequences. In an instant, Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, charged forward. Not good. White-boned spirit gasped. She flung a golden silk ribbon into the air, yet curiously, it did nothing to impede Sun Wukong in the slightest. The force emanating from the ribbon met Sun Wukong as though a strand of cow hair had plunged into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing the golden silk, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's expressions sharpened. At this moment, it was too late for Bai Jingjing to flee. With a resounding thud, the golden staff struck her head. Ah! Bai Jingjing cried out in agony, blood cascading from her scalp. The transformation she had invoked faltered, revealing her true form. Her once snow-white face now appeared even more pallid, resembling a fragile crystal doll on the brink of shattering. A terrifying force surged from the golden staff, piercing her heart. Her heart began to race violently. Her mind reverberated with a deafening buzz. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though past lives flashed before her eyes. Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon as witnesses, the mountains and rivers as pledges. Would you, great sage, be willing to unite with me? Bai Jingjing gazed at the monkey before her. In that instant, memories flooded back to her. She remembered everything. The golden staff remained poised atop her head. The purple silk draped over Sun Wukong slowly began to rise, transforming into a garment that adorned Bai Jingjing. Simultaneously, she underwent an astonishing metamorphosis, becoming even more exquisite and enchanting. Tang Yu watched in disbelief, as a dawning realization washed over him. Are you all right? Bai Jingjing looked at the monkey, tears streaming down her face as she choked out her words. She trembled as she extended her hand, seemingly yearning to caress his face. Chapter 47. No more Zixia in the world. It struck like a heavy hammer upon his chest. Sun Wukong gazed at the tears cascading from her eyes, each drop feeling as burdensome as 1,000 weights. It seemed as if every droplet fell directly onto his heart, rendering his breath laborious. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his heart suddenly convulsing with pain. Why did this happen? He had never experienced such a feeling before. Moreover, why did she seem so familiar yet remained a stranger to him? It is you, both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exclaimed in unison. As if the entire universe had faded away, All that remained in her vision was this monkey. She looked at him, tears streaming down her face, yet smiling softly. This was her colorful stone. Once, she had placed it against her heart, carrying it with her over mountains and rivers, whispering sweet nothings to it. He had carved a hole in her heart, having stained it with her essence, thus awakening his spirit and intellect. It was indeed this monkey who, for her sake, had rallied the strength of an entire demon kingdom to defy the heavens without hesitation. It was also he who had held her hand, soaring through the three realms. In that vibrant peach blossom grove, he had taken her hand and solemnly declared, "Zixia, you are more beautiful than these peach blossoms. Let heaven and earth witness. Let the sun and moon bear witness. Let the rivers and mountains serve as witnesses. Shall we, together, ascend to the heavens?" A golden satin ribbon soared into the air, ultimately transforming into a single strand of monkey hair that floated down to rest upon Sun Wukong. Why could this golden satin not shield Sun Wukong in the slightest? Because it was originally a protective talisman he had bestowed upon her, just as his purple satin was a gift from her. As the monkey hair took root upon him, an immense force surged through Sun Wukong. He reached the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm, a mere step away from the quasi-saint level. Yet, Sun Wukong wore a bewildered expression, holding his golden staff and staring blankly at the tear-streaked face before him. They must surely recognize each other. Meanwhile, the two fools knew the true identity of the white-boned spirit. Tang Yu fell into contemplation. Bai Jingjing smiled at Tang Yu, saying, "My beloved is a hero of unparalleled stature." Her demeanor seemed to convey, "Look, I was not deceiving you. I truly have someone special. And he is indeed a great hero." A purple mist began to envelop Bai Jingjing, rendering her already ethereal beauty even more dreamlike. She cast one last glance at the monkey, thinking, forgetting might be for the best. There would be no more pain. "You must live well," she whispered as her body dissipated entirely, leaving only a skeleton in her place. In the chest of the skeleton, a heart gently pulsed, and within it, there was a small hole, as if something had gradually worn its way inside. The skeleton transformed into a cloud of dust, drifting away in the wind. Only one heart, gently pulsating twice, slowly shattered into fragments, quietly lying in place. As Bai Jingjing vanished, the sky was suddenly enveloped in a resplendent purple haze, casting a mystical glow upon the world. The entire horizon transformed into a dreamlike spectacle. The sun pierced through the violet mist, illuminating the landscape with a delicate purplish hue. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment, as the purple haze dissipated into thin air. Golden dawns and crimson dusks followed, but henceforth, there would be no more purple haze in this world. Zhu Beiji gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with pity and sorrow, a glimmer of tears shimmering within. The last vestige of purple haze illuminated Sun Wukong's face, as if bidding him a reluctant farewell. After a prolonged silence, Sun Wukong regained his composure and snorted, "Damn the demon, how dare it deceive me?" Yet, inexplicably, a profound emptiness began to swell within his heart. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Tang Yu felt a pang of sadness. Indeed, this monkey had forgotten, and Bai Jingjing was gone. Perhaps their shared past had vanished along with the force of Sun Wukong's strike. Tang Yu was deeply curious about their history. Daisy and San Lungzi certainly knew something, yet he refrained from inquiring further. This journey to the west had unfolded in unexpected ways. Despite Tang Yu's interventions altering many of the grand narratives, they remained mere pawns in the game. In this tumultuous journey, it was the hypocritical deities and Buddhas who vied for merit as mere players on a chessboard. However, Tang Yu was unwilling to accept such a fate. He was determined to transcend this game. Now possessing the cultivation of an earthly immortal, he believed that through the practice of the 99 heavenly art, his power would inevitably grow. At this moment, Tang Yu found himself yearning for strength. He pondered deeply. He would not place complete trust in Taishang Laojun, for he sensed that the latter was scheming something in the shadows. If there was anyone he could trust, it would be the Tongtian saint. He had already expressed his intentions to Lishan Laomo, and Tongtian likely knew of his identity and the changes occurring within the journey to the west. As for the Buddhist sect, it had begun to crumble, facing a widespread decline. Thus, Tang Yu could afford to disregard them now. The heavenly court, though yet to act, was biding its time. As their calamity had not yet come, the Jade Emperor was not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, he called to his 3 disciples, "Let us set forth." Tang Yu mounted his donkey, and the group resumed their journey. Yet, Sun Wukong frequently glanced back at the heart, now in disarray. As the master and disciples ventured further away, a gust of wind swept through, gradually covering the shattered heart with dust. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A slender willow branch emerged from the earth, entwining the fragmented heart and swiftly drawing it beneath the surface, rendering it invisible. Watching the departing disciples, Guanyin Bodhisattva silently exhaled in relief. This could be considered a trial successfully completed. She journeyed towards the western heavens, preparing to report to the Tathagata and contemplate how to navigate the forthcoming tribulation. According to their plans, in this trial, Tang Sanzang was meant to expel Sun Wukong. Otherwise, the next challenge would prove insurmountable. From a considerable distance, she observed billowing smoke emanating from the great Thunder Monastery, a sight that momentarily halted Avalokiteshvara's steps. What could this mean? Surely, the great Thunder Monastery was not ablaze. She hastened her pace towards the monastery. In the western heavens, at that moment, the Tathagata, with a cigarette in his mouth, suddenly slapped his thigh in delight. Well done. Ha ha, it has finally come to pass. The completion of this trial had not been an easy feat, and indeed, Sun Wukong had truly engaged in battle. The success reverberated throughout the western heavens, inciting a frenzy of cheers and excitement, nearly bringing tears of joy to their eyes. It had been a challenging endeavor, and the Buddha had already lost hope for this trial. Who could have imagined that, by a twist of fate, it would actually succeed? Chapter 48. I shall lead you to a life of leisure. The Buddha's wisdom shone through. Although the Tathagata had taken no direct action, he still relished the flattery from below. Avalokiteshvara, in a state of urgency, arrived at the great Thunder Monastery, initially fearing it was on fire. As she entered, the thick smoke enveloped her, nearly choking her. Observing the Buddhas puffing away, she couldn't help but furrow her brow in disbelief. She had only been away from Mount Ling for a few days, yet it had transformed into this peculiar scene, with Buddhas and Arhats having taken up smoking. Had the Tathagata not intervened? The sight of those squinting, smoke-clad monks was decidedly odd. Buddha, I have returned. Avalokiteshvara offered a slight bow, reclaiming her rightful place beside the others. Yet the haze that lingered in the air made her feel quite nauseous. Avalokiteshvara, do you have any strategies for the next trial? The Tathagata inquired. With Sun Wukong still at Tang Sanzang's side, the situation is precarious. They are nearing the kingdom of Baoxian, where they will encounter Kuei Mu Lang and rescue Princess Baiwa, only for the Golden Luan Hall to transform into a tiger. With Sun Wukong present, it is highly likely he will eliminate Kuei Mu Lang. As for the transformation of the Golden Luan Hall into a tiger, it is uncertain whether Kuei Mu Lang will even survive to that moment. Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara discreetly rolled her eyes. You are the master of Mount Ling. Why do you ask me for solutions? If you have none, how could I? She chanted a sutra, extinguishing the smoke, while the Tathagata looked down. Yet all the Buddhas, sensing his gaze, lowered their heads or averted their eyes, clearly indicating their inability to provide assistance. Observing this, the Tathagata felt a sense of fatigue wash over him, realizing that he had no capable allies at his disposal. If any of these Buddhas possessed even a modicum of usefulness, he would not be so weary. In contemplation, the Buddha instinctively lit another cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke. With that first drag, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. A solution had emerged. Avalokiteshvara, you must descend to the mortal realm shortly and retrieve Sun Wukong from their company, simply stating that I have a matter to discuss with him. Although Tang Sanzang did not dismiss Sun Wukong, he could certainly take him away under the pretense of needing his attention. How could he refuse such a request? The Buddha found himself increasingly impressed by his own ingenuity and could not help but commend his clever maneuver with a hearty cheer. With such brilliance, who else could assume the mantle of leadership if not I? What a cunning plan this was. Yet, it remained essential to pay homage to the Buddha's greatness. Avalokiteshvara tilted her head aside and declared, I shall not go. What audacity! How dare you refuse? The Buddha's countenance darkened as he reprimanded her. Avalokiteshvara continued, perhaps you should observe the Xianguang mirror and see what they are up to? The Buddha turned his gaze to the Xianguang mirror. Suddenly, he extended his neck, his eyes widening in astonishment, akin to a parched tortoise that has finally spotted water after years of drought. Filled with disbelief and wonder, the assembly of deities in Ling Mountain also widened their eyes, casting their attention back to the Buddha. Tang Sanzang and his companions had arrived at a small town beneath the kingdom of Baoxian. However, as they approached the town, Tang Sanzang seized a nearby guard and inquired, "Where's the largest and finest brothel here?" The monk's request shocked the soldier, who thought he must have misheard. "Quickly, where's the brothel?" Tang Yu pressed eagerly, unable to contain himself. After all, it had been a long time since he had left Gao Laozhuang without any means of release. Despite having partaken in battles, nothing compared to the pleasures of indulgence. "Keep going straight. Not far ahead lies the Wanlu, the largest brothel in town," the soldier stammered, still in disbelief. "Disciples, allow me to treat you to a lavish experience," Tang Yu exclaimed, leading the way with excitement. Perhaps only Zhu Beiji shared an interest in this escapade, while Sun Wukong showed no enthusiasm. If it were a matter of battling monsters, he would have been more engaged. Instead, he had grown increasingly withdrawn, emanating an aura of despondency. In a moment of instinct, he reached for the cloak that once adorned him, only to find that the purple fabric had vanished along with the deceased by Gu Jing. Each attempt to touch the fabric left him in a state of disorientation. As for Sha Wujing, he merely inquired, "Can those women in the brothel eat?" Faced with two oblivious disciples, Tang Yu felt a pang of helplessness. Fortunately, he had the company of the simple-minded Zhu Beiji. Not far away, he found a pawnshop, where he promptly exchanged his meditation staff for funds to indulge his desires. It was essential to note that he was devoid of money, and currency was not interchangeable. It seemed prudent to secretly stash away some treasures next time he exchanged cigarettes with Samantabhadra, in case of future needs. After exchanging money, he plunged into the brothel with Zhu Beiji, eager to indulge. Avalokiteshvara's body trembled slightly, as the precious Zen staff she had entrusted to him was thus exchanged for pleasure. Even the hand of the Buddha, holding a cigarette, quivered. He waved his hand, shutting off the Xianguang mirror. As for Tang Sanzang and his companions venturing into the brothel, their intentions were crystal clear. It was certainly not for a mere meal. No wonder Avalokiteshvara declined to join them. Such affairs would surely be disconcerting, not only for her as a female bodhisattva, but even for the Buddha himself. However, without taking Sun Wukong away, how could the next trial proceed? Ha! Tang Sanzang truly understood this seat's temperament. The speaker was the joyful Buddha, once known as the long-eared enlightenment immortal, who had shared the same celestial patronage with the Buddha. After attaining Buddhahood, the first to seek him out was the Buddha himself. Yet, the long-eared enlightenment immortal indulged in all sorts of vices, failing to embody the Buddhist tenet of emptiness. Nevertheless, he needed to be brought over. It is worth noting that the long-eared enlightenment immortal possessed quasi-saintly cultivation, albeit slightly weaker than the Buddha. At that moment, the Buddha's eyes twinkled, and he conceived an idea. "Since it was so, I shall bestow upon you the title of Joyful Buddha. This will not hinder your indulgences. The only change will be your identity." Transforming from the long-eared enlightenment immortal of the Jejiao to the Joyful Buddha of Buddhism. Thus, the Joyful Buddha is the only figure within Buddhism exempt from adhering to its precepts. "Given this, I must trouble you to make a journey," the Buddha declared. The Joyful Buddha cheerfully accepted the divine edict, feeling it had been a while since he had released his true self, seizing this opportunity to do so. "Yet I must remind you not to forget your current identity," the Buddha interjected, his tone clearly warning him not to forget he was now a figure of the Buddhist order. "Cigarettes are quite enjoyable," the Joyful Buddha replied, a smile dancing on his lips. Chapter 49. Insufficient funds. The Buddha's expression turned serious, his gaze deepening as he regarded the Joyful Buddha. Upon arriving at the brothel in the mortal realm, the Joyful Buddha transformed into a handsome man and entered. The staff within the establishment hurriedly welcomed him. However, upon inquiry, the Joyful Buddha was taken aback. There were no maidens available, as they had all been claimed by Tang Sanzang. The reason Tang Yu was so eager to seek companionship was not out of sheer lust, but rather because he had discovered a passage in the 99 heavenly arts that detailed a method of dual cultivation between men and women. This not only promised his own gratification, but also facilitated his cultivation. What could be more delightful? This technique benefited both genders, albeit centered around Tang Yu, leading to many women quickly succumbing to the experience. No matter, there were plenty of others. A simple exchange would suffice. Thus, within the room, Tang Yu reveled in joyous abandon, cycling through several partners, most of whom were carried out afterward. Yet, the following day, those maidens felt revitalized, seemingly more beautiful after being nurtured by Tang Yu. Several young women grappling with gynecological issues have, rather unexpectedly, found themselves healed. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji toils diligently in the adjacent room. The joyous Buddha, with a mere sweep of his thoughts, effortlessly perceives their presence. Outside Tang Yu's chamber, a queue of maidens stands, each taking turns to attend to him. This sight causes a tinge of green to wash over the joyous Buddha's countenance. After much effort to seize a moment of respite, he finds that all the maidens have been monopolized by Tang Sanzang. Since his conversion to the Buddhist fold, he has scarcely indulged in such pleasures. Despite being a joyous Buddha, he remains a figure of the Buddhist community, mindful of its reputation. With his formidable powers, he could traverse to another realm in the blink of an eye. Yet, as he steps outside, he recalls the Buddha's injunction to refrain from frivolity and to maintain humility. Moreover, he bears the task of escorting son Wukong back. However, having ventured out, it feels almost squandered to leave without engaging in something. Are there truly no maidens available here? The joyous Buddha inquires, taking a swig from a flask of wine. Regrettably, they are all engaged with a single patron, replies the brothel's matron, her expression turning somber. If you are in urgent need, I shall personally attend to your desires. At over 50 years of age, she appears ghastly, her makeup barely clinging to her visage. The joyous Buddha raises an eyebrow, his frown deepening. After a moment's contemplation, he sighs, very well. Let it suffice. What must be done, must be done. With that, he takes her by the arm and leads her to an upstairs room. On Golden Ao Island, within the Azure Palace, Tang Tian has already become aware of the news that Tang Sanzang is indeed the variable in this equation. An amused smile creeps across his face as he reflects on how the destined seeker of scriptures has transformed into an unpredictable factor. This is quite intriguing. Moreover, in the temples along Tang Yu's path, monks have begun indulging in meat and frequenting brothels. The Buddhist community remains oblivious to this shift. Undoubtedly, the faith within Buddhism has waned significantly in this unseen manner, and the merits have, unbeknownst to them, diminished as well. With his sage-like prowess, Tang Tian easily calculates these developments. Through the mystic light mirror, he catches sight of the joyous Buddha, his once esteemed disciple, the long-eared Dingguang immortal. However, he is taken aback to see him enter a room with an elderly woman over 100 years of age. A shadow of embarrassment clouds Tang Tian's expression. Master, we have now learned that Tang Sanzang is the variable, remarks Li Shan Laomo. Tang Tian chuckles. Naturally, we must extend our assistance. I understand that Tang Sanzang has ascended to the realm of human immortals, correct? With a wave of his hand, a precious elixir materializes in Li Shan Laomu's grasp. This boundless creation pill is sufficient to elevate him to the level of Earth Immortal. Additionally, he orders that all disciples of the Jia sect must assist Tang Sanzang unreservedly should he require anything. This variable named Tang Sanzang certainly warrants our support. If there exists a desire to challenge Buddhism, it is none other than the celestial master Tang Tian, for even the Buddha himself was once his disciple. His most favored students have all been salvaged by the Buddhist order, a profound disgrace for him. If it were possible, he would gladly seek out the two saints of the West for a confrontation. Yet, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. Should a conflict between saints occur, the ancient and cunning Han Jun would undoubtedly intervene. Yes, master, replied the old mother of Lishan as she exited the Bio Palace. Throughout the night, Tang Yu reveled in the pleasures of the brothel. Through this dual cultivation method, he felt he had subtly brushed against the threshold of the celestial immortal realm. This was indeed a fortunate circumstance. As for Zhu Beiji, he had long since emerged, awaiting his master's settlement of the bill. Without even a glance, Tang Yu tossed the coins he had exchanged for with his staff towards the attendant, grandly declaring, no need for change. However, he was soon obstructed. Dear guest, your funds are insufficient. This left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. What was this? How could he lack sufficient funds with such a sum? Was this an establishment of ill repute? The attendant, with a sense of resignation, explained, Dear guest, you ordered 11 courtesans yesterday, not to mention the 2 for your disciple. It was indeed a curious notion for a monk to frequent such places, yet brothels, like the Buddhist order, readily opened their doors. As long as one possessed wealth, it mattered not whether one was a monk or a bald man. Tang Yu found himself bewildered. He had not taken these considerations into account. By such calculations, it was certainly not overly expensive, and the quality of the ladies was quite commendable. However, the dilemma arose. He was out of funds, and the payment was made from the coins exchanged via his staff. Do you have any money? Tang Yu turned to Zhu Beiji. The latter averted his gaze, remaining silent. You promised to cover the bill, yet here I am left to settle it. Moreover, He had no money to speak of. Even if he did, it was unlikely he could produce it. At that moment, several unsavory individuals had unknowingly surrounded them, each exuding a menacing aura. Seemingly concerned that the two might attempt to evade payment. Why not inquire of Wukong and Sanlingzi if they have any funds? Master, do you truly believe that Monkey Brother and Brother Shah possess wealth? The expressions of those surrounding them darkened significantly, their intentions unmistakable. Without payment, they would not allow the two to depart. I advise you to find a way to procure the funds, or else do not blame us for our lack of hospitality. The attendant sneered coldly. Who are you trying to intimidate? Tang Yu's eyes narrowed as he snatched back the coins he had given to the attendant. Ba, you foolish ones. There are so many innocent girls here, forced into servitude. As a monk, I must embody compassion and rescue these innocent souls from their plight. Tang Yu recited a Buddhist chant, feeling a surge of compassion. How shameless it was. When he was indulging, why did he not consider the innocence of these women? Chapter 50. Either let him pass, or I shall pass. Zhu Beiji turned away, pretending not to know him. As he watched the coins return to Tang Yu's hands, it became evident that they were attempting to flee without paying. Do you dare cause a disturbance in my Wanhualu? The young attendant let out a cold laugh. Do you even bother to inquire about the nature of this establishment, the Flower Pavilion? Is it a place where mere mortals like you can misbehave? Just a few insignificant beings. Not to mention that Tang Yu is accompanied by bodyguards. He himself is a being of transcendent cultivation. Yet, it is improbable that Tang Yu would take matters into his own hands. With bodyguards present, who would dare to act? Furthermore, engaging in conflict may reveal one's true identity. Foolish one, I trust you. I have entrusted this task to you. After saying this, Tang Yu stepped aside, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance, as if watching a performance. Before the fool could utter a word, the people from the brothel had already made their move. The fool had no choice but to respond, and the outcome was predictable. Tang Yu strode out with an air of confidence, though he still possessed a semblance of humanity, leaving the money behind. One cannot visit a brothel without compensating the ladies. Their lives are not easy, and they hardly sleep well at night. As for the brothel, it was littered with bodies. Not far off, the simpleton was circling a donkey, seemingly contemplating how to prepare a delicious dish. Follow me, Tang Yu called to his disciples as he mounted the donkey. To the west, the countenance of the Buddha appeared somewhat displeased. They were approaching the kingdom of Baoxiang. Why had the joyful Buddha not yet persuaded son Wukong to depart? With a wave of his hand, he sought to ascertain what the monkey was engaged in. What unfolded was a scene that was painfully eye-watering. The creature was still enraptured in the embrace of his indulgences. Surely, he had not forgotten his duties? Unbelievable. Had he known the monkey was so unreliable, he should have sent someone else in his stead. Allowing him to handle matters had led to his diving headfirst into the brothel and not emerging. Guanyin Bodhisattva. He had just called out to Guanyin when she turned her head away. Well, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate after having summoned her for such a long time. Moreover, Tang Sanzang and his companions had just engaged in some rather inappropriate conduct, making it ill-fitting to send her. Glancing downwards, he declared, Lingji Bodhisattva, you shall go and bring son Wukong here. As you command, revered Buddha. Lingji's heart soared with joy. During this period, the Buddhist realm had bestowed upon him numerous treasures, all in exchange for incense from Tang Sanzang. It seemed he would have the opportunity for a small windfall. Receiving the Buddha's command, he hurriedly descended to the mortal realm. At this moment, Tang Yu and his companions had arrived at the kingdom of Baoxiang. Notices were plastered everywhere, proclaiming that the third princess of Baoxiang had been abducted by a demon, seeking a hero to rescue her. As for this matter, Tang Yu was fully aware. The enchanting Baihua Xiao was originally a celestial maiden from the heavenly court, banished to the mortal realm for her secret engagement with Kuei Mu Lang. Reborn in Baoxiang, Kuei Mu Lang, a deity of the constellations, was enraged to see his beloved cast down to the mortal plane. In a fit of fury, he rebelled against the heavenly court. However, upon finding Baihua Xiao, he discovered that his former lover no longer remembered him and resorted to abducting her. Indeed, Kuei Mu Lang was a man of deep feelings. Tang Yu felt a tinge of sympathy for him. Upon reaching the palace of the kingdom of Baoxiang, the guards were dispatched to inform the king. Upon hearing that a holy monk from the great Tang had arrived, the king hastily summoned the master and his disciples to the throne. Yet, this gathering appeared rather peculiar in its entirety. Before him stood a monk. Appearing as an ordinary man, Tang Yu strode confidently into the establishment, producing his travel permit and tossing it forth. Stamp it. I shall leave, he declared succinctly. cutting straight to the point. Were all people from the Tang dynasty so audacious? The king of Baoxiang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the permit. There was an additional line inscribed at the bottom. Either allow him passage, or I shall proceed. Above these words rested the imperial seal of the Tang. Undoubtedly, this was orchestrated by Li Shimin. This fellow was known for his ruthless nature, having committed fratricide and patricide. Yet, he also possessed remarkable capability, having led the Tang to unprecedented prosperity, attracting veneration from all directions. Naturally, a mere kingdom like Baoxiang could not contend with such might. Since the holy monk has traveled such a distance, it would be best for him to remain in Baoxiang for a while, suggested the king. Very well, Tang Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. His primary motivation for arriving was that he had strolled around and discovered several exquisite brothels. The maidens there were remarkably enchanting. Moreover, who would willingly seek the scriptures from the West? Prepare vegetarian dishes, commanded the king, instructing his attendants to ready a sumptuous feast for their guests. Amitba, the humble monk desires meat, he declared. The king paused, questioning whether he had misheard. A monk wishing for meat? The monk's demeanor suggested he was not mistaken. Nor was the king mishearing. After a brief hesitation, he hastily ordered the servants to prepare the meal. At that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the sky, and the Bodhisattva Lingji manifested above them. Ah, this old fellow has returned, thought Tang Yu, fully aware of the Bodhisattva's intentions. Tang Sanzang, the Bodhisattva intoned with great authority. What is it? Tang Yu replied, casting a sideways glance. The holy monk from the Tang was indeed formidable. He had barely arrived when the Bodhisattva descended, and it was evident that he held the Bodhisattva in little regard. He could afford such audacity. However, the king of Baoxiang dared not emulate him. Leading his ministers and soldiers to kneel before the Bodhisattva. We pay our respects to Bodhisattva Lingji. The Bodhisattva did not even regard them with a glance. You should be aware of my purpose for coming here. The monk's demeanor incited in Tang Yu an urge to give him a kick. Speak to me with more courtesy, Tang Yu admonished, or you shall leave empty-handed. The people of Baoxiang looked at Tang Yu in disbelief, collectively gasping. The audacity of the Tang envoy to speak thus to the Bodhisattva was astonishing. Bodhisattva Lingji's expression turned frosty, and with a softened tone, he replied, I have come to exchange for some incense. With a wave of his hand, a pile of magical artifacts and elixirs appeared at Tang Yu's feet. Tang Yu chuckled, removing his monk's robe to wrap up these items. He planned to find a secluded spot later to exchange them for fortune points with the system. After redeeming the 99 heavenly skills, his fortune points were nearly depleted. Yet, was money not forthcoming? Communicating with the system, he inquired about the exchange value of these items, then offered him the incense at the previous price. This time, the Bodhisattva Lingji indeed brought forth a considerable bounty, exchanging a total of 20 packs of cigarettes from Tang Yu. After the exchange, the Bodhisattva hurriedly departed, feeling somewhat humiliated by Tang Yu's brusque words. After all, he was a Bodhisattva, yet he found himself in need of assistance from mortals. Meanwhile, far away, the Bodhisattva Puxian slapped his forehead in realization. Goodness! In his preoccupation with the cigarettes, he had completely forgotten the important matter entrusted to him by the Buddha. If he were to return directly to Mount Ling, the Tathagata would surely be furious with him. Puxian Bodhisattva hastily made his way back. As the Bodhisattva departed, King Baoxiang and his companions rose to their feet. The king felt a tinge of frustration. His small kingdom was not only unable to contend with other nations, but even the celestial beings seemed to disregard him. Observing the representatives from the Tang dynasty, who spoke so boldly with the Bodhisattva, he could not help but feel envious of their confidence. Chapter 51. The Lingji's mental state is fraying indeed. Those from the Tang dynasty were quite formidable. The king of Baoxiang quickly invited several individuals inside, preparing a lavish feast filled with meat dishes. Your Majesty, on your journey, did you happen to see any extraordinary sages? Zhu Beiji inquired while munching on his food. This left Tang Yu somewhat speechless, as he had intended to keep his quest a secret. Yet, this fool had brought it up himself. With a heavy sigh, King Baoxiang confessed, to be honest, near my kingdom there exists a monster that has abducted my beloved youngest daughter. For many years, I have sought numerous sages. Yet this monster possesses immense power, and none of the sages have returned. He slowly recounted the events that had transpired. A monster? Sun Wukong's eyes instantly lit up. What manner of creature is it? This monkey, upon hearing of a monster, became more animated than if he had encountered his long-lost father. He was destined to be a fighter. Even if he eventually became a Buddha, he would still be the victorious fighting Buddha, engaged in battles for the Buddhist realm. However, regarding the Qum wolf, Tang Yu preferred to remain uninvolved. Although he was one of the deities of the star constellations, he was a disciple of the Jie sect under the teachings of the Heavenly Gate. Thus, out of respect for this connection, he did not wish to intervene. Just as King Baoxiang was about to speak, a brilliant light flashed across the sky. The already departed Puxian Bodhisattva reappeared. Tang Yu's eyes brightened as he said, "Did you not wish to rescue your princess? Now that the Bodhisattva Lingji is here, you may rest assured." He was unsure why this old fellow had returned so suddenly, but his arrival was fortuitous, allowing Tang Yu to conveniently shift the responsibility onto him. Upon hearing this, King Baoxiang quickly fell to his knees, pleading, "I implore Bodhisattva Lingji to deliver justice on my behalf." Before Lingji Bodhisattva could utter a word, he eagerly divulged the situation. The Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? What was to be done? If he chose not to save the princess, it would contradict the Buddhist principle of compassion. Yet, if he did intervene, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications, incurring the wrath of the Buddha. In that instant, Lingji Bodhisattva felt as though he were on the back of a tiger, unable to dismount. Regret welled up within him, as he pondered how he could have been so preoccupied with cigarettes that he forgot the matters at hand. Cigarettes bring misfortune. The last time, due to such distractions, he lost both Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Now, caught in a dilemma, he wondered what to do. Rise up, for the compassionate heart of the Buddha embraces all sentient beings. Lingji Bodhisattva would not forsake those in peril. Tang Yu assisted the king to his feet, his words effectively silencing what Lingji Bodhisattva had intended to express. To save? Unthinkable. To not save? That seemed equally untenable. Such an act would contradict the very essence of Buddha's compassion and the equality of all beings. The Buddhist faith itself upholds that all beings are equal. Furthermore, if the deity were to descend and witness the plight of their followers without intervening, where would the compassion lie? Moreover, the kingdom of Baoxiang predominantly practices Buddhism. Should they fail to act, it could significantly hamper the growth of its followers. Lingji Bodhisattva stood perplexed in the heavens, caught in a bind. Bodhisattva, we are on a sacred quest for scriptures, and we shall soon embark on our journey. I humbly request your assistance in rescuing the princess of Baoxiang. Tang Yu declared with a face full of righteousness, as if his very life depended on commencing the journey westward. What folly is this? When you were lost in indulgence, did you not remember your sacred mission? Lingji Bodhisattva thought, exasperated. Yet, what could he do at this moment? Tang Sanzang, I have come here for a matter of great importance. The mundane world is filled with sorrow and joy, and if I were to intervene in every trivial matter, how could I manage my time? Furthermore, all things are subject to karmic retribution, determined by heavenly design. We cannot meddle in such ordained affairs. With this discourse, Lingji Bodhisattva felt his own cleverness as he politely declined to offer assistance, citing the suffering of sentient beings and the intricacies of karma. Amitabha, Your Majesty, you have heard the Bodhisattva's words. This is a matter of karmic destiny, and I am powerless to intervene, Tang Yu responded, displaying a visage of compassion. Soon, we shall depart on our journey westward and shall no longer trouble the king. Why reside in a palace when the pleasure houses await? Beautiful maidens await my return. The once smug Lingji Bodhisattva found his smile abruptly fading. There was no way forward. The situation had exceeded his expectations, yet he had only himself to blame. Had he taken son Wukong away at the outset, none of this would have transpired. Wukong, let us proceed, Tang Yu beckoned his disciple, preparing to leave. But how could they be allowed to depart so easily? That was out of the question. Tang Sanzang, I have matters to discuss. Lingji Bodhisattva, in resignation, planned to first escort son Wukong away. As for the ensuing matters, he would let them unfold naturally. He was out of options. Go save Princess Baiwa. I shall not listen, Tang Yu replied without looking back, leading his disciples toward the exit. The cigarettes had already been exchanged. What more could there be? In Tang Yu's eyes, the Buddhist monks were of no good. Lingji Bodhisattva inwardly cursed. My patience has reached its limit. Reciting the name of Amitabha Buddha a few times, he felt his emotions stabilize slightly. In that brief moment, Tang Yu and his companions had already reached the entrance. Seemingly recalling something, Tang Yu returned. Your Majesty, as a newcomer and a monk, I possess no wealth. I humbly request that you bestow some alms upon me. Bring forth some money for the holy monk, commanded the king of Baoxiang. With a thick stack of silver notes in hand, Tang Yu stepped out with a smile. High above, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva suddenly appeared before several individuals. Sun Wukong. The Buddha has urgent matters that require your presence at Ling Mountain. He directly addressed Sun Wukong, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation with Tang Sanzang. This was exceedingly frustrating. At that moment, Tang Yu grasped the situation. So, this was an attempt to take Sun Wukong away. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Wukong. Since it is thus, you may accompany the Bodhisattva. I will wait for you at a few fine establishments I noticed on my way here. We shall depart together upon your return. Another visit to the pleasure quarters? Just moments ago, you spoke of your solemn duty to acquire scriptures. Lingji Bodhisattva was utterly speechless. Very well, master. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong replied, though somewhat bewildered, knowing he could not refuse the Buddha's summons. He followed the Bodhisattva to Ling Mountain, while Tang Yu and Zhu Beiji plunged back into the pleasure quarters. Flower girl, Amitba, the humble monk has arrived. Chapter 52. A treat from my younger brother Lingji Bodhisattva escorted Sun Wukong towards Ling Mountain, no longer contemplating the challenges ahead. If success is to be, so be it. If not, so be it as well. A sense of resignation washed over him. After all, it was not his burden to bear. The Buddha was the one to worry. If the heavens were to collapse, the Buddha would bear the weight. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief. Not far ahead, a figure appeared, flying in a somewhat clumsy manner, as if it might tumble at any moment. It was the joyful Buddha, with his keen eyes. Sun Wukong recognized the unsteady figure as the joyful Buddha, who resembled a hen struggling to fly. Lingji Bodhisattva hurried forward. Amitba, joyful Buddha, what troubles you? In recent days, the joyful Buddha had been lost in the pleasures of the brothels, entangled with the madams, leaving him noticeably gaunt and weary. His flying had become rather erratic. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the joyful Buddha suddenly remembered he had a mission. However, judging by his current state, it seemed he would not be needed. Amitba, I did not expect Lingji Bodhisattva to bring Sun Wukong. This is indeed splendid. Lingji Bodhisattva's lips twitched slightly. You immersed yourself in the pleasure quarters and forgot your responsibilities. The Buddha naturally dispatched me to retrieve Sun Wukong. The events occurring in the mortal realm were well within the Buddha's knowledge. There was little hope left for the joyful Buddha. However, Lingji Bodhisattva nearly forgot the matter at hand. Buddha, we have returned, he murmured. His head bowed in a semblance of guilt. The joyful Buddha, oblivious, chuckled and returned to his position. The Buddha of infinite light shot a stern glance at the joyful Buddha before instructing his attendants to escort Sun Wukong to the meditation chamber for rest. This left Sun Wukong quite perplexed. It seemed he had been summoned without any particular urgency. As Sun Wukong departed, the Buddha extended his hand, summoning Lingji Bodhisattva closer. Grasping him by the collar, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving Lingji dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, his head buzzing. After all, who could dispute that the Buddha was the sovereign of the Western paradise? He was adept at managing affairs, allowing Sun Wukong to leave first, and only then addressing Lingji Bodhisattva, thus preserving a shred of his dignity. Buddha, I acknowledge my transgressions, Lingji Bodhisattva confessed. The imprints of the Buddha's hands stark upon his face, though a sense of injustice brewed within him. The joyful Buddha had indulged in revelries, neglecting the entrusted task, yet faced no repercussions, merely because of his superior cultivation. The Buddha of infinite light subtly shook his hand, pondering the audacity of this old rascal. His palm numb from the exertion. Humph, should there be a next time, I shall flay your skin, he warned darkly. Lingji Bodhisattva remained silent, head bowed. For who could contest the authority of the leader? Acknowledging one's mistakes and enduring punishment were part of the game. In the world of spirits, one must grasp this truth. Now that Sun Wukong had been returned to the sacred mountain, how should they proceed with the impending trials? What thoughts did the others harbor? The Buddha of infinite light first turned his gaze towards his capable assistant, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. However, Avalokiteshvara appeared oblivious to his gaze, seemingly lost in a meditative state. The other Buddhas displayed expressions of indifference, as if the matter did not concern them. Was it truly the case that within the vastness of the sacred mountain, there was not a single soul to alleviate their woes? With Sun Wukong now returned, the pressing issue was how to orchestrate the forthcoming tribulations. Perhaps they should consult Tang Sanzang. With a wave of his hand, the mirror of illumination materialized. The Buddha's expression shifted slightly before he hastily dismissed the mirror. Cursed Tang Sanzang. He had plunged once more into the brothel. Little did he know that Tang Yu had felt himself reaching the pinnacle of earthly immortality. And should he continue his indulgent ways, a breakthrough into celestial immortality was inevitable. Yet, to the Buddha of infinite light, Tang Sanzang appeared to have completely succumbed, forsaking the monumental task of scripture retrieval. But his absence was indispensable. If it were possible, the Buddha wished he could strike him down in a single blow. As for the dignity of the Buddhist faith, it had long since been obliterated by Tang Sanzang's misguided journey, leaving not a trace. Had it been anyone else, the Buddha would have dispatched them without hesitation. Surveying the assembly once more, the Buddha's gaze returned to Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva, you must descend to the mortal realm once more and inform Kuei Malong to ensure the capture of Tang Sanzang. As for the transformation of the golden Luan Hall into a tiger, let it be. If it succeeds, so be it, and if not, then so be it as well. Thus spoke the Tathagata. To him, even accomplishing one of the tasks was akin to burning incense in gratitude. In obedience to the Buddha's decree, Guanyin set forth to the lower realm. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang found himself enraptured in a brothel, which posed a dilemma. Joyful Buddha, I must trouble you to descend to the mortal realm once again and urge the group to hasten their journey. Reluctantly, Joyful Buddha was dispatched once more, for it seemed that only he could venture into such an establishment without misgivings. In accordance with the Buddha's will, Tang Yu within the brothel felt a profound sense of pleasure that penetrated to his very bones. Most remarkably, he had stepped into the realm of the celestial immortals. It must be said, the 99 heavenly arts were indeed worthy of being the cultivation method of the primordial deity. Even the dual cultivation method contained within was astonishingly formidable. If he continued on this path, it felt as though he need not engage in further cultivation. Wherever he wandered, stepping into the brothel would likely elevate him to the threshold of a quasi-saint. Yet, at this moment, he felt a growing unease. The next realm was the Tai Golden Immortal, followed by the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once he entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he would inevitably attract the tribulations of heaven. Even with the concealment of the heavenly mechanism array, it seemed impossible to achieve absolute security. A mere slip of energy might expose him, and with the omnipotence of those saints, it would be evident that he was a variable. Suddenly, an authoritative shout resonated from outside. Who dares disturb? Tang Yu, draped in his cassock, frowned as he stepped outside. Master, it is Joyful Buddha, exclaimed Zhu Beiji, emerging while still dressing. To think that the Tathagata had dispatched Joyful Buddha. Outside, the ordinary folk knelt in reverence, most having never witnessed the manifestation of a Buddha. What is the matter? Tang Sanzang inquired, gazing upwards at Joyful Buddha in the heavens. This question left Joyful Buddha somewhat speechless. The Buddha commands you to set forth promptly. There must be no delay in your westward pilgrimage. Tang Yu chuckled, subtly gesturing for him to descend. What is this? Joyful Buddha queried. Yet he complied and landed before him. Buddha, since you have come down to the mortal realm with such difficulty, how about I treat you? Tang Yu whispered earnestly, taking his hand and leading him inside. Joyful Buddha's expression turned cold momentarily, but then he reconsidered. A brief delay would not consume much time, and he could still urge Tang Sanzang and the others to depart afterward. Thus, he half-heartedly followed Tang Yu into the brothel. Within the brothel, Tang Yu demonstrated great enthusiasm, asserting that he would treat Joyful Buddha without hesitation, directly commanding the madam to summon all the maidens. They stood in a row for Joyful Buddha to choose. Buddha, you have journeyed from the great Thunder Sound Temple. Do not be shy. Take whichever one you desire, and I shall arrange it for you, Tang Yu proclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado, embodying a figure of chivalry. The happy Buddha let out a haughty snort, yet he diligently began to select items, scrutinizing each one with care and finding them all quite satisfactory. With a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, "Are you covering the expenses?" Naturally, for the Buddha, it was of little consequence. Even if he fancied everything, he could simply take it away without concern. Tang Yu poured him a glass of wine, which appeared to be of exquisite quality. Upon hearing this, the happy Buddha felt no need for further pleasantries. With a cold chuckle and a commanding wave of his hand, he declared, "All of you, come with me." After all, it was not his tab. Why pass up a free meal? He eagerly embraced the young women and headed toward the room. Tang Yu, ever considerate, presented him with a box of medicine. Under Tang Yu's knowing gaze, the happy Buddha comprehended the implication. He couldn't help but inwardly admire Tang Sanzang for being quite discerning. "Brother, from now on, you shall be my dear brother." Having indulged a bit too much in drink, the happy Buddha would have collapsed to the ground had it not been for the support of the two women. Yet, he remained inebriated, conversing with Tang Yu. Big brother, enjoy yourself, drink well, and let everything be arranged by your younger brother. Tang Yu clapped him on the shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. In that case, I'll head in first. The happy Buddha, with the women in tow, ascended the stairs. Take care now, my brother. Tang Yu silently mourned in his heart. As for what was entrusted to him, it was the same medicine that he had given to the white dragon, albeit with an additional, more potent ingredient. This was, of course, all exchanged through the system. The various treasures bestowed upon him by Puxian had been traded for nearly 1.6 million fortune points. For these two items, he had expended almost 500,000. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was determined to eliminate that fellow. The fortune points would undoubtedly be substantial. This character was a traitor under the Heavenly Gate. Dispatching him would inadvertently create a debt owed to him by the Heavenly Gate. Why not seize such an opportunity? He would gain fortune while simultaneously having a sage indebted to him. Come along, you two simpletons, we must depart. This left Zhu Beiji somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be treating and arranging for the happy Buddha? Why were they suddenly leaving? However, with his master having spoken, he dared not voice any objections. Yes, master. The brothel's attendant intercepted them, questioning the reason for their departure. Was it not due to the lack of payment? Amitabha. The honored Buddha, who just accompanied me, shall cover the bill. Tang Yu joined his palms in reverence, adopting the demeanor of a monk, albeit a monk appearing in a brothel, which seemed rather peculiar. The attendant's expression was one of confusion. In that case, we welcome the holy monk to visit often. The attendant was well aware of the renowned holy monks from the Tang dynasty who had audiences with the emperor. He had even heard tales of these monks partaking in wine and meat, which had indeed astonished him. What astonished him even more was witnessing one enter a brothel, reveling in the atmosphere, and drawing the exalted happy Buddha along with him. The two of them, calling each other brothers, drank together. Certainly, I shall return at the first opportunity. The service here is exceptional, Tang Yu mused, feeling reluctant to leave. Next time, I shall surely come again. Upon exiting, Tang Yu felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. However, the pursuit of enlightenment cannot be delayed. Thus, Tang Yu ventured into another brothel, indulging in the company of several young ladies. Engaging in a variety of tender gestures and feeding them delicacies, he planned to rest before continuing his journey, while also awaiting Wukong's arrival. This time, there was no triumphant cheer. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji toiled diligently in a separate room within another establishment. At the entrance to the room of the happy Buddha, a throng of maidens awaited their turn to serve. It remains uncertain whether it was due to the bald monk's prolonged restraint that such fervor ensued. The newly summoned woman, barely conscious, rolled her eyes and foamed at the mouth. As for the nature of the foam, we dare not speculate or inquire. The happy Buddha, having consumed the elixir provided by Tang Yu, felt rejuvenated, ready to confront the world with renewed vigor. This unexpected resurgence of vitality thrilled him, revealing that despite his advancing years, he still possessed remarkable resilience. Many maidens could hardly withstand his fervor. Indeed, some had already been carried away. He found himself invigorated by the encounters, caught in a whirlwind of exuberance, indifferent to the fate of those beneath him. In the underworld, a report reached King Yin. Numerous courtesans had suddenly perished, their lifespans unexhausted, rendering them unable to reincarnate. What shall be done? The realm of the dead remained shrouded in darkness, perpetually devoid of light. In times past, the Earth Mother, witnessing lost souls wandering through the three realms, acted out of compassion, ultimately transforming herself into the cycle of reincarnation. This act provided solace to all spirits, granting them a path to rebirth, a deed of unparalleled merit. Consequently, the heavenly order bestowed upon her the possibility of attaining sanctity. However, the Buddhist faith, recognizing the Earth Mother's immense virtue, sought to partake in her merit. The two Western sages, Jian and Zhuanti, began to covet her achievements. Old Wang, they said, the Earth Mother's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation is a grand act of merit that our Buddhist tradition desperately needs. You must descend and seize this opportunity. As for Old Wang, he is none other than the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. Renowned as one of the 8 great bodhisattvas, his might is unmatched. The commands of the saints were not to be defied, and such a venture would greatly benefit Buddhism. Thus, Old Wang vowed an oath to the heavenly order, he would not attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. And he descended into the underworld to embody the noble aspiration of Buddhism to save all beings. He warned humanity of the law of cause and effect, emphasizing the cyclical nature of existence. If I do not avenge you now, your demise will also bring you suffering. Anticipate the consequences of your actions. The deeds one performs in this life shape their future. One must strive to do good while alive and avoid arrogance. However, upon reaching the underworld, old Wang found himself bewildered. Alas, I have been deceived by those two unscrupulous saints. Life is fleeting, and worldly desires weigh heavily upon the soul. Waiting for hell to be empty? Such nonsense. Yet, having pledged his sacred vow, he could not retract it. This was indeed a predicament. The blame lay with those in the Buddhist realm who spun such tales. Thus, the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha found himself ensnared in the underworld, unable to escape. He awaited the moment when hell would be emptied, yet gained nothing of benefit for himself, remaining trapped within the realm of the dead. Nevertheless, Buddhism did acquire considerable merit through him, derived from the Earth Mother. It could be said that he emerged with naught to show for his efforts. However, the underlying Buddhism has greatly benefited. As a result of Buddhist arrangements, the Earth Mother has accumulated a substantial amount of merit. Although she has not yet attained sainthood, she lingers on the precipice between the peak of quasi-saint and saint, awaiting merely an opportunity. Yama, the king of hell, listened to the reports from the ghostly messengers below and inquired with curiosity as to how this could be. The little ghost, somewhat embarrassed, reported to Yama, It seems that they all perished beneath the joyful Buddha. The joyful Buddha? Yama was taken aback. For a long while, he was lost in thought. The joyful Buddha? Numerous courtesans had met their end due to the joyful Buddha. What on earth was happening? Regaining his composure, Yama bellowed, Speak, what has transpired? According to the accounts of those women, they died beneath the joyful Buddha due to their carnal affairs. The ghostly messenger stammered, feeling quite awkward. Yama's eyes widened in disbelief. And after a while, he said, I understand now. This joyful Buddha, being a practitioner of Buddhism, should know better than to engage in such folly, leading these women to their demise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the joyful Buddha was reveling in his indulgences, laughing heartily while exerting himself. Even in the midst of changing partners, he was performing push-ups, creating a tiny hole the size of a needle in the bedboard. Outside the room, the courtesans were kneeling on the ground, pleading, Oh, dear mother, grant us a reprieve. We promise to be obedient henceforth. It was utterly terrifying. Despite their pleas, they dreaded entering again. The bald monk in the room was rather relentless with his needlework. Although the needle was small, the repeated stabbings were unbearable for an average person. With gritted teeth, the madam decided to offer him a pig. Soon, someone kicked an old sow into the room. Initially, the sow grunted, but it wasn't too long before it let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the underworld, the ghostly messenger remarked, But most of these women have not yet exhausted their lifespan. How can they reincarnate? What shall we do? Yama replied, Let them temporarily linger in the underworld for a while, and when their lifespan is complete, we shall send them to a good family, allowing them to live a carefree life. These souls were sent down by the joyful Buddha. Regardless of the means by which they were sent, they were indeed sent by him. Therefore, Yama must grant him some respect. A wisp of a soul materialized, its form faintly recognizable as that of a woman. Yama was taken aback and quickly knelt to pay his respects to the Earth Mother. In ancient times, the Earth Mother had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, her soul bound to disperse. Yet, the heavenly decree allowed her to attain sainthood. Later, with the interference of Buddhism and the Ksitigarbha entering the underworld, her physical form remained unrebuilt, as she awaited an opportunity, one that would allow her to attain complete sainthood. Thus, she now existed merely as a wisp of a soul, yet this soul was immensely powerful. Yama's heart raced as he pondered how this esteemed lady had been stirred. I have manifested to inquire about a matter. The Earth Mother's voice was clear, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Please, milady, speak, Yama replied, bowing his head in great reverence. In the past, I embodied the cycle of reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao bestowed upon me a supreme treasure, the Book of Life and Death, which encompasses the lifespans and destinies of all beings. Today, I summon you to inquire about a person named Zixia, her fate, whether she still lives. The king of hell, kneeling like a grand eunuch, trembled incessantly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Might I ask, my lady, is it that Zixia? Indeed, I regret to inform you, my lady, that I am unable to ascertain this. The king of hell gritted his teeth. The secrets involved are too profound. Even with the book of life and death, he could not unveil her fate. Why? The Lady Hutu's imposing aura surged, enveloping the underworld, causing the 18 layers of hell to billow with smoke. Some frail souls were instantly reduced to ashes. This individual, I cannot uncover, nor dare I recklessly delve into. The king of hell quivered, cold sweat dripping down, yet he still spoke through clenched teeth. The Lady Hutu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and under the weight of her presence, the king of hell felt as though his very soul was on the verge of shattering. However, this overwhelming force soon dissipated. Standing in the shadows of the underworld, the Lady Hutu appeared somewhat solitary, taking a long while to declare, I understand now. Having uttered those words, she vanished without a trace. The king of hell remained prostrate on the ground, and after a considerable time, he reached out to the judge beside him. I find my legs somewhat weak. Lend me your support. In the 19th layer of hell, a woman lay within a jade coffin, surrounded by an aura of chaos. Strangely, her lower half transformed between that of a serpent and a human. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber, yet powerful waves of energy radiated around her. The Lady Hutu suddenly appeared at this location. Gazing at the woman in the jade coffin, she spoke, Sister, it has been ages since I last visited. For beings like us, a century passes in the blink of an eye. Sister, do you know? The demonic entities have fallen. The child you once forged from the evening glow, Zixia, may also have perished, perhaps at the hands of your other child, son Wukong. Oh, but son Wukong has forgotten. It all has slipped from his memory. I know why he forgets, yet I am powerless to intervene. He has embarked on a journey to the west, aiding the Buddha in overcoming this trial of the journey to the west. Once, you were ensnared by those who plotted against you, succumbing to slumber, while Zixia was taken captive. That monkey. He fought valiantly against formidable foes without regard for his own safety, only to be cast back into his original form, reverting to a colorful stone. Sister, if you were aware of all this, would it not pain your heart for your child? You have slept for far too long. I cannot recall how long it has been, but you should not remain in slumber. It's time to awaken. The Lady Hutu's voice choked with emotion as she turned her gaze, observing row upon row of jade coffins. Here, aside from the woman before her, lay the rest of her witch clan, including her brother, all preserved by her immense magical power. The world knows of the 18 layers of hell, yet few are aware that there exists a 19th layer, hidden from outsiders. Within the brothel, the joyous Buddha laughed heartily, while the pig snorted. The old sow rolled her eyes and departed peacefully. A splendid yellow pig. She had been mistreated by humans. Tears streamed down her face as she walked away, filled with a sense of resignation and unwillingness. Observing the lifeless sow, the madam of the brothel gritted her teeth and decided to sell her to the butcher Zhang from West Street, ensuring the price was high. For this was a pig of fine quality. As for the guest inside, the madam pondered briefly before summoning the lead bull, estimating that a bull would suffice, as the little needle would not be fatal to him. In the Western paradise, the Buddha looked at the joyous Buddha, his body trembling slightly, and his lips twitched involuntarily. His expression turned icy, somewhat frightening. Who will kill the joyous Buddha for me? He commanded, his face dark with displeasure. Yet no one responded. All averted their gazes as if they had not heard his words. To slay the joyous Buddha? Ridiculous. He had already attained a higher level of enlightenment. Aside from the prominent figures of the Buddhist community, no one was his match. Sending them to kill the joyous Buddha was tantamount to sending them to their own demise. Thus, they all pretended not to hear. Chapter 55. The joyous Buddha has departed. Observing the Buddha below, the Tathagata felt he had raised a group of inept beings. In this vast spiritual mountain, there was not a single individual capable of alleviating his burdens. The joyous Buddha had gone too far. Not only had he harmed several women, but he had also spared not even a pure and pristine yellow pig. At that moment, he was in a room, joyously engaging with a bull. Having already been kicked several times, losing several teeth, yet he continued to charge forward heedlessly. The Tathagata felt an urge to put an end to him. However, the Tathagata finally realized the joyous Buddha's peculiar behavior. He seemed to have lost all reason, reminiscent of a time when he had witnessed something similar with the white dragon. This was alarming. The joyous Buddha had been poisoned. The 5 directions of revelation: hurry, descend to the mortal realm, and swiftly bring the joyous Buddha back to the spiritual mountain. The Tathagata hastily commanded. Descend to the mortal realm? You are sending us to our doom. The joyous Buddha had now lost his senses. If he turned violent against them, none would escape. Yet the leader's orders had been given. What were they to do? The 5 directions of revelation exchanged glances, both feeling troubled. In accordance with the Buddha's will, they resolved, no matter the risk, they would undertake their duty and descend to the mortal realm. They agreed that even if they were to descend, they would keep their distance while calling out to the joyous Buddha, ensuring their safety. Arriving above the brothel, the golden-headed revelation cried out, "Joyous Buddha!" In his intoxicated state, the joyous Buddha operated instinctively, completely oblivious to the call from the golden-headed revelation. He did not hear it, but the entire city of Baoxiang did. Some were incredulous. What? The joyous Buddha has come to visit a brothel? Those emerging from the brothel or the attendants had already begun to spread the news unknowingly. The joyous Buddha was in the brothel, having utterly exhausted a pig and several maidens. The Buddha, filled with wrath, yearned to strike down the golden-headed Jedi. For my intent was to retrieve the joyful Buddha, not to incite such outbursts. With your bellowing cry, do you not realize that the entire nation of Baoxiang will be aware that the joyful Buddha has descended into Chinko, ensnared and reluctant to emerge? The 5 Jedi exchanged glances, acknowledging the inevitability of their circumstances. Reluctantly, they made their presence known within the brothel, prepared to seize the joyful Buddha and retreat. They would return to Lingshan and deliver him to the Buddha, leaving his fate to whatever disposition he deemed fit. At that critical moment, the joyful Buddha sensed that he was on the verge of being unleashed once more. Yet, unexpectedly, 5 bald monks appeared, dragging him away. Under the influence of the drug, his mind was consumed with trivial matters. Nevertheless, his formidable cultivation remained intact, inadvertently exuding the aura of a quasi-saint. Jin Tu Jedi, ever cautious and maintaining a safe distance, swiftly distanced himself from the imminent threat. As for the remaining 4 Jedi, they fell victim to that overwhelming presence. The joyful Buddha, having engaged in exertion for too long, felt his body weaken, his limbs heavy, and even struggled to maintain control of his cloud. In that moment, he flailed helplessly as he plummeted downward. Bai Huaxiao, just awakening in the lair of Kuei Mu Lang, was startled as a figure suddenly descended from above, crashing onto her bed. "Ah!" she cried out in alarm. Kuei Mu Lang, sensing the disturbance, hastily appeared within the cave. Upon seeing the joyful Buddha, his eyes burned with a fierce animosity, akin to an enemy's encounter. Once, both were disciples under the same master at the Jiejiao's Tontian Gate, yet Chang'er, the Dingguang immortal, had betrayed their sect, becoming the joyful Buddha in the West. "Chang'er, I shall take your life." Kuei Mu Lang seethed with rage. It would be an honor to eliminate this traitor for his master, especially since this rogue had audaciously appeared in the bed of his beloved. As the joyful Buddha crashed down, he felt a sudden clarity, only to be met with the disconcerting sensation of weakness enveloping his body. To his horror, he realized that his powers had inexplicably vanished. What was happening? This was all the doing of Tang Yu, who had administered a potion similar to that given to the little white dragon, albeit with an added ingredient designed to temporarily suppress his abilities. Tang Yu's original plan had been to wait for him to exhaust his funds in revelry, endure a beating from the brothel staff, and subsequently remain there as a servant for a time, experiencing the myriad sufferings of mortals. However, he could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. The joyful Buddha, in a state of alarm, instinctively sought to summon his powers for defense. With his quasi-saintly cultivation, confronting Kuei Mu Lang would have been effortless. Yet, in that moment, he found himself powerless, stricken with dread. "Junior brother, there's been a misunderstanding," he pleaded. "I seek your life." Kuei Mu Lang, mercilessly, delivered a resounding slap. With that strike, he felt a surge of joy. This old fool had inexplicably lost his powers. "Today, I shall slay you, the traitor, in honor of our master." And thus, the hapless Jin Tu Jedi fled in desperation. In the first instance, he hurried back to Ling Mountain. The Tathagata Buddha was already fully aware of the events that had transpired, his expression a chilling shade of anger. How audacious of the joyful Buddha to have slain the 4 revered Jedi of the Buddhist order. "Buddha, I have returned," exclaimed the golden-headed Jedi, beads of sweat adorning his brow, as if he had been pursued by a ferocious beast. He returned in haste, yet some of the other Buddhas regarded him with disdain. This old fellow, fearing for his life, had fled while the other 4 Jedi met their demise at the hands of the joyful Buddha. Truly, facing the joyful Buddha, one would find themselves outmatched, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, the Tathagata Buddha spoke the name of the ancient Buddha of Lamp. But the moment the words left his lips, he froze, sensing the presence of the joyful Buddha, gone, perished. What could have transpired? He quickly calculated the situation. The damned Koemu wolf had dared to kill the joyful Buddha. Yet, given the joyful Buddha's prowess, how could he have fallen to such a foe? Was there interference from the Jia sect? The Tathagata Buddha sighed heavily. The journey to the west had barely commenced. Yet it had already inflicted such profound losses upon the Buddhist order, for Jiti lost, along with the joyful Buddha. Wenshu, Puxian, you two bodhisattvas, descend swiftly to the mortal realm and capture the Koemu wolf for daring to harm a member of my Buddhist order. As you command, Buddha, they replied. In the mortal realm, the Koemu wolf could scarcely believe that he had slain the joyful Buddha. Baihua Xiu gazed at him with trepidation, fear evident in her eyes. This pierced the Koemu wolf's heart. His former beloved stood before him, yet she did not recognize him. The greatest distance in the world is standing before someone you love, only to find that they do not know you. At that moment, a familiar aura appeared. The Koemu wolf was taken aback, joy flooding his heart. Welcome, senior sister. Chapter 56. His Majesty Koemu Wolf summons you to heaven. The person who arrived was none other than the revered Lishan Laomo. Tang Sanzang and his companions were in the kingdom of Baoxiang, and she had come to see them. However, she sensed her junior brother's presence outside the kingdom, prompting her appearance. I greet you, senior sister. Lishan Laomu furrowed her brow slightly. Junior brother, what has transpired here? Informed you, senior sister, I have slain Chang'er. Lishan Laomu was taken aback. Her junior brother had actually killed the immortal Chang'er of Longyear. For some reason, Chang'er had suddenly lost his powers. Otherwise, he would not have been an opponent for her brother. Recognizing her sister's confusion, the Koemu wolf explained the truth. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder my junior brother could not have been Chang'er's match otherwise. However, the sudden loss of Chang'er's powers is rather intriguing. After all, Tang Sanzang and his companions are in this very kingdom, and she was aware that Tang Sanzang entered the pleasure house with the joyful Buddha. This situation is somewhat suspicious. Could it be related to Tang Sanzang once more? Let it be, Lishan Laomu remarked nonchalantly. May I ask why you have suddenly appeared, senior sister? I have become aware of the unforeseen circumstances, and my master has instructed me to convey a message to the disciples of the Jiejiao. Should Tang Sanzang and his companions require assistance, we are to offer our unwavering support. Could it be that this unforeseen variable is the sudden enlightenment of Koemu Lang? He affirmed gravely, indeed, I understand. Not long ago, Guanyin Bodhisattva visited and urged me to capture Tang Sanzang at all costs. At that moment, a thunderous shout resonated from outside. Bold Koemu Lang, how dare you slay the Buddha of Buddhism? Come forth and face your demise. Were it not for the presence of the mother of Mount Li, Koemu Lang might have felt a tinge of trepidation, but with his sister here, he remained unfazed. The mother of Mount Li's countenance darkened as she emerged, a cold smile gracing her lips. What of it if I kill? The sudden appearance of the mother of Mount Li left the two bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, momentarily dazed, nearly toppling over. How did she arrive here? This was an existence that even the Buddha would regard with deference. In that instant, doubts began to cloud the minds of Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Were the Buddhas intentionally sending them to their doom? Motherly, how did you come to be here? Inquired Manjushri Bodhisattva. Do I owe you an explanation of my whereabouts? Retorted the mother of Mount Li with an assertive tone. This response rendered Manjushri speechless. What more could he say? Report, mother, Koemu Lang has slain the joyful Buddha. The Buddha has commanded us to bring him back to Mount Ling. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva recited a Buddhist chant and conveyed the message truthfully. This is the will of the Buddha and has nothing to do with them. Have your Buddha come here personally to speak with me. As long as I am present, let us see who dares lay a finger on my junior disciple. The mother of Mount Li's expression hardened as she extended her hand, a sword materializing within her grasp, instantly enveloping the area in a suffocating aura of murderous intent, causing both bodhisattvas to instinctively retreat a few steps. The slaughtering immortal's sword. It was astonishing that Tang Tian entrusted the slaughtering immortal's sword to her. It is well known that Tang Tian once utilized the extermination of immortal's sword array to contend against the teachings of the Chan ultimately. It required the simultaneous intervention of 4 saints to dismantle the extermination of immortal's sword array, showcasing its terrifying power. Although the mother of Mount Li wielded only the slaughtering immortal's sword, they were still no match for her. With her own cultivation nearing that of a quasi-saint, she was not to be trifled with, even compared to the Tathagata Buddha. Furthermore, with the slaughtering immortals sword in hand, even the Buddha himself would likely retreat in fear. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor's lips curled upward almost imperceptibly. Star, go and bring Kuei Mu Lang back. The sudden turn of events had greatly exceeded his expectations. This predicament was undoubtedly dire. Given the circumstances, there was no longer a need for Kuei Mu Lang to remain in the mortal realm. The joyful Buddha was dead, and prior to his demise, he had also taken down the Four Directions Revealer. For the Jade Emperor, these developments were immensely favorable. The fortunes of Buddhism held little concern for him. In fact, he relished the prospect of its decline. Yes, Your Majesty, replied the Tai by jinxing, departing with the order. In the west, the Tathagata Buddha's lips twitched involuntarily. This was reckless. The mother of Mount Li had suddenly appeared there, sword in hand. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to take Kuei Mu Lang away. Even the two bodhisattvas found themselves ensnared in peril. Judging by the demeanor of Lady Li Mountain, it was evident that she was ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Ling Ji, please fetch the souls of the joyful Buddha and the Four Directions Revealer and temporarily immerse them in the pool of meritorious deeds. Let them enjoy a sauna before we proceed to reconstruct their corporeal forms. Although the Four Directions Revealer and the joyful Buddha had perished, their souls were not entirely dissipated, leaving room for salvation. The Buddha, in his helplessness, lamented that the demise of the joyful Buddha was in vain. He had initially intended to capture Kuei Mu Lang and extort a favor from the heavenly court. While eliminating Kuei Mu Lang was an impossibility, after all, he was one of the celestial deities, it was still feasible to extract a tribute from the Jade Emperor through him. At that moment, the Tathagata realized he had been overly ambitious. The allure of dreams contrasted starkly with the harshness of reality, delivering him an unexpected blow. As for this dilemma, it seemed utterly hopeless. Tang Sanzang, engrossed in the pleasures of the brothel, appeared unwilling to depart without son Wukong. Respecting the Buddha's command, as Ling Ji Bodhisattva departed, the Tathagata's figure flickered and manifested in the lower realms. His two bodhisattvas had already been targeted by the sword of celestial slaughter. The pervasive aura of death instilled terror within them. They had no doubt that even the slightest movement would provoke the sword of celestial slaughter to descend upon them. However, with the arrival of the Tathagata, the murderous intent dissipated instantaneously. The two bodhisattvas gasped for breath, experiencing a profound sense of survival after calamity. Sister, please show mercy, they implored. The Tathagata appeared, and Lady Li Mountain pointed the sword of celestial slaughter at him, her aura of quasi-saintliness radiating outward. Sister, my disciples have been rather offensive. I hope for your understanding. They offended me, and a mere apology suffices? She retorted. Is this not a clear invitation to conflict? The Tathagata gritted his teeth. What a vexing situation. Our order has lost lives, and I have lost a precious artifact. Is there anything more exasperating in this world? With a huff, Lady Li Mountain sheathed the sword of celestial slaughter. Simultaneously, the morning star appeared in the heavens. Kuei Mu Lang, His Majesty summons you back to the heavens. The Tathagata silently cursed within. Although this predicament seemed dire, Kuei Mu Lang could still exert himself to fulfill the task. Yet now, it appeared that the situation was entirely unmanageable. They were calling Kuei Mu Lang back to the heavens. Yes, Kuei Mu Lang hesitated slightly. I have some words to share with Baiwa. I asked for the morning star to wait a moment. Despite the morning star's sycophantic demeanor toward the Jade Emperor, he remained resolute with others. Being a favored figure before the Jade Emperor. Speak quickly, he urged. Just then, the morning star shuddered, noticing Lady Li Mountain watching him with a bemused expression. Chapter 57. A single hair. The morning star offered a sycophantic smile to Lady Li Mountain. Mother, it has been many years. You have grown even more beautiful. And your cultivation has become increasingly formidable, truly a cause for celebration. Observing the sycophantic demeanor of the man before her, the venerable Lady Li Shan let out a soft huff and averted her gaze. Within the cavernous abode, he gazed upon the woman he cherished, standing so near yet feeling so distant, as if he could reach out and caress her face, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. You may have forgotten, but that is of little consequence to me. I remember our shared tale, one I have recounted to you countless times, yet you persist in disbelief, branding me as a monster, loathing and detesting me. I assure you, I have not deceived you. My words are genuine. I, Kue Mulang, am a celestial deity of the heavenly court, not the creature you perceive me to be. Alas, no matter how fervently I speak, it is futile, for your memories elude you. As he beheld her blushing visage, Kue Mulang reached out, yearning to stroke her cheek. However, Hua Baixio instinctively retreated a step, leaving his hand suspended in midair. After a brief pause, his arm fell limply to his side, and a wry smile graced his lips. For these 13 years, you should know how I have treated you. I have fulfilled every desire of yours. It is time for me to return to the heavens, and you should return home as well. It seems my persistence has been misguided. Our love was as fleeting as a blooming flower, a momentary beauty. How foolish of me to wish to preserve its brilliance eternally. Those who forget suffer no anguish, as you do. The true torment lies in the inability to forget, yet still yearning for what cannot be attained. I shall seal away all that pertains to us, and I will forget you. You may go. With no trace of hesitation, Kue Mulang waved his hand, and Hua Baixio's form gradually ascended, drifting towards the distant palace. A smile lingered upon Kue Mulang's lips, as he seemed to relive every moment shared with her. Ultimately, he tapped his forehead, and all that was once his, the love, the memories, vanished in an instant. He had forgotten their past, forgotten the woman he once adored. He recalled that he was the celestial deity of the heavenly court, Kue Mulang. Bowing respectfully to Lady Li Shan, he followed the illustrious Tai by Jinxing back to the heavenly realm. As for the Buddha Tathagata, he had no face left to remain here, departing with the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. This incident had inflicted severe losses upon the Buddhist sect, with the Four Directions Revealer and a Joy Buddha lost, alongside a precious artifact of quasi-saintly status. The difficulty of this matter was compounded, and had even a fraction of it succeeded, the Buddha Tathagata would have felt a slight sense of equilibrium restored. Meanwhile, within the confines of the building, Tang Yu lay upon his bed, luxuriating in the ministrations of the maidens around him, kneading his waist and pounding his legs. Anything he desired was promptly delivered to his lips with but a glance. This life was indeed a sumptuous indulgence. However, in recent days, he had exercised restraint. One must learn moderation. Women can wield a silent blade of destruction. There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. Of course, the Joy Buddha was an exception, for he had consumed a potion, transforming him into a miraculous beast. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the death of the Four Directions Revealer from the Buddhist sect, seizing fortune and earning a reward of 400,000 in luck. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your application of poison has led to the demise of the Joy Buddha, granting a reward of 200,000 in luck. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have overcome the tribulations of the illusory journey, and your reward is a fortune of 1 million in luck. The system's notifications echoed one after another, leaving Tang Yu utterly astonished. He never anticipated that his haphazard actions would lead to such monumental consequences, resulting in the demise of both the Four Directions Revealer and the Joyful Buddha. Haha, I truly am a genius. This time, I have reaped considerable gains. However, something felt amiss to Tang Yu, and he abruptly opened his eyes. The courtesans, who had been present, had unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness, and the scantily clad garments they wore were now fully adorned. One lady, with an enchanting countenance, gazed at him with a half-smile and remarked, "Your life seems rather splendid, does it not?" The old mother of Mount Li couldn't help but twitch her lips upon witnessing this scene. She had come here and found herself utterly speechless. Once a golden cicada, a virtuous being after 10 lifetimes of cultivation, Tang Yu had now devolved into this state, languishing in brothels daily. Nay, it is not what it seems," Tang Yu hastily explained, perhaps driven by an inexplicable impulse, as he hurriedly donned his robe. "Do you have any connection with me?" The old mother's lovely visage turned frosty. Before Tang Yu stood an immense bathing tub, and suddenly, the heavens above parted, allowing water to cascade gently down, swiftly filling the tub. "Clean yourself before speaking to me," she commanded, and with that, the old mother vanished from sight. What just transpired? Tang Yu found himself perplexed, yet complied obediently, leaping into the tub for a most delightful bath. He was unaware of the nature of this water. It was exceptionally soothing, and even his innate magical prowess seemed to subtly advance during this indulgence. Little did he know, this was the celestial dew from the heavenly court, a beverage of the Jade Emperor, which the old mother had magically transported here for his bathing pleasure. Fortunately, Tang Yu remained oblivious. Had he known, he might have felt compelled to drink it. Just as he finished dressing, the old mother reappeared, waved her hand, and the water from the tub flowed back to the heavenly court. Tang Sanzang, pay your respects to the old mother. After his bath, Tang Yu, perhaps experiencing a transcendence of the spirit, became remarkably courteous. The old mother then presented him with a pill. This is the primordial creation pill. Consuming it will allow you to ascend to. Her voice abruptly halted as she gazed incredulously at Tang Yu. His cultivation had evidently reached the level of a celestial immortal. She had not noticed it closely before, but now recognized his innate power at a glance. The last time she encountered Tang Sanzang, he was merely at the human immortal level. How could he have progressed so rapidly to the celestial level in such a brief span? Had it not been for the palpable waves of power emanating from him, even the old mother would have doubted her own eyes. This was a deliberate display by Tang Yu. Otherwise, no one, not even the sages, could discern his true capability. The reason he chose not to conceal it was that he had his own intentions. Tang Yu chuckled, his prowess shifting to that of a human immortal, only to subsequently revert to that of an ordinary man. This series of events left the venerable Mother Li Shan utterly speechless. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor, accustomed to sipping his exquisite nectar, prepared to address the assembly of celestial beings. However, upon taking a sip, he furrowed his brow slightly, his teeth moving as if unconsciously chewing on something. Below, the multitude of gods stood in a line, awaiting the emperor's words. Yet, upon witnessing his sudden peculiar expression, mouth agape, fingers probing at his teeth, they were momentarily taken aback. After some time, the emperor finally extracted an object, holding it up to the light for examination. Instantly, his complexion turned a sickly shade of green. It was a slightly curled strand of hair. Chapter 58. Is it from the Queen Mother? The celestial beings in attendance were rendered speechless by this unexpected revelation. The Jade Emperor's exclusive nectar had inexplicably contained a twisted hair. Your Majesty, it is the fault of this old minister. I beseech your forgiveness. As the foremost sycophant, the illustrious Tai Jinxing, he was responsible for all that the Emperor consumed. Even if a delectable morsel appeared in the mortal realm, he would hasten to bring it back for the Emperor's delight, deeply ingrained in the Emperor's favor. Yet, the presence of a hair in the sacred nectar was a grave oversight on his part. Tai felt perplexed. How could this precious nectar, akin to ethereal stone stalactites, suddenly harbor a hair? He had sacrificed sleep, traversing the three realms with great effort to procure it, sealing it with his magical prowess to prevent contamination. Yet now, a twisted hair had distinctly emerged from the Emperor's mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck Tai. The day prior, the Emperor had spent the entire afternoon in the Queen Mother's chamber. Could it be that something had transpired then, leading to this discovery? The possibility seemed increasingly plausible. However, regardless of how the hair found its way there, it had indeed appeared in the Emperor's mouth after consuming the nectar. If this were to be linked to him, Tai would surely bear the blame. As he gazed at the curled strand in his hand, the Emperor's expression fluctuated, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Who can enlighten me on this matter? He demanded. Your Majesty, it is the negligence of this old minister. My vision fails me. I implore your forgiveness, Tai Jinxing replied, kneeling like a devoted hound. Upon hearing this, several deities couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. What sort of cultivation have you achieved to claim failing eyesight? You are not one of those aged mortals. The Emperor had always placed great trust in Tai diligence, deeming such oversights as non-existent. At that moment, the Emperor began to suspect the Queen Mother might be involved. After a brief hesitation, he lifted the cup and took another tentative sip of the nectar. Why did it taste so peculiar? The Emperor's brow furrowed once more. Below, Tai Jinxing knelt, trembling in fear. Serving the sovereign was akin to treading alongside a tiger. One could never tell when a trivial matter might lead to one's demise. Beneath the assembly of deities, silence reigned supreme, as they remained utterly mute. The Jade Emperor's expression grew increasingly peculiar. With a couple of dismissive spits, he found a damp, winding hair clinging to his lips. He reached up to remove the hair, his face chillingly cold. One stray hair could be attributed to his momentary excitement and lack of attention, but two was simply intolerable. Summon the guards and have the maidens who oversee the Cheongji Yulu executed at once. The Jade Emperor's face darkened, and he abruptly dismissed the morning assembly with a flick of his sleeve as he departed. Your Majesty's wisdom is evident. It must be the maidens who have failed in their duties, declared the bright star of Venus loudly. It is well known that one should not jeopardize a companion's life for the sake of their own. Thus, he shifted the blame onto the maidens on watch. The mother of Mount Li gazed at Tang Yu, perplexed by his inscrutability. Yet, he was an enigma, and it was reasonable that he should remain unfathomable. "Thank you, Saint of the Heavens, and thank you, Mother," she expressed. It felt oddly peculiar to refer to such a young and beautiful woman as Mother. Tang Yu retrieved the supreme creation pill, a small elixir radiating a subtle golden glow, clearly a treasure of extraordinary quality. "No thanks necessary. Is the matter concerning the joyous Buddha related to you?" The mother of Mount Li's suspicion suggested a connection, though she sought confirmation. Tang Yu offered a faint smile, choosing silence. Some truths need not be articulated too clearly, for all present were astute. Indeed, the mother of Mount Li observed him keenly. "I have a request for you, Tang Sanzang," said Tang Yu, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "What is it?" "As I ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it is inevitable that I will attract heavenly tribulations, which may reveal my true identity. Thus, I hope the Saint of the Heavens can lend assistance in this matter." With the concealment formation in his possession, he believed that with the aid of a saint, his success would be assured. The mother of Mount Li gazed at him in astonishment. Here was someone who had just reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality, already preparing for a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was merely one realm away from the Tai Golden Immortal, a significant hurdle. Many souls remained trapped at the Tai Golden Immortal stage without advancing to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, at this moment, Tang Yu brimmed with confidence, as if the great Luo Golden Immortal was within his grasp. This realization struck the mother of Mount Li with a sense of inadequacy. Having spent countless years transitioning from human immortal to celestial immortal, and considerable time again from celestial immortal to great Luo Golden Immortal, her talent was evident, especially as one of the 4 esteemed disciples of the Saint of the Heavens. However, standing before Tang Yu, she felt a pang of inferiority, a blow to her pride. "This matter requires me to report to my master," the mother of Mount Li stated thoughtfully. She dared not give a direct affirmation, for it entailed the involvement of a saint. "Thank you, Mother." Tang Yu expressed his gratitude with a glance, hesitating momentarily before adding, "Regardless of the outcome, Tang Sanzang shall surely repay you, perhaps with the primordial purple chi." In truth, revealing his identity held little consequence. After all, he was Tang Sanzang, a title akin to a get-out-of-jail-free card. Yet, once exposed, certain actions would become inconvenient. Most importantly, there was another person above, the one who synthesized the heavenly Tao, a matter that could not be overlooked. Therefore, even if exposed, one must possess sufficient cultivation for self-preservation. "What do you mean? You possess the primordial purple chi?" The mother of Black Mountain was astonished. No one understood better than she the significance of the primordial purple chi. It pertains to the path of sanctification. She had already entered the realm of quasi-saint years ago, yet had seen no further breakthroughs. Without fortuitous encounters, this was her limit, stagnant in this position. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. "Not at the moment, but I could acquire it. The primordial purple chi. Just need to con some bald monks in exchange with the system. The primordial purple chi is scarce and has already been divided among many." The mother of Black Mountain harbored doubts regarding Tang Yu's words. However, witnessing his confident demeanor compelled her to trust him. "I will do my best to persuade my master and hope to lend you a helping hand." The mother of Black Mountain was uncertain whether her master could intervene, as the involvement of a saint encompasses vast matters. "Thank you. Although you have already achieved the cultivation of a celestial immortal, consuming the supreme creation pill will still be greatly beneficial for you. If you take it now, I will protect you here." "All right." Tang Yu readily accepted, swallowing the supreme creation pill whole. Chapter 59, My Lord, do visit often. As the supreme creation pill entered his body, a gentle force spread throughout his limbs and bones. Had it not been for the presence of the mother of Black Mountain, who suppressed everything, this establishment would have been shaken to its core. With his own concealed heavenly mechanism array, no trace of energy leaked outside. The mother of Black Mountain found this curious, yet everyone harbors their own secrets, especially Tang Sanzang, who, as a variable in the journey to the west, undoubtedly possessed his own undisclosed mysteries. Thus, she refrained from questioning further. The gentle force surged within him, coursing through the extraordinary meridians. Previously, he had reached the pinnacle of celestial immortal, but under this force, he achieved a breakthrough to the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. The magnitude of this breakthrough astonished even the mother of Black Mountain. She had also consumed the supreme creation pill, yet her breakthrough was far less significant than Tang Yu's. The medicinal properties of the pill provided assistance, but equally, Tang Yu was already at the peak of celestial immortal, merely a step away from Tai golden immortal. He had believed that breaking through to Tai golden immortal would require traversing numerous establishments, engaging with those maidens. Little did he expect that this single pill would facilitate his effortless breakthrough. Tang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound, as if chaos swirled within his irises. After a long while, everything faded away, and once more, he concealed his cultivation. "Thank you, Mother," he expressed with a grateful smile. "No need for thanks," she replied softly. "I never anticipated that a single supreme creation pill could propel you directly into the realm of Tai golden immortal. No wonder you are preparing for your breakthrough to the Deluo golden immortal." Tang Yu's progress has been astonishingly swift, so much so that it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a meteoric rise. From the first moment she encountered him, possessing merely the cultivation of a celestial being, to now, in just a matter of days, he has ascended to the realm of the Tai golden immortal. Furthermore, at the moment of his breakthrough, she faintly sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, one that far surpassed that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal and could even rival that of an introductory Deluo golden immortal. At this moment, her curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of the cultivation technique Tang Yu was practicing, which was so overwhelmingly potent. She was well acquainted with various top-tier cultivation methods, yet none could account for such rapid advancement. In the West, the Buddha, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The other Buddhas remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Son Wukong had already been dispatched to the mortal realm. It was believed that upon his return, Tang Sanzang would continue their journey, with their next destination being Wuzhuang Temple, the territory of the earth immortal Zhen Yuanzi. The loss incurred by the Buddhist sect in the Baoshan kingdom was substantial. Not only had a critical task failed, but they had also lost the happy Buddha and the four directions revealer. Though they were not dead, they remained ensconced in the pool of merit, unable to recover in the near future. Contemplating this, the Buddha felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Guanyin, you must return to the Nanhai Luojia mountain for the time being. This trial must proceed regardless. Should any errors arise, rectifying them later will be impossible." The uncertainties of the journey to the west remained a significant concern. He believed that identifying these uncertainties would alleviate many troubles. Two sages were tirelessly calculating these variables, with Jane losing several strands of hair in the process. Yet, the nature of this variable remained elusive. Originally, Guanyin Bodhisattva intended to inquire about the progress of the trial, but after some consideration, she decided against it. Having traveled thus far in the journey to the west, she too felt a sense of exhaustion. Compounding her frustration was her ongoing struggle with her own mental state, for which she had yet to discover an appropriate remedy. This trial required a strategy to distract Zhen Yuanzi. As for the individual to carry out this distraction, the Buddha had devised a plan involving the appearance of the venerable Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who coincidentally was already in discussions with him regarding other matters. Regarding this trial, once Tang Sanzang and his companions arrived at Wuzhuang Temple and consumed the ginseng fruit, one of the fruits went missing. The temple's acolytes mistakenly accused Sun Wukong of thievery, leading to an outburst from the monkey, who, in a fit of rage, unleashed his primordial spirit and destroyed the ginseng fruit tree, thus triggering the ensuing dilemma. Initially, the Buddha believed there would be no issues with this setup, yet his confidence had waned. He could no longer be so certain. Who could predict what unforeseen complications might arise from this trial? Manjushri, you shall descend to the mortal realm shortly to visit Wuzhuang Temple and subtly influence the two acolytes. As you command, Buddha. Manjushri possessed great confidence in his ability to sway the acolytes, for the Buddhist teachings excelled in persuasion. Even if persuasion failed, he could easily employ some spells to maintain control over the two young acolytes. In the eyes of Manjushri Bodhisattva, this minor task was effortless, a mere trifle. The remaining matter pertained to the Buddha, who would personally seek out the primordial supreme being. At a significant location within the Great Thundersound Temple, the four directions of revelation and the joyful Buddha were luxuriating in the merit pool, enjoying a sauna, a privilege typically reserved for the Buddha himself. It is worth noting that not only could one not partake in such indulgences, but even proximity was forbidden. The four directions of revelation naturally held no fondness for the joyful Buddha, for their current predicament was largely due to his actions. Unfazed by their discontent, The joyful Buddha continued to bask in his sauna, reveling in his status as the joyful Buddha of Buddhism and his quasi-saintly cultivation, rendering the grievances of a mere handful of revelations insignificant. This circumstance left the 4 revelations feeling helpless, each burdened by the indignity of their demise at the hands of their own kind. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, shortly after the departure of Lady Li, Tang Yu sensed the return of son Wukong, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle at the thought that simply displacing Wukong could somehow avert the impending tribulation. The Buddhist realm truly harbored some fanciful notions. He beckoned his 2 dim-witted disciples and the bewildered 3rd student to exit the brothel. Indeed, he had chosen the right master. The dim-witted disciple had thoroughly relished his recent experiences. Though the 3rd disciple exhibited no interest in romantic affairs, he possessed a keen appetite, and thus, over the past few days, he had visibly rounded out, his face taking on a plumpness. Upon returning to the kingdom of Baoxiang, son Wukong found himself perplexed, uncertain of the Buddha's intentions in sending him to the Spirit Mountain. Was it merely for a leisurely excursion? Upon his return, he soon spotted his master and fellow disciples, who appeared to be awaiting his arrival. Tang Yu and his companions stood at the entrance of the brothel, a throng of women behind them, reluctant to part, dabbing at the corners of their tearless eyes with handkerchiefs. "Dear sir, do come again," they implored, waving their farewells as Tang Yu led his 3 disciples forth, slowly departing from the kingdom of Baoxiang. Chapter 60. The target. Ginseng fruit. Observing Tang Yu and his disciples resumed their journey, the Buddha quietly exhaled in relief. Subsequently appearing at the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being was not surprised by his sudden arrival. Within the confines of the Jade Void Palace, the Buddha lingered for quite some time. Aside from the challenge posed by the 5 Deva, the 2 seemed to have engaged in further discourse, though such matters remained undisclosed to outsiders. Shortly after Tang Yu and his party departed from the kingdom of Baoxiang, the 3rd princess, who had just returned, tragically took her own life one fateful night, leaving behind a poignant farewell letter inscribed with delicate characters. "I remember now, everything has come back to me. In this life, I willingly descend to the underworld, waiting for you to come for me." The king of Baoxiang wept inconsolably, for among his children, the 3rd princess was his dearest, and though he had thought her lost forever, who could have foreseen that she would return only to perish shortly thereafter? For 13 years, Bai Huashu had never regarded Quimawang with anything but disdain, harboring only hatred towards him. As the formidable Kue Mu wolf sealed herself and returned to the heavens as commanded, she ultimately recalled everything, willingly descending into the netherworld, awaiting her lover's arrival. Mount Wanshou, home to the Taoist ancestor Jin Yuanzi, serves as a sacred ground where a celestial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, thrives. It blossoms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures every 3,000 years, yielding a mere 30 fruits each time. The rarity of these fruits surpasses even the famed peaches of the Queen Mother of the West. With the gentle moonlight and refreshing breeze, it was soon anticipated that old acquaintances would pass by this path, and Zhen Yuanzi instructed his disciples to gather a few fruits to bestow upon their fellow practitioners. He and Jin Shanzi, having only met 5 centuries ago during the Menglan festival, could barely be called old friends. Jin Shanzi had long since reincarnated as Tang Sanzang. Had it not been for the Ancient One seeking him for a discussion on Tao, he would have wished to see his former acquaintance once more. "Understood, master," replied the 2 young acolytes, Mingyue and Qingfeng. At this moment, the group had entered Mount Wanshou. Tang Yu, however, wished to circumvent this trial. The allure of the ginseng fruit intrigued him. He could not help but swallow in anticipation. He was cautious not to offend Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, for even the 3 pure ones afforded him some respect. He stood on equal footing with figures such as the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Yet, the machinations of the Buddhist sect loomed in the background, complicating any attempts to evade this situation. What scheme were they concocting this time? Suddenly, Tang Yu felt a familiar presence above. A figure soared through the sky. Though he concealed his own cultivation, he was undeniably a Tai Golden Immortal. His awareness transcended that of many Tai Golden Immortals, rivaling even that of the De Luo Golden Immortals. Thus, he sensed every subtle shift around him. It was none other than the old fellow, Manjushri Bodhisattva, evidently heading towards Wuzhuang Temple. "Wukong, let us rest here for a moment," Tang Yu suggested, dismounting and taking a seat beneath a nearby tree. He pondered whether he could transport the ginseng fruit tree away. It would be splendid to place the blame on the Buddhist sect. With Manjushri present, he could shoulder the responsibility. Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, leaped ahead, his keen eyes quickly identifying the distant Wuzhuang temple. Master, there is a Taoist temple ahead. Shall we take a rest there? Tang Yu contemplated briefly before agreeing. Very well. Since we are not inclined to hide, let us adapt to the circumstances. Let us see how effectively I can ensnare these Buddhist fools. Not long after, Wuzhuang Temple came into view, flanked by grand couplets that read, "The abode of immortals, where longevity prevails, and the Taoist family shares the same lifespan as the heavens." Sun Wukong suddenly burst into hearty laughter. In my day, when I wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, I never encountered such a couplet at the abode of the Supreme Old Lord. This arrogance is quite excessive. He had long since the arrival of his master and fellow disciples, and the two young acolytes, Mingyue and Qingfeng, hurriedly ushered them inside. At Wuzhuang Temple, the characters heaven and earth were enshrined. Following the instructions of the Zen master, the two acolytes promptly brought forth the ginseng fruits. Master, our humble Wuzhuang Temple, nestled in these remote mountains, offers but two plain fruits to quench your thirst. The two ginseng fruits were presented on a plate, resembling tiny infants. A fragrant aroma wafted from the fruits, and Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. Ba. He exuded the demeanor of a compassionate monk, embodying a sense of benevolence. Isn't this merely a child? Quickly take it away. Master, you misjudge. These are ginseng fruits, simply plain fruits, Mingyue explained with a smile. How could one of your stature be acquainted with such rustic fellows, who fail to recognize such exquisite treasures? If they were not desired, it would be a boon for the two acolytes. The two young acolytes exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their intentions. Ba, I see now. Then this humble monk shall not stand on ceremony. He reached out and took the two fruits in hand, devouring them immediately. They were tender, juicy, and sweet without being cloying. Truly delightful. The two acolytes were taken aback. He took them without further ado. The fruits were meant solely for Tang Yu, leaving nothing for the three disciples. Sun Wukong was indifferent to the fruits, while Zhu Beiji couldn't help but swallow hard, watching Tang Yu consume even the pits. Such precious ginseng fruits devoured by this bald monk. The two acolytes felt a pang of regret. Yet, as mere young disciples, they could not voice their discontent. Their master had instructed them to attend to the master properly, and they had prepared an entire table of vegetarian dishes. Thank you. Tang Yu clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, exuding the aura of an enlightened monk. The Bodhisattva Manjushri, observing from above, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, seemingly questioning whether he had misperceived. When did Tang Sanzang become so courteous? Moreover, was he not one who relished meat? How had he come to dine on vegetarian fare? After their meal, the master and disciples returned to their chambers to rest. In the stillness of the night, Tang Yu suddenly sat up. Disciples, I am not a selfish person. The ginseng fruits were indeed delectable, yet only I have partaken of them, which fills me with some guilt. Master, what do you mean? Zhu Beiji's eyes brightened instantly. Just moments ago, he had watched Tang Yu devour the fruits voraciously and could not help but swallow again. San Lungzi also looked forward to it. He was familiar with ginseng fruits from his time as a general in the heavenly court, having seen them once. Yet he had never tasted them. Chapter 61. Manjushri takes the blame. Having strolled around with a casual intent, the master noticed an abundance of fruits upon the trees. It would be prudent to take advantage of this moonless, windy night to indulge in the delights of these ginseng fruits, which are indeed a rare delicacy. Such a treat is so delectable that one could feast upon it daily without ever growing weary. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's cultivation. At this moment, the presence of Manjushri Bodhisattva could not be more opportune. It was precisely the time for him to take the blame. The three disciples gazed at their master in disbelief. Was he truly planning to lead them in the act of pilfering these fruits? Could this be the conduct of a revered monk? The very notion of resorting to theft was startling. However, upon reflection, the disciples could comprehend their master's previous actions for having frequented brothels. What else could he possibly refrain from doing? After some deliberation, the disciples devised a plan, with Tang Yu primarily orchestrating the strategy. High above, Manjushri Bodhisattva swallowed hard. He had never tasted such a precious delicacy as the ginseng fruit. A sudden temptation arose within him to secretly procure one, for who would know? Ba. Such sinful thoughts. As a monk, how could he entertain such ideas? This was indeed a transgression, and he was grateful that the Buddha remained unaware. Should the Buddha discover his fleeting inclination towards theft, he would surely face reprimand. Yet, he pondered, where was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, in this endeavor? Once Sun Wukong succeeded in pilfering the fruits, he could easily manipulate the two young disciples. Then, in a fit of rage, Sun Wukong would topple the ginseng fruit tree, thus resolving their predicament. In the Western paradise, the Tathagata Buddha, smoking his pipe, anxiously observed the unfolding events. Yuanshi Tianzuan had successfully deceived Zenyuanzizi, and now it was time to witness the actions of his Buddhist disciples. Judging by the current trajectory of events, there appeared to be no significant issues. Yet, he remained cautious. One must remember that in the journey to the West, unpredictability lurked at every corner. Who could tell when an unforeseen element might emerge to disrupt the overall balance of the tale? Manjushri Bodhisattva, lacking in adaptability, seemed oblivious. Although Sun Wukong had not yet arrived to steal the fruits, was it not possible for him to surreptitiously commit the act and frame them instead? Truly, what a lack of foresight. After accompanying the master for so many years, he could not even manage this simple task. The Buddha, it seemed, would unlikely encounter any unexpected complications. Bodhisattva Samantabhadra uttered a Buddhist chant. At least in his view, there appeared to be no issues at present. Smoking his pipe, the Buddha squinted, revealing an air of profound mystery. He tapped his toe and rubbed his nose, hoping for the best. On Mount Loajia in the South Sea, Guanyin Bodhisattva awaited Sun Wukong's arrival to aid in the revival of the ginseng fruit tree. It was known that only she possessed the ability to restore the vitality of this precious tree. However, at this moment, her mind wandered, and her focus on the journey to the west waned. The matter of her state of mind was pressing. It was indeed a situation that required resolution. Only Tang Sanzang could assist her in this regard, yet she could not bring herself to harm him. Initially, the task of the journey to the west, so splendid in nature, fell upon her shoulders, and she secretly reveled in her fortune. At this moment, however, such sentiments had entirely dissipated. She even found herself harboring an impulsive desire to resign from her duties to the Buddha, a prospect that was, evidently, impossible. The journey had reached a critical juncture. Tang Sung and his companions could not afford to halt, nor could she. It was as if she had ensnared herself in a predicament. At this stage, detachment from the unfolding events was simply unfeasible. Tang Yu exchanged some items with the system and then set out with his disciples, their objective being the ginseng fruit tree. As he gazed at the glistening fruits adorning the tree, Tang Yu swallowed hard. The task of climbing the tree to pluck the fruits was naturally entrusted to Sun Wukong, who, being a monkey, excelled in such endeavors. Thus, the band of master and disciples successfully harvested the entire bounty of fruits. Upon returning to their quarters, they relished the fruits, discarding the cores, and Tang Yu briefed his 3 disciples on the upcoming matters before settling down to sleep, content and at ease. Wait for the consequences, Manjushri Bodhisattva, he mused. Manjushri Bodhisattva awakened in confusion, perplexed as to how he had fallen asleep beneath the ginseng fruit tree. He hurriedly glanced up at the tree, where the sparkling ginseng fruit still hung. Just as he prepared to rise, he once again vanished into thin air, poised for action. However, as he made a move, he froze in disbelief. In his hand, he clutched a ginseng fruit, a bite taken out of it. A cold sweat broke out on Manjushri Bodhisattva's brow. What was happening? Had he unknowingly sleepwalked and plucked a ginseng fruit while in a stupor? That seemed unlikely. He had not heard any of his colleagues in the Western paradise mention his sleepwalking, apart from the usual sounds of snoring and other nocturnal disturbances. Yet, the ginseng fruit was undeniably in his grasp. Alas, this was a predicament. He had inadvertently consumed a ginseng fruit. And if word of this reached the ears of the Tathagata Buddha, he would surely face dire consequences. With the fruit already plucked, there was no possibility of returning it to the tree. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that whether he consumed one or another, it was still consumption. Such a fine delicacy could not be wasted. With a determined bite, as if making a momentous decision, Manjushri Bodhisattva began to eat the fruit. Unbeknownst to him, the once shimmering fruits on the tree were gradually vanishing, an illusion crafted by Tang Yu with Sun Wukong's assistance. Additionally, a subtle potion had been administered to Manjushri Bodhisattva, leaving his mind somewhat clouded and preventing him from perceiving the ruse. High above, a figure sped through the heavens. It was Zhun Yuanzi. He had discovered that nothing significant had transpired at the residence of Yuanshi Tianzuan, where he had engaged in trivial chatter, discussing matters such as his dietary habits and whether his bowel movements were regular. Was this not a trivial conversation? Given his own level of cultivation, he found the old tales rather tiresome. In a fit of irritation, he took his leave. Upon returning to Wuzhuang Temple, he was taken aback to find Manjushri Bodhisattva gnawing on a ginseng fruit. Immediately, he discovered that over 20 of his life's fruits had vanished without a trace, leaving only a barren tree standing in their stead. Jin Yuanzi nearly fainted from shock. Staring at the unexpectedly appeared Jin Yuanzi, Manjushri Bodhisattva was momentarily taken aback. Still holding a half-eaten ginseng fruit, gazing blankly at Jin Yuanzi, utterly motionless. Manjushri, you audacious thief. Jin Yuanzi fumed. The ginseng fruit took 3,000 years to bloom, another 3,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 3,000 to ripen. A full 9,000 years had culminated in merely 30 of these treasures, which he had refrained from consuming himself, mostly using them as gifts. Yet now, they had been ravaged by Manjushri Bodhisattva, with not a single one left intact. Only a scattering of seeds littering the ground. More astonishingly, Manjushri sat beneath the tree, brazenly munching away, displaying an utter disregard for Jin Yuanzi's presence. Chapter 62. The good man Tang Sanzang Manjushri Bodhisattva remained in a state of bewilderment, still clutching the remnants of the ginseng fruit, appearing like a thief caught red-handed. I shall end you. Jin Yuanzi trembled with rage. Over 20 precious ginseng fruits had simply vanished. Such a valuable treasure had been devoured by Manjushri Bodhisattva, a being who had never partaken of them himself, always saving them for gifts. Yet now, they had been consumed entirely by Manjushri. The thought of his precious fruits drove Jin Yuanzi to the brink of explosion. In the west, the Buddhist realm remained ever vigilant. All the Buddhas atop Ling Mountain were rendered speechless. What audacity! Manjushri had brazenly pilfered the ginseng fruits and was caught in the act. Such precious items were not meant for their enjoyment. Only the Buddha had once had the fortune of savoring one. Yet here was Manjushri, having devoured them all, leaving behind only a bare and desolate tree. Due to Tang Yu's interference and unintentional meddling, the Buddha could not foresee that all of this was orchestrated by them. Manjushri Bodhisattva was indeed beneath the tree, gnawing on the ginseng fruit, a sight witnessed firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. This was undoubtedly the doing of Manjushri. Even if it were not solely his fault, such behavior was unmistakably his. There was no escaping it. The assembly of Buddhas watched in hushed silence as the Tathagata's expression darkened, appearing somewhat fearsome. Was Jin Yuanzi truly so easily trifled with? Even the Tathagata himself would concede to him. This Manjushri Bodhisattva, typically composed and seldom causing trouble, had unleashed a calamity of considerable magnitude. Frustrated, he lit a cigarette. Inhaling deeply, and with a long sigh, the Tathagata contemplated the situation. Manjushri had indeed grown increasingly arrogant and dismissive over the past few years. A lesson in humility would serve him well. However, the notion of his spirit being shattered was utterly unfounded. Perhaps it was the act of smoking that led the Tathagata to such astute analysis. Manjushri Bodhisattva is undeniably one of the significant bodhisattvas within the Buddhist realm. Even if Jin Yuanzi were to be engulfed in wrath, it is reasonable to believe he would refrain from resorting to lethal measures. However, it appears that this predicament is on the verge of spiraling out of control. Tang Yu gradually awakened, appearing as though he had just emerged from slumber. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's heart-wrenching cries, he hastened towards him. Amit Ba, I am the humble monk Tang Sanzang, paying my respects to the esteemed Jin Yuanzi and the illustrious Manjushri Bodhisattva. In this moment, Tang Yu exuded an extraordinary sanctity, his bald head shimmering under the sun's rays. Manjushri Bodhisattva trembled in fear, paralyzed and unable to move, bearing visible bruises and a nose that continued to bleed profusely, evidence of the beating he had received from Jin Yuanzi. His magical powers had been sealed, leaving him vulnerable to Jin Yuanzi's merciless assault. Amit Ba, may I inquire, esteemed Jin Yuanzi, if there exists some misunderstanding in this matter? Tang Yu clasped his hands together, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened monk. Misunderstanding? Jin Yuanzi seethed, his teeth clenched. You dare to speak of misunderstanding after devouring my ginseng fruits? All 20 of them have vanished without a trace. Even if a few had been consumed, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, he had lost them all, leaving behind only a scattering of seeds and a barren tree. The two disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue, awoke from their slumber and were instantly struck dumb by the sight of the desolate fruit tree. They promptly knelt before Xinyuanzi, pleading, "Please forgive us, master." Observing the two, Xinyuanzi furrowed his brow slightly. With his profound cultivation, he could easily discern that his disciples had been ensnared by sorcery. This was evidently a premeditated act. Consumed by rage, Xinyuanzi paced the courtyard before delivering a forceful kick to Manjushri Bodhisattva, creating a human-shaped dent in the courtyard wall. He then reached out, pulling Manjushri closer. Amitabha, esteemed Xinyuanzi, might there be some misunderstanding? We, as practitioners of Buddhism, would never condone such acts of thievery, especially not from Manjushri Bodhisattva. I earnestly hope that you can discern the truth and not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Tang Yu secretly chuckled to himself, though his expression remained adorned with the sanctity of a holy monk. The three disciples averted their gazes, had they not known the mastermind behind these events. They might have easily fallen for their master's ruse, captivated by his facade of compassion and wisdom. Misunderstanding? Xinyuanzi scoffed, delivering a kick to Manjushri's abdomen. The force of the blow caused him to retch, expelling the undigested ginseng fruits he had consumed. What more do you have to say? Can you still claim this is a misunderstanding? Xinyuanzi's countenance was as frigid as ice, his expression filled with barely contained fury. These ginseng fruits were akin to his own offspring, nurtured with care over 9 millennia, and now they were lost. The mere thought of it made Xinyuanzi's heart ache with sorrow. Amitabha, as a humble monk of the Buddhist order, how could I stand idly by while a revered bodhisattva suffers indignity? Tang Yu seated himself on the ground, hands clasped in prayer. I, a mere monk, am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of the bodhisattva. I implore you, esteemed Xinyuanzi, to show mercy and spare Manjushri. Tang Sanzang proved himself to be a commendable figure indeed. Manjushri Bodhisattva was nearly moved to tears. Lao San, believe me, I truly do not know what transpired. I admit I indulged in the ginseng fruit, but I only consumed one, he hurriedly explained. It was indeed a grave injustice. He had inexplicably fallen asleep, and upon awakening, found himself amidst such turmoil. Observing Tang Sanzang, the expression in Xinyuanzi's eyes shifted. Truly, he was a virtuous individual, a monk of the Tang dynasty, whose compassionate heart far surpassed many within the Buddhist realm. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu opened his eyes, displaying profound sorrow. Theft is theft, whether it be 1 or 10. It remains the same. As a bodhisattva, how can you not comprehend this? His words rendered Manjushri Bodhisattva speechless. Indeed, theft remains theft, regardless of quantity. As a bodhisattva, how could he not grasp this truth? Manjushri lowered his head in shame. Amitabha, I am willing to bear the consequences on behalf of the bodhisattva, and I hope Xinyuanzi will show mercy and spare Manjushri, Tang Yu stated. Xinyuanzi scoffed, I will personally seek an explanation from Tathagata. Can you bear the punishment? Can you afford to compensate for my ginseng fruit? Tang Yu hesitated momentarily before continuing. While Manjushri's act of theft is indeed wrong and warrants punishment, I implore you, Xinyuanzi, to show mercy and not take the bodhisattva's life. Internally, he was elated. If Xinyuanzi were to kill him, he would lose all respect for him. Chapter 63. A misfortune for the Buddhist sect. Seeing Manjushri's bruised visage almost made Tang Yu laugh, yet he maintained a facade of compassionate grief. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Manjushri, who had done nothing to deserve such treatment. The bodhisattva looked at him with gratitude, which made Tang Yu feel a blush creeping onto his fair cheeks, a tad embarrassed. Alas, Manjushri was not at fault. His birth was not the issue. The true error lay in his existence and in entering the Buddhist fold, becoming a bald monk. That was a grievous mistake. With this thought, any lingering sympathy dissipated. He deserved it. He admired his master's acting skills, which had left Wukong and Erdays utterly speechless, gazing at Tang Yu in awe. This was the essence of a master, turning Manjushri into such a state, yet the bodhisattva remained gratefully oblivious, despite the recent events. Gazing at the barren fruit tree, Xinyuanzi felt his heart bleed. It was all gone. He kicked Manjushri hard, declaring, I will demand an explanation from your Buddhist sect regarding this matter. Manjushri rolled his eyes and fainted. The thought of reporting this to the Buddha left him questioning his future. Thus, he fainted, seeking peace and resolution. You lot, be gone. My Wuzhuangwen will no longer welcome any of you from the Buddhist sect. Through the incident involving Manjushri Bodhisattva, Xinyuanzi developed a severe perception of the Buddhist community, to the point of driving people away. Tang Yu was eager to depart immediately, yet maintained a facade of compassionate sorrow. Amitabha, in light of such events, this humble monk feels profound remorse. Therefore, we shall take our leave. However, I implore the great Xinyuanzai to show mercy and not harm the Bodhisattva's life. Tang Yu understood that, at most, Manjushri would receive a reprimand, followed by an appeal to Tathagata for some form of compensation. After all, Manjushri is a renowned bodhisattva. It would be inconceivable for him to be utterly destroyed over a few fruits. His physical form might be damaged, but like the others, he could still be salvaged. Xinyuanzai snorted, his gaze toward Manjushri growing increasingly disdainful. Look at him, and then look at you. With such conduct, can you still call yourself a bodhisattva? Engaging in petty thievery is beneath you. Manjushri awoke, his expression filled with gratitude as he regarded Tang Yu. Third brother, I am indebted to you. After calling to his disciples, Tang Yu sighed and exited, seemingly lamenting the disgrace of the bodhisattvas in the Buddhist realm. Yet, the moment he stepped out of Wuzhuangwen, Tang Yu's compassionate demeanor vanished without a trace. Hurry, hurry, he urged, filled with confidence that no one would connect the incident back to them. However, having committed a misdeed, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Thus, he hastened their departure, contemplating the impending calamity. What more was there to deliberate? It was a complete disaster. Especially with Xinyuanzai still in a state of fury, the Buddhist community dared not impulsively send anyone to intervene. What if they bore the brunt of Xinyuanzai's wrath? The Buddha sighed heavily, unconcerned for Manjushri's fate, but troubled by the fact that this calamity had become irreparable. Was this not absurd? How many challenges had been completed in the journey to the west thus far? Even subsequent retakes would pose difficulties. What was the ultimate objective here? Was it not merely to accrue merit through the journey to the west? Why must they be subjected to such relentless trials and targeted repeatedly? Shakyamuni. A furious roar echoed across the Ling Mountain. Xinyuanzai kicked open the doors of the great Thunder Sound Monastery, only to be met with billowing smoke and chaos, causing him to take 2 steps back, coughing. The momentum he had built up was unwittingly diminished by those 2 coughs. Inside, the Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery was seen holding something smoking in his mouth. Particularly, Shakyamuni squinted slightly, occasionally tapping his toes. Xinyuanzai stepped back 2 paces and glanced up at the plaque. Indeed, it was the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. Yet, how had the headquarters of the Buddhist community devolved into such a state? Regardless of its current condition, it was of no concern to him. He had come seeking an explanation. Shakyamuni, as a member of the Buddhist community, you allowed the theft of my ginseng fruit. You have failed in your duty to discipline. Therefore, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Xinyuanzai glared furiously at the Buddha. Old Jun, do not be angry. Here, have a smoke. The Buddha smiled as he tossed a cigarette over. There was little to fear from Xinyuanzai. Both were of the same quasi-saint level, and besides, a multitude of followers surrounded them. However, this was his Grand Thunder Sound Temple, his headquarters, and should a conflict arise, it could easily lead to destruction. Therefore, it was best to avoid physical confrontation, especially considering the high costs of renovations, particularly in recent times when the Buddhist sect had incurred substantial expenses, leaving their finances rather strained. Moreover, engaging in such trivial matters through violence was entirely unnecessary. Xinyuanzai's eyes widened in indignation as the cigarette before him disintegrated into dust. How utterly disrespectful, he thought. The Buddha felt a twinge of anger, but the fault lay with the Buddhist sect. Old Jun, what has transpired has already happened, and I express my deepest sympathy. I have instructed the disciples of the Buddhist order to chant the rebirth chant 1,000 times. I trust your ginseng fruit departed in peace. At this, Xinyuanzai rolled his eyes, feeling as if the Buddha had been kicked in the head by a donkey. That was a ginseng fruit, a fruit, not a person. What use is your rebirth chant? He felt utterly deceived. Buddha, if you do not provide me with an explanation for this matter, we are far from finished. Xinyuanzai's aura surged, causing some nearby Buddhas to drop their cigarettes in fear, scurrying behind the Buddha for protection. Such a quasi-saint's presence was too overwhelming for these ordinary Buddhas to bear. The Buddha huffed, releasing his own aura. I too feel a deep sorrow for what has transpired. It is a failure in my guidance. I shall certainly provide you with appropriate compensation. I decree that the Buddhist treasury shall be opened, and you, great immortal Xinyuanzai, may take whatever treasures you desire. Is that sufficient? If Xinyuanzai refused even this, there would be no other recourse. A conflict could ensue, and if the Grand Thunder Sound Temple were to be destroyed, so be it. He could simply renovate it in a style he preferred. The Buddha felt a deep resentment towards Manjushri. It is all because of you. If not for you, could such an incident have occurred? A sudden mishap had only exacerbated the already strained resources of the Buddhist sect. Chapter 64. The Grand Thunder Sound Temple prepares for reconstruction. In truth, the Buddha was quite conflicted. He feared that if Xuanyuanzi accepted this reconciliation, the Buddhist sect would suffer significant losses. The treasures in the Buddhist treasury were numerous. Yet, he also worried that if Xuanyuanzi refused and conflict erupted, that would be equally troubling. The Buddha, frustrated, lit a cigarette and took a puff, his eyes suddenly brightening as an idea struck him. He discreetly communicated with his favored disciples, Ananda and Kasyapa, instructing them to quickly hide the most important treasures of the Buddhist treasury. Could mere treasures compensate for a fruit as precious as the ginseng fruit? Xuanyuanzi's imposing presence remained undiminished. Buddha, do you truly believe I would covet your Buddhist sect's worthless trinkets? This is quite insulting. It is essential to recognize that the illustrious Tathagata Buddha was once renowned as the eminent Daobao Taoist. In his possession lay numerous treasures, yet in the eyes of Xuanyuanzi, they appeared as mere rags. The countenance of the Tathagata darkened significantly. Having already expressed his sentiments candidly and accorded Xuanyuanzi due respect, he found himself bereft of consideration, as Xuanyuanzi showed him no courtesy in return. With so many followers bearing witness, the Tathagata felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, he was the leader, the chief of the Western paradise. To be confronted in such a manner left him at a loss. For how could he maintain authority over the monks of the West if he allowed such indignities to pass unchallenged? Xuanyuanzi, I have already extended you ample courtesy. Do not be ungrateful. Your lack of discipline has led to your disciples consuming my ginseng fruit, and you dare to claim the moral high ground? I have merely come seeking an explanation. Are you to wield your considerable influence to suppress me? Xuanyuanzi let out a cold chuckle, his aura unwavering and increasingly formidable, indicating that a confrontation was imminent. It was indeed a vexing situation for Xuanyuanzi. His precious ginseng fruit had been lost, and in seeking an explanation, he was accused of ingratitude. The Tathagata, too, was incensed. What are a few trifling fruits? What harm could they do if consumed? The precious ginseng fruit, which had been revered, was reduced to mere trifles in the Tathagata's words, igniting Xuanyuanzi's fury to the point where his complexion darkened. Losing his patience, Xuanyuanzi unleashed his power, summoning the forces of the universe toward the Tathagata. Unfazed, the Tathagata extended his hand, conjuring a golden miniature Buddha that emerged to withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple collapsed at the moment of their clash, burying several Buddhas beneath the rubble. Rising from his lotus throne, the Tathagata propelled himself forward, and the impending battle loomed. Suddenly, a gentle force descended, halting both combatants in their tracks. Cease your hostilities. The ginseng fruit is not meant for mere mortals, but has been tampered with by others. In truth, the Buddhist sect bears some culpability in this matter. The voice of Xuanyuanzi resonated slowly in their ears. A cascade of green, translucent leaves, as lustrous as jade, floated down from the heavens, landing before Xuanyuanzi. This is the leaf of the seven-colored instant tree, which I trust is of sufficient worth to match your ginseng fruit. With the appearance of this venerable sage, the prospect of battle dissipated. Xuanyuanzi collected the leaves, huffed disdainfully at the Tathagata, and turned to depart. As he exited, the celestial voice of Xuanyuanzi fell silent. Turning back, the Tathagata surveyed the ruins of his Great Thunder Sound Temple, feeling a pang of regret. One by one, the Buddhas emerged from the debris, their faces smeared with dust, gazing at the Tathagata in bewilderment. Their headquarters lay in ruins. What was to be done? The Tathagata, seated cross-legged in the heavens, let out a sigh. Let it be dismantled. After all these years, I have long desired a change of style. It would be best to consider a new name for the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. Although the name sounds somewhat resounding, it lacks the gravitas befitting a revered establishment of the Buddhist order. Below, the Buddha was just beginning to emerge from his daze. Upon hearing that the Tathagata intended to renovate and rename the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, he was once again rendered speechless. Everyone, please think of a name that carries more authority. I shall soon commence the reconstruction. As the Tathagata lit a cigarette, he encouraged those below to brainstorm names, preparing for the revival of the headquarters. This battle had left them with nothing. They had lost everything. Observing the monks below, each looking disheveled and forlorn, akin to homeless children, One suggested calling it the Pure Land Temple. What a name. It's even less impressive than the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, remarked another. How about the Guanyin Temple? Before the Buddha could finish his thought, he noticed the Tathagata glaring at him. Guanyin Temple? You truly dare to speak such words? This is my domain, not hers. If it were named Guanyin Temple, those unaware might think I am usurping her power. Names like Namo Temple, Buddha Temple, and Tathagata Temple began to circulate among the gathered monks, each chiming in with their suggestions. The heavenly court observed the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, now a mere ruin. While the Tathagata sat above, smoking thoughtfully, the Jade Emperor, feeling somewhat bewildered himself, pondered the intentions of the Tathagata. However, he found some amusement in the destruction of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. It was a spectacle he was pleased to witness. The once vibrant Buddhist community had been reduced to a state of homelessness. Meanwhile, at Nanhai Luojia Mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva waited impatiently for son Wukong, feeling increasingly agitated. Upon calculation, she found herself momentarily taken aback, as her disciples were on the verge of departing from Wanshou Mountain. What was happening here? Was this calamity to conclude so straightforwardly? Yet, the Buddha seemed to watch without intervening, which was quite unusual. Now that her disciples had left Wuzhuang Temple, she felt it unnecessary to remain at Nanhai Luojia Mountain and prepared to return to Lingshan for clarification. She flew swiftly towards Lingshan, but after a considerable time, she sensed something amiss. She was on the verge of entering chaos. Yet, she believed she had not strayed off course. Traditionally, she would have arrived at Lingshan by now. Pausing midair, she turned back, but the further she flew, the more she felt something was wrong. Ultimately, she began to suspect she might have veered off course. After a brief hesitation, she descended to see where she had arrived and to revel in the feeling of being worshipped, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. Below, the Grand Thunder Sound Temple lay in ruins, and the monks still scratched their heads in search of a suitable name. After a moment of reflection, Lingji Bodhisattva proposed, "What if we call it the 10,000 Buddha Temple?" Upon hearing this, the Tathagata's eyes glimmered with interest. 10,000 Buddha Temple. Let all the Buddhas come and pay their respects. Excellent. It shall indeed bear this name. Yet, it still lacks the imposing gravitas one might desire. However, if no better alternative presents itself, we shall make do for now. We can always amend it should inspiration strike in the future. Chapter 65. The design of the brothel is remarkably well executed, prompting those below to ponder for an extended period, yet none could propose a fitting name. Some suggested that Daliansi would be preferable to Wanfo Temple, given its long-standing familiarity. Indeed, the name Daliansi evokes the notion of the headquarters in the West, and a hasty renaming could lead to confusion, as many might remain unaware of the change. Certainly, it would be impractical to inform each individual personally. Moreover, numerous temples already bear the name Wanfo Temple in the lower realms. If Daliansi were to adopt this moniker, the potential for redundancy looms. Furthermore, Daliansi is a name bestowed by the sages, and altering it could very well provoke the displeasure of the two revered saints. Such a decision is indeed rash. This reasoning holds considerable weight, particularly for Tang Sanzang and his companions, for this name cannot be altered. After all, he often states, the humble monk seeks the true scriptures at Daliansi. Should he claim to seek them at Wanfo Temple, it simply lacks the same resonance. Thus, after a brief contemplation, the Buddha acknowledged the wisdom in this monk's words. Hence, the name shall remain unchanged for the time being. However, the temple's reconstruction is imperative, and it must align with one's aesthetic preferences. Surveying the assembly of Buddhas below, the Buddha proclaimed, "Let this task be entrusted to Bodhisattva Lingji for the moment. This young one, though silent, possesses a profound intellect. His cleverness in exchanging incense has garnered the Buddha's admiration. He is indeed worthy of further responsibilities." "Thank you, Buddha." Bodhisattva Lingji replied with a slight bow, yet he felt a growing sense of dilemma. How shall this be accomplished? Indeed. He could enlist the assistance of mortal designers to provide plans. Once the blueprints are secured, the remaining tasks would be straightforward. With this revelation, Bodhisattva Lingji felt a surge of genius. As Daliansi lay in ruins and plans for reconstruction were underway, the assembled Buddhas found themselves forced to endure a night under the open sky. Meanwhile, the Buddha, with a cigarette in hand, wore a furrowed brow, as if something had eluded his memory. Suddenly, he smote his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "I have forgotten about Manjushri Bodhisattva." He pondered whether that old fellow had met his demise at the hands of Xinyuanzi. With this thought, slumber eluded him, and he hastened towards Wu Zhuangwen. At Wu Zhuangwen, Xinyuanzi's countenance was a deep shade of indigo. Though he had acquired a leaf from the splendid seven-colored tree, it paled in comparison to his cherished ginseng fruit. Yet, with the sages having spoken, there was little he could do but endure. After all, his strength was no match for theirs. Weakness is the original sin. True power is the essence. While Kuan Yin asserted that it was not the doing of Manjushri Bodhisattva, Xinyuanzi remained suspicious, suspecting favoritism towards their own. It is well known that the Buddhist sect is not above shamelessness. From its inception, it has been rife with deception. In the hands of the Jiajak and Shanjiao, those two shameless saints have indeed deceived quite a number of individuals. Gazing at the barren ginseng fruit tree, Xinyuanzi felt his heart bleed. From the high heavens, a familiar aura approached with great speed. A chill washed over his face. Did the Tathagata truly believe I was intimidated? This is sheer bullying, right at my doorstep. I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of my fellow practitioners of the Buddhist faith, with a saint from the opposing side already intervening. The Tathagata's tone grew increasingly curt. Moreover, his cultivation was not inferior to that of Xinyuanzi. If he wished to kill, let him seek me in the underworld. Xinyuanzi's aura surged fiercely. He felt utterly frustrated, as the progenitor of the earth immortals. The ginseng fruit was lost, and he could only endure. This was bullying right at his threshold, and he could not simply tolerate it. Did they think he was a mere turtle to be trifled with? Upon hearing his words, the Tathagata's countenance darkened, and he swiftly began to calculate. Through his calculations, it was confirmed that Manjushri Bodhisattva had indeed perished and entered the underworld. Xinyuanzi, await my return, the Tathagata declared ominously before vanishing. Did he truly fear him? Xinyuanzi snorted in disdain. The Tathagata, who had already departed and flown far away, returned upon hearing this remark. Let us engage in battle. Who fears whom? After all, it is not my Thunder Sound Temple that is at stake. Furthermore, with the Thunder Sound Temple in ruins, Wuzhuang Temple stood intact, causing the Tathagata to feel a sense of imbalance. Upon witnessing the Tathagata's sudden return, Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback. This bald monk actually returned. Without uttering a word, the Tathagata unleashed his power, the aura of a quasi-saint radiating forth. Yet, he controlled it meticulously, confining it solely to Wuzhuang Temple, leaving other areas untouched. Recognizing the Tathagata's intentions, Xinyuanzi's expression shifted slightly. Tathagata, how audacious of you! Xinyuanzi desperately tried to protect all that was Wuzhuang Temple, yet under the pressure of the quasi-saint's might, it swiftly crumbled to dust. Observing that Wuzhuang Temple had met the same fate as Thunder Sound Temple without hesitation, the Tathagata turned and fled. This was the mortal realm. Should an all-out battle with Xinyuanzi ensue, the very fabric of this world would be shattered. Moreover, Wuzhuang Temple had become akin to Thunder Sound Temple, which brought the Tathagata a sense of equilibrium. There was no longer any need to linger. Xinyuanzi raged like a shrew, hurling curses. However, the Tathagata had already departed, impervious to his words, or perhaps feigning ignorance. In the underworld, Manjushri Bodhisattva suddenly descended, and as one of the 8 great bodhisattvas, Ksitigarbha must surely be welcomed. One must understand that Ksitigarbha had not encountered familiar faces from Buddhism for many years, and he felt a deep sense of longing. I shall not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, he lamented, realizing he had been deceived. The two old friends reunited after a long separation, sharing their grievances. Meanwhile, Lingji Bodhisattva, tasked with the reconstruction of Thunder Sound Temple, descended into the mortal realm. He transformed into a mortal and approached someone, expressing his desire to carry out renovations. In a bustling crowd, many were uncertain about who excelled in the art of renovation, prompting a specific inquiry. What? So many people? If you seek renovation advice, I must recommend Zhao Laowu from Xiqing. He possesses a remarkable talent for design, having personally crafted numerous projects. I must say, the interiors he creates are resplendent. I was fortunate enough to witness one myself. The beauty of the young lady and the elegance of the room were truly mesmerizing, a mere mortal expounded. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that the individual seeking advice had vanished. Nevertheless, the benevolent Lingji Bodhisattva proved to be quite adept at social interactions, leaving behind some wealth on the table. As he glanced at the money, his eyes sparkled with cunning, and he hastily tucked it away. The unspoken words lingered in the air as the mortal murmured, "The brothels designed by Zhao Laowu are indeed commendable, at least in our vicinity. The openings of such establishments are predominantly his creations." Chapter 66. The newly established Great Thunder Sound Temple having located the legendary Zhang Laowu. The intention was to procure a set of blueprints. Once the designs were secured, the rest would be a trivial matter, merely a matter of waving one's hand. Zhang Laowu, momentarily taken aback, acknowledged that indeed, many brothels were his designs. However, one must have precise measurements, and this client, upon arrival, merely requested the blueprints without articulating any specifics regarding dimensions. Were it not for the client's generous demeanor, Zhang Laowu might have questioned the man's sanity. Lingji Bodhisattva, too, felt perplexed. How was he to know the dimensions? The entire Lingshan was under the aegis of the Buddhist order. In his perspective, possessing the blueprints would simplify matters greatly. They could easily scale up or down based on his designs and modify any aspects that seemed incongruent, a task well within their capabilities. Zhang Laowu quickly discerned that the individual before him was utterly uninformed. Moreover, his lavish requests for blueprints prompted Zhang to consider sharing several previously designed brothel blueprints. Upon a glance, Puxian Bodhisattva found several styles appealing and decided to take them all, intending for the Great Thunder Sound Temple to be reconstructed in accordance with these designs. After retrieving Manjushri Bodhisattva, who then indulged in the merit pool, they commenced their rejuvenating ritual. This joyous Buddha, known for his revelations, was already a source of concern for the Buddha himself. Yet, another principal bodhisattva from the Buddhist order had entered the fray, leading the Buddha to feel as though the entire Buddhist realm might soon be engulfed. Such a scenario would be utterly daunting. He noted with curiosity that the merit pool seemed to have diminished considerably, likely due to their indulgence in the sauna. Nevertheless, the Buddha remained unfazed. For the immediate priority was to complete the pilgrimage of the journey to the west. Once that was accomplished, the accumulation of merits would be substantial. The Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, having endured a night in the elements, appeared somewhat weathered. At that moment, Puxian Bodhisattva finally returned with the blueprints. Upon review, the Buddha felt quite optimistic and thus commenced the construction. He could not bear to let the individuals below endure the hardships of sleeping outdoors. Observing their weary expressions, devoid of youthful innocence, he felt compelled to act. Thus, the once revered Dalayin temple transformed into an unusual sanctuary. Beneath each ornate throne, a bed had been added, a thoughtful touch, allowing those seated to recline and rest when fatigue set in. Delicate pink silk curtains adorned the sides of each bed, a choice that, albeit puzzling, could be understood. After all, the inhabitants of Dalayin Temple were all smokers. This modification would help mitigate the dispersal of smoke and limit exposure to secondhand pollutants. However, the use of pink candles was somewhat perplexing. Amidst the ethereal sounds of Buddhist chants, the soft glow of the pink candles intertwined with the golden, pure radiance, casting a dreamy hue that left one in a state of bewilderment. The Buddha was quite pleased with this arrangement, having effectively eliminated the need for a meditation hall, allowing for a direct retreat to rest after a day's work. Lingji Bodhisattva, this crafty fellow, had indeed executed his task remarkably well. Compared to the formerly stark environment, which had grown tiresome over the years, this sudden shift in style piqued the curiosity of all present, who began to explore the transformed space. A plaque, personally crafted by the Buddha, bore the 4 golden characters spelling out Dalayin Temple. A faint pink glow illuminated these characters, lending the ancient temple an air of hazy enchantment. The Tathagata Buddha patted the bed beneath him, waved his hand, and the lotus throne ascended from beneath him, allowing him to recline comfortably. He turned his head and called out, "Since none of you rested well yesterday, today is a day of reprieve, sleep well." To shield his disciples from the glaring sunlight that might disrupt their slumber, the Buddha, with great compassion, used his formidable powers to obscure some of the light. Thus, the deities of Lingshan reclined on their respective beds, enveloped in the soft glow of the pink candles, surrendering to sleep. However, from an outsider's perspective, the scene appeared rather peculiar. Those unaware of the circumstances might mistaken this place for a brothel. The Jade Emperor was utterly bewildered, questioning why the Tathagata had transformed the esteemed Dalayin Temple into a setting reminiscent of a brothel. Was this fellow, having endured too many trials during the journey to the west, experiencing some form of mental disturbance? The assembly of deities gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor savored the bathwater of Tang Yu. No, it was his exclusive delicacy, the exquisite nectar of jade. Initially, he had discovered 2 strands of hair within, leading him to ponder whether they belonged to the Queen Mother. Late one quiet night, he compared the strands with those from her person and found them to be remarkably similar. With no disdain for his own, he indulged once more in the precious nectar, recognizing its value and the importance of not letting it go to waste. In the 33 heavens, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun observed the reimagined Dalayin Temple, a twitch of his lips betraying his astonishment. He glanced at the group of disciples who were nearing the Lotus Mountain. This trial involved his 2 attendant boys descending to the mortal realm as demons. However, the Buddhist sect seemed to have forgotten this. At present, they were all sound asleep in their grand temple of thunderous sounds. Naturally, the Supreme Old Lord would not take it upon himself to remind them. This was indeed preferable, as it appeared that another trial had been averted. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to advise the 2 boys, "I shall enter seclusion. If the Buddhist sect finds you, descend to the mortal world, but be clever and cooperate with Tang Sanzang's endeavors." "Understood, Master." The Supreme Old Lord presented 2 of his treasured artifacts to the boys. Upon exiting Mount Wanshou, Tang Yu finally felt a wave of relief, fearing that Zhen Yuanzi might suddenly discover their absence and pursue them, which would spell trouble. Thankfully, they had navigated out of Mount Wanshou unscathed, trusting that Zhen Yuanzi had yet to realize what had transpired. Little did he know that Zhen Yuanzi had already laid the blame for everything on Manjushri Bodhisattva, even engaging in a fierce battle with the Buddhist sect, resulting in the destruction of his own Wuzhuangguan. This incident had irrevocably severed his ties with the Buddhist order. "Master, shall we rest here for a moment?" In light of his apprehension about Zhen Yuanzi's potential pursuit, Zhu Beiji had not complained of fatigue throughout their journey. Now that they had exited Mount Wanshou, he felt at ease and yearned for a brief respite. "Very well, we shall rest here for a while." Tang Yu pondered how to tackle the forthcoming tribulations. The next challenge would likely involve the Supreme Old Lord's attendants, which would prove simpler, as the Supreme Old Lord himself did not desire the Buddhist sect to complete the journey to the west. He was covertly intervening. This time, Tang Yu resolved to devise a meticulous plan, exploring the possibility of severely undermining the Buddhist sect. Chapter 67. She, arriving amidst blossoms. This was an exceptional opportunity. Based on the Supreme Old Lord's recent modus operandi, he would undoubtedly communicate with his attendants. Thus, if utilized wisely, this could lead to substantial losses for the Buddhist sect. Contemplating this, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After resting briefly, the master and his disciples resumed their journey. Just as they had exited Mount Wanshou, the system's notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your series of actions has triggered a battle between Zhen Yuanzi and the Buddhist sect, allowing you to seize fortune from them. Reward, 1,000,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your actions have resulted in the demise of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Reward, 120,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the battle at Wuzhuangguan, the destruction of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple and Wuzhuangguan has yielded a reward of 300,000 fortune points." Hearing the continuous alerts from the system, Tang Yu felt a mix of astonishment and joy, taking a considerable time to recover from the shock. Eventually, he burst into laughter, realizing that this old rogue Zhen Yuanzi had indeed killed Manjushri Bodhisattva and even destroyed the Grand Thunder Sound Temple and Wuzhuangguan. Such outcomes were beyond Tang Yu's wildest imaginings. He truly considered himself a genius, capable of instigating a series of cascading reactions. Tang Yu, riding backward on a donkey, was wholly immersed in the delight of his bountiful harvest. At the edge of the sea, beneath the heavens, upon a precipice, a heart, once shattered into fragments, gradually began to take shape, seemingly in the process of restoration, slowly returning to its original completeness, beating gently once more. In a hazy vision, clarity emerged. In its place stood a woman, adorned in a flowing purple garment, her beauty transcending the ordinary. Not far away, an ancient willow tree loomed, its leaves a faded yellow, and its bark wrinkled, bearing the marks of time. Occasionally, a cough echoed from the tree, a sound steeped in age. The woman slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered, staring fixedly at the sky for an extended moment without blinking. Ultimately, it was the soft cough beside her that roused her from her reverie. "Grandfather Willow," she inquired, bewildered, "how is it that I have not perished?" She vividly recalled the terrifying blow that had struck, a force penetrating her heart. She had regained all her memories, her true self restored. The willow coughed softly. Child, although I have brought you back to life, you are no longer immortal. Only the goddess Nuwa can alter this fate. Should you suffer another grievous injury, your demise is certain. Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent, contemplating her predicament for what seemed a long time. You are the first child of the goddess Nuwa. To perfect you, she cultivated the celestial purple mist, bestowing it upon you. Though you have been reborn, your heart is no longer impervious to death. Remember this, and take care of yourself. Should you encounter Nuwa one day, you may beseech her to reshape you, and you will return to your former self, immortal and everlasting. The willow continued to cough, as if imparting a final message. After a moment, the woman rose and began to clear the weeds around the willow, smiling gently as she said, Grandfather Willow, what are you saying? I will not leave. I shall remain here with you in this realm. Ah, but what of your colorful stone? The willow chuckled lightly. He has forgotten me. The woman replied with a wistful smile, tinged with sorrow. The willow coughed softly again before speaking. He once connected with you, and to remain by your side forever. He traversed the realm's seas, enduring relentless hardships to seek enlightenment, all for the sake of being with you. Yet you, dear girl, cried and lamented for your colorful stone. Have you already forgotten? Lowering her head, a single tear slipped from her purple eyes, falling into her palm. She wiped her eyes and murmured, He is protecting them on their journey. Once he achieves the status of the victorious fighting Buddha, he will completely forget me. Her voice trembled, laden with anguish. Grandfather Willow believes he will not forget you. The reason he does not remember now is that he is not whole. The woman lifted her gaze, suddenly enlightened. Child, go forth. You can no longer endure the solitude of this realm. Pursue what you deem right. Seek the goddess Nuwa. Seek your colorful stone. The willow coughed once more softly. The woman appeared lost, pondering where she might go. She has been here since her birth. Where else could she possibly go? There is one place, perhaps, where she might venture. Grandfather Willow, when I return next time, I shall bring the colorful stones to see you. The woman resolved to depart, gently caressing the great willow tree. The willow chuckled softly, Very well. I shall await your return, eager for the colorful stones you will bring. She reached out to embrace the massive tree. Yet it was far too large for one person to encompass. She could scarcely touch even a third of it. Before leaving, the woman tidied up the weeds surrounding the willow. Reluctantly, she waved her farewell and departed from that place. As Guanyin descended to the realm, she realized she had arrived at the kingdom of 10,000 demons. However, it was acceptable to disguise herself here. It is well known that the kingdom of 10,000 demons no longer harbors great demons. Only a few lowly ones remain. She did not conceal her presence, descending openly. An elderly demon hurried over with his granddaughter, only to fall prostrate before her. All demons of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, pay your respects to Bodhisattva Guanyin. Every creature knelt in reverence. The granddaughter, with innocent, sparkling eyes, curiously gazed at the Bodhisattva, displaying boldness. With a commanding voice, Guanyin swiftly captured the little demon in her grasp. How dare you brazenly offend me? The granddaughter, unaware of her transgression, pleaded for mercy. The old demon knelt, incessantly begging for forgiveness. The young demon appeared terrified, her large, expressive eyes gradually welling with tears, her lips quivering, yet she dared not cry out. A beam of violet light descended from the heavens. Under this formidable radiance, Guanyin instinctively took a step back, releasing the little demon from her grasp. The young demon screamed as she plummeted downward, but a cloud of purple mist manifested to catch her fall. A woman clad in purple garments descended gracefully from the sky, resembling a celestial fairy. With each step she took, flowers bloomed. With each lift of her foot, petals withered. She walked upon blossoms, each step bringing forth a bloom, each lift causing a petal to fade. Chapter 68. The return of the demon queen. As she beheld the newcomer, Guanyin's gaze sharpened. It is you? A melodious voice, like the chime of silver bells, emanated from the woman. Those who harm the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall be met with no mercy. The voice was enchanting, yet imbued with a resolute authority. The old demon gazed at her in disbelief, tears welling in his murky eyes as he trembled with excitement. He then humbly knelt before her. I am the old demon Shenjia, paying homage to the demon queen. The citizens of the kingdom of 10,000 demons stared in astonishment at her, and then simultaneously exclaimed, We pay our respects to the demon queen. Their voices echoed. shaking the very heavens, as if the world itself trembled in reverence. Observing the desolate state of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the woman sighed softly. With a wave of her hand, the demons, who had knelt in submission, found themselves rising involuntarily. Chunjia's granddaughter often listened to her grandfather recount tales of the legendary demon king and queen of yore. Now, she stood before her, once a mere figment of folklore. The demon queen herself, her large eyes blinking with curiosity and innocence. You have not perished. Avalokiteshvara seemed still in shock, gazing at her in astonishment. Anyone who harms the people of the 10,000 demon kingdom shall face no mercy. The woman advanced with determination, pressing towards Avalokiteshvara. Under this palpable aura, Avalokiteshvara distinctly sensed the queen's formidable prowess. She had attained the status of a quasi-saint. Astonishingly, she had not only survived, but had also transcended to a realm beyond the great Luo golden immortal. In the face of a quasi-saint, Avalokiteshvara found herself without any avenue for escape. Thus, she turned and fled, compelled to report this matter to the Tathagata for judgment. The demon queen let out a soft hum, delicately inhaling the fragrance of a small violet flower she held, her face radiating the innocent brilliance of youth. In the 10,000 demon kingdom, all eyes were upon her, many filled with tears of joy, though few had encountered the true demon queen. Countless legends had been shared about her and the demon king, tales of a time when the kingdom flourished. Now, with the queen's return, the 10,000 demon kingdom was destined to reclaim its former glory. Chenjia, tears streaming down his face, gazed at her in disbelief. Is it truly the demon queen? His incredulity stemmed from having been a mere soldier in the battle against the heavenly forces, where the queen had fallen and the king had been reduced to his original form, leading to the kingdom's decline. Yet here she stood, the once deceased queen, rendering him unable to fathom the reality before him. Observing the current state of the 10,000 demon kingdom, a flicker of sorrow crossed the queen's eyes. It is I, Chen Jia exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. It is indeed the demon queen. There is hope for our kingdom. Within the heart of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the thrones of the demon king and queen remained pristine, as if untouched by time. Draped in purple and gold satin, they retained their original splendor despite the kingdom's fall from grace. Chen Jia had personally ensured the cleanliness of this sacred space, where the citizens of the 10,000 demon kingdom occasionally came to pay their respects. Gazing upon the familiar thrones, the queen felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, and she turned to sit upon one of them. Through Chunjia, she began to grasp the suffering endured by the 10,000 demon kingdom over the years. Many renowned demons had forsaken their homeland, some embraced by the Buddhist faith, while others established their own domains. The valuable resources of the kingdom had been seized by neighboring territories, and some even derived amusement from hunting demons, treating it as a game. In the days of old, who would dare? Yet now, the 10,000 demon kingdom had fallen, with the Buddhist sect and heavenly hosts fearing demonic retribution, forbidding any cultivation. Thus, only the elder demons, like them, possessed any semblance of power, while the younger generations remained powerless. Paralyzed by fear that any attempt at cultivation would provide an excuse for the Buddhist sect and heavenly hosts to annihilate the 10,000 demon kingdom. The kingdom of 10,000 demons has long existed in the precarious interstice between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court, surviving in a state of humiliation and despair. However, the tide has now turned. With the return of the demon empress, the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall surely reclaim its former glory. Upon hearing Chen's fabricated tale, the demon empress's countenance darkened. Such insolence is intolerable. The neighboring nations felt an ominous aura pressing upon them, emanating from the arrival of a formidable presence. A calm voice declared, "Who dares to harm the citizens of the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Those who have plundered our resources for years shall repay tenfold within 3 days, or face the annihilation of your entire nation." Some, undeterred by the warning, challenged the authority of the demon empress and were swiftly dispatched. The neighboring nations, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily returned the resources they had wrongfully seized. This woman, possessing extraordinary beauty yet a heart as ruthless as steel, was known as the demon empress. But now she was referred to as the queen of 10,000 demons. The return of the demon empress incited jubilant cheers throughout the kingdom as they began the monumental task of reconstruction. No longer merely the demon empress, she was now the queen of 10,000 demons, imparting her teachings and guiding her people in their cultivation. Draped in golden silk, she sat upon her throne, whispering to herself, "What I safeguard is your realm." As she caressed the luxurious fabric, a thought lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, Guanyin, upon returning to the great Thunder Sound Temple, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, once thinking she had misperceived her surroundings. The faint, uncomfortable glow from a small pink candle cast an unsettling ambience, leading her to question whether she had inadvertently stumbled into a brothel rather than the sacred temple, especially given the baffling design and decor that left her momentarily speechless. "Buddha, I have returned," she finally uttered a mantra, preparing to reclaim her rightful place. Yet, the temple had undergone such extensive renovations that her original position had vanished. Standing awkwardly in the center of the space, she realized that her designated area had been overlooked. The Tathagata Buddha glanced downward and instructed, "Arhut Fuhu, please step aside and yield your place to the revered Guanyin." The humble Arhut complied without protest, vacating his position for her. Upon entering, Guanyin was assaulted by a peculiar stench that nearly made her retch, a nauseating blend of smoke and the foul odor of unwashed feet. Exiting almost immediately, she proclaimed, "Amitabha, as my designated place is currently unavailable, I shall return to Mount Lojia in the South Sea." In this peculiar tent, she felt an unsettling dissonance. The once sacred Lingshan now felt devoid of its former sanctity, resembling a mundane realm of frivolity. The once respectful Buddhas now bore no semblance of decorum, some reclining idly, smoking nonchalantly. Chapter 69. Trapped by the Buddha's sect. "Buddha, I have something to report. That woman has not perished. She has returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons," Guanyin Bodhisattva announced. "I am fully aware of this," the Buddha replied, as he lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring his gaze. He appeared profoundly enigmatic, especially under the gentle pink glow, as if cloaked in a divine radiance. In truth, he was not as enlightened as he claimed. Yet, as the leader of Lingshan, how could he admit ignorance? He discreetly calculated. Indeed, the woman had returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. "What shall we do about this matter, Buddha?" Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired. The return of this woman, now possessing quasi-saintly prowess, warranted serious consideration. "What do you think, revered Guanyin?" The Buddha paid little heed to the concern. "If I could orchestrate her demise once, I could certainly do so again. Besides, the kingdom of 10,000 demons has already declined and poses no immediate threat." However, an inexplicable sensation nagged at him. He felt he had forgotten something important. Yet, what that was eluded his memory. "What is happening? Why has my mind become so clouded of late? Perhaps it is the burden of worrying about the journey to the west and the affairs of those beneath me. I believe it is prudent to eradicate the kingdom of 10,000 demons while it remains in decline," Guanyin Bodhisattva suggested gravely. Though diminished, the demon queen undeniably possesses quasi-saintly strength. Under her leadership, the kingdom could surely regain its former glory. Thus, it is imperative to act decisively before it rises again. "What level of cultivation does that woman possess?" "Quasi-saint," the Buddha replied, momentarily taken aback as his cigarette fell to the ground, burning his foot. "Damn it! She has died once and has ascended from the early stages of a great Luo golden immortal directly to quasi-saint. How can her progression be so rapid? It seems the kingdom of 10,000 demons must be taken seriously. However, now that she has attained quasi-saint status, she is no longer easily dealt with. Aside from myself and a few ancient Buddhas, no one is likely to match her strength." After taking a puff of smoke, the Buddha's eyes glimmered with realization. "I have a plan. Revered Guanyin, please visit the heavenly court shortly and report this matter to the Jade Emperor." Upon understanding the Buddha's intentions, Guanyin Bodhisattva reflected for a moment before replying, "I shall obey your command." Guanyin Bodhisattva departed from the great Thunder Sound Temple, eager to leave the place that had fallen into disarray. Once again, the Buddha lit another cigarette, scratching his head, still feeling as though he had forgotten something. Yet, since it was forgotten, it must not be of great importance. Let it be forgotten. At the heavenly court, Guanyin Bodhisattva truthfully reported the situation to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was fully aware of the Buddha's cunning schemes. However, if the kingdom of 10,000 demons is not eradicated now, it may grow too powerful in the future, leading to another war. Thus, even though the Jade Emperor is aware that he has been ensnared by the Tathagata, he has resolved to accept this loss, all the while cursing the Tathagata in his heart. As Guanyin Bodhisattva took her leave, the Jade Emperor gazed downwards and commanded, Li Jing, I entrust you with leading 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend to the mortal realm and annihilate the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Spare no one, be they great or small demons. As you command, Li Jing replied, and with that, he descended with the celestial army. In the Jade Emperor's view, deploying 100,000 celestial soldiers against the declining kingdom of 10,000 demons seemed somewhat excessive. However, to ensure complete success, he deemed it necessary. Besides, those who lingered in the heavenly court were becoming rusty. Allowing them to stretch their legs in the mortal realm would do them good. Unbeknownst to the Jade Emperor, he either forgot to inquire about the woman's cultivation level, or Guanyin Bodhisattva intentionally withheld that information. Thus, the Jade Emperor's decision was rather hasty, and the outcome was predictable. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were utterly defeated. Li Jing, on his knees, begged for mercy. Yet he was still crushed by the demon queen, his physical form shattered. Ultimately, it was King Yinluo who sent his soul to the heavens. Upon hearing the report, the Jade Emperor's countenance darkened to a pallor. Damn it, he thought, I have been deceived by those scheming monks. The Tathagata, upon learning of this incident, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Am I not wise? The Buddha is indeed sagacious. Although he was uncertain what wisdom he had exhibited, he still relished the flattery from the assembly of Buddhas. The heavenly court had suffered great losses, much to the Tathagata's delight, as he pondered the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and his companions. Suddenly, the Buddha realized that he had overlooked something crucial. How could I have been so careless as to forget such a significant matter? At that moment, the group of disciples had already entered the Lotus Flower Mountain. Quickly, Yet Guanyin Bodhisattva had already returned to Mount Laojia in the South Sea, which vexed the Buddha. Do they not realize that the Buddhist order is in dire need of capable individuals? They cannot simply run off to Mount Laojia at the slightest disagreement. Lingji, you must go to the Duoshui Palace and inform the Supreme Old Lord to hasten the dispatch of disciples to the mortal realm. This trial must proceed. The Buddha felt a surge of urgency. If action was not taken promptly, the group would soon exit the Lotus Flower Mountain, and undoubtedly, this trial would meet its demise. Receiving the Buddha's command, Puxian Bodhisattva hurried to the Duoshui Palace. The Supreme Old Lord had already made arrangements for the disciples, so 2 young attendants, equipped with treasures from the Supreme Old Lord, descended to the mortal realm. This turn of events left Tang Yu somewhat perplexed. Logically, the arrangements should have been made long ago. If this continued, the entire group would soon exit the Lotus Flower Mountain, thwarting their intentions. Originally, he had contemplated exploiting the Buddhist order, yet he resolved to let things unfold naturally. As they proceeded, the Buddhist order would complete one less trial, which meant a reduced accumulation of fortune for himself. Ahead, an elderly man lay in the middle of the road, clutching his leg and moaning in distress. Here they come. The sound invigorated Tang Yu. He looked at the old man and noticed that he had transformed from the silver boy into an elderly figure, slyly winking at him. What on earth does this mean? He wondered. Could it be that this fellow has some peculiar inclinations? Tang Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The meaning behind the blink was quite simple. It conveyed to him that they were willing to cooperate with his actions. The master was an injured old man. Son Wukong, with his keen eyes, smirked and inquired, Old man, what brings you here? Alas, I live at the foot of the mountain and accidentally injured myself while ascending. Master, please save me. Tang Yu disdainfully curled his lip. What a poor performance. At such an advanced age, one would expect a semblance of pain. Yet he merely whimpered without any visible anguish. It was clearly an act, utterly contrived. Chapter 70. Do you dare to agree? The old man transformed by the silver boy continued to whimper, pleading, Please, master, save me. The master had instructed them to assist Tang Sanzang, but he was uncertain how to proceed. Thus, he resolved to act on instinct, especially since he had already signaled Tang Sanzang. Surely he would grasp his meaning. To be frank, Tang Yu had not entirely formulated a plan for this predicament. He could only take it step by step. Son Wukong laughed coldly. Monster. How about I carry you? What nonsense. Wasn't this merely seeking trouble? According to their plan, Son Wukong was supposed to carry him, and then they would maneuver a nearby mountain to crush him, seizing the opportunity to abduct Tang Sanzang. Yet, Son Wukong had voluntarily offered to carry him, leaving the silver boy momentarily at a loss, his mouth agape, staring blankly at Tang Yu. If Son Wukong were to carry him, then the silver boy would inevitably have to follow through with the plan, bringing the mountain down upon himself, essentially delivering an unwarranted gift to the Buddhist realm. Thus, he could only look at Tang Yu with a desperate gaze, silently inquiring about what to do next. "Master, I suspect this person is a monster," Tang Yu remarked. Sun Wukong had already discerned this with his fiery eyes, but upon hearing Tang Yu's assertion, the two dim-witted companions gazed at their master in confusion, unable to fathom why he was so certain that this old man was a monster. Reassured by Tang Yu's words, Sun Wukong felt at ease, having previously worried that his master might be bewitched by the creature. However, upon reflection, it seemed that there were few monsters along the way that could truly enchant him, unless they were female demons. In such cases, no enchantment was necessary. His master would willingly follow them. The silver boy was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Tang Yu's intention. He believed that Tang Yu had already seen through his identity. Why then did he choose to expose him directly? Even if he were not a monster, the master held that it was prudent to mind one's own affairs rather than interfere in others. Furthermore, as a practitioner of the monastic life, one adhered to the principle of karmic destiny. The old man's demise here was surely preordained. Let us continue on our journey. Our quest for scriptures must not be delayed, Tang Yu declared, riding the donkey as he led the way. As he passed by the silver boy, he cast a subtle glare in his direction. What could this mean? The fleeting glance left the silver boy in a daze, while Tang Yu and the others had already ventured far away. With his true form revealed, the silver boy remained perplexed. What on earth is happening? The golden boy approached, inquiring. I have no idea. The silver boy was still pondering the significance of Tang Yu's glare. What should we do? I don't know. Then what do you know? The golden boy, flustered, expressed his frustration over the lack of answers. How could I possibly know? The silver boy wore a look of helplessness, questioning the meaning behind it all. Could there not be a clearer hint? Returning to heaven? Impossible. There are eyes watching from above. A sudden return would not be advisable. Furthermore, the two must await their master's arrival. Without that, returning is futile. But what should we do now? The two exchanged bewildered glances. You must think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, we shall soon find ourselves out of Lianhua Mountain, the golden boy urged anxiously. With no other options, the silver boy resigned himself to replay the scenario, transforming once more into an injured old man. He primarily hoped that Tang Sanzang would provide some insight to clarify the situation. Once they grasped the meaning, they would know how to proceed, avoiding the current state of utter confusion. In the Western paradise, the Buddha emerged from the delicate pink curtains, the soft fabric cascading over his head. If this were a woman, it would undoubtedly be an exquisite sight. Alas, in this instance, the scene appeared rather peculiar. The flickering light of the pink candles cast an ambiguous glow across his visage, revealing his slightly weary yet inscrutable eyes. As the curtains parted, a multitude of bald heads emerged one after another, watching Tang Yu and his companions pass by without a hint of compassion. Riding leisurely on their donkey beside the injured old man transformed from the silver boy, the Buddha lit a cigarette, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Indeed, a lack of emotional turbulence. He had grown accustomed to the incessant surprises. Yet, the question of what to do next began to trouble him. This challenge, under no circumstances, could afford to fail. Moreover, the esteemed Lao Jun had graciously dispatched 2 attendants. The most pressing concern was the substantial sacrifices made by the Buddha's realm, which had yielded considerable benefits. The Buddha contemplated sending a capable assistant, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, to aid in this endeavor, determined to see this challenge through to completion. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he realized that Avalokitesvara was no longer present, having returned to the Nanhai Luojia mountain. Why is there such a lack of initiative? If suitable candidates were available, one might as well summon Avalokitesvara back to lend a hand. Lingji, you shall descend to the mortal realm and covertly assist Lao Jun's 2 attendants. This challenge must be fulfilled. Through the exchange of cigarettes and the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha recognized Ling Ji's capabilities. He could be of great use and might even be promoted when the need arises. Ling Ji emerged from behind the pink curtains, a look of distress on his face. Assistant secret? How am I to do that? In a moment of contemplation, he found himself reluctant to confront Tang Sanzang directly. The reason for this hesitation stemmed from the necessity of exchanging cigarettes with him. Should Tang Sanzang, in a fit of anger, refuse to provide the cigarettes, he would be left without any, which would not only inconvenience him but also result in significant losses for Lingji Bodhisattva. It is worth noting that as a purveyor of secondhand smoke, he had recently profited considerably through these bald monks. Yet, with the Buddha's decree looming over him, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he set his sights on the upcoming Lianhua mountain, pondering how best to navigate this situation. Below, the silver boy awaited Tang Yu and his companions, preparing to transform into an old man once more, hoping to glean valuable information from Tang Yu. After waiting for a considerable time, he began to lose interest, taking out the gourd bestowed upon him by Taishang Laojun to amuse himself. This was a quasi-sacred treasure forged by his master. If I call out to you, would you dare to respond? Should you respond, you would be drawn into the gourd and, in an instant, reduced to a puddle of filth. The silver boy opened the gourd and peered inside, contemplating whether calling upon himself and receiving a reply could somehow draw him in. Ultimately, he abandoned this reckless thought. Even death in such a manner would be classified as suicide, not martyrdom. Chapter 71. Taking him down to sleep, a beam of light streaked across the sky. This individual was none other than Lingji Bodhisattva, who found himself in a quandary regarding what to do next. In the midst of these chaotic thoughts, he nearly collided with Wanshou Mountain, considering the current relationship between Xinyuanzi and their Buddhist sect. To recklessly step into Wanshou Mountain would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Lingji Bodhisattva hastily retreated. Fortunately, his master and fellow disciples were still lingering around Lianhua Mountain. Meanwhile, the golden and silver boys remained diligently stationed ahead, awaiting the arrival of the group. Concealed in the heavens, Lingji furrowed his brow. Although the Buddha had instructed him to assist the two boys, how to facilitate the completion of this difficult task was entirely up to him. Moreover, if he could avoid a direct confrontation with Tang Sanzang, it would be even better, as he could not afford to offend him given the need for cigarette exchanges. After much deliberation, Lingji Bodhisattva struggled to devise a suitable plan. In the heavenly realm, attention was not focused on the journey to the west, but rather on the affairs of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Li Jing had been left severely battered, a clear indication that the queen of 10,000 demons had shown restraint. Otherwise, he could have easily met his demise. Listening to the reports below, it became evident that the woman had attained quasi-saintly cultivation. Aside from the Jade Emperor and other significant figures in the heavenly court, none could rival her strength. Should they send more personnel to confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it would not be an assault, but rather an invitation for torment. It was likely that those from the west were eager to see the heavenly court suffer losses. The Jade Emperor found himself in a dilemma, wishing to obliterate the kingdom of 10,000 demons immediately, especially after suffering considerable casualties among the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, thus deepening the enmity between them. Yet, he was also wary of falling prey to the manipulations of the Buddhist sect. Consequently, the current state of the Jade Emperor was one of indecision regarding military action. It is not the case, for aside from a handful of individuals, venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. Behind it all lies the Buddhist realm, and he is reluctant to grant them an unearned advantage. However, to refrain from sending troops would result in the imperial forces being battered and bruised over these many days. One might even assume that the heavenly court has capitulated. Thus, the Jade Emperor finds himself in a quandary. As the foremost sycophant of the heavenly court, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing possesses an astute ability to read the room. He immediately perceives the emperor's predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he articulates, "Your Majesty, I believe that although the kingdom of 10,000 beasts has returned, its foundations remain frail and insubstantial. Aside from the queen of 10,000 beasts, none possess formidable cultivation. I contend that, for the time being, the kingdom poses no significant threat. While the queen has attained quasi-saintly powers and is indeed formidable, she stands alone in her strength. Moreover, the relationship between the queen and the mother Nuwa is well known to your Majesty. As the mother of humanity and the earth, any rash actions against her offspring could lead to undesirable repercussions should word get out. In my humble opinion, it is prudent to allow matters to be for now. Furthermore, the affairs between the kingdom of 10,000 beasts and our heavenly court have long been concluded. Even if the kingdom were to grow in power, their primary adversaries would likely be the Western Paradise, not us. Therefore, I assert that although our campaign against the kingdom has resulted in considerable losses, we have not suffered irreparable harm, thus rendering it unnecessary to particularly target the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. The Western Paradise is already embroiled in calamities. The Buddhist faction is on the rise, and this seems inevitable. Given this, why not disregard the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, allowing it to serve as a potential ally against the Buddhists in the future? In my humble view, should the situation warrant, we might even consider collaborating with the kingdom. The old fellow speaks with considerable wisdom, resonating deeply within the emperor's heart. The Jade Emperor, too, harbors no desire to dispatch forces against the kingdom. Taibai Jingxing's words align perfectly with his own sentiments. Just as he was about to express his agreement, Li Jing, whose spirit remained, interjected vehemently. How could one accept such indignity? Your Majesty, I believe that while the kingdom of 10,000 beasts has yet to fully develop, it should be utterly eradicated. Leaving such a potential threat unchecked would be unwise. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to Taibai's counsel. Li Jing appears to be rather foolish, unable to discern the emperor's dilemma. The Jade Emperor, displeased, furrowed his brow and replied coolly, Li Jing, given your current state, it would be best for you to retire and rest. Guards, please escort Li Jing away to sleep. Two attendants seized Li Jing's spirit, dragging him out as he protested loudly. Your Majesty, this cannot be. It must not be. The gods of the heavenly court exchanged knowing smiles. Li Jing, it seems, fails to grasp the gravity of the situation, daring to challenge the words of Taibai Jingxing, a favored figure in the emperor's presence. One must remember that countless loyal generals, who have achieved great victories, have met their demise due to a single word from a minor courtier before the emperor. Li Jing, having lived for such an extensive duration, ought to have witnessed the vicissitudes of life and discerned the thoughts of emperors. How could he remain oblivious to such a rudimentary truth? I, the sovereign, find great wisdom in Taibai's words. Let us temporarily set aside the affairs of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. My decree is concluded. Who stands in agreement, and who opposes? You are the leader of the heavenly court, and your word is law. Who dares to contradict you? The assembled deities nodded in unison, extolling the emperor's sagacity. With a wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor signaled the dissolution of the assembly. In the Zishao Palace, an elderly figure gazed upon the travelers embarking on their western journey. Though he appeared somewhat aged, his complexion was vibrant and his eyes deep, resembling a myriad of stars swirling within. This serves a purpose, clearing out certain individuals, though I hope it does not extend too far, murmured Hongjun. His profound gaze erupted with a piercing brilliance. In the lower realm, Tang Yu rode backward on a furnace, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Before him stood an elder, lamenting once more. Why can't he adapt? Is this how the Supreme Elder teaches his disciples? This caused Tang Yu to cast a disdainful glance at the Supreme Elder. I have never concerned myself with your fate. Do you think another attempt will yield different results? Yet, Tang Yu was oblivious to the fact that Yin Tongzi sought to thoroughly comprehend his plans, allowing him to prepare adequately and avoid being caught off guard. The look Tang Yu directed at him left Yin Tongzi in a state of bewilderment. Master, yet another injured elder? Sun Wukong secretly scoffed. If one attempt fails, how could another possibly succeed? He tightened his grip on the golden staff, ready to strike at any moment. The elder, transformed by Yin Tongzi, scrutinized Tang Yu, hoping to glean something from his expression. Hidden in the heavens, Lingji Bodhisattva nodded discreetly. These two individuals were indeed diligent and reliable in their endeavors. In his view, Tang Sanzang should not lack compassion. If he disregarded one instance, could he truly ignore a second? Chapter 72. Lingji's acceptance, however, events often unfold contrary to Lingji Bodhisattva's expectations. Tang Sanzang was seen riding his donkey backwards, nonchalantly whistling, seemingly oblivious to the injured elder. He ambled by, nearly trampling Yin Tongzi beneath the donkey's hooves. What on earth is happening? Can I receive some guidance? Yin Tongzi lamented, utterly at a loss for what to do. The master instructed him to cooperate with Tang Sanzang. Yet he remained entirely unaware of his intentions. How could he collaborate? Lingji Bodhisattva was equally perplexed. Tang Sanzang was indeed remarkable, possessing a distinct character. Any monk witnessing this scene would likely extend a helping hand, yet he remained unperturbed, riding past. Yin Tongzi sat up, wearied and uncertain, devoid of any notion of how to proceed. After a brief hesitation, Lingji Bodhisattva manifested. You must act. He urged Yin Tongzi anxiously. If all else fails, let him resort to forceful measures to rescue the individual. Otherwise, we are out of options. You speak so eloquently. Why don't you take action yourself? Yin Tongzi retorted, exasperated. What manner of person is this? evidently seeking to take the lead for himself. Does he believe that the Monkey King, that mischievous creature, is easily trifled with? Although aware that his master is present and he is generally safe from harm, one can never be too certain. After all, life is rife with uncertainties, is it not? Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the Bodhisattva Lingji darkened instantaneously. He is a renowned figure within Buddhism, holding a rank far superior to that of these two young disciples. Yet, upon realizing that this is the disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi, he faltered. As they moved some distance away, Zhu Beiji inquired, "Master, shall we merely stand by and watch as that injured elder is left to his own devices?" In Zhu Beiji's eyes, his master seemed to exhibit an unforgiving heart. The elder's pitiful whimpering tugged at his heartstrings. "Oh, you foolish one, what do you understand? That is merely a monster in disguise," replied son Wukong, who had been leaping ahead, suddenly grasping Zhu Beiji's ear. "Our master likely discerned this long ago, yet you, my simple-minded friend, remain oblivious." Zhu Beiji was taken aback, his mind swirling with curiosity. How could their master perceive what even the keen-eyed Monkey King could not? He glanced at Tang Yu, who was riding backward on a donkey, humming a tune. At that moment, Tang Yu's figure loomed even larger in Zhu Beiji's mind. The reason Tang Yu refrained from taking action was that he was waiting. He anticipated intervention from the Buddhist sect, and thus he awaited their arrival. The signal he had given to the silver boy was meant to convey this very message. As long as the Buddhist figures remained hidden, he should refrain from any foolish displays. However, it was evident that the young one failed to grasp his intent as he emerged for a second time. Suddenly, Tang Yu sensed a familiar aura, one that was both irksome and eagerly anticipated. Instantly, he steeled himself with utmost vigilance. The gold and silver boys and Bodhisattva Lingji conferred among themselves. If matters proved dire, they would resort to more forceful measures, blatant theft. Yet, the two boys exchanged furtive glances, silently agreeing that this would not suffice. It would merely hand an unearned advantage to the Buddhist sect, creating a dilemma. What, then, was the true intent of Tang Sanzang? At this moment, under the watchful eye of Bodhisattva Lingji, any overt actions would be ill-advised. They resolved to proceed according to plan. Once more, the silver boy transformed into an elderly figure, with the gold boy and Bodhisattva Lingji providing support. Their strategy was simple. If the silver boy could distract son Wukong, the gold boy would seize the opportunity to slip past Tang Sanzang, thereby accomplishing their goal. Though the gold and silver boys were reluctant to act in such a manner, they found themselves with no other recourse under the scrutiny of Bodhisattva Lingji. From the moment Lingji appeared, Tang Yu had sensed the presence of this old rascal. He could hardly believe that the Buddhist sect had dispatched him. Was it possible they intended to secretly assist him? The joyful Buddha, the unearthly revelations, and Manjushri Bodhisattva were all indulging in leisure. Surely, Lingji alone would not bear the burden. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yu inwardly chuckled, settling on his course of action. Observing his master, who wore such a sinister smile, both son Wukong and Zhu Beiji could not help but shudder involuntarily. Having spent a considerable amount of time beside Tang Yu, they are well aware that their master harbors a plethora of cunning schemes. The silver boy transformed once more into an elderly figure, while the golden boy and the Bodhisattva Lingji provided support. This time, however, Tang Yu did not evade, but rather stepped forward, approaching the silver boy directly. "Make your move," he urged. The Bodhisattva Lingji, hidden in the shadows, was drenched in cold sweat, seizing the opportunity to abduct Tang Sanzang. At this moment, even the formidable son Wukong would find it difficult to react. The silver boy was taken aback by Tang Sanzang's bold approach, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Yet, the Bodhisattva Lingji was observing closely, rendering it unwise for him to act overtly. Tang Yu flashed a grin at him and said, "Why are you here again? This is the third time, my friend." He had long been aware that Tang Sanzang was privy to his true identity, yet the blatant admission still left the silver boy at a loss. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Tang Yu lamented, "This child is utterly clueless. Why does he not understand the necessity of having the Buddhist order take the lead? Alas, what a muddled situation." The silver boy felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Brother, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? What is your plan? Could you possibly give us a hint?" Their master had instructed them to assist in his endeavors, yet it was imperative to understand his strategy. Having passed by directly the previous two times, this time he had openly revealed his identity. Still, the Bodhisattva Lingji remained vigilant. After a moment's hesitation, the silver boy took action. Meanwhile, son Wukong, ever watchful, bellowed, "Demon, taste my staff." The silver boy, knowing he was no match for Sun Wukong, transformed into a gust of wind and fled. This was part of their plan. As long as he could draw Sun Wukong away, they would succeed. The Bodhisattva Lingji was overjoyed and hastily urged the golden boy to act. The golden boy hesitated briefly, but just as he was prepared to strike, he witnessed Tang Sanzang picking up a gourd from the ground, causing him to freeze in place. In his haste, the silver boy had inadvertently left behind the treasure entrusted to him by the Supreme Lord. Tang Yu recognized the gourd and was well aware of its significance. "Why the delay? What are you staring at?" the Bodhisattva Lingji urged, growing anxious at the missed opportunity while this young man remained inactive. "Do something," the golden boy shouted in frustration. Tang Sanzang was brandishing the purple gold gourd, which they believed was a death sentence for him. Indeed, the Buddhist faction was a cunning lot. Tang Yu toyed with the gourd, a sly smile gracing his lips. The Bodhisattva Lingji, however, remained oblivious to this. Having successfully lured away Sun Wukong, he was determined not to let this chance slip through his fingers. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Bodhisattva revealed himself. As he did, Tang Yu immediately spotted him and called out, "Bodhisattva Lingji, what are you doing?" The Bodhisattva instinctively responded, but his expression rapidly shifted to one of horror. In the midst of Lingji Bodhisattva's startled exclamation, he was swiftly ensnared within the purple gold gourd. Tang Yu peered into the gourd and shook it lightly. Originally intending to send him off for a relaxing soak, this turn of events felt like divine intervention. Without this purple gold gourd, perhaps it would have required considerable effort. However, at this moment, it was effortlessly obtained. As for whether Tang Yu contemplated the consequences, it was a jest, given his current status as the designated seeker of the scriptures. The Buddhist realm relied on him to navigate through the trials of the journey to the West. Thus, the notion of consequences was entirely non-existent. The golden boy stood in stunned silence. What in the world? Lingji Bodhisattva has been captured in the gourd? Was this not a dire situation? This was a quasi-holy artifact forged by his master, one that would inevitably deteriorate into a puddle of putrid matter if not handled promptly. Moreover, it possessed significant lethality to souls. If not released in time, a complete dissipation of spirit was a distinct possibility. Zhu Beiji and the dim-witted monk gazed incredulously at Tang Yu, fully aware that their master was indeed formidable, having even subdued a bodhisattva. What would happen now that Lingji Bodhisattva was captured? This was the first thought that flashed through the Buddha's mind, quickly followed by the realization, "Hurry, hurry." Upon assessing the situation, it was evident that there were no capable individuals left in the Lingshan. The reliable assistant, Guanyin Bodhisattva, was absent, and several others were indulging in the merit pool. Were they to summon another Lingji Bodhisattva? Ultimately, the Buddha's gaze settled upon Jin Tu Jiedi. Quickly, descend to the mortal realm and instruct Tang Sanzang to release Lingji Bodhisattva at once. The Buddha urged with great urgency. At the command of the Buddha, Jin Tu Jiedi hastily descended to the earthly plane. As for Tang Sanzang, what business did he have experimenting with the gourd? If one were to suggest that Tang Sanzang could wield such artifacts, the Tathagata would be utterly incredulous, as he was but an unarmed mortal. It was likely that he had opened the gourd and fortuitously encountered Lingji Bodhisattva, who instinctively responded to his call, leading to the Bodhisattva's capture. After all, in that fleeting moment, a flicker of surprise had crossed Tang Sanzang's face, causing the gourd to slip from his grasp and drop to the ground. At this moment, Tang Sanzang appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly still in shock. Yet, little did he realize, this was all a deliberate act orchestrated by Tang Yu. For anything too overt would be inappropriate. Witnessing this scene, the golden boy turned and fled. Sun Wukong, having chased after the silver boy, returned, indignant, and exclaimed, "Cursed monster! You run fast. Monkey brother, what has happened?" Zhu Beiji asked, bewildered. "With me around, what could possibly go wrong?" Sun Wukong replied, firmly gripping his golden staff. "Master has captured Lingji Bodhisattva." Sun Wukong's expression froze, and he blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the news. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he exclaimed. "Master has captured Lingji Bodhisattva," he reiterated. This unarmed bald man had managed to ensnare a bodhisattva? Only when Sun Wukong spotted the purple gold gourd on the ground did understanding dawn upon him. At that moment, Jin Tu Jiedi hurriedly arrived. However, due to his excessive speed, he failed to stop in time and crashed headlong into Wanshou Mountain. As for Wuzhuang Temple, It had been rebuilt in accordance with the preferences of Xinyuanzi, who was quite pleased with the renovations. Yet, upon seeing the barren ginseng fruit tree, he felt a pang of regret. A figure swiftly descended from the heavens, filled with urgency and fatigue. The golden-headed Jiti struggled to maintain his balance, crashing directly through the outer wall of the Wuzhuang temple, startling Xinyuanzi. Suddenly, a luminous bald head protruded from the wall while the body remained outside. Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback, but his astonishment quickly transformed into a seething rage. The audacity of the Buddhist sect was intolerable. The freshly renovated Wuzhuang temple had been violated by a bald intruder, a blatant disregard for Xinyuanzi's dignity. The impact left Jiti dazed, his vision swirling with golden stars as he took a moment to regain his senses. When he finally glanced at Xinyuanzi, he nearly lost control of himself in fear. Xinyuanzi, with a stern expression, was gazing at him intently. Hastily, Jiti withdrew his head from the wall, daring not to utter a word, and turned to flee. "Come back," Xinyuanzi commanded, conjuring the power of his sleeves to ensnare Jiti. The Buddhist sect had gone too far in its bullying. He had already endured the matter of the ginseng fruit, and while the destruction of Wuzhuang temple was regrettable, it was somewhat balanced by the ruin of the Great Lane temple. Yet, now they sent a bald monk to further disturb him. Did they truly think Xinyuanzi was a pushover? Jiti was unceremoniously cast to the ground after being released from the confinement of Xinyuanzi's sleeves. He had underestimated the strength of the old man and failed to evade the situation. The elder's disregard for martial virtue was evident as he bullied this younger generation. "Great sage, it's all a misunderstanding," Jiti implored repeatedly, acutely aware that Xinyuanzi had long held a grudge against the Buddhist sect due to the ginseng fruit incident. Being in his grasp offered little hope for reprieve. At this moment, all thoughts of the matter concerning Lingji Bodhisattva were completely forgotten, as his own safety took precedence. Observing the gaping hole in the wall, Xinyuanzi scoffed derisively. "You come to wreak havoc in my Wuzhuang temple and claim it's a misunderstanding? I ask you, if I said I flew over and lost control, would you believe me?" Jiti weakly protested. "Huh, you flew over, indeed. How splendid," Xinyuanzi seethed, delivering a kick to Jiti that immediately sealed his cultivation. "Repair the wall before you leave," Xinyuanzi ordered, treating Jiti as if he were an ordinary mortal tasked with rebuilding the wall. The Buddhist sect was relentless in its oppression. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to humiliate them in return. "Great sage, it's a misunderstanding. If the wall of my Wuzhuang temple is not restored, you shall never return to Lingshan," Xinyuanzi declared before departing, leaving Jiti with a face full of despair. Mingyue Qingfeng sat nearby with a plate of fruits, watching him with a gleeful smile, clearly overseeing the situation. Jiti's face flushed with embarrassment as he contemplated his predicament. With no other options, he reluctantly began to mend the wall, starting with the clay. In the west, the Buddha, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. How could Jiti be so inept, failing even to manage such a trivial matter, and instead crashing into Wuzhuang temple? Surely, Xinyuanzi was not to be trifled with, especially given the animosity that had arisen from the ginseng fruit incident, which had intentionally or unintentionally led to the destruction of his temple. At this moment, the Buddha felt somewhat reluctant to confront Xinyuanzi. While the golden-headed Jiet posed no immediate threat, the pressing matter at hand was to dispatch someone to rescue Lingji Bodhisattva. "Puxian Bodhisattva, you must descend to the mortal realm and expedite the rescue of Lingji Bodhisattva." The Buddha's voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, commanded, sending forth the only capable individual from the current Buddhist order. The 4 Jiedis of the 5 directions were occupied in a sauna, while another was laboring in the mortal realm. Manjushri and the Happy Buddha were also indulging in a hot spring. The Buddha harbored concerns that if Lingji Bodhisattva were to seek solace in the hot spring, there would be no one left to aid the Buddhist order. Chapter 74. The uncertainty in the journey to the west. Observing the vacant spots at the Great Thundersound Temple, the Buddha sighed heavily. In an instant, he transported himself to the depths of chaos. "I pay my respects to the 2 saints," the Buddha said, bowing respectfully before rising to inquire. "Might I ask if there is any news regarding the uncertainty? As long as this uncertainty remains unresolved, the journey to the west shall not find tranquility," came the response. "It remains impossible to ascertain, yet it is certain that the uncertainty must exist within the ranks of the journey to the west," said Zhuan-Ti. "Within the ranks of the journey to the west?" The donkey of Zhang Guolao was borrowed from heaven after the incident with the white dragon. This already indicates the emergence of uncertainty at this juncture. Therefore, this donkey can be promptly excluded from suspicion. As for the master and his disciples, they seem to pose no issues either, although certainty cannot be guaranteed. Since the saints assert that the uncertainty lies within the journey to the west, it must indeed pertain to them. But who could it possibly be? That remains impossible to confirm. May I inquire, is it Sun Wukong? To the Buddha, Sun Wukong, being the most powerful, also posed the greatest potential for uncertainty. I do not know, Zhuan Ti replied enigmatically. There remains the six-eared macaque beneath, which can seamlessly replace Sun Wukong according to the original plan. That monkey is unruly and difficult to control. It would be more prudent to seize the opportunity to suppress or permanently seal him, allowing the compliant six-eared macaque to take his place. I share this sentiment. The Buddha agreed. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin remained silent, their eyes closed, seemingly disregarding him entirely. This left the Buddha feeling somewhat vexed as he internally mused. You old fellows, just wait. Once my plan is executed, I shall deliver you a resounding slap. Puxian descended to the mortal realm, waving his hand to summon the gourd into his grasp. However, he felt somewhat perplexed, as he was unsure how to utilize this magical artifact to release Lingji Bodhisattva. Tang Sanzang, Puxian called out, I command you to swiftly free Lingji Bodhisattva. Delaying any further this afternoon could leave him gravely harmed. Tang Yu clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant. Ba. This humble monk is unaware of the unfolding events. I merely witnessed Lingji Bodhisattva soar by. As a follower of the Buddhist path, I ought to have greeted him, yet inexplicably, he was suddenly drawn into the gourd. This leaves me in great bewilderment. His expression conveyed sincerity, his handsome visage easily eliciting goodwill from others. At this moment, with hands clasped in prayer and a visage of compassion, it becomes increasingly difficult to doubt the sincerity of the situation. Concealed in the shadows, the two young attendants of gold and silver appear utterly bewildered, unsure of what actions to take. The uncertainty of whether this predicament will continue leaves them in a state of confusion. Observing the circumstances, it seems the situation has reached an impasse, especially since even the renowned Bodhisattva has been ensnared within the gourd. The pressing concern now is to rescue the Bodhisattva Lingji. But how can this be accomplished? Bodhisattva Puxian, in a state of urgency, examines the gourd intently, even attempting to destroy it with his own mystical powers. Yet, this gourd is a quasi-sacred treasure forged by the Supreme Lord Laozi, and with his current cultivation as a junior golden immortal, he finds it nearly impossible to make a dent. As for returning to Mount Ling, it is estimated that by that time, the Bodhisattva Lingji would be fortunate to retain even a leg. Bodhisattva, I implore you, let us return to Mount Ling so that the Buddha Tathagata may resolve this matter. I acknowledge my fault in this situation and am willing to accept any punishment, even to the extent of my own demise, without complaint. Puxian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough of that. It is imperative that you do not perish. At this juncture, Tang Sanzang is of utmost importance to the Buddhist realm. However, the question remains, how to assist the Bodhisattva Lingji? The two attendants of gold and silver must have a solution. Gold and silver attendants, Puxian called out, prompting them to reveal themselves. With their appearance, the gravity of the predicament became all too apparent. It was indeed a dire situation. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remains the rescue of the Bodhisattva Lingji. Sun Wukong cast a penetrating gaze at the two, recognizing them as the attendants of the Supreme Laozi. How had they descended to the mortal realm as demons? It was evident that Puxian was well aware of their identities, as he openly revealed them. The two, known as the dim-witted and the dullard, exchanged glances. Are these not demons? Tang Yu exclaimed suddenly, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. He clung tightly to the donkey's neck, causing it to roll its eyes in discomfort. Oh no, this is bad. In his singular focus on the safety of Lingji, he had forgotten this detail. How would he explain this to Tang Sanzang? Do not panic, Tang Sanzang. These two were originally the attendants of Laozi, who, seizing the opportunity while he was in seclusion, descended to the mortal realm as demons. At this point, Bodhisattva Puxian had no choice but to reveal the truth. Tang Yu, with an innocent and naive demeanor, posed the question, then why did they attempt to capture this monk? This inquiry left the Bodhisattva Lingji utterly flabbergasted. How should he respond? To disclose that this was a tribulation of the Buddhist realm? Would that not expose the truth? Tang Sanzang, this matter does not concern you. We must hasten our journey westward without delay. Puxian urged, hoping to divert Tang Sanzang's attention from these complications. If only Wukong had struck down the two with a single blow at that moment, who would be to blame? It appeared that Tang Yu was somewhat apprehensive. I have stated that this matter does not involve you. We must proceed swiftly. Bodhisattva, throughout this journey, I have not sensed the suffering of the sentient beings. Moreover, the notion of equality among all beings, as professed by the Buddhist teachings, seems utterly nonsensical. In the lower realms reside malevolent beings, some of whom hail from the celestial court and possess relics of the Buddhist faith. They wreak havoc upon the lives of mortals, with some even subsisting on the flesh of humanity. The Buddha teaches that all sentient beings are equal. Thus, I implore the Bodhisattva, how can true equality among all beings be attained? Tang Yu's visage was one of profound compassion. This inquiry left Puxian utterly confounded. Equality for all beings seemed a mere fallacy. To them, the denizens of the lower realms were but a collection of ordinary mortals, long since jaded by the vicissitudes of life. As for the 7 emotions and 6 desires, those who have renounced the world are devoid of them. Rumor has it that the joyful Buddha has frequented brothels, leading many young women to their demise, their souls condemned to the underworld. I beseech the Bodhisattva, do these women bear any guilt? If the Buddhist doctrine professes the equality of all beings, where lies this equality? The disciple's heart is beset by doubts, and I seek the Bodhisattva's enlightenment. Puxian was taken aback, at a loss for how to respond to Tang Sanzang's profound and penetrating question. As time slipped away, the poor Puxian, trapped within the gourd, must have been in a state of distress. Tang Yu, unwilling to engage further in this discourse, mounted his donkey and departed, leaving Puxian in a daze. The golden and silver youths exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless in the face of the unfolding events. Quickly, you two, release Lingji Bodhisattva. At this critical juncture, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the 2 youths. Before they could utter a word, the supreme Laojun manifested from the heavens, waving his whisk, causing the purple-gold gourd to open. Puxian Bodhisattva, now merely a spirit, emerged with a look of confusion and a hint of grievance. Child, return, he beckoned. With matters having reached this point, the ordeal was drawing to a close. Thus, the supreme Laojun deemed it unnecessary to keep the 2 youths in this realm any longer. He had been present all along, concealed in the ether, aware of Lingji Bodhisattva's plight within the gourd he had crafted. It must be said, Lingji Bodhisattva's resilience surprised even the supreme Laojun. It was only when he sensed Lingji could no longer endure that he revealed himself and liberated him. Please forgive me, master. The golden and silver youths hastily knelt, feigning contrition. A child unteachable nearly caused the Buddhist order great strife. Thankfully, Tang Yu proved astute in a moment of crisis. The supreme Laojun gently shook his head, whisking the 2 youths back to the heavens. With Lingji Bodhisattva's spirit in tow, Puxian hurriedly returned to the great Thunder Sound Temple. Undoubtedly, Lingji was also indulging in the warm springs. The assembled group exchanged cheerful pleasantries. Little G, how did you come to be here? In the merit pool. Lingji Bodhisattva rubbed his arms, then requested a pristine white towel from the Buddhist figures, draping it around his neck. He submerged his hands in the merit pool, splashed his face, and dried off with the towel. Tang Sanzang trapped me in the purple gold gourd, he lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. Under normal circumstances, I was unexpectedly ensnared by Tang Sung and nearly lost my soul in the process. The joyful Buddha and Manjushri burst into hearty laughter. As for the 4 directions revealer, they refrained from laughing openly, but could not suppress their amusement internally. This fellow met his demise at the hands of his own people? The thought evoked a shared glance among the 4 directions revealer, who simultaneously directed their gaze toward the joyful Buddha, both letting out a heavy snort. When I entered, it was swift, a mere snap, and I was in. Indeed, at that moment, I could have unleashed my spells upon Tang Sung. Yet, I hesitated, having been careless. I did not evade. Adhering to traditional spells, I only intended to make a point. As a seeker of the Buddhist scriptures, how could I possibly inflict harm upon Tang Sung? Listening to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva boast, several of us could not help but roll our eyes. Here we were, indulging in a sauna, and he continued his bluster. Who doesn't know one another? The Tathagata observed the somewhat desolate Great Lane Temple, his brow furrowed in concern. Manjushri, Lingji, the joyful Buddha, and the 4 directions revealer were all enjoying the hot springs, while down below, at Wuzhuang Temple, another was laboring. Guanyin Bodhisattva was also absent from Ling Mountain, having returned to Nanhai Luojia Mountain. Thus, at a glance, it seemed that the Buddhist realm appeared somewhat empty. The Buddha retrieved a cigarette case, instinctively reaching for one, only to find it empty. After rummaging through the bodies of the two arhats, Fuhu and Jianglong, he finally unearthed 2 cigarettes. Lighting one, he gazed at the solitary cigarette remaining, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Alas, there were no more cigarettes left. Yet, Lingji Bodhisattva was still luxuriating in the hot springs. What to do now? At this moment, a pressing matter arose that required attention, and he wondered who could alleviate his worries. The Tathagata glanced downward, but no one spoke, though all perked up their ears, clearly eager to discern the nature of this significant issue. It was evident that everyone had noticed the absence of cigarettes. The momentous affair the Buddha referred to was, in fact, the lack of cigarettes. They had anticipated something of greater significance. Who will assist me in procuring some cigarettes from Tang Sanzang? Upon hearing this, the assembled Buddhas began to survey their surroundings, as if they had not heard the Tathagata's request. The journey to the west was akin to a thunderstorm. None wished to tread lightly. A misstep could lead to calamity, and thus, no one was inclined to volunteer. They enjoyed the sauna, of course, but only under the condition of having corporeal forms to indulge in it. Though the joyful Buddha and Manjushri appeared untroubled, recovery would still take time. Prolonged sauna sessions were not particularly comfortable. Seeing no one eager to step up, the Tathagata was compelled to call out specific names. The trial of the Lotus Cave had already reached its conclusion. The next challenge, without a doubt, must proceed. Contemplating this, the Buddha felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The next trial must lead the master and disciples to the country of Wujiguo, correct? Rubbing his temples, the Buddha mused that they should indeed have arrived at Wujiguo by now. What was amiss? Lately, he felt as though his mind was not functioning properly. Wujiguo. It is said that the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva, the Azure Lion, has descended to wreak havoc, yet at this moment, Manjushri is still indulging in a sauna. The Buddha's gaze shifted to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. It is your duty to descend and facilitate the resolution of this predicament. After all, many mortals have never encountered Manjushri. They will mistake you for him, and while you are at it, do procure some cigarettes from Tang Sanzang. By your command, O Buddha. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva accepted the edict but remained motionless. Why do you hesitate? The Buddha inquired, perplexed. O Buddha, the matter is. Samantabhadra extended his hand and pinched with 2 fingers. This is rather hasty, a detail I overlooked. However, this did not please the Buddha. You are sent to exchange for cigarettes, yet you seek to ask for money from me? Dear friends, anyone wishing to trade for cigarettes may present their treasures to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva for exchange. The Buddha's intent was unmistakable. Those wishing to procure cigarettes should act swiftly. As for myself, I shall refrain. What you possess, I shall also have. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, fully grasping the Buddha's implication. Consequently, none made a move. Although the Buddha had run out of cigarettes, they still had some, each having discreetly hidden away a few. The Buddha furrowed his brow slightly and said to Samantabhadra, You shall descend first and procure cigarettes from Tang Sanzang. I shall provide for you later. By your command, O Buddha. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wore a pained expression. This is unfortunate. I shall be spending quite a bit. As for the Buddha's promise of provision, was that truly feasible? In the land of Wujiguo, Tang Yu dashed into the brothel, eager for a joyous release. Neither son Wukong nor Sha Wujing had any interest in such matters, leaving only the simple-minded companion by his side. Upon reaching the entrance of the brothel, the simple-minded one hesitated, causing Tang Yu to look on in confusion. Master, I wish to procure some medicine, he said, quite embarrassed. What ails you? Tang Yu scrutinized him. Acquiring such medicine was trivial for him, easily obtained through the system. Chapter 76. It is your turn to enter the fray. After a discerning glance at the simple-minded one, it became evident that this fellow had indeed mistreated his body. I have medicine, Tang Yu communicated with the system, exchanging for some remedies and tossing them to Zhu Beiji. He instructed him to take them before entering the room to prepare for enjoyment, lest the potency overwhelm him. Zhu Beiji inhaled sharply at his master's casual provision of such medicine. It seemed his master's health was not in the best condition. Both believed the other to be unwell. The sight of a monk entering a brothel was indeed shocking, particularly in Wujiguo, a region primarily devoted to Buddhism. The king of Wujiguo was a fervent believer, abstaining even from meat. How else could he have attracted the attention of the celestial beings, prompting Manjushri Bodhisattva to descend in hopes of enlightening him. Yet, the king of Wujiguo could never have anticipated the cascade of calamities that would ensue, including the peril of his very life. Oblivious to the gazes around him, Tang Yu strode confidently into the establishment with Zhu Beiji in tow. Upon locating the courtesan, he promptly presented his credentials. I hail from the great Tang dynasty, and Li Shimin is my elder brother. You surely know of Li Shimin. You can see his inscription on the back. The courtesan glanced at the document, noting a line of text. Either allow me passage, or I shall proceed forward. The document bore the imperial seal of the Tang dynasty. Yet, what was the monk's intention? Was he merely flaunting his status? Are there any ladies available? Tang Yu whispered in the courtesan's ear. The courtesan, still reeling from the surprise, responded in a daze. Huh? Is there anyone or not? And no, not at the moment. Please wait, just a moment, she stammered. The Tang dynasty flourished, attracting visitors from all directions. Even a monk from the Tang was rather pretentious. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. If that is the case, let us wait a while. Upon entering the city, he had already learned that this establishment was the largest brothel in Wuji Kingdom. Its popularity was evident, given the absence of ladies. After ordering a lavish feast, Tang Yu paid no mind to the gazes of those around him, disregarding their whispers as if they were non-existent. What is it to you if I wish to indulge a little? Zhu Beiji trembled slightly, his complexion flushed, his eyes somewhat glazed. Are you intoxicated? Tang Yu observed him with curiosity, noting that he had only consumed a couple of cups of wine. Master, I can no longer restrain myself, Zhu Beiji stuttered. Tang Yu regarded him with inquisitive eyes. I have taken the medicine. By the heavens, did I not instruct you to retire to a room before consuming it? The system ensures quality. The effects must be extraordinary. Tang Yu pulled the courtesan closer. Is there no one available yet? Observing Zhu Beiji's dazed expression, it was evident he was already affected. My lord, please be patient. There is still no one, but I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. The courtesan replied with resignation. Why is this monk so impatient? Impatience is unavoidable. It is not I who is anxious. Tang Yu pointed at Zhu Beiji. He is the one in need. You must act swiftly. The courtesan, seasoned in the ways of the brothel, immediately recognized Zhu Beiji's unusual state. He has clearly taken the medicine. However, there truly is no one available at the moment, she stated. No one. Tang Yu's gaze abruptly fell upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Are you not active anymore? I have been retired for many years, she replied with difficulty. Come out of retirement. Money is no object. Tang Yu gave Zhu Beiji a firm tap on the head. Look, there is someone. There is someone. Zhu Beiji's eyes lit up, fixating on the courtesan. Faced with the situation, the courtesan hesitated as if making a momentous decision. Very well then. However, there are no rooms available. A shed will suffice. If not, a latrine will do. Just a small patch of land is adequate, Tang Yu suggested. Zhu Beiji took the courtesan by the hand and led her away, whether towards the latrine or a broken-down room. One could only speculate. Meanwhile, Tang Yu leisurely sipped his wine from his seat. However, he found himself pondering certain matters. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, he felt that the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm was within reach. The cultivation techniques contained within the 99 heavenly art had long been mastered. Should he continue his practice, a breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal would soon be imminent. Yet, he hesitated. Without adequate preparation, he dared not to rashly transcend his current state. Even upon entering the Tai Golden Immortal realm, a surge of energy emanated from him, undeterred by the concealment of the heavenly mechanism array. Had it not been for the presence of the venerable Li Mountain Mother at that time, he might have easily revealed himself. This indicates that a breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal would undoubtedly attract an even mightier force, accompanied by the tribulations of thunder. What, he wondered, were the intentions of the Tongtian Patriarch? After such a lengthy period, Li Mountain Mother ought to have updated him on the matter. Yet, why was there not a whisper of news? If it came to it, exposure would be inevitable. After all, in his current guise as Tang Sanzang, he was not yet in peril. A wave of reckless abandon surged within Tang Yu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for having captured the Bodhisattva Lingji with the purple gold gourd. You have acquired fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 1 million fortune points. This announcement left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. What was this? Why had it taken so long for the system's notification to arrive? Had it encountered a delay? He had been curious as to why the system had not granted him fortune points until now. However, he thought little of it. The arrival of fortune points was more than satisfactory. He accessed the system interface. Host, Tang Yu. Cultivation, pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. Technique, 99 heavenly art. Fortune points, 9,670,000. Magic treasures. Upon closing the system interface, Tang Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He was still impoverished. The myriad treasures offered by the system were beyond his means to exchange. Various magical artifacts, the pure white lotus of the world, the 12th grade golden lotus. Of course, they were all replicas, mere imitations. Yet, their power was indistinguishable from the genuine. With his naturally handsome features, fair and delicate, his contemplative demeanor only enhanced his allure, rendering some recently disembarked courtesans utterly entranced. If only they could share a jovial moment with this dashing monk, they would gladly part with their riches. In the heights above, the Bodhisattva Puxian observed this scene with calm detachment. The Buddhist realm had grown accustomed to such occurrences. If Tang Sanzang were to abstain from visiting the brothels, or to refrain from meat and wine, they would even begin to question whether he was still the genuine Tang Sanzang. However, he found himself in a quandary. The Buddha had tasked him with retrieving cigarettes from Tang Sanzang. As a Bodhisattva, it was hardly appropriate for him to enter a brothel in search of him. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that Tang Sanzang would not emerge anytime soon. Reflecting on the designated holy monk and scripture seeker of the Buddhist realm, now reduced to this state, the Bodhisattva Puxian was rendered speechless. Chapter 77. Why haven't you departed yet? He contemplated the monks of the Buddhist realm, each embodying the essence of emptiness. How was it that Tang Sanzang had transformed so drastically? And yet he remained the scripture seeker, an entity not to be trifled with. The Bodhisattva Lingji sighed. In his view, it would be quite some time before Tang Sanzang would emerge from the brothel. Thus, journeying towards the palace of the kingdom of Wujiguo, he encountered the king. At this moment, the king had transformed into the steed of Manjushri, a blue lion. The true king had long been cast into the river. After a brief discussion between the two, they endeavored to complete this formidable task. To the blue lion king, this was hardly a challenge. Setting aside the formidable support from behind, including the arrangements from the Buddhist realm, he possessed remarkable powers himself. Therefore, he perceived this trial as effortlessly surmountable. Yet, Puxian harbored a different sentiment. Your master, Manjushri, is indulging in a hot spring, and you prance about? He felt a strong urge to distance himself from the Blue Lion King, lest this fool meet his demise and implicate him. It is essential to recognize that the Buddhist realm is currently in a precarious state. Puxian aimed to safeguard his own utility, resolutely avoiding any involvement in the sauna. Nightfall arrived within the brothel. Tang Yu cradled a slumbering beauty in his arms. A gust of wind swept through the window, and the spirit of the Wujiguo king drifted in. He had perished at the hands of the Blue Lion King, cast into a well 3 years prior. Fortunately, he had recently dreamt of a bodhisattva who informed him that a holy monk from the Tang dynasty would pass this way and could save him. This presented a rare opportunity for the aggrieved king of Wujiguo. However, after 2 days of waiting, the Tang holy monk had yet to enter the palace. The following night, the bodhisattva appeared again in his dreams, revealing that the holy monk was currently in the brothel. The notion of a Tang holy monk entering a brothel left the Wujiguo king momentarily dumbfounded. Nevertheless, the prospect of vindicating his grievances remained paramount. Thus, his spirit wafted in. Before him unfolded a scene that was jarring to the senses. The Wujiguo king drew a sharp breath and approached Tang Yu, calling out, "Holy monk, holy monk." Tang Yu, smacking his lips, turned over and resumed his slumber. It seemed he was quite fatigued from the previous day, hence his deep sleep. Holy monk, holy monk." The Wujiguo king continued, "Awaken, awaken." Suddenly, Tang Yu sat upright and exclaimed, "Are you done? Get lost." He was indeed lost in a delightful dream. The moment the Wujiguo king entered, Tang Yu, possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, sensed his presence. Yet, in the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he endeavored to resume his pleasant slumber. The old fellow continued to disturb him without cease, leaving Tang Yu uncertain if he could reclaim his dream. The Wujiguo king stood frozen in place, struggling to regain his composure for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Tang Yu lay back down, returning to sleep, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, as though he had indeed resumed his beautiful dream. "Holy monk, awaken, do not sleep." The Wujiguo king, feeling helpless, continued to plead, desperate for Tang Yu's assistance in righting his profound wrongs. Tang Yu tossed and turned, finally sitting up and muttering a curse. "Damn it, you old fool. Holy monk, I bear grievances and implore you to seek justice for me," the Wujiguo king implored, kneeling on the ground. Tang Yu, irked by the disturbance to his delightful dream, spoke with a tone that lacked warmth. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the Wujiguo king's plight. This old rascal is merely a sacrificial pawn of Buddhist symbolism, and it is rather pitiable. In the kingdom of Wuji, at the foot of every mountain, devout followers of Buddhism abound. Following the king's example, they abstain even from meat. His sincere devotion to the Buddha touched the heart of the deity, prompting the Buddha to send Manjushri Bodhisattva to bestow upon him a golden body of a Luohan, elevating him to the status of a Buddha. However, when Manjushri descended to the mortal realm, he insisted on masquerading as an ordinary person. At their meeting, he said to the king, "Young man, I see great potential in you. Follow me, for I am Manjushri Bodhisattva from the Western Paradise." What nonsense! Any person of even modest intelligence would scoff at such a claim. It is akin to encountering an elderly gentleman on the street who proclaims, "Young lad, you possess extraordinary talent. The task of maintaining world peace shall henceforth fall upon your shoulders. I possess the Ruli divine palm, but it will cost you 1,000,000,000. Who would believe such absurdity? If one did not strike him, it would be a testament to their own looks. The king of Wuji was indeed wise and naturally dismissed Manjushri's assertions. He promptly sent men to bind Manjushri and submerged him in water for 3 days. Thus, it is said that the Buddhist order comprises individuals of petty and narrow-minded disposition. In retribution, Manjushri cursed the kingdom of Wuji with a drought lasting 3 years, rendering all the king's prayers and offerings to Buddha futile. At this juncture, an old Taoist appeared. Indeed, he was the transformation of Manjushri's steed. Under his auspices, rain fell upon the parched land of Wuji. The king, lacking discernment, immediately forged a brotherly bond with this Taoist, sharing the kingdom as if they were blood brothers, even contemplating sharing their women. The king's narrative bore a striking resemblance to what Tang Yu knew. However, when recounted by any individual, they invariably cast themselves as the victim. Even if not true, they would strive to concoct excuses to absolve themselves. 3 years prior, on a fateful night, the Taoist had cast me into a well, subsequently taking on my appearance, usurping my domain, and claiming my beloved. The dragon king of the well, feeling my injustice, preserved my corporeal form beneath the waters, hoping that one day I might avenge my grievances. The king of Wuji sighed deeply, turning his gaze towards Tang Yu. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in astonishment. The holy monk of the Tang dynasty had fallen asleep, drool cascading from his lips. Holy monk, did you hear what I said?" In his nudging, Tang Yu wiped away the drool, replying, I heard. I beseech you, holy monk, to champion my cause." The king of Wuji knelt once more, imploring, "Eliminate that wicked Taoist. Seek justice? What nonsense." Tang Yu scoffed inwardly, recognizing that this was merely a scheme, with the king of Wuji suffering an unwarranted calamity. Why had the king of the Green Lion transformed into a Taoist? Why had he been informed that this holy monk of the Tang dynasty could save him? This was the devious play of the Buddhist order. Taoists cause harm, while Buddhists offer salvation. Yet, the king of Wuji remained oblivious, unaware that it was all orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. Tang Yu rubbed his eyes and remarked, "In my opinion, you would be better off dead. It would be better to be dead, for then one would not suffer from anger. Considering your current state, reincarnation might be a blessing." The king of the black chicken stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at him. He had come seeking salvation, hoping to clear his name, not to be led to his demise. Tang Yu's eyes widened. "Why are you staring at me? Allow me to analyze your situation. I suspect that once I am done, you will find it difficult to continue living with any semblance of dignity." Chapter 78. Sending the king of the black chicken to reincarnation. The king of the black chicken looked at Tang Yu in utter confusion, uncertain of what this monk from the great Tang intended to reveal. "Consider this. You have been dead for 3 years. Let us set aside your kingdom. Surely your queen has been taken by another. And what of your concubines? Can you truly be certain they have remained faithful? No wonder I noticed the faint green glow emanating from your crown. It all makes sense now." Tang Yu recited a Buddhist chant. The king of the black chicken remained silent, as Tang Yu probed deeper into his thoughts. Even if none had been unfaithful, it would be hard for him to face those women. 3 years. Did your queen not notice something amiss with her bedfellow? And what of your son? Surely he must have sensed the change. It is impossible for there to be no difference, even in the minutiae of daily life. Yet, your child willingly calls another father, and your queen dutifully addresses another as husband. So, reflect upon this. Does your existence not feel stifled? Even if I could save you, what would it matter? Let me be clear. I am but a humble monk with no strength to fight. My skills are limited to the confines of the bedroom, which I trust you can discern. As for vanquishing demons, it is out of the question. Even if you were to be resurrected, that sorcerer could easily do away with you once more, merely causing you to die again. Observing the king of the black chicken's gaze grow vacant, as if he had resigned himself to death, Tang Yu continued, "You have worn the green hat of infidelity, not just once, but potentially dozens of times. Any man with even a modicum of pride would find it difficult to endure such humiliation. I believe it would be preferable for you to embrace your journey to the afterlife, where you might forget all your troubles. Otherwise, are you not suffocating within your own heart? Moreover, you are a king, and I possess the means to revive you, as I have just stated. But who can ascertain your authenticity in this realm? Even if you were to declare yourself true, how would you bear the knowledge that your queen has been unfaithful, possibly giving birth to siblings for your child? 3 years. How many times has this transpired? I shall refrain from elaborating further. Those ministers will undoubtedly gossip, and soon the entire city may be aware of your plight. The whole nation could come to know you as the king who wore the green hat. While those women may seem easily discarded, you must acknowledge the shame of being so deceived. Some may refrain from discussing it openly due to your royal status. But can you guarantee that they will not indulge in idle chatter about your misfortune over tea? After all I have said, do you still find the courage to live on? In my view, it would be far better for you to embrace death, to put an end to your suffering." The king of the black chicken remained motionless, his head bowed. It was evident that he was deep in thought. He could not deny that the monk's words held a certain truth. Yet, the notion of death did not seem daunting, nor did the prospect of reincarnation appear unappealing. The king of the Wuji kingdom was filled with resentment. His queen and heir had been usurped, and his realm had been taken from him. The sage of the Tang dynasty spoke the truth. He undoubtedly felt the sting of betrayal. Even if he were to reclaim everything, it would not alter the fact of his dishonor. The ministers may not voice their thoughts openly, yet one cannot be certain they won't gossip behind his back. The whispers of the populace can be fearsome. If the news spread, he would become known as the king who wore the green hat. Contemplating this brought an overwhelming sense of frustration upon him. As a man, he felt he should not continue to live. "Sage, I merely cannot accept this fate," he lamented. The Wuji king sighed deeply. "Moreover, even if I wish to be reborn, that is no longer within my grasp. Due to the interference of the Buddhist order, rebirth was not permitted. He would have to wait for Tang Yu to come to his aid and complete this arduous task." Tang Yu's thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Had he not died for 3 years, his soul would have long since entered the underworld, reincarnated. "Rest assured, my esteemed disciple, son Wukong, possesses some abilities and has connections with the king of hell. I shall arrange for him to provide you with a direct passage. No detours required. You will be reborn at once." It would be a relief to see that rascal finally meet his end. Tang Yu was more than willing to assist. "How about this? I will have Wukong speak with the king of hell and arrange for your rebirth into a reputable family. Your son is the crown prince. Therefore, I will ensure you are reborn as your son's son. Thus, your son will inherit the throne, and when he passes, you may reclaim it, somewhat compensating for the regrets of your life." "What do you mean by being reborn as my son's son?" The Wuji king's complexion turned ashen. "Do not look at me with such disdain. A monk is bound to act with compassion. This is my duty. Amitba." At that moment, Tang Yu exuded the aura of a benevolent master. He glanced at the 2 courtesans on the bed, and the corners of the Wuji king's mouth twitched involuntarily. Yet, when he thought of his own plight, a heavy sigh escaped him. Tang Yu had already summoned son Wukong, who appeared in the room in a flash. "Wukong, take this green-hatted brother down to the underworld. No, to the nether realm. Speak with the king of hell and arrange for him to be reborn as the next crown prince of the Wuji kingdom. Go forth." Gazing intently at the soul of the Wuji king, son Wukong felt perplexed. His master had spoken, so he had no choice but to comply. Was he truly sending him to his death? The Wuji king had yet to fully grasp the situation and even began to have second thoughts. "Sage, let us defer this matter until our next life." Tang Yu interrupted him, lying on the bed and wishing to cease the conversation. The Wuji King's face turned a shade of green. Next life? Will I even know you then? We'll speak of it later. Sun Wukong led him directly into the underworld. The deeper they descended, the greater the Wuji King's regret became. I wish to go back. Sun Wukong remained silent, casting a disdainful glance his way. Do you think the underworld is your kitchen? You can just stroll back whenever you please? Upon reaching the underworld, he unceremoniously kicked the Wuji King's soul before the King of Hell. Little King, attending the great sage? The King of Hell felt an unsettling apprehension as he gazed upon the simian figure before him. Old King, there lies a wrongfully deceased monarch. Please arrange for him to be reincarnated as the next prince of the kingdom of black chickens. In response, Sun Wukong exhibited a demeanor of audacious arrogance towards the Lord of Hell. Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately, the King of Hell replied. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he summoned the ghostly attendants and instructed them to escort the King of Black Chickens down for reincarnation. At that moment, the monarch was engulfed by regret. Release me. Let me go. I do not wish to be reborn. In the mortal realm, he was an emperor, but in this netherworld, he was merely a specter. With a crack of the whip, the ghostly attendants silenced his protests. A wisp of his spirit materialized. The King of Hell promptly knelt, uttering, I pay my respects to the Lady of Earth. The Lady of Earth remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong. Do you remember me? Chapter 79, A Misguided Rebirth. Sun Wukong recognized her instantly. He leaped onto the desk of the King of Hell, declaring, I know you, Lady of Earth. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to speak. But suddenly, a formidable aura descended, as if to stifle her words. Her expression sharpened as her power surged. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 19 layers of hell, a slumbering woman abruptly opened her eyes with a piercing cry, causing the very fabric of hell to tremble. The souls of the damned in the 18th layer scattered in terror, their cries reverberating through the chaos. The guide let out a soft grunt as a drop of blood fell from his fingertips. The Lady of Purity stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Senior brother, you? She marveled at her newfound strength. Has she successfully transformed? The guide mused. No, he replied. Aside from our master, none can take that final step. And the master would not witness her complete transformation. She teetered on the brink of life and death, using this threshold to evolve, yet a fragment of her consciousness remained, safeguarding her corporeal form. As for the Lady of Earth, she has attained a saintly status, hovering between the pinnacle of quasi-saint and full sanctity, poised to take that final step whenever she chooses. However, she desires a perfect ascension. The guide chuckled softly. Had we not dispatched the king of the underworld, she would have undoubtedly ascended to full sainthood by now. Yet, at this moment, she can step into that realm at will, yet she refrains. This formidable aura could not escape the notice of the saints. In the Azure Palace, the celestial master felt the terrifying energy and pondered. Is she truly on the verge of success? In the 33 heavens, the Supreme Lord sensed this overwhelming force and narrowed his eyes, then chuckled lightly. Could it be that you will indeed break through this final barrier and surpass me? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun's gaze was profound, seeming to pierce through all illusions and delve into the deepest recesses of hell. Humph, merely a minor path, he thought. The reason I have yet to rid myself of you is solely to seek the greater Tao through your vessel. The underworld quaked, and the King of Hell trembled, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He bowed his head in trepidation, paralyzed with fear. The woman remained transfixed, her eyes wide open and motionless, devoid of any expression, not even blinking. After a considerable interval, her eyelids finally descended once more, as if she had succumbed to slumber once again. Is this the might of a sage? Sun Wukong gazed up at the heavens, the formidable aura he had just sensed instilling a sense of dread within him. Under such immense power, he felt utterly defenseless, fully aware that it could effortlessly obliterate him. He twirled his golden staff and let out a snort. One day, I too shall possess such strength. Huta cast her gaze towards the sky and declared with authority, Jane, I do not mind entering sagehood now to engage you in battle. A cold snort echoed from the depths of chaos, yet it resonated clearly for all to hear. Huta sighed softly as she looked at Sun Wukong. Follow me. Guiding him, she led him to the deepest recesses of the underworld, the 19th layer of hell. What place is this? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. The 19th layer of hell. Hutu replied, glancing at the slumbering woman. Do you still recognize her? Sun Wukong shook his head in bewilderment. She seemed familiar, yet he could not recall her. I do not know her. You should know her, Huta stated, leaving Sun Wukong perplexed, as he was certain he did not recognize her. The reason you do not know her is that you are not the complete version of yourself. One day, when you find yourself again, you shall be you. Hutu's gaze bore into Sun Wukong's. These words left Sun Wukong in a fog, utterly perplexed about their meaning. I hope Lady Hutu can enlighten me. I do not fully grasp your meaning, he respectfully inquired. Despite his rebellious nature, he dared not act defiantly in her presence. A hint of sorrow flickered in Hutu's eyes. It has been a long, long time. I can scarcely remember. Do you know of the multicolored stone? Sun Wukong responded confidently, of course. For I emerged from the multicolored stone. Hutu continued. Why did the stone fall precisely in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? Why did it attain spiritual connection? Why did only you spring forth from it? A look of confusion crossed Sun Wukong's face. These were questions he had never contemplated. After a long pause, he finally replied, because I am the multicolored stone, naturally I can connect with the spiritual realm. Is that so? Hutu smiled faintly. Is it not? Sun Wukong retorted. It is both yes and no. I do not understand. For reasons unknown, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in this place, particularly when gazing at the sleeping woman, which stirred a profound, inexplicable ache within his heart. He desired to leave this place. I take my leave, he said, bowing respectfully to Lady Hutu before departing the 19th layer of hell. Hutu's voice echoed behind him. When you one day find yourself, you shall understand. Sun Wukong paused momentarily, but ultimately continued his departure. In the underworld, after Hutu had departed, King Yinluo stood up after a long while, feeling his legs tremble uncontrollably. If a sage were indeed to wage war here, the underworld would be obliterated. Even he, should he be caught in the slightest ripple, would meet his demise. Just then, a little ghost rushed in. Your Majesty, there is trouble. What has happened? Your Excellency, the King of Hell, I must report that the underworld has trembled. A minor spirit failed to capture the soul of the King of the Black Chicken, inadvertently causing a misbirth. The little ghost gazed anxiously at King Yin. King Yin surveyed his surroundings. Has that monkey departed? I report, Your Excellency, the great sage has already left. King Yin secretly sighed in relief. If that is the case, then let the misbirth be. He has not yet consumed the mangpa soup. The little ghost continued, but King Yin waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to depart. If he hasn't drunk, then he hasn't. If it's a misbirth, so be it. Now that he has reincarnated, there is nothing more to be done. In the kingdom of the Black Chicken, a mother dog was giving birth. For puppies emerged one after another, though the last seemed to be struggling. The mother dog barked in distress. Finally, a little black puppy blinked its eyes open, appearing utterly bewildered, seemingly unaware of its surroundings. A bark from nearby captured the little black puppy's attention, and it suddenly seemed to awaken. Due to its small size, it could only emit whimpers. Tears welled in its bright, doggy eyes, realizing it had transformed into a dog. The King of the Black Chicken lamented in silent despair, feeling the injustice of fate for being reduced to a mere dog. Chapter 80. A Misplaced Rebirth. The King of the Black Chicken had indeed turned into a dog, submerged in the depths of a well for 3 years, soaked for 3 years, and just as a glimmer of hope appeared, he found himself as a dog. Fortunately, the King of the Black Chicken possessed a strong mental fortitude, otherwise he might have succumbed to madness. Nearby, the other puppies, with eyes shut, crawled towards their mother to nurse, while the little black puppy remained motionless, gazing vacantly at the sky, unwillingly shedding tears. The saying that one could end up as a dog was true, not merely a legend. Within the royal palace, the King of the Black Chicken, transformed from a green lion, awaited the arrival of Tang Yu and his disciples. However, after several days of waiting, his patience began to wane. He dispatched someone to investigate and learned that a few individuals were reveling in a brothel. The Green Lion King was momentarily taken aback. The scripture seeker is in a brothel? Had his subordinates misreported, or had he misheard? Bodhisattva Puxian sensed something was amiss. Logically, he had already delivered a dream to the King of the Black Chicken, and Tang Sanzang should have been preparing for his resurrection. However, there was no sign of any progress, and Tang Sanzang was still indulging in merriment at the brothel. This left him unable to procure incense offerings. He calculated and suddenly changed countenance. An incident had occurred. What was going on? The King of the Black Chicken had reincarnated. He could no longer afford to pay attention to Tang Yu and the others. The immediate priority was to return to Mount Ling and report the matter to the Tathagata Buddha for his judgment. In a frenzy, he rushed back to Ling Mountain. leaving Bodhisattva Puxian in a state of sweat. Buddha, there is a crisis. The Tathagata Buddha squinted, holding a cigarette, his figure appearing ethereal within the pink silk drapery, exuding an air of haziness. What has happened? Did you bring back the incense? The king of the black chicken has reincarnated. The head emerged directly from the fan's account, and the expression of the Buddha darkened. What have you done? Buddha, I am at a loss as to how this occurred, was the reply. With even the bodhisattva of universal virtue on the verge of tears, I had sent a dream to the spirit of the king of Wujiguo, informing him that the holy monk from the Tang dynasty could rescue him and vindicate his grievances. Indeed, according to their scripted arrangement, this was the expected course of events. However, after 2 days had passed, Tang Sanzang still indulged in pleasures within the brothels. As I pondered this, I suddenly sensed a grave turn of events. The king of Wujiguo had already been reincarnated. The Buddha, smoking contemplatively, remained lost in thought for quite some time. This should not be, he mused. The king of Wujiguo harbored grievances and would not so easily accept reincarnation. Moreover, with the arrangements of the Buddhist realm, reincarnation should not occur so effortlessly. The Buddha began to calculate, his expression darkening further. It appears that Tang Sanzang has persuaded him to take his own life. He was directly sent to the underworld by son Wukong. This Tang Sanzang, indeed, is a true disciple of the Buddhist order. He possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate minds. With just a few words, he has led a king to despair. Puxian, you shall descend to the underworld and ascertain where the king of Wujiguo has been reincarnated. Ensure his demise, then deliver his spirit back to the upper realm. Regardless of the means, we must ensure this trial is completed, the Buddha decreed, confident in his plan. The king of Wujiguo, once again in the form of a spirit, would seek a way to be revived through Tang Sanzang and his companions. Thus, this trial would be deemed accomplished. Meanwhile, in the palace, the king of the Green Lion transformed into the likeness of Tang Sanzang. Essentially, everything was falling into place, perfectly so. Some of the Buddhas below, quick to react, pondered, is this not a return to the beginning? Tang Sanzang has convinced the king of Wujiguo to willingly descend into the underworld for reincarnation, even if he were to return. Would he believe that Tang Sanzang would rescue him? This is evidently impossible. The Buddha's wisdom shone through. Regardless of how the Buddha has orchestrated this, whether the methods are good or ill, one thing is certain. His wisdom is undeniable. With the Buddha's command received, Puxian set forth toward the underworld. The unfortunate king of Wujiguo remained blissfully unaware that his existence was being treated as a mere jest. Even in reincarnation as a dog, he was not spared. The Buddha, confident, smiled, believing his arrangements were flawless. In the underworld, it was discovered that the king of Wujiguo had indeed been reincarnated as a dog, leaving Puxian momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he conjured a spell. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above the king of Wujiguo. With a crack of thunder, a great bolt struck down. A small spotted dog howled in pain, its body enveloped in black smoke, convulsing on the ground until its breath ceased. Puxian glanced at his hands in disbelief. What have I done? I miscalculated. He had inadvertently struck down a dog, causing a mother dog and her pups to tremble in fear and cry out. Yet, a singular small black dog remained calm, gazing up at the sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the ground. News had already reached the king of the Green Lion, who suspected that the Buddhist order had given him some form of directive. He hurried to the garden. Your Majesty, it has just been reported that a sudden thunderbolt has struck and killed a newborn puppy. The eunuch conveyed the news truthfully. The transformed black dog, the Chicken King, immediately sensed the presence of this malevolent spirit. When adversaries meet, their enmity becomes palpable. I shall confront you. It growled, charging at the Lion King. With a crack, another thunderclap resounded, striking precisely where the black dog had just stood. The black dog seemed unhinged, paying no heed to the peril. It lunged toward the Chicken King, ready to bite down. Yet again, a thunderbolt descended directly from the Lion King's head, shattering his crown. The Lion King's ebony locks emitted a charred scent, wisps of smoke still curling upwards as he opened his mouth, releasing a dense cloud of smoke. This left the Lion King momentarily bewildered, unable to regain his composure for a long while. The palace maids and young eunuchs gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. Had His Majesty truly been struck by lightning? Upon regaining his senses, the Chicken King appeared singed, a faint smell of charred hair wafting from his head. He looked skyward, bewildered as to why the storm had targeted him. Suddenly, He felt something stirring beneath his feet. Glancing down, he discovered it was the little black dog. The Chicken King, transformed into a black dog, bit down with fervor, unaware that it had only recently been born and lacked teeth. Thus, its bites were entirely innocuous, more akin to playful affection. The skies darkened once more. The little black dog suddenly leaped aside. Another thunderbolt came crashing down, striking the ground before the Lion King, leaving him dazed. In a swift motion, his garments fell away. Although the bolt did not strike the Lion King directly, it landed perilously close, causing a searing sensation against his skin. The Lion King stood bare in the garden, wisps of smoke still rising from his hair, his figure appearing ethereal and indistinct, as if on the brink of ascension. With a crack, the bolt struck the black dog squarely. The Chicken King convulsed, staring vacantly at the heavens, seemingly resigned to his fate. What sins had he committed in his past life? Chapter 81. Holy Monk, please end my life. After several strikes, the Chicken King was finally vanquished. In the netherworld, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra exhaled a sigh of relief. What had transpired? He had miscalculated. Nevertheless, the deed was done. The Chicken King was led into the realm of the dead by two little spirits, his expression serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. Report to King Yama. The Chicken King has arrived. King Yama regarded Bodhisattva Samantabhadra in silence, as he possessed no authority to speak. Though he appeared powerful, his demeanor shifted when faced with a bodhisattva. He lowered his head and bent his body, akin to a humble eunuch. In the realm of the kingdom of the crow, I, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra from the Western Paradise, have been moved by your grievances. I shall escort you back to the mortal realm. Yet the cycle of life and death is governed by the heavens, and I cannot intervene in the affairs of the afterlife. If you truly seek to be reborn, you must seek the esteemed monk from the Tang dynasty. With great wisdom, the Bodhisattva articulated these words. I can guide you back to the earthly realm, but I cannot guarantee your resurrection. To achieve that, you must find Tang Sanzang. The king of the crows gazed vacantly, rendered mute by his plight. On that fateful day, he was ushered into the underworld, reincarnated as a dog, only to meet his demise once more by a lightning strike. Initially, he believed this was the end. Death would bring closure. However, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra intended to return him to life, compelling him to confront the monk from the Tang dynasty. Observing the king of the crows in his stupor, the Bodhisattva scratched his head, losing several strands of hair in the process. What had transpired to lead to such a state? Regardless, the priority was to return him to the mortal realm and direct him to Tang Sanzang. Upon their arrival, it was noted that Tang Sanzang was still at the brothel, yet to depart. The soul of the king of the crows was cast at the entrance, with instructions to seek out Tang Sanzang, beseeching him for justice and resurrection. Yet, the king remained motionless, his eyes vacant. Goodness, has he truly lost his wits? The Bodhisattva exclaimed, do not attempt to intimidate me with this demeanor. I warn you, if you do not comply, I shall cast you into the depths of the 18 hells for an eternity of torment. The king of the crows trembled slightly, realizing the threat had some merit. The Bodhisattva continued, I possess the power to condemn you to the 18 hells in this lifetime or the next, and I can ensure your perpetual suffering there. Silently, the king drifted into Tang Yu's chamber, unwilling to face the hells again, having already experienced a day in the underworld. The echoes of those cries haunted him, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, he was not foolish. The revered Buddhism he once held in high esteem now appeared rather lacking. The Bodhisattva's threats were a stark revelation. What perplexed him was the necessity to seek out this monk from the Tang dynasty. Monks are rarely amicable. The monk might condemn him to death, while the Bodhisattva threatened him with eternal damnation. The fear of entering the 18 hells outweighed the prospect of death itself. Inside the chamber, Tang Yu slept soundly, oblivious. Holy monk, the king of the crows called out twice, desperation lacing his voice. Startled, Tang Yu's expression shifted as he exclaimed, what brings you back, old fellow? This is unexpected. Did not Wukong claim to have sent you to the underworld? Please, holy monk, end my suffering. Let my soul dissipate. The king of the crows implored, kneeling before him, yearning for death to escape the torment of the 18 hells. He realized that offending anyone was perilous. As a mere king, he ought to retreat. Let me die? Hearing this, Tang Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom why the king of the crows would wish for his own demise. What had caused such distress in this old soul? The king of the black chickens lamented, holy monk, I heeded your advice and willingly embraced reincarnation, yet I found myself reborn as a dog. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. The king continued, but then the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and I was struck down, my soul cast back into the underworld. It was then I realized that this was orchestrated by the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, who threatened to cast me into the 18 layers of hell, ensuring my eternal torment. Therefore, I beseech you, holy monk, to end my suffering, to scatter my soul. Whether it be my kingdom or my beloved concubine, I renounce them all. All I desire now is to find peace in death. I implore you to grant me this. The Buddhist order had indeed labored tirelessly for this trial. Even in reincarnation, he was struck down and his soul dragged back. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and replied, to scatter your soul is not a daunting task. However, as a monk, I am bound by compassion, which presents a dilemma. You speak of compassion? Spare me. The king of the black chickens scoffed inwardly, though his face bore a mask of earnest pleading. Please, holy monk, allow me to perish. As you said, wearing the green hat is inevitable. I can no longer face the world and dread the thought of being tormented by the bodhisattvas and cast into the depths of hell. The king wore a bitter expression. Having devoted his life to vegetarianism and Zen meditation, he found himself treated thus by the Buddhist order, threatened with eternal damnation. His faith crumbled within him, revealing his discontent with Buddhism. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intention. In that case, let me stoke the flames further. Alas, old fowl, I must admit I feel sympathy for you, he sighed. The term old fowl took a moment for the king to comprehend, and though his expression darkened, he had already resigned himself to death. A mere title held little significance now. Do you know why you swam in that well for 3 years? Tang Yu prepared to enlighten him. It was clear that the king of the black chickens had lost all fondness for Buddhism. Thus, resurrecting him was not out of the question, but the erroneous belief in the Buddhist doctrine needed rectification. This mindset was simply unacceptable. 3 years ago, was there not a mortal who claimed he would lead you to Buddhahood, only to be captured by your men and thrown into the river to soak for 3 days and nights? Upon hearing this, the king recalled the incident. That man had proclaimed himself to be Manjushri Bodhisattva, a claim the devout king dismissed entirely, believing it to be an affront to his faith, which led him to order the man's capture. Indeed, I merely wished to teach him a lesson. After a brief moment, I had already dispatched someone to release him, but he had vanished from the river, likely rescued by someone. Tang Yu smirked. Rescued? Nonsense. He returned to the heavens. I tell you, he truly is Manjushri Bodhisattva. Chapter 82. Who is real and who is false? The king of the black chickens stood there, stunned, unable to fathom that the man from that time was indeed the Bodhisattva Manjushri. He had thought that the lad was somewhat deranged. Upon this realization, a bitter smile graced his lips, as he felt he had missed a grand opportunity. Did he truly sense that he had squandered a significant chance? Tang Yu immediately discerned the thoughts plaguing this individual. Do not be disheartened just yet. Listen to my words, and your dismay shall deepen. He then recounted the tale of the 3-year drought in the kingdom of Wuziguo, as well as the mischief wrought by the Blue Lion King, the steed of Wenpu. After listening, the king of Wuziguo remained speechless for an extended period. Finally, he let out a long sigh, realizing the truth. He had initially believed that the Buddhist sect was comprised of benevolent and magnanimous individuals, yet he had not anticipated that they would seek vengeance over trivial matters. Do you understand why I urged you to be reborn? It was to unveil the hypocritical visage of the Buddhist sect. Do you comprehend now? Tang Yu adopted a facade of moral superiority, and the king of Wuziguo, bewildered, was left in a state of shock. Thank you, master, for your enlightenment. I now see clearly, the king of Wuziguo expressed with deep gratitude, kneeling before Tang Yu. After this incident, it was likely that the old fellow would no longer uphold the Buddhist faith. Initially, the intention to send him to his demise was genuine, but he was returned by Puxian, and under threat no less. Through the king's words, Tang Yu sensed the discontent within the Buddhist community. Thus, he exaggerated the actions taken against him by the Buddhists. In Wuziguo, it could be said that the majority of the populace adhered to Buddhism, with temples abundant beyond count. With the king in his grasp, it was evident that faith in Buddhism would wane. Hence, resurrecting him posed no challenge. Once he commanded it, the Buddhist sect would likely lose a considerable number of followers. Since you have come to this understanding, I, a humble monk, shall devise a means to resurrect you. Tang Yu summoned son Wukong, whose figure flickered into existence within the room. Upon seeing the king of Wuziguo, he hesitated momentarily. Hadn't this fellow already been reborn? How could he appear in this chamber? The king, seemingly intimidated by son Wukong, lowered his head, and dared not utter a word. He had witnessed the reverence with which even Yama regarded this monkey. Offending such a being would be unwise. To cast him into the depths of hell for eternity would be a mere trifle. Wukong, go to Taishang Laojun and procure a 9-turn golden pill to resurrect the king. By the way, send air days to retrieve the king's body. Sun Wukong turned to leave, first stopping in another room to remind Zhu Beiji with a kick, instructing him to inform their master to descend into the well and recover the corpse. Although Zhu Beiji was somewhat displeased at being interrupted from his tender pursuits, he complied nonetheless. Before long, Sun Wukong returned with the golden pill and directly resurrected the king of Wuziguo. The resurrected monarch knelt upon the ground, expressing, "I am eternally grateful for the holy monk's life-saving grace." He remained tense, fearing any missteps that might lead to his transformation into a dog or worse. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly. Do not mention it. Henceforth, be vigilant and do not place your faith in those deceitful Buddhists. None of them are worth the trouble. If you must believe, then perhaps you should place your faith in the third brother. Believing in him guarantees eternal life. Indeed, as long as Xiao Wang regains his kingdom, he will certainly rebuild the temple to honor the master. Naturally, Tang Yu would say whatever he wished, for he dared not contradict him in the slightest. Early the next morning, Tang Yu departed from the brothel, preparing to directly enter the imperial palace and commence his siege. Regarding the Qing Shi Huang, Tang Yu intended to send him straight to the Western Paradise, sparing the trouble of having him flaunt his presence at Shurtor Ridge later. Your master is indulging in a sauna, while you shall meet your demise. Hidden in the shadows, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra trembled with excitement. Success was imminent. This trial would surely come to fruition. The great Thundersound Temple was also attentively monitoring the situation, all in a state of heightened tension. The Buddha, pleased, smiled. Do you not see my wisdom? Without his orchestration, this trial would undoubtedly have met with failure. Indeed, he was astute and sagacious. The Buddha's brilliance was echoed and extolled by all the other deities present. The Qing Shi Huang was equally anxious, to be honest. He was somewhat reluctant to return to the heavens. Here in the mortal realm, he enjoyed the finest delicacies and pleasures, with women at his beck and call. Once he returned to the heavens, he would revert to being the steed of Manjushri. It is worth noting that the Qing Shi Huang was once a renowned demon king, famous throughout the kingdom of 10,000 demons. He had once traversed the skies and the earth alongside other demon kings, and had devoured 100,000 heavenly soldiers at the southern heavenly gate during a great war between the demon clans and the celestial court, instilling terror in many. However, due to the interference of the Western Paradise's Buddhist sect, the kingdom of 10,000 demons faced defeat. Consequently, the Qing Shi Huang was converted by the Buddhists and became the Mount of Manjushri, forgetting his former self. It is somewhat tragic to recount that this individual, once a figure who commanded the winds and rains, now found himself relegated to the status of a mere steed. Tang Yu and his companions ascended the hall, observing the Qing Shi Huang. How audacious, to stand before the king without bowing. A minister shouted, "If you continue to act thus, do you believe I can summon my elder brother with an army?" Tang Yu replied lightly, causing the minister to freeze in astonishment. Reports had already reached regarding Tang Sanzang's identity, the revered monk of the great Tang, brother to Emperor Li Shimin. The elder brother he mentioned could only be Li Shimin. A formidable figure indeed. The minister glanced at the Qing Shi Huang, growing anxious, fearing that his words might incite a war between the two nations. Sun Wukong stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Monster, do you see who this is?" Everyone in the grand hall was taken aback. How could there be two sovereigns? The queen seated beside the Qing Shi Huang rose in excitement. She had long sensed something amiss with this emperor. Countless midnights, during their intimate encounters, she had assessed the stature of both figures. Although it was said that such things could undergo a second growth spurt, it could not possibly be so exaggerated. Thus, she had harbored suspicions that this individual was likely not the king of Wuji. "Wukong, eliminate him," Tang Yu declared, weary of further discourse. He commanded Sun Wukong to dispatch the impostor. The Qing Shi Huang awaited this very moment, transforming into a wisp of smoke to escape beneath the golden staff. The smoke, elusive and ethereal, coalesced around Tang Yu, soon transforming into his likeness. The three disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unable to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Dazi and San Lunzi turned their gaze towards Sun Wukong, known for his keen, discerning eyes. Yet, even Sun Wukong appeared perplexed. as his fiery gaze could not distinguish between the real and the false. With a dismissive snort, Tang Yu curled his lips into a subtle smirk, unfazed. He leisurely produced a cigarette, ignited it, and took a puff, elegantly exhaling a ring of smoke. Clearly, the distinction between authenticity was now evident. Chapter 83, Retrieve My Staff. The Blue Lion King, perplexed, regarded Tang Yu as he clutched the cigarette. Tang Yu flashed a grin, leisurely exhaling smoke in his direction. Monster, take this from me. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, striking downwards. Aware of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, the Blue Lion King dared not confront him directly. Transforming into a wisp of smoke that ascended into the air, though trembling with trepidation. What was taking Samantabhadra so long? If this continued, he might be forced to return with his lifeless body. Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued, and the Blue Lion King, left with no choice, revealed himself, wielding a great sword. A fierce battle ensued. Wukong, destroy him. Tang Yu cheered from below, genuinely wishing for the Blue Lion King's demise to prevent any future arrogance. Amitba, great sage, please cease. Samantabhadra alighted upon a lotus, radiating a luminous aura. This was a spectacle that surpassed mere pretense. The Buddhist realm was filled with self-righteous individuals. Tang Yu silently derided them. In the kingdom of Chechi, predominantly Buddhist, the sight of the Bodhisattva descending prompted the populace to kneel in reverence. They bowed before Samantabhadra, except for the king of Wujiji, who remained rooted in place. He was acutely aware of the nefarious nature of these monks. A mere disagreement could lead to threats of being cast into the depths of hell. Now, they appeared so benevolent. Bah, a cadre of hypocritical scoundrels. Had Samantabhadra arrived even slightly later, the Blue Lion King would have perished beneath Sun Wukong's golden staff. Kneeling before the Bodhisattva, the Blue Lion King transformed, revealing a colossal lion, a mount of Manjushri. Taking advantage of Manjushri's recent inattentiveness, it had descended to wreak havoc on Earth. Only now did Manjushri realize that it had been 3 years since the creature's descent. Recently, Manjushri had been preoccupied with Buddhist matters, thus dispatching this Bodhisattva to retrieve the troublesome beast. Truly, those of the Buddhist order could lie without a hint of shame. Were it not for the knowledge of the truth, one could easily be deceived. Sun Wukong sheathed his staff and approached Tang Yu. Tang Sanzang, why do you not kneel before the Bodhisattva? Samantabhadra had interacted the least with Tang Yu, thus had not faced any rebuke from him. Seizing the opportunity to assert his authority, his primary desire was to exchange for cigarettes. However, he secretly hoped that Tang Sanzang, out of respect for his status, would voluntarily present the cigarettes as an offering, thus saving him some expense. Although the Buddha proclaimed he would reimburse himself, could this truly be the case? What do you say? Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Sun Wukong and the others, including Air Daizi and San Lungzi, were acutely aware of their master's formidable prowess, particularly his mercilessness towards those of the Buddhist faith. He was, in essence, a specialist in confronting the Buddha. Why have you not prostrated before me? Tang Yu scoffed. Who are you? What do you represent? The Bodhisattva Puxian was momentarily at a loss for words, his body trembling slightly. Whether you have business or not, I suggest you swiftly depart. Moreover, cease regarding me with such eyes. Who do you think you are intimidating? Come, do it. In me if you dare. Whom are you boasting to? Truly, do you not comprehend your own status? A wave of dizziness washed over Puxian, his face turning a shade of deep iron. He longed to descend and eliminate Tang Yu, but ultimately refrained. The entirety of Wujiguo gazed in disbelief at Tang Yu. This eminent monk from the Tang dynasty was indeed formidable, even daring to confront a bodhisattva. You should leave at once. Your mere presence is irksome. I still have to venture to the pleasure quarters. I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage in your trivialities. Originally, Puxian merely intended to transfer to the adjacent space. However, before the multitude of Wujiguo, Tang Yu's rebuke rendered him unable to maintain his dignity. Yet, he found himself in a position of helplessness. I have business, he uttered after a moment's contemplation, deciding to endure the humiliation. If he returned empty-handed without the incense, the Buddha would certainly cast blame upon him. As for Tang Sung, he would find ample means to teach him a lesson upon reaching the Western paradise. Business? Tang Yu sneered. You dare to flaunt your presence while seeking my assistance? Begone, nothing you say holds any weight. He was well aware that Puxian's intentions were to exchange for incense. Tang Yu knew full well that Lingji Bodhisattva had been sent away to indulge in a sauna, and would likely remain occupied for quite some time. The Buddhist realm had essentially fallen, and those desired incenses were undoubtedly gone. Puxian's countenance shifted, yet he steeled himself and declared, "I wish to exchange for some incense." "There is none, neither a pack nor even a single stick. Can you not discern who holds the upper hand here?" Tang Yu resolved to teach them a lesson, allowing them to continue their arrogance. Puxian stood in the celestial heights for an extended period, opening his mouth as if to apologize. However, with so many eyes upon him, it was unthinkable for a bodhisattva to lower himself. He pondered returning to the Western paradise instead. In the Western paradise, the Buddha furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction as he murmured to the other Buddhas below, what was Puxian boasting about with Tang Sanzang? Instead of quietly retrieving the incense, he chose to flaunt his position, which has now angered Tang Sanzang. Several Buddhas within the Buddhist realm could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, seeking to smoke while dependent on another was unwise. Puxian, in contrast to Lingji, who always approached Tang Sanzang with a smile and kind words, had dashed headlong into a wall, effectively sealing his own retreat. The Buddha felt quite vexed, yearning for a smoke, but alas, the incense was no longer available. "Whoever possesses a cigarette, please produce it." The myriad Buddhas of Ling Mountain exchanged glances, for they too found themselves bereft. Otherwise, they would have already grasped the situation. The dragon-subduing Arhut floated forth from the pink silk canopy, announcing, "I humbly report to the Buddha, I still possess half a stick." Instantly, the eyes of the Buddhas brightened, but upon catching sight of the Tathagata, their expressions dimmed. Without reluctance, the Tathagata accepted it and lit it up. He inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his countenance. "Well done, dragon. Thank you for your praise, Buddha." Under the Buddha's commendation, the dragon-subduing Arhut felt as if he were soaring. In the kingdom of Wuji, all those in the grand hall looked at Tang Yu in disbelief, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. The first to recover was the Queen of Wuji, who excitedly rushed forward to embrace the King of Wuji. "Your Majesty." The king, having endured such tribulations, seemed to find a target for his pent-up emotions. Clutching her, he wept bitterly. 3 years submerged in a well, transformed into a dog, only to be cleaved apart and then restored to human form. Such rapid oscillations were overwhelming. Long live the emperor. The ministers, regaining their wits, prostrated themselves. After a while, the king wiped his tears. "Rise." His gaze fell upon the Buddha statues in the hall. Originally a devout believer, he had many statues enshrined in the palace. Yet at this moment, they appeared exceedingly glaring. "Come forth." The king bellowed, "Bring me my staff." Chapter 84. Trusting Brother San, attaining eternal life soon. Someone brought forth the staff. Everyone looked at the king of Wuji in confusion as he approached the statue, swung the staff, and struck the Buddha's head, shattering it. "What use is this Buddha to me?" The crowd was stunned. Most were devout Buddhists, and now they were witnessing their sovereign destroy a statue, an act of great disrespect. To be honest, the king's extreme reaction surprised Tang Yu, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After enduring such torment and threats, any individual might lose their sanity. One must admit, the king of Wuji displayed remarkable resilience. "Well done, old rooster," Tang Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. Yet, the people of Wuji remained in a daze, still trying to comprehend the situation. The 3 years spent in the depths of the well revealed that those who appeared righteous were, in fact, agents of vengeance. A hint of sorrow crossed the king's face as he confronted the sudden collapse of a lifetime of faith, a burden too heavy for anyone to bear. He recounted his harrowing experiences over the past 3 years. At that moment, the ministers began to understand. So it was, from this day forth, the kingdom of Wuji shall no longer believe in Buddhism. Any transgression against this decree shall be met with merciless punishment. The king of Wuji was resolutely severing ties with the Buddhist faith, even declaring such a severe ultimatum. Naturally, the ministers voiced no objections. After all, he was the king, and his word was law. At this moment, the king of the Chicken Kingdom approached Tang Yu and knelt before him, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, holy monk, for saving my kingdom and driving away the malevolent sorcerers. From this day forth, the Chicken Kingdom shall honor you as our revered patron." This unexpected display left Tang Yu momentarily speechless. He had initially thought it was merely idle talk. However, it became evident that the king was earnest in his intentions. Some ministers, equally bewildered, questioned, "Your Majesty, have you not turned away from the teachings of Buddhism?" Is not this Tang Yu also a monk? Little did they know. In the heart of the Chicken King, he never truly regarded Tang Yu as a monk. Would a monk frequent brothels? Surely not. Tang Yu found himself at a loss, unprepared for such an abrupt turn of events. No, I cannot accept, he stammered. But the Chicken King stood resolute, shouting to his courtiers, "Believe in Brother San and attain eternal life." This phrase, uttered by Tang Yu earlier, had not escaped the king's memory. Instantly, the ministers erupted in unison, chanting the words. Tang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. What was meant as a jest had been taken to heart. Bring forth a feast. Tonight, I shall indulge with the master until inebriation claims us, and I demand meat. The Chicken King had not savored flesh in many years, and the thought made his mouth water. At that moment, a figure rushed forth, cradling a child about 1 or 2 years old. The Chicken King's gaze fixated on the infant, the earlier excitement in his eyes quickly replaced by apprehension. "My son, who is this child?" His voice trembled, breath held in suspense. He resolved that if his son were to reveal this child as a sibling, he would take his own life in utter shame. "Father, this is my child." Upon hearing this, the Chicken King sighed in relief, astonished that his son had become a father after 3 years of absence. "Forgive me, father, for the suffering I have caused you." The prince knelt in remorse. "Rise, my son," the king urged, assisting him up, and they exchanged heartfelt pleasantries. After some time, Tang Yu and his companions were invited into the grand hall, where a lavish banquet was laid out before them. The Chicken King, having abstained from meat for so long, indulged to his heart's content, causing Tang Yu to silently judge his gluttony. As night fell, the atmosphere turned intimate. The king felt as though he were a mushroom stirring a vast pot, enveloped in an overwhelming emptiness. The words of Tang Yu echoed in his mind, instilling a sense of dread that he might be deceived. The queen, playing along, feigned a melancholic demeanor, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "Lion King, where are you? I miss you. Why did you not take me with you?" The following morning, the Chicken Kingdom issued a proclamation detailing the king's tribulations over the past 3 years, illuminating the hypocritical nature of Buddhism for all to see. Across the land, every Buddhist temple was dismantled, and those who defied the edict would face execution without mercy. Concurrently, temples dedicated to Brother San were erected throughout the kingdom. Regarding the identity of the third brother, some individuals remained perplexed. However, at that time, Tang Yu had rendered the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra speechless, causing him to retreat with his tail between his legs. Many ministers witnessed this event within the imperial palace. As the tale spread, embellished by various officials and their families, it eventually reached the common folk. One must understand that such stories often grow more extravagant in the telling. Consequently, the image of Tang Yu became almost mythical, with the belief that trusting in the third brother would grant one eternal life. This notion has already taken root in the kingdom of Wujiguo, where temples dedicated to the third brother have been erected for public veneration. Upon returning to the Western paradise, Samantabhadra found himself empty-handed, particularly troubled by the ominous expression of the Buddha, whose demeanor appeared rather forbidding. The surrounding deities regarded him with disfavor as well. "Buddha, I have returned," he proclaimed. The Tathagata Buddha fixed a piercing gaze upon him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Where are the offerings?" He had been out of stock for several hours, and a sense of agitation began to rise within him. The Buddha, having not received any from Tang Sanzang, left Samantabhadra sweating profusely as he stammered in explanation. The Tathagata scoffed and summoned him closer, gripping his collar and delivering 2 resounding slaps. This left Samantabhadra utterly bewildered. "I beg for your forgiveness, Buddha. How can I rely on you if you cannot even manage this trivial matter? Do you not know to treat Tang Sanzang with a bit more civility? Now look, we have nothing left. This will hinder our greater ambitions." Yet, the Buddha grew increasingly concerned that Tang Sanzang might harbor resentment towards the Buddhist sect due to this incident. What would become of them if he did? Would it mean an end to their supply of offerings? "Please forgive me, Buddha." The Tathagata began to search Samantabhadra's belongings, glancing towards the somewhat desolate Ling Mountain. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Maitreya Buddha. "Let Maitreya descend to the mortal realm and exchange some offerings with Tang Sanzang. Ensure that we offer him a fair price this time, as a form of compensation, and perhaps utter some kind words." The Buddha, filled with apprehension, issued his directive. The entire Ling Mountain had run out of offerings, and at that moment, all hope rested upon Maitreya Buddha. "As you wish, Buddha," Maitreya Buddha responded. Hurrying towards the earthly realm, resolutely determined to approach Tang Sanzang with a smile, and address him as third brother. In the kingdom of Wujiguo, Tang Yu, in a hazy slumber, felt someone jostling him and calling him third brother. Upon opening his eyes, he was nearly startled to death. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. Chapter 85. Let us call it Hongxing. Dazed from sleep, he beheld the visage of Maitreya Buddha, which appeared ghostly enough to instill fear. Maitreya's smile faltered momentarily but remained intact. He had assured himself to maintain a cheerful demeanor. "Third brother, I am Maitreya Buddha," he declared with a fawning grin that made Tang Yu feel somewhat nauseous. Tang Yu paused, then quickly regained his composure, lighting a cigarette. "What is wrong with your face? Did it cramp?" Upon seeing the cigarette, Maitreya's eyes gleamed with delight. "Ah, no, haha. Third brother, I have come to exchange some offerings with you." Tang Yu's heart mirrored that of Ming Jing as he gazed at the eager Maitreya Buddha. After a brief moment of hesitation, he produced a cigarette laced with substances and offered it. "Have one." "Thank you, third brother, thank you." Maitreya Buddha hurriedly accepted, lit it, and took a deep drag. "To be honest, the way Samantabhadra Bodhisattva handled the situation has infuriated me," Tang Yu said, his brow furrowed, his tone earnest. "Indeed, third brother speaks the truth. That rascal Samantabhadra is quite inept at his duties. The Buddha has already chastised him, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his face. When I return, I shall give him a sound thrashing as well." Maitreya Buddha glanced at the 2 naked palace maids on the bed, a sight arranged by the king of the Black Chicken Nation. "Tell Tang Yu to choose whichever he fancies. They can be summoned directly." In truth, he had no intentions of indulging. However, the palace maids attending to his bath were seductively enticing. Tang Yu understood their motives. As he now bore the title of third brother, a dalliance would elevate his status entirely. This was akin to how many palace maids yearned to be favored by the emperor, hoping to conceive a dragon heir. Without such opportunity, they would remain palace maids for life, ultimately perishing within the confines of the palace. Maitreya Buddha waved his hand, covering them with a blanket. Yet, upon noticing Tang Yu still unclothed, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, though he said nothing. "Third brother, how many cigarettes do you think these treasures can fetch?" By the way, the Buddha mentioned that third brother could receive 2 packs less. The remainder would serve as a form of spiritual compensation. Maitreya Buddha grinned broadly. It was well known among the residents of Lingshan that Lingji Bodhisattva, the second-hand dealer, had profited handsomely from various treasures. Everyone was acutely aware of this fact. Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, for they relied on him for their smoking needs. Presently, Samantabhadra was indulging in a sauna. This task had fallen upon Maitreya Buddha, and if executed wisely, he could reap substantial rewards. "Very well. You seem quite adept at navigating these matters and possess a pleasing manner of speech," Tang Yu said, producing 3 packs of cigarettes and handing them over. "Here are 3 packs for you." "Thank you, third brother." Maitreya Buddha swiftly accepted, bowing deeply. "I shall take my leave now. You continue, third brother, please do." He gestured towards the 2 women on the bed, clearly indicating that third brother should proceed with his indulgence while he excused himself. In a flash, Maitreya Buddha disappeared, hastening towards Lingshan, for the others were awaiting him, particularly the Buddha. A faint, imperceptible smirk crept across Tang Yu's lips as he silently scoffed. He then reclined on the bed, embracing the 2 women. "Holy monk, please don't cause a disturbance," one palace maid murmured drowsily, her voice soft and languid. Tang Yu chuckled. "Dear lady, I have entered." In the west, the myriad Buddhas awaited eagerly as he finally lit the cigarette, albeit with the exception of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, who felt quite aggrieved. His treasures had been taken by Tathagata in exchange for cigarettes, and he had even lost his lotus throne. "This was purchased with my money. Cannot I receive a single one?" Upon his return, Maitreya Buddha was treated like a hero. He excessively praised himself, claiming that Puxian was incapable of handling matters, nearly provoking Tang Sanzang's ire, to the point of withholding cigarettes. Fortunately, he spoke many flattering words, which ultimately secured the return of the cigarettes. Regardless of his declarations, the fact remains that the cigarettes were indeed brought back, marking a significant merit for the Buddhist community. This dilemma, though fraught with unexpected occurrences, was ultimately resolved. The smooth resolution of such a challenging situation even left the Buddhist community in disbelief. The Tathagata Buddha admired his own clever arrangements even more. Had it not been for his intelligence, the king of Wujiguo would have already met a dire fate. As for the completion of this dilemma, it seemed utterly absurd. Puxian Bodhisattva gazed longingly at their smoking, which stirred a sense of compassion within the Tathagata Buddha. Throughout this predicament, he had endured considerable worry. It was merely during the exchange with Tang Sanzang for cigarettes that an unforeseen event transpired. Observing the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, the Tathagata Buddha hesitated momentarily before tossing it to Puxin Bodhisattva. "Here, smoke it." "Thank you, Buddha," Puxin exclaimed, eagerly catching it and taking a puff. In Wujiguo, the two palace maids, who had been thoroughly impressed by Tang Yu, acutely sensed a shift in atmosphere. Several young eunuchs bowed and nodded in their direction. As Tang Yu and his entourage entered the grand hall, many officials knelt before them, declaring, "Greetings, third brother." This was a high monk from the Tang dynasty, whose presence rendered even the bodhisattva speechless. Presently, Wujiguo was a realm where all revered him. To witness the one they worshipped firsthand was a profound honor for them. Tang Yu waved his hand, signaling them to rise. The king of Wujiguo stood to greet him. "Third brother, please take a seat." "What brings you to me?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. "I summoned you because I wish to discuss certain matters," the king continued. Tang Yu looked at him with confusion as the king elaborated. "I have issued a decree to dismantle all temples in the nation and to establish a temple in your honor. However, while we worship you, we must also have a designated order, right?" This left Tang Yu momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized the implication. You see, with Buddhism and Taoism, it is clear to all that these are organized, disciplined factions. Although Wujiguo revered him, the specifics of their affiliation remained unclear. Thus, the king sought his counsel, believing they ought to adopt a name for their organization, thereby giving their faith a sense of belonging. Truth be told, Tang Yu had never contemplated the notion of being worshipped. His previous remarks to the king had merely been in jest. He never imagined this old fellow would take it seriously, orchestrating such a grand affair. Now, the entire nation recognized him as the third brother. To believe in the third brother was to attain eternal life. There was no room for him to retreat or reconsider. Tang Yu pondered deeply, realizing that they indeed needed a name that resonated powerfully, one that would evoke a sense of grandeur and freshness. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us call it Hongxing." Chapter 86, The Establishment of Hongxing. Hongxing? The king of the black chicken was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar name. However, it appeared that Tang Yu had deliberated extensively before arriving at his decision. Since he had resolved on this course of action, the king of the black chicken felt it inappropriate to object. "Very well, I shall now issue a decree. Let it be named Hongxing." Thus, under the king's edict, everyone transformed into a member of Hongxing, with Tang Yu naturally assuming the role of the leader. Quite inadvertently, he had become the chief, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. In the west, the Buddhas of Lingshan looked toward the Buddha, their eyes filled with inquiry, wondering how to address this situation. Tang Sanzang had now begun to propagate a new sect, and if this continued, he might easily stray from the path of Buddhism. The Buddha himself felt a twinge of concern. Initially, a resolution had been reached that brought joy to the entire Lingshan, but this elation was short-lived. Suddenly, a heavy blow fell upon them, shattering the tranquility. The kingdom of the black chicken had turned away from Buddhism and now began to embrace the teachings of Sangha, resulting in a significant loss of faith. The Buddha furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Should he employ his great powers to erase the memories of the entire kingdom of the black chicken, guiding them back to the fold of Buddhism? With a heavy heart, he lit a cigarette. The pale blue smoke curled softly, veiling the depth of his contemplative gaze. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. In truth, this matter may not warrant such concern. "Fear not, my disciples," the Buddha proclaimed, exuding an air of enigmatic confidence. Is there truly a need for alarm? The establishment of Hongxing below does not negate the fact that Tang Sanzang remains one of us. The Buddha smiled with assurance, as if he held dominion over all creation. In that moment, the assembly of Buddhas grasped the essence of his words. Ah, indeed, Tang Sanzang is still one of our own. Worshipping him is akin to honoring the Buddha himself. No wonder the Buddha appeared so untroubled. His wisdom was profound. The Buddhas hastened to pay their compliments. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the deities regarded the Jade Emperor, awaiting his decision. The emergence of Hongxing outside the realms of Buddhism, a new sect, was not a favorable development, as it could easily disrupt the balance of fate. What are your thoughts on this matter? The deities exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The foremost sycophant in the heavenly court, the star of the White Emperor, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the paths of Buddhism are currently intertwined, developing together. Though there is some competition, it does not significantly alter the overall situation. However, with the rise of Hongxing, the potential to divide the flow of fortune is evident. I believe we should eradicate it before it solidifies. The Jade Emperor contemplated this suggestion, but the method of eradication posed a challenge. Tang Sanzang's new sect was rapidly gaining traction and had spread throughout the kingdom of the Black Chicken. Over the years, it had amassed a considerable force of faith. The Jade Emperor had initially assumed that the Buddhist order would intervene to halt its progress. However, they remained inactive, and upon reflection, he began to understand. Tang Sanzang, as a disciple of the Buddhist sect, seems to have established the Hongxing and Luxing organizations without any detriment to the Buddhist community, which paradoxically benefits from them. Do these monks not realize this? The establishment of Hongxing, despite Tang Sanzang's continued affiliation with the Buddhist order, has crystallized a modicum of faith, but the bulk of it is now concentrated within Hongxing itself. The old minister finds great wisdom in Tai Bai's words. Li Jing, restored to his corporeal form, concurs with a nod. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, lifting the jade elixir to his lips, clearly deep in thought. I believe we should refrain from hasty actions for the time being. After all, the Western paradise has yet to make any move, and we can afford to wait. Currently, Tang Sanzang is in Wujiguo, merrily engaging with the members of Hongxing. I suspect the Buddhist sect's actions will materialize only after his departure. The Jade Emperor is convinced that the Buddhist order cannot be oblivious to the implications of Hongxing's sudden establishment on the flow of fate. Moreover, Hongxing is developing rapidly, swiftly amassing a devoted following. Therefore, he surmises that the reason the Buddhist sect has not acted yet is due to Tang Sanzang's presence in Wujiguo, which complicates any intervention. Besides, even if Hongxing grows at an astonishing rate, it remains inconsequential to him. There are countless means to obliterate it. Your Majesty speaks wisely. A sycophant from the heavenly court chimed in, having previously suggested the annihilation of Hongxing, hastily changing his stance to echo the emperor's sentiments. Such a lackey must be adept at reading the room and aligning with his master's thoughts. On this matter, Tai Bai Jingxing believed he had mastered the art of discernment. In the 33 heavens, the Supreme Old Lord gazed intently at the Tao of heaven before him, his brow slightly furrowed, as if contemplating something profound. The Tao stone shimmered, appearing to reflect the myriad lives that flickered before his eyes. Merging with the Tao allows for alterations in minor influences, but does not permit changes to the grand design or the inherent laws of the Tao's operation. However, through minor influences, one can sway the larger currents, ultimately affecting the trajectory of the Tao's operations. A gleam ignited in the Supreme Old Lord's eyes, followed by a return to a contemplative depth. His task was merely to become one with this heaven, yet you aspire to transcend it and shatter it. I shall observe how you intend to navigate this predicament. With a soft chuckle, he waved his hand, and the Tao stone reverted to its ancient form. The Supreme Old Lord then turned and entered the Do Shua Palace. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun remained utterly indifferent to Tang Yu's establishment of Hongxing. Regardless of whether 100 sects emerged beneath him, he stood exalted, integrated with the Tao of heaven, untouchable in his stature. This heaven still belonged to him, Hong Jun. However, a resounding howl echoed through the 19 layers of heaven and hell, wounding Jane. He often gazed at the slumbering maiden, as if seeking to glean some insight from her. Is there a contingency left behind in the ethereal purple mist and the colorful stones you have created? Can you escape? Humph, even if you could, why would I allow your escape? If you were to break free, would this heaven still belong to me? Hong Jun mused aloud. The underworld trembled, and the sleeping maiden opened her eyes once more. A brilliant light emanated from his eyes. Simultaneously, Hong Jun let out a snort, his gaze sharpening, as a wave of overwhelming aura surged forth. Under this formidable presence, the radiant light dissipated into nothingness, and the scene he was probing vanished without a trace. Humph. Merely a trivial matter. Without taking that crucial step, you remain far from your goal. Hong Jun's eyes flickered as he once again focused on the woman before him. In the depths of hell's 19 layers, the woman stared unblinkingly, seemingly observing Hong Jun in return. In the kingdom of the Black Chickens, the Three Brothers Temple had been completely rebuilt, with the entire nation kneeling in reverence. Tang Yu, resembling a charismatic leader, stood at the forefront, eloquently delivering an extensive speech. As for the content, he himself was oblivious, let alone the crowd below, who were collectively bewildered. Nonetheless, they merely echoed his sentiments, affirming whatever he proclaimed. Ultimately, countless words distilled into 6 simple phrases: trust in the 3 brothers, gain eternal life. Chapter 87. Departing the Kingdom of the Black Chickens. Delivering speeches is truly exhausting. Tang Yu descended from the podium, smiling and waving at the crowd below, exuding the demeanor of a high monk. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience. Trust in the 3 brothers, gain eternal life. This uproar startled Tang Yu, causing him to nearly slip off the platform, but fortunately, Zhu Beiji, the simpleton, was quick to catch him. Waving his hand, Tang Yu hurriedly retreated into the palace, while the deafening shouts persisted behind him. Trust in the 3 brothers, gain eternal life. As the crowd knelt before the 3 brothers' temple, an intangible force seemed to flow into Tang Yu's body. This took him by surprise. What was this? The power melded with him, only to vanish in an instant, eluding his attempts to grasp it. Master, what's wrong? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing Tang Yu had halted. It's nothing, Tang Yu mused, forming a tentative hypothesis. It must be the power of faith. Thus, he began to understand. The 3 purities, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, attained their sanctity largely due to this very force of belief. Their names were known far and wide, their worship coalescing faith from the very beginning. Even an ordinary person could ascend to divinity, gathering the collective faith of all beings. In the hearts of the masses, gods are omnipotent, and the Buddha can universally deliver salvation. Over time, through abundant offerings, the faith accumulated. Rather than claiming to have become a god or a Buddha, it could be said that the masses elevated them to the divine realm. Quickening his pace, he entered the palace, feeling a bit disoriented. No, he needed to compose himself. Returning to his quarters, just as he was about to summon a couple of palace maids, Tang Yu was taken aback, his smoke falling from his lips. Tang Sanzang, is your life treating you well? Have you even formed a faction? The enchanting visage of the old mother of Mount Li smiled warmly before him. No. It's all nonsense, complete nonsense. Tang Yu repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming that it was merely a jest, never anticipating that the king of the Black Chicken Kingdom would take it to heart. Lishan Laomu erupted into hearty laughter, and Tang Yu joined in with a forced chuckle. After a considerable time, Lishan Laomu finally stifled her laughter, regarding him with a lingering smile. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed matriarch? Tang Yu felt an inexplicable pressure and thus boldly inquired about her intentions. Seated upon the bed, Lishan Laomu gently swung her feet, adorned in a flowing yellow gown, her face radiating a floral-like smile. Coupled with her current demeanor, she resembled an innocent young maiden, brimming with vitality. I have conveyed your matters to my master, who has declared that our sect shall offer you unwavering support, she stated. Tang Yu squinted slightly. That is splendid. Please extend my gratitude to the celestial master. Some sentiments need not be articulated in explicit terms. Both parties comprehended their meanings. Tang Sanzang, it appears that you are living quite well, indulging in leisure daily? She teased. Not at all, not in the slightest. I am but a humble monk, Ba, he replied. Lishan Laomu's gaze remained fixed on him, her smile unwavering. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable surge of tension. A small stone was flung towards him from Lishan Laomu's hand. This is a communication stone. Should you ever feel prepared to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, shatter it, and your master will certainly sense it, coming to aid you in concealing your aura. However, my master cannot guarantee that your aura will remain undetected during the tribulation. Tang Yu's heart soared with joy. Thank you, Holy One of Tongtian. With the intervention of the celestial master, alongside his own concealed mechanisms, Tang Yu was confident in his invincibility. Though he had been indulging in leisure recently, he refrained from utilizing his dual rest technique, as he sensed himself merely a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yet, Tongtian had yet to respond. Thus, until he devised the most prudent course of action, he was reluctant to advance into that realm, let alone expose himself. Once exposed, certain matters would become exceedingly difficult. Lishan Laomu languidly stretched and stood, her expression a blend of amusement and concern. Tang Sanzang, I perceive you have become quite gaunt. You must take care of your health. Rest assured, esteemed matriarch, I shall heed your words. Thank you for your concern, Tang Yu replied with an awkward smile. Gradually, Lishan Laomu's figure began to fade, her gentle laughter lingering in the room like the sound of silver bells, refusing to dissipate. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering. What is the matter? Why do I invariably feel so tense in the presence of Lai Shan Laomo, my heart racing uncontrollably? I do not feel this way even before the Buddha himself. I confront him without a hint of trepidation. After a brief moment, Tang Yu sensed his heartbeat returning to a steady rhythm. Glancing at the communication stone in his hand, he smiled to himself. Now that the affairs of the Chechi kingdom had been resolved, it seemed time to embark on his journey. The following morning, Tang Yu, accompanied by his disciples, bid farewell to the king. Despite the king's earnest attempts to persuade him to stay, Tang Yu knew he must depart. The subjects of the Black Chicken Kingdom knelt in reverence, bidding farewell to their third brother. The king of the Black Chicken personally escorted them beyond the capital. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu mounted his donkey and left the Black Chicken Kingdom behind. In the wake of his departure, the entire kingdom commenced the construction of a temple dedicated to their third brother. The two palace maids who were favored by the third brother were revered as saintly maidens, basking in the adulation of others. Even the king of the Black Chicken Kingdom treated them with utmost respect, which imparted an ethereal quality to their existence. It felt as though they had ascended to the heavens. Shortly after their departure, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing the Hongxing. The fortune of both Buddhism and Taoism had been traversed, resulting in a reward of 5 million in fortune value. This substantial reward stemmed entirely from a series of whimsical misadventures that led to the creation of Hongxing. Although she had initially sent the king of the Black Chicken to reincarnate as a dog, the Buddhist realm had returned his soul and resurrected him, leaving the overall situation unchanged. The dilemma faced by Buddhism was thus resolved, albeit inadvertently affecting the fortunes between Buddhism and Taoism, which accounted for the generous allocation of fortune value. With this latest reward of 5 million, combined with her own over 9 million, her total fortune now exceeded 10 million. Yet, in Tang Yu's eyes, it remained woefully insufficient. He even entertained the fanciful notion of eliminating the two saints from the West. Should that ever materialize, his fortune value would undoubtedly skyrocket. Such a thought was indeed whimsical, bordering on daydreaming. As he observed the figures of Tang Sanzang and his companions embarking on their journey once more, the Buddha nodded approvingly. Despite some initial setbacks, the dilemma had ultimately been resolved. Taking a draw from his pipe, he squinted slightly, suddenly recalling that the golden-headed Jeti was still laboring below, building walls. With a wave of his hand, Jeti's figure materialized. Upon seeing him, the Buddha's expression turned a shade of green. Chapter 88. Anticipating the arrival of the enchantress golden-headed Jeti had never engaged in wall construction before. He had stumbled through the task several times and currently possessed no magical power. Had he been endowed with such abilities, it would have been but a simple matter to accomplish. However, his powers had been sealed by Zhang Yuanzi, rendering him an ordinary mortal. Thus, he had to toil with his own hands, and after several days of labor, he appeared utterly disheveled. His cassock, now tied around his waist, revealed a forehead glistening with sweat as he wielded a shovel amidst the mud, panting heavily. The young Taoist apprentices, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, oversaw the work, casually munching on seeds and chuckling at his plight. One was laboring like a dog, while the other two maintained an air of leisure. Such is the nature of life. At that moment, golden-headed Jeti gained a profound understanding of the sufferings of all beings. Devoid of magical prowess, he was akin to an ordinary person, naturally in need of sustenance. In this regard, the two young apprentices occasionally benevolently offered him a bun, which, for Jeti, was the finest fare he could hope for. As he placed the final brick, tears nearly streamed down his face. He had finally completed the wall. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. The wall had collapsed once more. In despair, golden-headed Jeti felt on the brink of collapse himself, overwhelmed with a sense of hopelessness. However, he had no choice but to lower his head and continue his arduous labor. To the west, the eyes of the assembled Buddhas widened in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes in astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable that this disheveled individual was the unfortunate golden-headed Kitagarbha. Such an affront. With a low growl, the Tathagata descended from the celestial realm, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. Initially, he believed that Zhen Yuanzi would return Kitagarbha in a matter of days, paying little heed to the situation. However, it now appeared to him as a blatant affront to their Buddhist order. Did they truly think the Buddhist sect was so easily trifled with? Zhen Yuanzi, The Tathagata's voice resonated throughout the Wuzhuang temple, his presence manifesting with a grim countenance. Smoke curling from his lips. The golden-headed Kitagarbha, bare-chested and clutching a steamed bun, wept at the sight of the celestial figure. Buddha, he cried, the bun falling from his mouth as he spoke. Zhen Yuanzi emerged, standing defiantly in the heavens, facing the Tathagata. You of the Buddhist order have ravaged my Wuzhuang temple. Receiving some punishment is just retribution for your misdeeds. Humph, Zhen Yuanzi, you have gone too far, the Buddha retorted, taking a puff from his smoke. You dare accuse me of excess? Your disciples have stolen my ginseng fruit, which is far more egregious, Zhen Yuanzi replied, his heart aching at the mention of the ginseng fruit. The Tathagata scoffed, unwilling to linger in the exchange, and whisked away the golden-headed Kitagarbha. Zhen Yuanzi did not intervene. Watching them depart, he waved his hand, and the wall was restored to its former glory. In the warm embrace of the Tathagata, the golden-headed Kitagarbha wept profusely. At last, I can return home. I can finally go back to the Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, several disciples had unknowingly wandered to the Xiankong Mountain. On this mountain resided a white mouse spirit, once an ordinary mouse from the Spirit Mountain of the West, transformed into a spirit after stealing lamp oil from the mountain and subsequently cast down to the mortal realm. This white mouse spirit had a significant connection with Li Jing. Upon her descent, she fortuitously encountered Li Jing and his son Neza, who, for reasons unknown, adopted her as a goddaughter. This predicament had drawn the attention of both the Spirit Mountain and the Heavenly Court, especially Li Jing, who felt a twinge of regret for having forgotten such a goddaughter. To his surprise, she was quite attractive. He returned to the Spirit Mountain with the golden-headed Kitagarbha, who, during this period, had lost all semblance of childhood innocence. Appearing rather grimy, the Tathagata, generous towards his subordinates, arranged for a simple sauna for him. Unlike the others, he merely took a quick dip and soon regained his former plump and fair appearance. Buddha, the golden-headed Kitagarbha, said with a slight bow, respectfully returning to his place. Through the Xianguang mirror, he cast a glance towards Tang Sanzang and the others, prompting a moment of contemplation from the Tathagata. Golden-headed Kitagarbha, I entrust you with the task of traveling to the Nanhai Lodja Mountain to inform Guanyin Bodhisattva to keep a vigilant eye on the group seeking scriptures, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Guanyin has been rather neglectful in her duties of late, which is unacceptable. She must remain vigilant, for the journey to the west requires her constant oversight. However, the Bodhisattva Guanyin seems rather petty. Is it truly such a grave matter that a place was not reserved for her at the sacred mountain? Must she take so many days to check in? The Buddha's decree is absolute. Jin Tu Jieti offered a wry smile. Having only just returned, his seat barely warmed before he was summoned once more into action. Not long ago, the kingdom of the black chickens had resolved a dilemma, which greatly elevated the Buddha's spirits as he puffed on his pipe, squinting at the group of Tang Sanzang and his companions. Although the image of Tang Sanzang displayed in the mirror of profound light was somewhat unseemly, the Buddhas of the sacred mountain had grown accustomed to it. Tang Yu and his companions were currently roasting a wild hare, the meat sizzling and oozing with juices, a sight that stirred appetites. The Buddhas could not help but swallow hard. It had been many years since they had indulged in flesh, and at this moment, they found themselves inexplicably tempted. As soon as Tang Yu stepped into the Void Mountain, he sensed the impending trial. Alas, what could he do? He was well aware of the script. Isn't it infuriating? Yet, at this moment, Tang Yu found himself unexpectedly filled with anticipation. Aside from the bone spirit, he had not encountered any female demons thus far. Master, what troubles you? Sun Wukong asked, noticing the flicker in his master's gaze, suspecting something was amiss. Oh, nothing. Tang Yu replied as he stood and gazed into the distance, wondering why the demoness had yet to arrive. Wukong, are there no demons here? He inquired, having detected no trace of demonic energy. The white mouse spirit, though a demon, had attained her form through the theft of lamp oil from the sacred mountain, rendering her a hybrid of Buddha and demon. Hence, Sun Wukong was oblivious to her presence. Is that so? Tang Yu sighed in disappointment. Why are there no demons? It seems my master is a bit let down. His disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Concealed in the shadows, the white mouse spirit observed the master-disciple duo. It is said that consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh grants immortality. She held no interest in Tang Sanzang's flesh. Rather, she yearned for a harmonious union with the young monk, who was fair and handsome. Yet, she had yet to find the opportune moment to act, well aware that the monkey, Sun Wukong, was no easy adversary. As if sensing something, Sun Wukong glanced her way, albeit momentarily, before shifting his gaze. That fleeting glance sent a wave of anxiety through the white mouse spirit. She was confident that Sun Wukong could not detect her, yet she remained wary of his formidable powers. "Wukong, fetch me some water," Tang Yu commanded. "Yes, master," Sun Wukong replied, soaring into the sky. The hidden white mouse spirit's eyes gleamed with excitement. The thought of opportunity sprang to her mind. When Sun Wukong was present, she had been at a loss, uncertain how to proceed, for this monkey was not easily trifled with. Now that Tang Sanzang had deliberately sent the monkey away, she found herself presented with a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Stealthily, she advanced forward. With Tang Yu's current cultivation, he keenly sensed the shift in the surrounding energies, especially the faint yet alluring fragrance in the air. Zhu Beiji, ever vigilant, sat up and grasped his rake. "Big fool, what's wrong? Master, something seems amiss in the surroundings." "There is nothing wrong. Just go to sleep," Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, involuntarily sniffing the air. "It smells delightful." At that moment, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and the figure of Sun Wukong suddenly materialized. Instantly sensing something amiss, he shouted, "There is demonic energy." The golden staff emerged, striking towards the concealed location of the white mouse spirit. If the white mouse spirit had remained hidden and made no move, Sun Wukong would not have detected her. However, at the very moment she prepared to act, she inadvertently released a hint of demonic energy, which Sun Wukong immediately sensed. "Demon, take this," Sun Wukong exclaimed, swinging his staff. "Ah!" The white mouse spirit cried out, revealing herself. "Wukong, hold your hand," she pleaded, her beauty captivating yet perilous. The golden staff halted just above her head, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding a pitiful demeanor that tugged at Tang Yu's heartstrings. This little one, he thought, is truly enchanting. Fortunately, he had called out in time. Otherwise, such a lovely demon's demise would have been a travesty. "Master, this is a demon." Sun Wukong, still gripping his staff, remained motionless. "Please spare me, holy monk." The white mouse spirit choked out, astonished by the swift return of the monkey. "Ba, do not fear, my lady," Tang Yu intoned, then turned to Sun Wukong. "I understand. Wukong, put away your staff." Sun Wukong hesitated. If anyone knew Tang Yu best, it was undoubtedly Zhu Beiji, who immediately discerned his master's intent. "Brother monkey, the master has asked you to put away your staff. What if you frighten the lady?" Zhu Beiji gestured towards the depths of the woods. "Master, go ahead. I will keep watch." Tang Yu cast an appreciative glance at him. Indeed, the simpleton had grasped his master's heart. The white mouse spirit, utterly bewildered, was uncertain of their intentions. Yet, with Sun Wukong present, she dared not make a rash move. "Do not fear, my lady. I am gentle," Tang Yu reassured her, his piercing gaze making her uneasy. "You all wait here. I shall personally handle this demon. The holy monk is going to subdue the demon. Come, my lady, accompany me." He took the white mouse spirit by the hand and led her into the woods. As Tang Yu removed his cassock, he inquired, "Where is your lair? Let us engage in a brief exchange before we venture into your abode for a more extended encounter." In the blink of an eye, he had divested himself entirely, only to turn around and find the white mouse spirit had fled. My lady, he called out in disbelief. "What is happening?" "She has escaped." Frustrated, he hastily donned his cassock and stepped outside. "Master, how could it be over so quickly?" Zhu Beiji exclaimed, astonished. "Did it just begin and end so soon?" "Humph. The demon has fled," Tang Yu muttered, feeling somewhat dejected. Hidden in the shadows, Avalokiteshvara's lips twitched ever so slightly. With such behavior, one would naturally shed their garments upon encountering a female demon. It would be astonishing if he did not flee. Observing Tang Sanzang, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Why does he always deviate from the expected course? Every meticulously devised plan is disrupted by his unpredictable antics. Avalokiteshvara fell into contemplation. When Jintu Jiadi sought her out, he mentioned that the Buddha had instructed her to keep an eye on the journeying disciples to the west. She had initially prepared to descend from the mountain. Yet her own inner turmoil necessitated resolution through Tang Sanzang. Thus, she hastened to his side, only to witness the disconcerting scene of him shedding his clothes, which was rather jarring to her senses. However, as she gazed at Tang Sanzang's silhouette, she became lost in thought. The monks of Lingshan had begun to indulge in smoking, a habit introduced by Tang Sanzang. The Buddhas had overlooked a critical question. Where did this smoke originate? At that moment, Avalokiteshvara suddenly pondered this issue. Furthermore, Tang Sanzang, once a reincarnation of the golden cicada, had genuinely aspired to embrace Buddhism. Yet, how had he devolved into such a state? He hardly resembled a monastic at all. Logically, with the arrangements made by the Buddhist order, underpinned by the influence of two revered saints, problems should not arise. Yet now, issues abound, all centered around Tang Sanzang. Could it be? Avalokiteshvara's gaze deepened as she regarded him. The white mouse demon, trembling in fear, scurried back to the bottomless cave, her small hands patting her chest in a display of fright. Good heavens! What did that bald monk intend? How terrifying! It was fortunate she had fled in time. The very thought of the holy monk disrobing before her made her cheeks flush slightly. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, the assembly of Buddhas stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Good heavens! Tang Sanzang was truly remarkable. He had stripped before a female demon, causing her to flee in panic. Their astonishment was justified, for they could hardly have anticipated such audacity from Tang Sanzang. It caught them off guard completely. The Buddha, exhaling smoke that curled into long wisps, remained silent, somewhat perplexed. After a lengthy pause, he let out a heavy sigh. This was precisely what he feared, unexpected complications arising from this trial. He had already dispatched Avalokiteshvara to keep watch. Yet, while she might monitor the actions of others, could she truly oversee Tang Sanzang's disrobing? What was going on with him? A profound question arose from the Buddha himself. The Buddhas of Lingshan remained silent, their expressions mirroring the confusion of their leader. The Buddha mused that he believed there was a serious issue with Tang Sanzang. The subduing tiger Arhut poked his head out from the shattered silken tent. The assembly of Lingshan's Buddhas regarded him with disdain, having long recognized Tang Sanzang's strange behavior. Yet, what could be done? Eliminate him? Surely not. At this juncture, anyone could perish but him. He bore the weight of the Buddhist order's fortunes and its merits. Seeing that no one responded, the venerable Fuhu felt somewhat disheartened as he retreated into his pink silk tent. The Buddha, having calculated numerous times and even sought the counsel of two saints, concluded that Tang Sung remained the golden cicada. Furthermore, if he were indeed a variable, his actions would be exceedingly conspicuous, as if he were eager for others to recognize him as such.